He didn't say, I challenge you to a world building competition and you can only use your own materials. He didn't say that.
Okay, so science says I can do everything you can do. Why can't science create its own fucking materials then? Boom. Because it can't.
Actually,
Because
yeah, it
science
wasn't
is
a change of
created
rules.
from the original creator, which basically, if it didn't exist, none of y'all, none of this, none of it would exist. So how could science possibly
You're pre-assuming a creator, aren't you?
No, I'm not assuming a creator. What are you talking about? Of course there's a creator. An intelligent
That's what I mean.
creator.
That's your pre-assumption.
No. It's not a pre-assumption. Look the fuck around, Don.
Okay, I do it too.
Oh, let's talk about DNA. Let's talk about DNA.
I
What was first?
pre-assume a
What was
creator
first?
too.
What
It's
was
not-
first? Let's talk
not
about
logical.
DNA. What was first? The information or the cell that contains that information, which is made up of that information?
No idea.
No idea, right?
No.
Yeah.
I think it went more like this turn up. I think men decided they knew what God knew, so they wrote it down. Then later, other men that were into science decided we're going to destroy religion with science and create our own religion. And then here we are.
Kinda.
Yeah, and just a little heads up there.
God had no effect on any of it.
One main reason why 9 times out of 10 when we get rid of something is somewhere along the lines we find out that it's better than us, so we got to get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, religion lets the priests tell everyone what's right and wrong, isn't it? And other men didn't want.
Why are you not red flagged?
What do you mean?
Okay, so the second we find something that's better than we are, we get rid of it.
I don't.
Okay, who the fuck gave us that right?
I don't get rid of things.
What, we're the only ones allowed to be the fucking best?
I never said
Nothing else can exist that's better than we are?
You're talking about the Freemason scientists. So yeah.
I'm talking about anything that could possibly be better than a human being. If it does exist and they find it, they kill it. Why? Because God forbid that it somehow, some way down the line, figures out how shitty humans are and gets to fuck rid of them.
What do you mean? What was better than humans that we killed?
For all you people listening, this is not meant to be offensive. But guess what? I hate to admit it, but black people, especially black men, are stronger, smarter, and faster than all the other races. Why do you think that they were fucking enslaved the most?
Yeah, I'll give you that. White men into science, even before the science stuff, were scared of black men being strong, so they tried to hold them down.
Yeah,
I'll give you.
Okay, so who and what decides that we get to do that? If something is better than we are, who the fuck are we to deny that existence?
Having a gun, that's what decides it. Make
So
up
the
our
ends
rights.
justify the means?
Make up our rights. That's what happens.
We make up our rights. Not what should just morally be right? Because, in a competition, people go for first, second, and third, but not white man. They kill all their competition, so they automatically get first.
Are you black or white?
Not just white. Fuck, there's probably so many. And you know what? It doesn't even matter because I don't even see them as race. I see them as people.
Do you feel guilty that other white men have held down the black man?
Well, yeah. I wouldn't want them to do that to me, so why would I do that to them? Remember
But
that
wait,
old saying, Don?
turn up should feel guilty about what other people do, regardless of their race. By the way,
I don't have
that's
personal
how
guilt.
moral works. That's how moral works. You do something, and I feel guilty about it. That's great.
No, but in that sense, I do feel bad because that happened, and
Feel
because
bad, yeah. That's another thing. Yeah.
What about women? 'Cause we've held women down. Maybe they're better than us as well. All this time.
you know what, bro? There's lots of women that are better than men. Lots.
Well, I can agree. Men have been terrible.
But there's one little problem with this whole fucking thing, and that's with the wording, right? That's one of the reasons why women get so fucking pissed off all the time, right? That word, that trigger word for the women, it's called mankind, not
Yeah.
humankind or people kind. You know, something that includes them. Mankind is pretty fucking straightforward and designated, isn't it?
Well, it's the language, you know. It's not like that in every language. That the woman word is derived from the man. So
Fuck you, what's up?
that's why the English language is called the Babylonian language, by the way. It mixed up everything.
Whose fucking side you on anyway?
No, I'm elaborating on your side, by the way.
Whose fucking side you on anyway? I
What do
thought
you
we
mean,
was
whose
pros.
side? What
I'm
sides
just
are
fucking
there in the
with
first
you.
place? Could you tell me? No, we can go through this one, by the way. This is kind of a good topic, too. What kind of sides are there in this community?
Social justice warrior for black men and believer in God, or
Okay,
not.
Don. That was
Or
actually a
not,
good question.
that's the two, yeah.
What's up? Repeat that question.
What kind of different parties could I join in this community?
So, how many sides are there in this arena that we're all in?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! How many different views of Earth are there?
Yeah. Well, so
Basically,
far I heard about two huge parties,
point.
right? The G and the FE.
Okay, so you got convex Earth, you got hollow Earth, you got fucking infinite plane Earth, you got fucking cube Earth, apparently something called Raptor Earth.
So is your point, turn up, that the same way that we threw out the black man because we were worried they were better than us, we've done that to God as well? That's basically the point.
Well, yes, because we can't see. This is the one thing that they know for a fact, right? And it pisses them off. This is one reason why they had to do what they did. Right? When they got here and started figuring shit out, and they realized to the point, okay, somebody's obviously fucking made all this shit, and they're fucking way smarter than us, and they're in control.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that they can't have control. Somebody's already got that control. And that's unacceptable because the only ones that should have that kind of power, I don't know why, are those they. And the idea of not being able to have that power made them create a world in which they could control. So
Yeah.
by taking God away and replacing it with this space fucking shit, how much can they control in space? They
I agree with
cannot
this.
tell you
No,
about God.
I agree now.
They can't explain God. That's one thing that they're trying to avoid because somebody's gonna be like, okay, well, how does it work? They're not gonna have an answer. But
Better to be a
if they
leader in
create
hell
their
than
own
a
world,
slave in heaven.
if they create their own world, every aspect of that world is in their hand.
You don't even have to go to space to figure that out. You just look at the way that they think about genealogy and how they think that they've discovered everything about the human body and how it all works, and they've decoded the whole fucking lot. But at the end of the day, it's their viewpoint on how this DNA structure actually came about, and it's such a complicated thing that there's no way that this could have just manifested itself from a fucking Big Bang.
They try to replicate that, you know that, by the way.
Playing God.
No, replicate the supposed conditions in which, for example, you can get a DNA from nothing, basically. Just chemicals. But of course, I say they tried. I also mean they are fucking failed. So
If you could be a god to turn up, would you try to do the same?
Yeah, well, first they started with fingerprints, and then they found out there's more to it than fingerprints, and then now they've ended up with being able to manipulate DNA. What's next?
Faces. They're going to replicate people's faces. I've seen footage, yeah, Biden and a newsreader with what looks like masks on. Bottom of the mask has come unstuck under their collar and it's flapping about. And the chin of the mask is flapping about with the pixels on the TV. It looks so disturbing.
Yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what they're up to with all of this, all these anomalies and CGI presidents.
Welcome, Merlin.
Oh, hello. Hello, cult.
Bonjour.
How do?
Sounds like caveman language.
How do?
How do?
You're late. I'm late. I forgot to bring my bones and my drum.
Can you teach me how to hunt a lion because I haven't worked it out yet?
I think you need some poison.
I live in the cave down the rock. I've seen that you catch great lions. I need you to share tactics with me.
Okay. Fucking lion though.
Darts.
Yeah. I mean, you see, if it was the other way around and it was a lion, do you think they'd be thinking like how to kill us like effectively?
I don't know. They might just do it without thinking.
Yeah, like would they just like start chewing on your leg, even if it hurts? Like they don't care.
Yeah, I think they jump on your back, pull you to the ground, and then they munch on you.
On your neck, like a vampire with their big fangs.
Satanic. Purely satanic.
Crazy. It is a beast system. Yeah, I don't get it. I like the creator. I think he's imaginative, but I don't get this place. Really don't.
See, in
I
Animal
would've-
Kingdom, there's predators and there's prey, right? But we are both, so we can't work out what we should be doing.
Right, exactly. Should we open a zoo or should we sell meat?
Right, yeah. And if you do both, does that drive you insane?
I mean, you can't even eat a bit of lettuce without hurting There's no escape for the vegans and the vegetarians either. You're still eating living things.
Yeah.
Uh,
The plants scream out as you hit them.
I couldn't do it. If they could talk, I'd just starve.
No, Mel, not me. That one down there. Not me. No.
So I'm going to leave again now.
Okay.
How's everyone going? Are you being mean to Dawn? Or you flat earth freaks? You geocentrists?
This is the theory that we've come to. Rob Skiba might have pretended to die from COVID-19 to
Really?
brainwash flat earthers into taking the vaccine.
Did he? Is Rob Skiba dead?
Some people are saying it. I've read it off 2 or 3 people this morning.
Wow. And when he died from the row?
I guess that's the rumor. I guess.
Gosh. It's very strange. I don't know what to make of that.
He may have. Well, my other theory is that because he's such a flat earther and a Christian.
Mm.
I don't know if he's a Christian, actually. Bob's the Christian,
Yeah.
right? But because he's such a flat earther, they gave him the bioweapon, a strong version, to take him out.
Yeah. I mean, I heard early on that he was connected to Disney. Him and
Crazy, isn't it?
Robbie Davidson, Nodell.
The Jake Paul connection.
Yeah, there's something weird going on with all that. Logan Paul. See,
Logan Paul, yeah.
That's where you got to wonder about Mark Sargent, because he left that conference. He knew it was going to go down, the Logan Paul thing, and he was like, fuck this, I'm out, and he left.
Yeah.
And for that, I kind of have a little bit of respect for him.
You've actually
leaving.
brought a real top dollar memer to the convention. I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not having this. I don't support it. You know, you're not going to mock my dome world. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what was happening. He was being allowed to speak in your country on Good Morning with whoever, Sutcliffe and Holly Willoughby.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have, a lot of people would have seen that. Like millions.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't just get that gig willy-nilly, do you? Or do you?
Once Flat Earth blows up, this morning is going to want them on.
Right. But how did he become the media, like the Andy Warhol of Flat Earth?
Yeah.
You know, like he's got all the connections.
He might have been on TV before, that might have been it.
Mm. What do you get a phone call? Like, hello, Mark, we want you to be on our television set. Inside it.
We'll cover lots of interesting topics in the morning and we want you on for Flat Earth.
Yeah. You're not allowed to swear. And if you do, we'll cut the broadcast. Yeah, I don't know how it works, mate, but it's a bit weird. Everything's a bit weird.
That's just made in the Hollywood basement. Quick, put the weather on.
I know. But you can see the second, because he spoke to Nesbitt, the Martin Kenny. There were 3 of them. And they spoke to them as well. And then Sargent came on again like a second time. And by that time, Sutcliffe had kind of warmed to it a bit. He was saying kind of like, oh, there could be more land, and kind of getting on board with it a little bit. I said, I really enjoyed the conversation at the end of the second time. So, not anyway, just rambling. But I'm a bit taken aback by the wits at Tim Osman exchange. Kind of made me feel a little bit sad.
About what?
Well,
What?
have you seen it, Jerry?
Oh yeah.
Like, I think Whitsett held himself quite well, all things considered. But I mean, Tim Osmond, he just used to be a bit of a legend in the group, if you will.
It's disappointing from Tim, isn't it? A bit.
Yeah, I just sort of thought, fuck, what happened?
2 years of no one caring, and then he came back to see if people cared.
Yeah.
You know what?
And
It could be just just the fact that he did it face to face. Because there's texting back and forth, then there's talking on Discord, and then there's actually seeing the person and talking. So that could have disarmed him, because I did notice that like at about 8 minutes, if they're going back and forth, Tim kind of backed off and he wasn't as much of a dick. So I think, so I think that this it should be done more. Yeah,
he knows that. I don't think, to be honest, I could be wrong here. I don't think Whitsett realised who he was talking to. I think Whitsett just thought he was just some random glober.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
I think you're right. Till afterwards, he might not know until he got home and saw the video.
Yeah, and that's like, what? I mean, yeah, and there's a real crux moment in there for me too, where Timmy goes, we agree on so many things. And then he was, he 9/11'd it, and I don't know. I've always kind of liked him deep down, and I think he kept us all honest. Anyway, that's just my two bobs. Him and fucking Billy P. Mars. And then Dawn came in and rattled the cage too.
Chris came in here yesterday, and
Did he?
He didn't have posting rights, so he said, "This is too controlled. I'm leaving," and he just left.
He's weak. He's on Tinder now. Oh, do you mean Lale or Scottish Chris?
Oh, Scottish Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, grumpy ass.
He's so used to the Globers modding.
He's been in Gems.
He can't handle coming in with different mods.
Yeah, he's been in Gems way too long. Yeah. He lost his soul in 2016. So what were you guys thinking about before I came in here?
Turn up at the theory that science has had a battle with God and almost won.
Yep.
Because God is better than man, man tries to be God, and now we're living in a science dictatorship. Have to agree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awful.
Oh, fuck you, Merle.
Hello. You're a scientist, aren't you? An arse scientist.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I ain't a fucking scientist, fuck.
Aren't you?
No, fuck no.
I bet you are.
I'm not, man. I'm not.
What are you
Don't
doing there?
fucking tell people that. Fuck. Yo, bro, you a scientist? You're a scientist. Like, who the fuck told you that? Oh, bro, my buddy Merle. Like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
We're still talking about God, though?
Well, do you want to?
Well, no, I really don't. I want to get off that topic.
Yeah, make sure you take the Bill's prick, take the jab, otherwise everyone else is in danger.
My dad told me to just do it today. He goes, it's no big deal, just do it. I think that's why I'm in a weird mood. My dad's just like, oh
The whole
yeah,
thing
it's no big deal.
it's supposed to protect yourself and asymptomatic. I don't know how you're protecting anyone else by having it.
I've got quite a good job lined up as well, and I can't start there unless I have it. So I'm going for a medical exemption, and it's all in play.
Good luck.
Yeah, if I get it.
No, you won't get it.
You don't think I'll get the exemption?
No.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's now been put in place that doctors are not allowed to give medical exemptions.
No, they're not, but you can get it sent off and another department can.
Ah, loophole.
Yeah, I found the loophole. Yeah. So,
but that's a little suspect, don't you think, guys? Like that doctors they were giving medical exemptions and now all of a sudden they're not allowed. What's this not allowed shit? Almost like they were told, hey, don't be fucking giving anybody any fucking medical exemption. We want people to have this shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If there's something truly insane about to happen in New Zealand, I think it's called, we can't talk about it, but fucking hell. Can we talk about it? I better not. I'll send you a video. Yeah, I'll send you a video. It's pretty fucking weird.
Have you guys seen the Australian get the fucking jab commercial?
No.
That's funny, man.
Yeah. That is the attitude of a lot of normal Aussies, though. You know? Just eat meat, drink beer, and headbutt people. Maybe not the last bit, but the first two. Yeah, just eat meat and drink beer. And work.
You know, it's going to get to the point. It's going to get to the point where people on the street are going to be like observing shit, and an officer's going to walk up and be like, "Excuse me, sir, are you observing something right now?" And hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. You're under arrest for observations.
Yeah.
Head down, sir. Head down. Don't look at me.
Taser him. Clear. Yeah, I don't know. Have you seen Squid Game turn up?
No, I have. I don't know what that is. What is it?
You gotta have a look at it. Have you got Netflix?
Yeah. No.
Oh. Well, if you get Netflix,
I'm from Canada. Of course, I have Netflix. Jeez. So what do you think I do with my trip time?
Well, if you look at Netflix and you type in Squid Game, it's the most popular show on there. And it's about these dudes who fight each other and the Illuminati and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
A bit like the Hunger Games, but not.
Fuck, we're living in the Hunger Games.
That's what I mean. That's why I thought of it, because of what you just said. And shit's getting weird. It's already weird, but...
Yeah, shit's been weird. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Start stocking up on rice, I'd say.
You reckon? I
Yeah,
don't know
man.
if I want to. I don't know if I want to survive. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine yourself in some little bunker, like eating rice, like and you've got like 10 grains left, and you're like saving 1 grain a day to survive, 1 grain of rice? I mean, if we get to that, fucking hell, I don't know
As
if it's
long as
worth it.
as long as you've got a hot chick in the bunker with you, you'll be all right.
Yeah. Would you give her your last grain of rice?
Hey,
Yeah.
bro, I hate to cut in on this, but if it's the end of the world, being hot is no longer on the fucking table. As long as you got a woman in that bunker, it doesn't matter what the fuck she looks like.
300-pound kind of goddess.
Slap the fat
Yeah.
and ride waves.
Well, the bigger the better.
You gotta fucking keep her going somehow.
The bigger the better.
Yeah, bigger the better. You know, you got something to eat, you know. In case you had to.
Would you eat your love? Like, I don't think I could do that, bro. I don't think I could do that. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to eat my wife or my kid.
No.
But if it was just a girl that I've known for a few months, oh, she's on the menu.
Sick.
Yeah.
Merle, why?
I don't know.
Why? How the fuck did this conversation turn into eating people?
Because that's where we are. That's where we are now. You know?
Sometimes, and I don't mean any offense to this, well, maybe I do a little bit, but sometimes you remind me of Branch. You just say the stupidest fucking shit.
Yeah. I know I don't have a filter. I think when I come in here, I know that I'm safe somehow, even though I'm not. But I just feel like this is the conversation where you can, or the kind of place where you can just say whatever.
Well, I just mean, like, there's enough problems in the world right now. Do we really need to add eating people to that problem?
No. Yeah. Maybe I should just sit down and.
Yeah, you sit down before you hurt yourself.
Yeah, unless you're a dedicated fortune teller, there's no way to know what's going to be coming around the corner. No one expected the big C.
No. Well,
Bill
I
Gates did.
think
Not even
Fauci did.
9/11.
They all did, in fact, just not us.
Yeah. It seems like they were planning it for a while.
Some type of agenda.
Yeah. Thinking about how evil they could be.
Predicted it in 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, what about that book? I don't know if that was fake news. That book that was not, what was it called? And they predicted back in
King Arthur.
1980.
Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur.
Like 1984, there was a book written.
Oh yeah.
Something about
1984. George Orwell.
Brave New World.
They did something fucking C, and they said it was called Wuhan 400.
Really? What? I've heard so many stories or theories about all that. Like they turned the 5G on. I'm still talking about it, aren't I?
Wuhan's been making shady stuff for years, so it's not surprising if that came up in a story.
And I'm sure you've all heard the bat story. Yeah, bat soup. Nah. But what do I know? I was always worried about. There was this movie called Cujo. It was about a Rottweiler that got rabies. I was worried about that stuff once too, being bitten by a Cujo.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Some of that film.
Or Jaws. You know, Steven Spielberg ruined the ocean for me.
I'm actually a bit scared of the ocean.
Yeah, but if sharks weren't there, you would there's nothing really that bad.
I reduced my fear of the ocean to jellyfish and strong men still getting swept out to sea. I've heard that story quite a lot, and that scares me.
Right, being caught in a rip.
Yeah, you can be really strong, you know what you're doing, but the ocean just takes over and pulls you out instead of in, and then you're done.
You kind of got to go with it too. That's the secret. As illogical as that sounds, if you get caught in one, you just let it take you out, and then you swim out of it when you can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but if you try to go against it, it's just
you'll get tired and die.
Yeah.
To go surfing when I was younger up in a place called Shipwreck Bay in the far north of New Zealand, and would have sea lions. Seals swimming alongside us.
Would they ever bite you or anything like that?
Oh, they're vicious, man. You don't want to get too close, eh?
Yeah.
Vicious as hell, yeah.
They're not called sea lions for no reason.
Well, they're those furry seals, the tan-coloured ones. They were just cubs, the ones that we used to surf next to.
They like coming near humans, don't
Well, some of them
Yeah.
do. They try and get close. The baby ones don't mind.
Dolphins too. They're curious about us.
Any of you seen that film called The Cove or something where they're murdering dolphins?
No.
In Japan or China? Terrible.
Mm.
It'll be 20 years old now, I think. At least 10 years old. But it's a big expose. These spies went into the cove and camped in the woods up the cliff from the cove and filmed it all.
Oh, so it's a true story.
Yeah, environmentalists
Right.
exposed it. Like this big dolphin murder cove.
Weird. Yeah. I think Japan, I guess every culture has a darkness, right? But Japan seems to be part of its darkness. It's seafood slaughter. It slaughters whales as well. Lots of whales.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it? When you really think about it. And they freeze it. They don't even eat it. They just freeze it.
It's almost like the hunting move to the water.
Mm.
Because some fishing, you just put a hook and you pull it out and it dies. But, the hunting of dolphin and whales, you have to stab it up and chase it around.
It's all about supply and demand in Japan, man. They never get to leave their little office cubicle, So their little fairy tale world where they live is concrete jungle. They don't even know how to swim. So it's supply and demand, and if the demand's there, people are going to supply it.
So we need to blame all the dolphin and whale eaters. I'm watching a comedy podcast, and the title is 90-year-old Fatso Goes to Space. So they're going to laugh about Shatner.
I told you I smashed a glass last night, eh?
What up, Merle? Would you say you smashed a glass?
Yeah.
What's that
Like
mean?
I had a glass. Yeah, a glass. That's what we call them. It's made of glass, and it's basically a container to put a drink in. Anyway, I got some cranberry juice out the fridge, tried to fill it up, and dropped the glass with the juice in it, and it smashed on the tiles, and then all the cranberry went onto my bed as well, and it looked like blood.
I hate that.
Yeah, it was shit.
I thought that was like some kind of Australian slang term, like smash the glass.
Yeah. You have to, if you want to hit the emergency button, you got to break the glass first. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful now. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of time, just out of the Discord, out of all Discord. Just let my head recalibrate a bit, but yeah, I kind of missed you guys, to be honest. Just a lot of the normal conversation. Well, a lot of the normal conversations I'm in, like about what people are doing for work or blah blah blah.
Fucking
Why would
boring,
you?
right?
Why would you have Why would you have tiles in your bedroom, bro?
It's not a bedroom. It's like it's really not a bedroom. It's a garage. It'll do for now. Yeah, I got to get a rug or something. I just got to where I grew up a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't have anywhere to stay, and I didn't have a plan B. So, but yeah, My life's a bit weird at the moment. Let me turn this on. I'm going to go outside and smoke a spliff. Oh. Are you guys still here?
Yeah, we're here.
Cool.
We're listening to your every word.
Yeah.
I don't know what you were talking about earlier about that magnetic track with the V shape, something.
Oh, you
What
like
was that
that?
all? That conservation of momentum.
Yeah, just check magnetic V-gate track or something on YouTube. There's a bunch of them. Disregard the ones that go in a circle because they'll never work. But the ones that are a track, the ones that are like a straight track are useful because you can, if you can push something uphill, I mean, obviously that's.
Is that a toy?
No, it's not a toy.
Okay, so it's like how they do that dry ice floating on a track, that kind of
No,
experiment.
no, it's not it either. It's just a track. They make magnets. They'll make or just rows of V's on a track, and then
So
put
it
something
kind of
on it, and it'll
pushes.
just. What's up?
It's kind of bounces it along. It's just one after the other. And once it reaches to the next one, that one pushes it along even more.
Yeah, the arrangement of magnets makes it.
Yeah,
It like pulls it in, right? It pulls it
and
in,
then
and then it pushes it out. So if you keep
yeah,
that going, you can make something go, indefinitely. I think I've seen a
propel.
couple of good ones. Yeah, I've seen a couple
Yeah,
good ones. Some of them suck. Well, like I said, this is dudes fucking around in their basement, in their garage and shit. So sometimes the tracks aren't great. You got to have the magnets exactly right. Like this is something that needs to be damn near precision engineered.
But is it if you have a DC, if you have a normal DC engine, it's works similar fashion. You have to make it work. You have to start it up. You have to actually swing it into place, or like turn it to make it rotate.
No, it's not it's not a circle. It's just a track.
what's the whole point of those Japanese maglev trains? Is not to. The only reason they do that is to have no friction or very little friction.
Yeah, that's a different track. That's just to keep it off the rails. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can think about it. If you can push something up a hill indefinitely, the work's over. You did it. It's you just got some free electricity.
Oh, are you saying this is like a petrol machine?
It's a machine that pushes. It's a magnet track that can push something uphill. You can take of that what you will.
Yeah, but you still have to apply energy to keep the magnetic field.
Sure. Would you agree that if you can push something up a hill,
Yeah.
10 feet,
Mm-hmm.
and it only takes a foot worth of falling for the thing to get up the hill, that you now have some over unity?
If you push it up the hill with
Yeah.
this engine, you mean, or with this engine, right?
With the track, it's a track.
Yeah, or a track. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got you can, but how are you saying it's not? How are you saying you have a magnetic field there, and to have that you need energy to keep that sustained.
No, they're permanent magnets.
Well, not in this. In this one, they created using a coil and electricity.
I don't know which one you're talking about. The one that we were talking about last night is for all permanent magnets. The only electricity that's happening is the electricity you're gaining from it when it goes down.
Yeah, but if you use a magnet, it will discharge eventually it will discharge.
How many years?
I don't know, but it will. Like it has sort of energy built into it. Not built into it, but it has like potential energy in it. But when you have something move through the field, you will slowly demagnetize it. Permanent magnet.
Yeah. How many years? Because my kitchen magnet's been going for about 10 years strong now.
Yeah, but those are static. But if you were to try and move something with it, then it would discharge.
Well, we move them around all the time. We put the kids' art pictures up.
Yeah. And eventually it will discharge.
Yeah, how long?
I don't know. Depend on how much you try to move.
Those neodymium magnets?
It takes a bit time, but it will eventually. Yeah.
So is that why we have pole shifts?
Electricity with these.
So you had something constantly moving by a magnet. What do you think? 10 years? How many years do you think?
But it depends on. I think it depends on how much you use it. Not with years.
How many volts and amps?
It's permanent magnets, no volts.
No. Can they create electricity with it? And how many watts, I guess, is better question.
Oh, I have no idea. It's only an idea right now. I mean, probably not much at first till it gets designed better. Like, would you agree though, Brad boy, that if you can push something up a hill indefinitely, say you can make it go 10 feet uphill, up from horizontal vertically, and you only need to drop it a foot for it to get going back up the hill again, that you got 9 feet to play with. That's a lot of energy you could get out of something dropping 9 feet now.
Yeah, if there's a way we could make a perpetual motion machine, we could use it to push rocks up a hill and drop them into a wheel to be like a water wheel.
Well, this is like a this is like a track, right? It's a V-gate magnetic track, and you can push something up a hill like a toy car or some magnets on wheels or something, and then you just you can get energy from the car itself falling down the hill. You could have a turbine or something, you could pull a piece of copper in the track where you want to get the energy.
So when we do that, it's feasible. If you're spending $10,000 to create what conventional electricity can make for $5, it's not worth it. So,
Well, I'm just saying that are the magnets going to last, or do they go dead?
I think they do wear out over time. It's a question of cost, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is it? 10 years, 100 years? I've heard the magnets last 400 years.
Okay, but again, how much does it cost and how much electricity does it generate?
No idea. I think being able to move something perpetually like that with magnets would be impressive enough, and it could be tweaked over time. Obviously the first one's not going to get a lot of electricity because you got to just make sure that it actually works.
Your solar panels are going to have years. At least in theory, and the cost is still higher than conventional coal plant or gas plant or nuclear plant.
You trying to suggest a perpetual motion machine now?
Well, Newton said if an object in motion stays in motion, or an object in motion will stay in motion, unless acted upon by another force. So we should have some evidence of this, that being a perpetual motion machine, but we don't. What is that?
But there is something called friction, which is a force, and so therefore anything experiencing friction shouldn't stay in motion, also because of Newton.
And an orbiting body such as a moon isn't a machine, Jerry. You need to learn what a machine is.
Did you figure out what force is yet, Chucky boy?
Yeah, I figured it out. Do you know what a machine is, Jerry? It's not just an object in motion.
So what is force?
Force is that which causes a mass to accelerate. We've been over this. What's wrong with you?
That which causes a mass to accelerate.
Yeah. What word don't you understand?
So everything is a force because everything could move something else, right?
No.
Everything causes to accelerate?
What's
No.
up?
What do you mean No, any interaction that causes acceleration is a force, yes. But that's not everything.
Any interaction. So it's not a concrete thing. It's an, what's that word? Abstraction. Right?
You're roboting, Chucky.
What if gravity is
something
actually
that is measurable?
What if gravity is the opposite of a force and it's actually going up?
That's still a force. Force don't whether it's going up or down, it's still a force. It's still causing acceleration.
Yeah, what if the vector of gravity is actually going up, which makes things
Fine.
fall?
We call it. We actually, in a free body diagram, we usually call it weight, and vector is down. You've done a free body diagram, right, Charles?
And if gravity was an upwards vector, then things wouldn't work out.
Unless
none
it
of the
was
physics using it would work out. So clearly it is not.
unless it was kind of neutralizing everything and it would make things fall down.
What is that supposed to mean? Neutralizing everything.
So we observe effects, attach a story to the effect, then we say the story is true because the effect happens.
No, Jerry. We measure an effect. We determine what's causing it. And then we use that to make predictions. And when those predictions are accurate, we can say we understand them.
How do you measure an abstraction?
You can't, Jerry, because it's not a fucking abstraction.
Okay, so force, Gummy said, was an interaction, which is not something you see. You see two objects. You don't see an interaction. You see the objects.
Oh, when a car drives into a wall, are you saying it's not interacting with that wall?
You can't see that interaction.
I'm saying the car hit the wall. That's all I'm saying.
That's an interaction. The car is interacting with the wall. What do you want about? What do you not get about the word interaction?
You're saying you could measure, like, that thing.
Yes.
You can measure the force of something hitting something. Yes, that is true.
Okay, tell me how.
A force meter, a scale,
a scale,
a load cell.
There are lots of ways to measure forces.
Don't tell me things that you're assuming to be the cause of a force. Tell me how this force is seen and quantified and measured.
You asked a specific question. How do we measure it? And we said with a force meter. Did that answer your question?
What are you measuring?
A force with a force meter or a load cell.
No, but you don't see a force. You see a car hit the wall.
We're measuring how much something or this interaction will move an object or expend potential energy.
What does that mean?
When you put something on a scale, you're deflecting the scale a little bit. That's a force. That scale measures the force.
The simplest way to see a force is with a spring. If you have a heavy or a big force, the spring will compress a lot. If you have a weak force, the spring will barely compress. As a very simple way of seeing force.
Is that just vector, like seen there? Something could be pushing down. Something could be pushing up.
Yeah. What's the push up? What's the force that counteracts weight, Jerry? What's it called? It's got a word that starts with N.
You're saying you could measure something that you don't see.
Yes, we can measure things we don't see. That's correct. We can measure magnetism, and we don't see magnetism.
And of course, you're going to run to magnetism because you can't demonstrate gravity.
Because clearly you have to accept magnetism as being something that can interact, and yet we don't see it interact. So clearly, seeing it is not a necessity for a force.
You can clearly see there's evidence of magnetism, and you can see how it interacts, but there's nothing to show gravity.
Yes, when you
there is
put
just
a
as
weight,
much to show. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, when you put a weight on a scale, what does that do? Does it compress a spring or deflect a load cell?
What it does is what you see.
Yes.
That's it.
You see the interaction. You just, Carlos just said you couldn't.
No, you see the object on top of the scale.
You put the bowling bed. Do you see the bed dimple?
Say that again, you cut out.
Bowling ball on bed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the effect of gravity now?
No, you see the effect of putting a ball on a bed.
Okay. Do you see the effect of weight now?
No, you see the effect of putting a ball on a bed.
Jerry, use your head and stop fucking pricing cans for a minute.
What if the bed wasn't there?
Then it would be on the ground or on the floor.
So
right.
what's happening in space?
What's the name of the force that pushes up to counteract weight?
See, you're asking for stories there, Chucky boy.
No, I'm asking for a 6-letter word that starts with N and ends with L.
I'm not giving you any stories.
And it's something that you're not, Jerry.
Yes, Abby.
You guys have words.
Yeah.
Don't have anything practical.
No, there's measurements. Did you not hear?
Measurements aren't practical.
Measurements aren't practical?
Measurements
No.
aren't practical?
No.
Is that what you said?
Good one. Yes, he just said measurements aren't
So,
practical.
what good is maths if you're in the desert with no food and no water?
We're talking measurements, not math.
Aren't measurements math?
No, measurements are what you need before you do math on them.
I want to see
Oh,
if this man.
I've heard
is surviving.
Globers
If I
argue.
give you-
Oh my god.
If I give you a desert and a plastic bag and a tree, how are you going to get water? Can you tell me this?
I don't know, but you better check with your people because
Seriously.
I've heard people the Globers argue crazy for measurements are math.
No, Jeremy, we're hearing the flat earthers trying to distract from the conversation by bringing up bullshit about a fucking desert and a plastic bag.
I know. I'm
All
just
we
letting
have is
I'm
a
just
whole
letting you
lot
guys know you
of-
got to get your story
Oh, look.
straight because
So much proof
you're
coming
definitely
from flat Earth right now. Look
Okay,
at that.
explain how that has to do with gravity. Go ahead.
Mill knows.
All we have is a bowling ball.
You need
Yeah,
a plastic
bowling ball and a bed.
You
Yeah.
put the plastic bag around the tree branch, around all the leaves, and you leave it there for about an hour, and out from that plastic bag you will get water, and you can drink it.
And what does that have to do with gravity?
Good question.
It shows you how much you know about this world.
What does it have to do with gravity?
How
What
do you
does
know
it have to
gravity?
do with gravity?
How do you know that gravity is not a force that's acting up, just like an ionizer?
What does a fucking plastic bag on a tree have to do with gravity?
Well, an ionizer.
Why
if
isn't
you
it
have an
being pulled
ionizer,
down to the ground?
Did you measure it being pulled down to the ground?
I don't know. Sorry, man. Fuck.
What's your free body diagram of that plastic bag?
How was that spliff, Mill?
Pictures.
He doesn't
They
know what
want
a free body
pictures,
diagram
diagrams.
is.
No, I know, because they didn't make it to grade 8. You guys,
When
Are
he
you
thinks
guys-
free body diagram, he thinks of the biology, like the image of a person. That's a free body diagram. A cross
the
section
free
of a
body
person.
problem. What's the
No.
free body
Free.
problem?
Free, F-R-E-E, not T-H-R, F-R.
Free body problem.
We know what the three body problem is, but we're talking about a free body diagram.
Free bodies in voids, right?
Okay,
That's it.
you mute yourself, Merle.
What?
You should just mute yourself, because you're going to give us another gem like measurements aren't practical.
Okay, come on. What have you got?
In
no,
your
we said
free
we don't
body
want
diagram, in your free body diagram of your bowling ball on a bed, what forces do you have acting on it?
The weight of the bowling ball and the
Okay,
air
that's going down.
in the room.
Why would
The
you put the
air?
air in the room on it?
That's what?
Why would you put the air in that?
Because you need the air. If the air's there, you got to account for it.
What is the difference in putting it on a bed in a vacuum?
It would be different.
Why?
No air.
And that matters why?
We'll take the bed away.
Okay, we're not
No,
talking about
he's
put it
right.
on the floor,
There is a little bit of buoyancy from air. Okay, he's right. He's technically correct.
But there's also weight from there, so we're going to not put one in free body. Okay, so you put it on the floor, you take the bed away. What's your free body diagram now? Weight going down,
Is
pushing
this
up.
you at work, Chucky? Is this you supposed to be working?
No, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. I'm driving to work, dumbass.
Oh,
What's the answer, John?
So okay, well, let's go to the gravity well. Okay, so we've got dark matter.
There's a question here.
Bending in a void, right?
Why are you avoiding the question, Mel?
What's pressing up to counteract weight. What's the name of that force?
Pressure.
No. Starts with an M, N, and ends with an L. And it's something you are not.
Motion.
Starts with an N, ends with an L. Six
Starts
letters.
with an N and ends with an O.
No.
What?
Starts with
Motion.
N, ends with L.
Nincompoop.
That's 6 letters, Jerry?
What is this, Chucky? Is this some word quiz on the way to work?
No, it's a question that an 8-year-old child, an 8th grade child should know.
Anyone who's done anything in physics should know this.
Yes.
What's God?
What's the question?
What's God's name?
Jealous. He tells you in the 10 Commandments in Exodus 34, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, now answer my question. What is the name of the force that counteracts weight when it's static?
See, you can't define force without appealing to an abstraction. Cannot.
We already defined force twice.
And you can't answer a simple question that basic physics is
This whole thing
like
started from what is force
middle
by
grade.
you saying that
No
it
one
is
knows.
a concrete
And
thing.
both of us answered it. Do you remember what we said, Jerry?
Yeah, you said what is N and then L at the end with 6 letters.
No. You asked what is force, and we both explained it. Do you remember what we said?
There's a bunch of abstractions, that's all I know.
No, we never said the word abstractions, and we never said bunch. What did we say, Jerry?
Remember, Chucky boy.
An interaction that does what?
An interaction.
That. Next
Keep
word.
using your words. What
Can
about
you
the interaction? Keep using words.
Can you separate the interaction from
We
real
never
thing?
fucking said separate interaction at all. What did we say a force was, Jerry?
Well, you're adding the word to the event
No.
from your mind, aka abstract.
No. We answered the question, Jerry. What did we say, or were you not fucking paying attention?
You said it was an interaction.
Well, you criticized Carlos about the plastic bag and the tree. Like, what's your bowling ball in the bed got to do with anything?
Yeah, what does the N word that ends in L have to do with anything? Tell me. It's a free body diagram.
I think the problem is you're asking questions about a free body diagram and they have no idea.
I know. But that's that. And they think they know something because they bring up a fucking bag in a desert.
No, you haven't got a reference point yet. As soon as you bring...
There's a bowling ball on the bed.
Right.
The reference
Where's
point
the bed?
bowling
Where's
ball.
the bed?
It's Chucky's
bed
free
is-
body problem now. He's stolen it completely from the room. Go on, Chucky. Tell us about it.
Is the bed in space?
No.
No? Okay.
Wait a minute.
Teach us the 3-body problem on your bed, Chucky.
Why you guys talk about a 3-body problem when we're talking about
you don't wanna
3-body diagram?
Because you don't want to admit forces. Hocus pocus.
We're talking about the force that opposes weight. Do you know the answer, Don, or did you not learn this in our class?
Gummy bears young.
I don't do nerd quizzes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
explain
Chucky.
it.
And you're old, Merrill.
This isn't a nerd
You're here to
quiz.
explain the universe to me,
You're a
Gummy bear.
nerd trying to quiz me, and I don't do quizzes by nerds. Sorry.
Why? What's wrong with being a nerd, Don?
Lots of
You're a nerd.
things.
You know
Lots of
things, and it's
different
bad to
things.
know
Quizzes?
things.
Do you beat up nerds, Don, or do you just slap women?
Nerds know too much. Cannot be a nerd.
Nerds
do you
are
beat up
lame.
nerds,
Let's
Don?
go and smoke some weed.
Nerds are religious. It's a nerdism.
Have to hate
That's
knowledge.
why they get fully dismissed every time they
Why
talk.
do you hate knowledge?
Religions are, in my opinion, foolish. Now, Gummy might be religious or Funk might be. I disagree with them on that point. But I'm specifically disagreeing with you. Religions are foolish, Don, or I'm agreeing with you. Are you religious?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you're foolish for being religious. So why is it wrong to be religious if you're
No,
religious?
I'm enlightened for being religious. You're foolish for being religious because you don't want to be religious.
I'm
That's
not
the
religious,
That's the big
Don.
difference. You are.
What's my religion, Don?
Scientism, atheism, nerdism, communism, government.
Atheism isn't a religion.
5 religions. Good luck with that, bruv.
Is not playing a sport, dumbass?
Yeah, but they're mind sports.
You only read one definition of religion. That's why you don't understand it.
It's your definition of religion.
All the isms.
A system of beliefs that you hold to be dogmatically true.
Interesting. Define dogmatically.
Blindly.
Okay.
Well, the stuff you read and you learn,
That's
you
sorry, Mal, I was
regurgitate
cutting
it.
you off.
You believe it because it's from an expert. You don't check.
You got me. And so, when you guys did you ever do experiments?
Yep.
Oh, so you didn't just read it in a book and believe it. You tested it. Amazing.
Yeah, of course. I do
What about
science
you?
on God.
What about you, Don? In art class, did you test your beliefs?
In art class, no, I test my beliefs all the time about God. Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, when you were in science,
Why
did you do
wouldn't I?
experiments?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, how did you test your belief in God?
I spoke to him, then I measured how I felt the next day.
How did you measure?
How did I measure? I just thought about how I felt. I compared it
Usually,
to the day
a
before.
normal person calls that being delusional, having schizophrenic tendencies.
No,
No,
that's science.
no.
That's science.
How is being schizophrenic or delusional got anything to do with praying? So is everybody who prays?
No, he
insane?
said he thought he said that God answered him. That's delusional.
I said I spoke to him, and then I measured my feelings the next day.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you mean you had a one-sided conversation, and you didn't know if someone was listening in? You were just saying things.
Two-sided, because he changed how I felt by the next day.
That sounds like when you guys add force to something, you just see it and say, "Well, that's my one-sided conversation." I see a force, I'm going to call it a force. I don't see anything.
That's a really bad analogy, Jeremy.
No, because you're adding to reality without seeing anything in reality.
So when we call something a force, we're using something called when we call something a force, we're using something called words to describe something happening in real life. The same way how language has existed in many years.
In Star Wars.
And the force have a unit. Force has a unit of measure. It starts with an N and ends with an N. Do you know what it is?
It's a banana.
Yeah, it was.
I can give you a hint. It's a very cool name.
Nonsense.
Oh, and Pete Shea would like it because it's related to the fig of truth.
How did you measure this force?
Why don't you just say it? Why don't you just tell us what the answer is?
Yeah, well, it's just sad that you guys obviously have never taken physics, but you know all the answers.
But here's the thing: if we told you the answer, you would be dogmatically believing that what we said is true.
What if I've already
heard
of it?
Religion.
I already know the answer. It doesn't matter.
What's the answer then? Tell us.
It doesn't matter.
Tell us the answer then, Jerry. Show that you have an ounce of intelligence.
It's called a Newton.
There it is, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy. But it was Jerry that claimed he knew it.
I did know.
Jerry, do you use a ladder at work?
No, but I know what ladders are used for. Yes.
Do you know that they're engineered for a certain? Why do they bother?
You're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out a bit.
You're a scientist.
They engineer ladders for a certain amount of weight. Why do they bother doing that?
So people don't fall off.
Because they're bored.
Wait, why do they care about an abstraction?
Well, in an atheistic universe, who cares, right?
No, I care.
That's a good
Because
one.
it's a human.
I care because I don't want to break my neck when I'm using a ladder.
Yeah. And I'm a humanist.
It's just an abstract neck break.
How religious to care about the Force? It's like you're in Star Wars or something, isn't it?
You think it's the same fucking thing, Don?
They like invisible shit.
Invisible stuff that holds everything together and makes things move. The Force.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same.
So you,
It's
So can
mental.
you answer the question, Don? Why do they put ratings on ladders?
Oh, you're still quizzing me about the material world. I don't care.
Well, shut the
You,
fuck up
you
and
don't
go
care
away
about the material world? Okay, then.
Not the same way you do, no.
Yeah, you're into the
I
immaterial
don't
world.
care about ladders. You know what I'm saying? Chucky cares about
Ladders
ladders.
are
I don't.
immaterial.
That's the difference.
Ladders are immaterial, Don.
You brought them up.
Force is
Are
invisible.
they immaterial, Don?
I said I don't care about them. Why would I care about ladders on a Flat Earth Discord? Why? Searching for truth. I don't want to be quizzed about ladders.
You're roboting horribly, by the way, Brad.
Snakes.
Yeah, Don is a snake. He doesn't care about ladders. But
I know enough about ladders. Come on.
yeah, you've been under him.
I do. Sometimes I tempt fate and I
You've
walk
been
under a
under
ladder.
them.
Oh, I've got balls to walk under ladders.
There's some superstition around that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Walking under a ladder or opening an umbrella inside.
Walking over a snake, walking under a ladder. Both dangerous, but we have to do it sometimes.
Umbrellas are an abstraction. Why would you ever use one?
So you don't get wet in the rain.
Being wet is an abstraction.
Yeah.
So why would you ever use an umbrella if it's just an abstraction?
I don't think like that. I don't like look at my umbrella and so you think your thoughts are better than my thoughts, do you? Are your thoughts better than my thoughts, Chucky? Yeah. Where did you buy your thoughts?
In the thought shop.
I think this is a problem, Merle. You don't buy thoughts, you develop them through logical thinking. I know you might have skipped that.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Of course you pay for your thought. You pay with attention and time. You spend
No,
time,
usually your pay for
attention.
thoughts would be what you get paid for to do as a job.
No, you pay in energy.
That's your skill set.
You pay in energy, attention and time. That's the two currencies.
Oof.
Why did you skimp out on that, Don?
What?
Why did you skimp out and not pay?
I know, I pay attention and time now, but I used to skip out because I was a nihilist. I used to not pay attention or spend time on things properly.
Yeah, it happens. So what do you think you could have done a lot better in school if you wanted to?
Yeah.
If you could go back and do it again?
I could have done a lot better in life if I had a good teacher. Not a school teacher, but someone to teach me how to do good life.
You have good teachers now.
Yeah, I think most flat earther could have benefited of a better teacher in school.
I mean a guru, like a full teacher, like a father. But
like a father. Did you not have a father growing up?
Yeah, but he didn't tell me how to live life good, really good. He told me just how to do it okay.
I mean, I didn't have a father growing up, and I turned out like a respectable Wilbur, so wouldn't really blame your father for your...
You're a nerd who preaches science on Discord, come on.
Did your father have a job?
You didn't turn out well. You didn't
The fact that you think
well.
nerd is an insult shows a lot.
If you're so smart, why are you wasting time talking to us? This exposes
because I'm smart, not wise. I'm smart, not wise. Okay.
Well,
if I was wise, I wouldn't be here, but I'm not.
Smartness is nerdism, and wisdom is more important. This is good evidence.
Yeah. Well, I'm not wise, which is why I'm still here.
You didn't turn out well.
Why you're here.
You didn't turn out well. No father, no wisdom. This is proof.
Yeah. That's
You
fine.
could apply
Stay in school, Gummy Bear, or you'll turn out like Dawn and me.
I know.
Yeah.
That's my big
That's
motivation for staying in
Funny
school.
bit. I can send you a series
That's a
of
horrible thought.
lectures and documentaries that will teach you real wisdom if you want.
What kind of documentaries did you say?
Lectures and podcasts and documentaries that teach real wisdom, not
Okay,
smart.
okay.
So
If
natural
I
law,
was in,
government being
if I was in
bad,
Poland,
magic,
if I was in
religion,
Poland,
what words
the
mean,
last.
all of this stuff you can learn.
If I was a baller, the last place I would come is to a flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, if I was a flat earther, the last place I'd come is a flat Earth server.
If I was a flat earther, I'd probably end something before going in here.
I would realise
that
that you can't prove flat Earth, and then I would carry on with my life. Hopefully, might troll like now. I might be the same, just flat Earther that apologises for the globe, stuff like that.
So, Don, did you take all the wisdom your dad gave you to heart?
Of what?
Like, did your dad have a job?
Yeah, he had a job. He was good at working.
Well, why don't you?
I
He tried
chose
to teach you that
not
you
to.
should have a job. Why didn't you learn from that?
In your reality of me, I chose not to have a job.
You're supposed to have a job. Why is that beneficial?
Quite a sad reality.
But remember, whatever I say could be trolling, and if you try and gaslight me about it later, I'll just deny it and pretend I do have a job.
Question. Why did you choose to have a job?
Never know. You'll never know the real truth.
Yeah, that's fine. Why did you choose not to have a job?
Because working is a waste of the only one life that we might get.
And instead you're sitting in a flat Earth Discord, and you don't think that's a waste?
Yeah, this is also a waste, but you know, we have okay conversations sometimes.
Where do you get money from then to pay for living expenses?
I think hustling is the quickest way to explain.
Hustling is quick. That's true.
Yeah, all those hustlers I see on TV in England, they all wear tracksuits.
I have got tracksuit bottoms on at the minute.
Well, stretch before you hustle, Don. That's a piece of wisdom I'll give you.
The wisdom that I can teach you about that is working can be good if you have a lot of time off and it helps you survive, but it is not a way of life and a thing that human men have to do. And that's the wisdom that you need to understand. You've chosen to work in a mine because you thought that was the best for you and your family, but actually that's not true. That's just one way to live.
Do not work in a mine.
Do you want to?
I work in a foundry. It's a lot better.
Is that a job offer?
I have a healthy fear of the gravity of the rock above me, the earth, the ground above me. And yes, we call it ground above.
What keeps the moon up there?
Well, my wife thinks my wife thinks I'm really mental because I think it's really important to know about where I am.
The thing keeping the moon up there is called orbital mechanics. Quite complicated, and you need to understand a force body diagram to.
Go on, young brainiac.
Young one.
Have you got
Nerd.
like what keeps it up there?
I told you, orbital mechanics.
I bet you he knows what direction the acceleration of the moon is.
What's making it move?
What direction is it accelerating, Merle?
It's a Mazda rotary engine.
I don't want to explain in a minute.
Turbo and calculator.
I'll explain for them. If it's falling around Earth, and it never falls to Earth, because it's falling around Earth.
Okay, so if it's falling, what direction is it accelerating?
If that's the case,
we're not doing your quizzes. We asked you to explain it, and then you started asking quiz questions.
Yeah, well, you would not describe it as falling towards Earth and not know its acceleration if you actually knew what the fucking words you were saying.
What's happening? What's the moon doing?
Yeah, it's just like because I can stand and it's like above me and it's just sort of sitting there in the sky.
Is it constantly accelerating or is it stuck at an acceleration?
It is constantly accelerating towards the blank.
Wow, it's getting faster and faster then.
Nope.
Wow, this is
Moving
weird.
without moving.
This is weird. It's constantly accelerating, but it's not getting faster.
Yeah, it's constantly accelerating towards the blank.
What's the what?
Blank.
Blank.
Starts with the C. Yeah, you know what it is. You just said it, falling towards Earth.
Yeah.
So which direction is it accelerating?
So the
Oh,
Earth's
yeah.
falling too.
You're still
The
asking
Earth's falling and the moon's falling. Everything's
That's not what he
falling.
asked.
It's
No,
constantly
no,
accelerating
this
in
is
one
us
direction.
asking you. You're the expert. It's us asking
Is
you.
it?
Fallen
Is it?
angel.
How does
What's
something
falling?
accelerate constantly but also never get faster?
I know. It's interesting.
10 or 11.
It's almost like a change in direction is still an acceleration.
What?
Almost.
It's not accelerating in one direction.
It's accelerating towards the blank.
Yes, you are right. It's not accelerating in one direction all the time because then it would be gaining speed.
Okay, so you can constantly go in a circle accelerating.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good job.
You have to be accelerating to go in a circle.
So is the orbit around the Earth or just above it?
Why do they call it the orbit?
Well, an orbit isn't an orbit just a full circle?
Yeah, they call it the orbit because it revolves around an orb.
An orb? No, that's not why they call it an orbit. Because it goes around an orb. Have you got a citation saying that's why they call it an orbit? Because it goes around an orb. Can I see that?
Don't have time to look for one.
I don't think that's true, Laurie.
Why do you have to accelerate to go in a circle? Why can't you just go around a circle at constant speed?
Because if you don't accelerate, then you're not going to change direction. And in order to go around a circle, you need to constantly change direction.
Wait, I can make a circular train track and set the train on an automatic speed. It's not accelerating, is it? It's
It
just
is.
going round.
The reason why when it turns, like same with a car, the reason why you get flown to the window is because it's accelerating.
No, but if you're on a constant circle, oh right, yeah, you're getting flown out. It's like centrifugal force.
You're thinking of the part that's only conceptual. It's the centripetal.
That's the point of it. It's quite
It's the
conceptual.
centripetal one that we're talking about, not the centrifugal, which is conceptual.
You're measuring a conceptual acceleration.
No, you're talking about the conceptual one. I'm talking about the real one.
I'm talking about getting thrown to the edge of a train a tiny bit as it goes around the circle at constant speed.
Yeah.
So can I measure a train going around a circle at constant speed?
Yes, and you would measure an acceleration sideways.
A constant.
And where's
no. Just because it's a circle, we can measure it in miles per hour forward around the circle and get a constant speed.
You'd get a constant tangential speed.
Oh, so there's two speeds.
Well, so when we're talking about velocity, we have a magnitude and a direction. If you want to talk about just the magnitude, that's what we call speed. If you want to talk about direction as well.
See, we're deep in the weeds now. This is all bullshit.
The moon's got two types of speed. One of them's constant, and one of them's accelerating.
No, I'm saying that velocity has two parts: magnitude and direction. If you want to talk about just the magnitude, then yeah, you're not accelerating. But if you want to talk about the actual velocity, which is also direction, then yes, it is.
The magnitude of the moon moving is constant.
Or you're guessing. You're guessing, right?
No, this is derived from very, very basic maths. We're just talking about circular motion. We don't even need to talk about the moon. Just simple
It's
circular
not very
motion. This would
basic
be the
math.
same
Come on,
for
Gummy
any
Bear.
roundabout, any carousel, anything going in a circle will have these aspects to it.
You're accelerating in a sense. You're also at a constant speed in a sense.
And they all have G-forces.
Yeah, I know it can be hard to accept,
So,
but yes, you can accelerate without changing speed.
so do the
Correct.
masons on the ISS get pushed to the edge, to one edge of the ISS?
Do the masons on
Three
the
masons,
ISS?
yeah. Or any
Um,
astronaut.
Well, okay, and that's easier. No, they would not,
Come if it's going that fast in a
because
circle.
they and the spaceship, the space shuttle, the ISS, are moving at the same speed. So why would they?
But isn't that the same on a roundabout?
No.
Why
On
not?
the
Why do they-
roundabout, it's the car making the turn and you're having to follow. But on the ISS, everything is turning because gravity affects everything, not just the ISS. It affects
Okay,
the people
gravity-
on it as well.
Gravity's involved.
You know why they always film the people, the astronauts on the ISS standing with their feet facing towards the Earth? Do you know why that is, right? Because if the plane moves and they lose their G-forces, they're all going to come crashing down towards their feet. And if they're filming upside down, they'd all have headaches.
So, Gummy Bear, the difference is one's off Earth and one's on Earth for the ISS and the roundabout.
No, we're talking about different causes of force. One
But they're
is
both
on the
a
ISS
thing. They're
affects
both on a thing
everything.
going in a circle, right? They're both in a
The
spot
thing,
going in a
things on the
circle.
ISS affect everything equally, both the people and the ISS. But when you're turning in a car, it's the car turning and then you having to follow the car.
So if everything is equal and the ISS is getting pushed to the edge of the circle as it accelerates round, why aren't the people equally getting
Because
pushed
they're
to the edge?
equally being pushed aside, which means that they're not being flown around inside the
Is
ISS.
that because they're not attached to it? Whereas on a roundabout, you're attached to it.
No. It's because on the roundabout, the car is turning, not you. How many times do I have to say this?
You are turning on a roundabout.
17,000
You're a
miles.
part of the roundabout turning. That's why
No,
you get pushed to the edge.
the car starts turning, and then you have to follow the car.
No, you're on it. You're on it, sitting on it. That's what a roundabout is.
So how do you? Okay, you're in a car. You're
Same
in
as
front
the
of the
ISS,
wheel.
They're in it, on it.
You're
holding
in
it.
front of the wheel. What do you do to turn?
What? No, this isn't a car. Sorry, a roundabout in a playground. Right? If we get pushed to the edge of a roundabout on a playground, why don't the ISS astronauts get pushed
You call
to the
them
edge?
roundabouts? The things on the playground?
Yeah. Merry-go-round.
A wheezy dizzy.
Okay. All right, a merry-go-round. You want to use that instead, not a car on a roundabout.
Yeah.
It's a really big difference with the
You're
ISS.
going in a circle and you're getting pushed to the edge of the circle, right?
The difference is you've got a big complete vacuum around you around the ISS, and it's a 14 psi inside the ISS. So you can't recreate that on Earth.
Is that the difference going back? One's in space, one's on Earth.
No, I'm saying the difference is the forces acting upon it.
But on a merry-go-round, we're pushed to the edge. That's part of the fun of it. Why aren't they pushed to the edge of the ISS if they're going in a faster circle?
So the reason is because when you're sitting on that merry-go-round, the merry-go-round is turning, which in turn has to make your butt turn. And then your butt has to make the rest of your body turn. And the reason why you feel like you're being pulled apart is because you're not being supported on every part of your body. So the top of your body is going outwards, and the butt has to support you by friction.
Isn't that the same when you're in bed on the ISS?
No. So on the ISS, because gravity affects everything, not just a specific part like your butt, like on the merry-go-round, it affects everything pulling. It's not going to have that effect.
So
It's a difference of where
merry-go-round.
the force is being applied to.
Zero-G merry-go-rounds are fine and safe and not exciting.
There's no such thing as a zero-G merry-go-round.
Is the Earth turning like a merry-go-round?
Yeah, but we're talking about the ISS, so it's not really very relevant.
Sounds like magic to me.
Yeah, complete magic.
So it's constant speed and it's accelerated.
Yeah,
You don't get
because
drunk
like I
to
said before, speed is only one part of velocity. You also have the direction. And when you're changing direction, what's that called? Acceleration.
Would you say we learned this skill from looking at the moon?
No, we learned this from just basic physics and dynamics. Just
Or
motion.
mechanics? The orbital bit, you know, flying around Earth on the ISS. We must have looked at the moon and thought we could do that.
No, everything about orbital mechanics can be understood without even looking at the moon.
Oh my God, no.
Sign me up, man. Sign me up. Where do I sign?
You don't know what a satellite is without looking at a satellite, do you?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
What,
You can know the concept of.
You can imagine.
Can I ask you? Can you imagine a chair?
Come on.
If I ask you, can you imagine a chair? It's not like you're going and looking at a chair in order to imagine it. No, you're imagining a chair.
Because you've sat on a log before. You thought that's good to sit on, that height, that texture. Could make a lighter one. I cut some of it up, nail it together. You don't just come up with the idea of a chair off the top of your head.
Then I come up with the idea, okay, if I spin something on a string, it goes in a circular motion. What if I replace that string with something else? Let's try a magnet. Okay, it works with something like a magnet, which isn't attached physically. Okay, I guess we should be able to do this on a larger scale with some other force, like gravity. Yeah. Oh, we have orbital mechanics. It's same thing.
If we got to heliocentricity without the moon being a thing, some of the clever people might have figured out an orbit, a satellite orbit. But the moon was a thing. That's how we learned about it. That's what I'm trying to say.
The moon isn't the reason why we understood orbits. No.
It's one of the ways what helped us understand orbits. Yeah.
Is one of the ways, but it's not a necessity.
Pretty much. How do you know something can infinitely fall around the planet if you've never seen a moon?
Because it is implied by orbital mechanics.
Which you get from seeing the moon.
No, you could do it by just seeing something attached to a string or something rotating around a magnet. You don't need to look at a moon to see this in action.
What if it doesn't weigh anything?
Well, then it's not a physical thing, apparently. Because we know that all physical things have matter and weigh things.
I'd like
but
to
it's
see,
a light.
I'd like to see a Cosmos model designed without the moon in play. That's all.
Just look at the one we have and remove the moon. There you go.
Can you
I'd like to see you try create it from scratch without having a moon to look at or other moons.
That's very simple using just basic mathematics of motion.
Yeah, can you recreate the tides?
That's not.
Saying I'm not
that's
sure what
a different.
Moon's really made of.
Tides are a combination of orbital mechanics and gravitational influence.
Are you sure?
There's an old dude who thinks the moon's made of phosphorus.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
wow. I also know there's an old man who thinks the Earth is flat, and his name is Merle. Oh wait, it was you. I'm sorry.
I've seen footage of metallic objects coming out of a crater on the moon. I've seen footage of it.
I keep telling you.
Well, that must mean it's a physical object, right?
Well, I believe so, but how do you know? How do you know it's physical?
You just said metallic objects.
I believe it's physical, but how do you know it's physical?
Because it has what's the word?
Characteristics.
I guess Attributes? No. Either way, it has attributes of something physical.
Like reflection.
Reflection, shadows, obstruction, and yeah, a lot of attributes that solid things have.
Yeah, I agree.
So what were you saying, Merle? You were saying something about you not being a flat earther.
No.
You could definitely back up that the moon is terra firma because they have golf clubs and golf carts on the moon.
I think flat Earth was put there to control the conversation, if I'm being honest.
So what would you say you are then? How would you classify yourself?
Someone who's just inquisitive and just a little bit too aware to go back to sleep.
Okay. So
Moon's
you
skeptic.
wouldn't call yourself flat earther, globe earther, none of that. You'd call yourself an aware earther.
Yeah, just alive, and I don't think
Alive
we
earther.
have the
Okay.
truth. I don't think we have the truth at all.
A no truth earther.
You know, you got
I
the
want
JQers, the Jewish questioners. You can be the GQer, globe questioner.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about non-meme
but
flat earther?
Well, I just think wherever we are, it has to have had some kind of mind, some kind of reason for it to exist. And when I look at the Earth at the moment, I think like it's our turn. Like, you know, we're all going to die one day, and then new people will come, hopefully. But at the moment, it just sort of seems like where to from here, right? And it just if there is a possibility that the Earth isn't what we've been told, we might be being prepped for the next stage.
Well, there is no such possibility, unfortunately.
There could be, Gummy Bear.
And the thing,
You
and
don't
the
know
next step for normal people is to build upon the knowledge that previous generations have gathered, and build upon that to create a better society, not to revert to the Middle Ages.
There's cities in China, like ghost cities. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like all the stuff's here. Everything we need is already here.
So because of that, we should revert to the Middle Ages and
not
think
Middle
that
Ages.
Earth
What
is
if there's
flat?
other places? What if there's other places? Like you guys say, we can go to Mars and outer space. What if there's other places down here?
Well, then they would be hiding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all secret.
What about if it's underwater, like Atlantis? Maybe it's a real city.
Well, right. Or there's just another. You go under the water and you come out somewhere else and pop out. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Would be very interesting.
I mean, it's just a possibility, and I don't know either because I've been born on Earth like you, where that's the one thing we have in common. We're both on this thing called the Earth.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I can say is that there are no more lands on land, but I cannot tell you what's deep, deep underwater. That's one thing that I cannot tell you.
Yeah. I think there's potentially something better, but I don't know what it is yet. I think Tomorrowland, that movie was a hint.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't even like have to. It could be like 2000. Say if there was like they say there's an ice wall, right? And then at the North Pole, I mean, what's there as well? So whatever is there could lead somewhere else, and I don't know. Say if it was better, why would they let us in? You know?
Yeah. They'd probably
so
take
it
the
seems like
smartest
trying to
people in society, not the flat earthers.
exactly
It's true.
get the smartest people. And what if though? There's aspects to it that are real, and I mean, not to go Spurs chemo, but you just wonder why there's been so much. If the globe isn't real, the level of elaborate planning and generational fucking installing of that paradigm, it's unbelievable. Like I didn't realize how saturated this reality was, like with the globe, until I really started looking at flat Earth, and it's just everywhere. It's almost subliminal.
It's almost like it's treated as fact now because it's so easily proven and so just fundamentally true. It's almost like there's nothing up for debate about it.
Yeah, no other possibility. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like it's a waste of time to try and deny it because it's just so
Even
obvious.
consider it.
Yeah.
Then why do you think it took off?
Ignorance
Don't
is
you think
always
people
there.
thought? What if it was the opposite? What if people thought, I've never really thought about this, just all taking it for granted?
Well, then eventually they'd come back to the globe if they looked into it deep enough and was open enough to it. The problem is when you're ignorant and stay ignorant, then you're not going to come back.
What if the cracks started to show, though?
Well, then you pull up your pants.
I mean, you've been here, right? I mean, how do you think the globe's gone with flat Earth? Do you think you've won?
Well,
Honestly?
it's not really something you win. Like, you don't convince us. You can't go to a schizophrenic and tell them you're schizophrenic. That's not how it works. You don't win. You just slowly try and help them out.
What if it's the other way around?
Yeah, what if everyone's schizophrenic except that one person? Maybe that's a thing.
No, I'm saying all the people who believe in the globe are like mentally ill.
Yeah.
Like, what if that's a possibility?
And I'm asking the same.
And
What
we've
if
been
everyone?
mind-fucked on every
What if
level, myself
everyone with
included?
schizophrenia is actually seeing real reality, and we're the ones that have schizophrenia?
I think you're not.
Gummy, I find
What's
it
that?
very, I find it
I
very
think you're right.
noble that you're trying to help us out. It's a very noble
No,
act.
no
from you.
problem, Benny.
Very
No
selfless, Gummy. Very selfless.
It is, yes. I'm very virtuous.
How does it feel to be so sane, but to also be so schizophrenic?
Oh, it's a blessing in disguise.
It's a weird situation to be in, right?
Yeah.
Well, see that's what I like about globe Earth and flat Earth, because even in some weird way, we are going through it together.
I mean, yeah, we're all here on the Earth, so that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance is so hard to fight.
It sure is, yeah. The big question is, how do you figure out if someone else is having it or you're having it? That's the
I
question.
think that's the question.
Yeah. How do you figure out?
I think if it's an exercise, in logic and what's real, so objectivity and subjectivity and intellectual honesty, I think even with though, if everybody followed the same formula, I still think there is the potential to reach two pretty definite conclusions, which is one is globe Earth,
Brandon.
heliocentrism, and the other one would be probably a geostationary Earth that's more central, like Grand Central.
Yeah, it's almost like no matter how logical we become, there are still illogical things happening.
Well,
No matter
I mean,
how logical,
like
no matter how logical our argument is, there are still flat earthers.
It's so
well,
logical.
There's still leaps of faith
Logical.
in both camps.
Yeah. The only difference is there are both leaps of faith. It's just that in one camp, someone was there to catch you. In the other, you're still falling, wondering when it'll happen.
A leap of
Yeah,
faith
tell
is
me
a leap
one
of
logical
faith.
thing from the globe side that you would, brought up in this conversation.
Yeah, and depending what side you are, everything you said could be taken exactly, right? Like the flat earthers believe the same thing about the globe earth. They're like, yeah, your faith is not based in evidence. And then the globe earthers say the same thing about flat
No,
earth.
I'm asking Gummy Bear
Exactly, and
to
that's the
say
thing.
one logical thing. That's all I'm asking. Could you?
It's only logical to think that the oceans bend around the shape of a ball.
Or just blindly trust claims made by government, even though government has never told you the truth to begin with. Not once. Can't find one time government ever told you.
One of my favorite
The thing
points.
is, we don't rely on the government to tell us.
You do. The only photograph you
There's
have
no
from
government.
space.
Especially the logical part, right? Gummy
There's
Bear?
no governing body of science.
Any authority, scientists, whatever,
Yeah.
you rely on authority to tell you these things, regardless of how you look at it as being government or not, which we all know in here what it is. You could look at it as scientists and just leave it there. At the end of the day, you're trusting authority, and that's it. And you have no way to show this in your reality. Are there other logical things happening in life that you can point out and prove cause and effect and all those different things in science? Yeah. Are there possibly things happening that are not logical in the world? Yeah. But you better have some kind of proof to that. Like what? Do a scientific experiment and try to find the cause and effect instead of just saying, this is what it is, gravity and shit like that. No, because it's not logical. It doesn't make sense. And it needs to be proven. It's a theory. Those are the things that we're upset about because that's not reality to us. I'm not saying
Yeah,
illogical things can't happen, but you got to prove them.
Is it logical that Dick Cheney went down to Antarctica at that specific time? What the fuck was it so important for him to go to Antarctica, right? Why was he down there at that time?
That has nothing to do with the Earth being a
To
globe.
meet
That has
the
to do with the
aliens.
U.S. government. I don't live in the U.S., so anything the U.S. government does, like sending him to the Antarctica, has no implication in me thinking it's a globe.
Here, I'll give you
The
an example.
Antarctica.
So when I was talking about this, why can't you see the sun 24 hours a day? So I started talking about this twilight zone. The sun in the ocean. Like if you go deep enough, you will not see the sun in the middle of the day. Light attenuates. And the link in the GIF I sent was directly from NASA. The globalists said it was CGI. It was invalid. Then I sent them the link. Boom. This is NASA.
What were they claiming is CGI? That you can't see the sun
Yeah,
from underwater?
You can see the sun all the way to the bottom. And as I tried to prove otherwise, I'm like, dude, you cannot. If you go deep enough in the ocean, it's always dark. Nope, not possible. That's not the way light works. And after I kept showing them more images on the Twilight Zone links and all the stuff, yeah. So this is what they will deny all science if it's presented by a flat earther.
Well, that's true, but that's true because of scattering.
But
Like
it's
not going to be able to travel through all of that material without
It does
getting
the same
scattered.
thing in the air too.
Right? There's a
Yes,
whole bunch of air,
which is why
too.
the sky is blue. Yeah.
Isn't
so
air
it's
water,
forever.
Gummy Bear? Isn't air water, Gummy Bear?
There is suspended water in air, but it's not water the same way that water
Then
is water.
what's your further question?
But it will stop. It will stop the light, right? Like just like a lake, just like you can't see at the bottom of a lake, or if it's deep enough, you can't see to the side of space if it's far enough. It's the same concept.
If air is dense enough, has enough imperfections and
It does.
particles
Right from the get-go.
flowing through it, then yeah, that would be true.
See,
But the question isn't like, or the thing is, when we see the sunset, the sun disappear. It's not like it fades away.
Sometimes it does.
Yeah, but also
No, it doesn't. It
As
never
long as-
fades away the same way
the
something
light.
does when it starts going
The light
behind.
doesn't fade away. It's a switch. It's daytime and suddenly then it's dark. Or what do you mean?
It doesn't fade away in the sense of if you were to put it behind more and more of water or more and more air. That's not the kind of fade away we're talking
It's exactly
about.
like that, by the way. Of course,
And that's
it's
going
exactly
straight
like that.
down, right? Like if you went straight down in water and looked up at the sun, as you went down, the sun would get dimmer and bleaker and dimmer and bleaker. But that's going straight down. Like if it goes away from you in the water,
Well,
you're going to see an entirely different effect.
It wouldn't just be dimmer. The thing is that when you get further and further down, things like red colors disappear. So it seems like different colors
What?
disappear first.
Colors disappear.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If you ever dive
Could you show that
deeply
to me?
enough. Yes. I have a diving certificate, so I'm not just
Yeah.
talking out my ass here. When you
Well, it
dive
says-
deep enough, red colors disappear first.
Sorry,
and so
asked, could you show me something? Not tell me
okay,
a story.
I
Yeah,
can show you.
he'll be able to cite it easy. It doesn't necessarily disappear, but they wash
It
out.
gets scattered away.
Yeah.
So do
It's
a lot of
interesting.
things.
That's just your eyes and optical, right? I mean, come on. I mean, even a blind person, not sorry, blind person, but a colorblind person is going to see things differently, and they do see things differently in this world, but it doesn't mean that it's a certain way, right? What does that prove? You see
That's
different
the
colors when you go down further?
That's the big thing with bowlers. They
it
extrapolate
proves-
so much from a little thing, right? Like you can't
it-
see red earth ball.
Yeah.
No. What that shows, it shows a lot of aspects of light, which one of them is fundamentally is wavelength and how that affects scattering.
Two
That is
sugars
what
in
that
my
shows.
coffee, Earth globe. Yep.
Gathering affects the light
never
waves,
saw
by the way,
wavelength,
not the other
though.
way around.
You never saw a wavelength. You saw the disappearance of red. Now, to you have to somehow justify how that happens, and you make up particle wave duality and all that. But that's not what you saw. That's the faith.
Well, also, hey, Gummy Bear, too, like, when you dive, have you ever taken, like, a soda bottle, like, a plastic bottle, soft skin bottle down with you?
No, I never have because I know what would happen.
Okay, now what would happen in reverse? What would happen if you took it up into the air? How eventually it would get bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah.
Okay, until it explodes.
If there is enough pressure on the inside for the bottle so the bottle can handle it.
And there,
Welcome to
that's
Flat
how.
Earth. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's how you know spacesuits are impossible. So is a
No,
space
they just
station.
they don't have more pressure inside than they can handle.
Well, 'cause
I
you
can
look-
if I take a water bottle and I empty it as much as possible, I scrunch it up, and then I take it to space. It will start expanding, and until at some point it hits a limit where it's not gonna expand anymore. And if it's less pressure than the bottle can handle, it's gonna stay like that. The bottle's
No,
gonna
but-
stay inflated, and it's not gonna explode no matter where you take it in
Well, no,
space.
there's two problems there. Because number one, you have P1 V1 and P2 V2. So what you're looking at there is, if you've got your volume is infinite, what does that do to your pressure?
But the volume, we're not talking about an infinite volume inside a bottle.
No, in space, the outside pressure. Not
Well,
the
yeah,
inside
but it's a closed off bottle. It's a sealed container.
Yeah, which would
So
be
you
the
can't
P1.
use the infinite volume.
No, the P1 and V1, that would be your bottle. Your pressure and your volume inside the bottle will equalize to the pressure volume outside.
That's not quite what that talks about. That talks about
No,
P1
but-
V1 would be the pressure to volume ratio on the ground, and then if you take it to space, you'd have P2 V2, as
Yeah,
in
which would
the pressure to volume
rupture-
ratio up in space.
Yeah, so the volume of the container would keep expanding the pressure on it until it explodes. Just like a
No,
space-
until a certain ratio where the pressure and the volume of the bottle, as in the container itself, is restrained perfectly. So the pressure is just as much as the physical stress on the bottle. And the
same thing with
volume's not
fuel.
going to increase anymore because the
That's why
pressure
when
isn't
you
either.
when you dive, you lose volume inside your tank, usable volume. You get less and less bottom time the deeper you go, because the
But that's
air
only because
inside.
you're breathing higher pressurized gas, and so you're breathing more gas with the same breath.
And if you go up, what would happen? If you go into
Does it?
that's why. Can you take
You,
a filled air scuba tank on the plane?
the scuba tanks don't change pressure when you dive. The pressure inside the tank remains constant. That's why you have a PSI gauge that's going to tell you the pressure of your tank, and it doesn't change when you go down. So you're not breathing
Yes, the
pressurized air.
pressure inside the tank, yes. But the pressure inside the regulator, which is what extracts the air from the tank, will be pressurized at the water pressure.
Well, stage one.
I'd have to, like I dive. So the regulator's inside your mouth, and the mouth is closed, which is connected to the tank through a pipe, right? So when you breathe in, you're not exposing the pressurized tank, the stable tank air to any outside quote unquote forces. It's going straight from the contained tank through the regulator to your mouth, which is still contained.
Well, the thing is, if that was true, then the what was it? The tube that connects the regulator to your mouthpiece would literally be like it would be compressing if it wasn't to pressure.
Well, it's withstanding. No, the tube withstands the water pressure, so it can withstand the water pressure and not allow the water pressure to affect the thing inside of it. This is or scuba diving would be, it'd be pretty dangerous.
Then what is the so what is the reason then to you that you have less air time the deeper you go?
Bottom time.
Because you're under a higher one. This is speculation at this point right now, right? You're just asking me because I dive. I have certifications. And the second one I got, I had to go down to 100 feet, and the pressure, whatever you call it, was crazy. It was ridiculous. My head was going to explode type stuff. You get used to it and all that, but I think it's just your body that getting used to is an adjustment it can't maintain, right? So when your body adjusts to underwater pressure, especially a deep one, it can't keep that state going. And then when you go up, you can't just pop out of the water. We had to stay at 6 feet for 10 minutes and let our body readjust.
Yeah.
And then we had to get out of the water and still readjust. So I don't think it has anything to do with what you're breathing. I think it just has to do with you being down there and your entire body having to adjust.
How long? Sorry, how long did it take to readjust altogether? Once you can't resurface.
There's a
Doesn't
chart.
it take 15? I think it is something like that
It
total. I
all
could be wrong.
depends. It all depends on how deep you go and for how long you stay there. Usually, you have a standard one where you stay at 3 meter depth for 5 minutes, which is if you don't go deeper than 20 meters for an extended period of time. So you just have a standard one at 3 meters for 5 minutes. But if you go even deeper for longer, then sometimes you have to go for really long.
And what's really
decompression period, yeah.
You know those guys that do deep dives on one breath?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, bro. They go to 400 feet with no decompression, so it's all very
Jeez, I know. Wow.
But I would say that the reason for that is that they take a breath of air and then go down. They're not breathing through the regulator from the tank, and that's why I'm saying I think it's the regulator and the tank and the fact that you're breathing that air, which has to be pressurized, that leads to things like the bends. It's not just the pressure.
I would also say they're only down there for a fraction of a couple seconds, right? They hit the bottom, they pull that parachute, and they're right back up.
That's too.
Yeah.
So, again, you can make arguments from both sides. It's speculation.
Well, it's the nitrogen. The amount of nitrogen they took down with them is the same nitrogen they had at the surface. That's what the off-gassing nitrogen is what causes the bends. It'll
exactly.
come out of solution.
Remember, your body adjusts to the pressure, but the gas, when it goes into your body, there's nothing it can really do. So your body works with that, and it wants to kind of get squeezed. So I think there's a couple of things that affect it, and one of the main one to me is that humans don't live underwater. So being underwater is something that our bodies can't maintain permanently.
But the thing is, the reason why you have nitrox air which is essentially air with less nitrous in it, it is so that you don't get the bends over. Like essentially, it takes slower to get the bends, and you don't have to re-equalize pressure for as long because the air you're breathing has less nitrous in it.
Yeah, but I'm not a nitrogen. Like, I don't believe in these bouncing particles, right? I think gases
Yeah.
are, you're labeling effects. So, again, and I'm reading things about how they're able to, like you just said with the rebreathers, I'm sure in a couple of more advancements, we'll totally eliminate it, right? We might even eliminate the need for decompression because we've made an air composition that is perfectly good at being breathed underwater, and it doesn't lead to any ill side effects.
I mean, nitrox is like on the way there.
No, but you lose depth is what happens with that. And you also got to track how much what they do with nitrox is they take out nitrogen and add in more oxygen. So you lose depth, but you gain bottom time, but you also can get oxygen toxicity. You can only breathe so much oxygen per day. There's like an oxygen partial pressure that you have to keep track of.
They also have rebreathers, which you breathe out. They take whatever oxygen, quote unquote, that you've had left in that breath, take it back and recirculate it. So there's a lot of, advancements we're making, right?
Oh yeah, the rebreather, it produces no bubbles either. It constantly recycling all your same breath. I think at some point you run out because what it does, it pulls the carbon dioxide out of your breath. But if you breathe too quickly for too long, then it's just giving you right back the same breath you just took, and then the diver then goes unconscious. Yeah, it's a fun.
We're so vulnerable. We're so vulnerable. Humans,
especially underwater.
Monkey dog, it's a bad design.
Well, yeah, it's almost like it's almost like we've adapted to living on the surface, and so going deep down isn't where we thrive. It's almost like there's something called evolution.
Made this way. Crazy.
Yeah, maybe we were designed to be up here.
land mammals.
I mean, we're pretty good in the water,
Yeah, I can swim pretty good.
I'd say we're
especially using technology, we're pretty good underwater.
I've got flippers.
Even without that, watch some like free divers that like they can hold their breath for like 5 minutes, 8 minutes. They'll go to the bottom like 30 feet down. They're grabbing like conch shells and
Oh yeah,
it's almost like
the societies that live in like on the water that literally dive for like 7+ minutes, which is just insane to me.
Atlanteans.
Yeah, that's I've always had this thing with holding my breath. I used to hold my breath and try and hold, and the best I ever got was like 2.5 minutes of just standing still.
Yeah, same. My best has been 2 and 22 is actually the maximum I ever
That's
got.
not moving. That's me just dead floating in the water.
Yeah.
Because the movement
So
takes a lot of the way.
Swimming down to the bottom, and like I can swim down like 15 feet, and I gotta come right back up, right? Like
these people that swim for like 7 minutes, they're not just sitting there; they're literally swimming around with a makeshift spear, catching fish, and it's insane how they do that and stay down for 7 minutes.
And it's crazy the people who just dive depth and then just come up the highest depth that they've done without any oxygen. It's mental.
Yeah, it's like 400 feet. That's ridiculous, man. That's insane.
And imagine when you try that and you fail, so that you die like 1 meter before you resurface.
There's a lot of people who get serious injuries by scuba diving. That's actually no joke. That's why I was posting when I did over there a second ago. People's, their sacks are rupturing, everything else in their lungs. It's all about the pressure and stuff and what happens to our lungs and everything. It's no joke.
It's like you get taught when you're doing emergency ascents that you should not hold your mouth closed, because if you will, your lungs will literally burst. So you should hold your if you're going up if you really need to emergency ascent, if you have one of those flotation devices that you activate and it pulls you up, then they teach you that you should try and scream as you go up, because otherwise the amount of pressure that just changes in your lungs would burst. So they teach you to literally scream as you're going up, because pressure can do horrible things to your lungs.
You can have a long exhale on the way up, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, yeah. If you're doing a normal ascent, then you just like exhale and make sure you don't hold your breath. That's the main thing. Is holding your breath and ascending is that's a bad thing if you do.
It looks like they got.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's.
I'll go there.
Is it the case? Is it the case with the freedivers because they don't inhale at depth?
Yeah, exactly.
So
because
the amount of
because they don't inhale. Because they don't inhale down there, the pressure inside their lungs will be equalizing constantly as they go down, and then when they go back up, they'll have the same volume again.
Yeah, so it's only applied to those who breathe at the depth that have to exhale while going up.
And Don, yes, I happen to be I wouldn't say an expert, but I have a diving certificate, yes. I am PADI certified, so I would say I know diving, yes.
So you're an astronaut.
But you're not a special expert professional. So.
Yeah, I only have the normal divers, so I'm only certified to go to 20 meters down. I haven't taken a deep diver certificate, so I still only have like a very basic certificate, but I am PADI certified, which means I am like.
It's pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie.
Certified. Yeah. I am certified to like go and go to the like official suppliers and stuff and filling up my tanks and all of that.
How much did you have to do to get that certificate? No, and listen, this is not like me dogging you. I think it's actually a pretty cool hunt, what you did. And I know people who have actually tried to get theirs and didn't, because it's difficult and they start getting freaked out and scary and they can't do it correctly. So I was just wondering, how long did it take you to do it? And what did you have to do? A lot?
Well, yeah. So it was a 2.5 month course. Two weekly sessions. It was part of it was theory, so it was some stuff that you got a book that you had to learn a bunch of things and do a test on, and then there was several practice things. Like once at one point we had to be in just in the classroom, showing that we know how to use the equipment. Then we went to a pool and show that we could do use that equipment, and then we had 3 sea diving sessions when we went to deeper depth and showed that we were able to use the things, and we had to show that we could communicate underwater, you have hand signals to point things out, show that we were able to keep track of how much oxygen we have left, make sure we know how to use the backup rebreather or the backup what's the word, I'm blanking on it,
regulator,
that's it. Show how to double breathe, as in 2 people on one tank in case one person's thing messes up, how to emergency ascend. It was just a bit of everything, and several trips out to the sea, and
and you can't get any of that without, you can't get the certificate without passing all of that, correct?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. It isn't like you go out and you learn it real quick and then you get your certificate and you're done, because it's very dangerous. So they have to really teach you, just actually it's a heck of a lot more in depth than going skydiving. People, you can just go with somebody and go, hey, and jump out. And with one little class, nothing like that. This is serious stuff. So I just want to make sure that they made you do all that. And
for skydiving. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because PADI is the kind of international thing of that. It's PADI, Professional Association of Diving, diving instructors. So, and they're all over the place. And so, of course, I got my certification through them here in Sweden, where I live. but I'm sure there are other places like apparently someone wrote in chat. 90 Degree Palm said that he got his certification in 3 days in Aruba. So I'm not sure how that.
We did a class the first half of the day, and then the next 2 days we did dives. So we did 3 dives, and then we did 2 days of class, and we had to take a written test at the end of the class, as well as perform the functions during these dives, right? Like we had to use the second regulator with your buddy. Like everybody had a buddy, so you had to use his second regulator. You both had to survive on his tank, and then you both had to survive on your tank, and all that kind of stuff. And then at the end, you take your written test. And we had a couple people, man, like there's, bro, once we started putting the gear on, we got out into the ocean. There were 2 people that were like, nah, I can't do it. I'm staying on the boat.
But
Can I
is
ask
that
you a
PADI as
question?
well?
Oh no, go ahead, Annie. No.
Yeah, I got two
Okay.
certifications out there. I got the your basic, and then I went for the advanced open water. We did a night dive too. It's pretty cool.
That's quite different to how much I had to go through.
This was also 20 years ago, so I don't know. I don't know how much has changed since I was 17.
Yeah, I did this 4 years ago. So.
Well, the good news is that I'm certified for life, so I don't think I need to retake. But again,
That's
I
cool.
don't.
Yeah.
I would definitely take because I don't remember a lot of the like I remember how to breathe, the turning on the regulator, stuff like that. But there's like this card you get with or the formulas for how long you can go down and how long you should stay down and stuff like that. And I don't remember any of that. So.
Oh, wait a minute, 90. You're not just gonna after 40 years just go pop in the ocean again and say, "Hey, I know what I'm doing." Let's just see.
Like if I had a scuba tank and stuff, and I had a pool, I'd use it in there, but I wouldn't go out past 6 feet.
And and the thing is as well is that the very basics of diving is super easy. Like if someone else hooks up the all the equipment for you, you can go diving super easy. So it's not like that's the problem. The problem is you need to know what to do in emergencies. You need to know the safety.
Exactly.
You need to know your equipment. Like it's super easy for someone to just be like, here's the tank, here's the regulator. Just breathe in this and just here we go, because lots of people do that. But that is how you get into accidents. That's how people get hurt because they don't know anything.
Did they tell you guys not to go alone? Like I wouldn't want to go out there in the ocean and do that alone.
Yeah, always,
okay.
You're never supposed to dive
you
alone.
always have a partner, and
yeah, because if you're down there and your tank goes wrong or something goes wrong on you and you're going to go into panic mode, you're by yourself, you can't see shit, you're going to go into that panic in your mind, and trying to stay calm is what you need, right? But at the same time, if you ain't got nobody with you, that's dangerous shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got my certificate as part of a birthday gift from my mom, and we both took it together. So, we were diving together
cool.
and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I wish more
experience.
people did that. Yeah, families of learning something together like that is a very good bonding experience. Absolutely.
And that's why part of the certificate is learning to communicate underground, like telling someone how much time you have left, or if something's gone wrong, explain to them underwater, because of course you can't speak, you can't make noise, you have to hand gesture everything that you need to convey. So
it's like the 3 general rules for diving is to never dive alone, plan your dive and then dive your plan, and never go outside your limits.
Yeah, that's good though. It's good advice. Those are really good advices.
People get worked, get this thing, once you get down deep enough, you want to go just a little bit deeper to look at that or see that, or stay under a little bit longer. Or there's a little boat there. I want to go into the bridge or something like that.
Go look at the ship we see or something you found. Like, oh, what is that? Oh, there's some gold down there. Or oh, wait.
To me, it would be really cool to do cave diving, but it's just I feel it would be so dangerous and so it could get so claustrophobic that I just wouldn't risk it. It would be cool, but I just don't want to risk it.
You know, in Kentucky, they have really cool caves and stuff in America, and that would be really neat actually to go with some people. And actually, I now want to go learn it. And because some of these caves, you could probably not feel so scared about that because you're going to know like your plan of how far you can go, and then you're up and you're going to get air again, and where you're going to be able to get out of the water, and how you know what I mean. So you should be able to figure that out, especially if they have guided ones and stuff. I bet they do. I would look into that because that was the coolest experience for me is going in down and seeing some of those caves, and not of course underwater like that, but if you can get that opportunity to go to caves like that, that has to be amazing because just getting in a boat and seeing them is
Check the
so
li-
neat, guys.
In the live stream, I live in Florida, Gainesville. There's this place, Ginny Springs, and it has like a system of caves. And this is the sign they put right up at the front. And they'll do scuba teams in there, and like, but yeah, there's you got to have the tow line, right? That goes in there.
Yeah.
You hook it up and you follow it through. Yeah, you got to be very, because you can get turned around, man. And next thing you know, you can't just like, all right, I'll get out tomorrow. I'll sleep it out, and then I'll find my way out tomorrow. The clock is ticking.
Yeah.
That's really
I would go with
similar.
a team. You'd have to go with like 5 or 6 people or something. I would not want to go with even one. I'm like, I'd want backup, and just keep having it.
And a guide. You don't just take 5 of your buddies. You have somebody that's been there
Exactly.
before and done it.
Very professional, knows what happens, where to go, how to get out, all that very easily. Yeah.
That's very similar to Morrison and Vortex, the sign they have there. And Vortex, there's a gate that you have to get a key from like a spot that you show them all your certifications and they give you a key. In Morrison, I think last I heard is they're gonna block it off. They put a gate and then we're gonna dynamite it, like because enough people have died down there that they just considered it a burial site.
Oh wow, it's crazy though when you think about it in that way. Of course, I wouldn't want people to keep dying and getting injured, but at the same time, it's like because people go down there risking their lives, that's their choice to do that. Don't bomb it. You know what I mean? It's Mother Nature.
They'll collapse it because see at the very bottom of that picture, that ground there is called silt, and it can once it stirs up, it can take days for it to settle back down. Like the water will be clear, like crystal clear. This is like the fountain of youth stuff that that Ponce de Leon was looking for.
Okay.
All these springs in Florida, and a lot of them connect and stuff to each other. But when
Did I just hear you say water? Like it's I didn't even sound like water. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Haven't heard that since England. Sorry, go ahead.
And then if you stir it up, you're effectively blind. You can't see anything.
Yeah, you want to put your knee. You put your so like when you come floating down, you tuck your flippers back and sit on your knees, right? Because you're gonna float, so you don't want your flippers anywhere near the floor because they'll really kick up the silt. So you just kind of let your knees touch and tuck your feet up and just kind of sit like that if you're going to be, because that's how we did it when we got to the bottom of the thing at like the 100 feet or whatnot, and then we made the circle, and then he gave us the directions, and then we all went off from there, and then you come back to your meeting point, which is under the boat, and then you come up.
My question to you guys is I know I've been in the ocean and stuff like that, and there's times when I try to go down where I don't know what direction is what. When you guys are down there, do you feel like you know what direction is north, south, east, west, or any of that shit when you're underwater?
I always because I was able to see the surface.
Okay.
But if
Okay.
you were,
Good.
I could see being in a closed environment like a cave where you can kind of get turned around. It'd be tough.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a newbie.
So since I did my certificate in Sweden, and we have very murky waters. One of the times we were diving, like you could only see like maximum 10 feet in front of you, and at that depth, it's very hard to or it's very easy to get lost, and so that's when you really want to. One is use the compass that you have with you, and two is at least follow whoever's in the lead, whoever the instructor is, because they know their way around it much better. But I have also dived in like open water where it's really, really clear, like the really clear blue waters, and there it's so easy to keep a track on. Like that's where I came from. This is where I'm going right now. That's where we're trying to end up.
Right.
That's how it was in Aruba. Like it's just clear. You could see the bottom.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So you
It's so different being there
Oh, that's
compared to where I
cool.
was in Sweden. Because in here
Yeah.
in Sweden, it was so like murky that one time. It was just like you just saw darkness in front, darkness behind, darkness above, darkness below. And
It's
it was just
creepy. A little bit.
because we were swimming along like a cliff face, and
Uh-huh.
it just looks like an infinite void down, because it's just a perfectly vertical cliff face, and just everything just darkens out no matter which direction you look in. So it just looks like an infinite void, which is cool in its own right, but it's also like
Exactly. It's cool, but it's like
we did a wreck dive, and like he was saying, like when you're coming up on the wreck, you can't really see what it is. So it was like we were coming up on this wall or like this, a mountain. And then as you get closer, it's like this huge ship, and you're like, oh man, and it like, it starts rendering and you can see it. So yeah, we had the same thing, because as you go down, you can see where the cliff is, and it's just you just look down and it's just dark.
our oceans are pretty cool. A lot of things we don't know about them, but in general, it would be really neat to go down there and see it all. I mean, I look at you guys and go, damn, that's really cool that you guys taking the courage to do that, especially you at a younger age and stuff. I wish I would have did it at a younger age. Now that I'm older, I'm like, no, I'm too old for that shit. I'll fly. That's about it. I ain't jumping out. I ain't going down in the ocean. I'll sit right here with my feet planted on the ground. But at the same time, though, that's really neat. I would love to do it. It's one of those things like a bucket list, like you don't know it until you do it, because you can't ever experience that kind of thing. You can hear it through other people, but you don't really know it. So yeah, for me, it's still like all those things that I hear about. I'm like, one of these days, maybe I'll get the courage to say I can do it. Because
Well,
we can at any age, Yeah.
I mean, I did it with my mom, and so I was 19 and she was 45. So like,
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just need somebody to give me the courage to do it. Say, we're doing this. I'm going, all right, let's do it.
You can work with people too, like during off seasons. Like if you live in an area that is touristy, they know that there's, tell them that you'll buy gear and like buy your wetsuit, and they'll sometimes certify you on the spot. And then they say, yeah, we'll give you a good review and everything. And it's like during peak hours, like peak season. Yeah, you won't be able to just walk in there and be like, hey, what's your specials? They'll be like, we got
what's
they're
your
full.
specials?
Yeah, they're full of tourists. And because
Yeah.
diving is expensive. It's probably one of the most expensive hobbies you can get.
How much do you think it would cost? Because I mean, for me, a bucket list to fly and speak truth in another country, it cost me a shitload of money. So when you think about that, and it's something that you want to do for your life, that's good for you. That's nothing. Probably it probably wouldn't cost you that much then, really.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, first you have to pay for the course, which is one initial payment, and then usually you would at least buy your own like mask and flippers.
Stuff. Yep.
But usually you would rent the BCD, like the vest and the tank and the that kind of equipment. Like the most expensive equipment you would usually rent, unless you're going to do a lot of diving, which of course you can buy all of them, but that would be like hundreds of pounds, possibly a couple thousands, depending on, or easily a couple thousands, especially depending on what kind of equipment you're trying to get. I of course only got the base stuff, so flippers and mask and that kind of stuff, and then anytime I go, I have to rent the vest and the tank and that stuff.
It's like
very interesting.
There'll be a range of how good stuff is, like how so like you generally want to buy like for your breathing, your first and second stage, like get top of the line, and your other stuff you can get like middle ground, and you can kind of chintz out on your suit depending on what type of environment you're going into. But if you're doing like cold water, you want a really good suit. You want like a high.
I want a really flashy suit. I want to look badass. I'm kidding. That's all I care about.
I I got my diving
And if you're
suit
not really worried
cheaply.
about stitching, you can go with like a cheap suit.
Right.
Yeah, I also started free diving like 2 years ago or so. I got my suit very cheaply, just like 30 euros. But I bought it from a friend, and it was used. And then I now have bought also good flippers, which were like 120 euros, and my own mask. And I basically have a full set. I don't need tanks or anything because I'm doing free diving.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
do you have a
free diving
castle?
is a lot better, or not better, it's cheaper because you don't need all the equipment. It's mainly just a wetsuit and just some snorkel and flippers, and then
That's the
you're pretty
wetsuit.
set.
though.
Yeah, with
the
a
wetsuit I
snorkel, you
might
can
need
get like
to.
an $80 snorkel, or just buy like the $10 one. You know,
Yeah,
like,
I got something like $10 or 10 euros. I might need to upgrade the wetsuit at some point. We actually started the hobby with my sisters. We have some kinetic disposition to holding our breath for a long time. Like they actually, my sisters, I may not be that good, but they held their breath in the introductory course like 5 minutes or something, and the leaders, the course teachers were like, no one does that. The introductory course, are you guys crazy? In any case, since we are doing it together, they already invested in. I'm in Finland, so we have cold waters here as well, and the suit that I have currently might not be the best. So they have suits for colder weather as well, and I might need to invest that.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask that because I was
different-
thinking about going like tourist spot. He was saying earlier that I'm like, I knew a lot of people from Maine and that area and Boston, a lot of stuff. I'd like to go to Maine and do that, but that's some cold water.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about I need a different suit probably for that.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Well, there are different thicknesses, like warmth ratings for wetsuits. So if you get a thicker one, it'll keep you warm much better. And like, I mean, even in some locations where the water's really warm, you don't even need a wetsuit. And also in places where it's really cold, like here in Sweden, we went all in dry suits as well. And that's also a bit of a different experience because not only do you like kind of adjust the amount of air in your BCD, your vest, you also adjust the amount of air inside your dry suit. Like you have to pump and let out air in your dry suit.
Okay, yeah.
And that also affects your buoyancy, and you have to kind of change that at the same time. And yeah, it's another experience that's pretty cool. Because of course, when the way you keep yourself like not sinking or floating is with the vest, is you let out or put in extra air.
Real quick, Gummy, if you don't
You
mind,
make
I'd
your-
like to ask
you
this.
make
'cause I wanna
yourself
try to-
more or less.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Daisy.
No, because it's actually going to be off topic. So go ahead. If there's something about diving, please go ahead and finish up.
Oh, you got like weights and an air bladder that you're.
Oh yeah. Well, usually you start off with at the surface. You'll get some good weights to kind of get yourself in a good neutral setting, or you will of course want to be heavier than without any air in it, because you want to be able to both sink and rise. And then you're adjusting the air bladder to see if you want to, like, if you want to go up or go down or be neutral. I'm just saying that when you have a dry suit, it's not just the air bladder. You also have the dry suit itself, which will act as an air bladder. So you need to let out or put in air, depending on if you want to go up or down. It's like encasing yourself in a bubble of air, and that'll of course affect how much you float or not.
Like there's a spider that does that, right? Puts itself in a little bubble of air.
I need one of those suits. Walk around in life in now.
Yeah. The good thing about them is, of course, that you don't get wet, but you get sweaty. So
yeah.
Yeah, they're much bulkier than.
Yeah, they are. Especially when you're on the surface before you go down, you're sweating so much.
Yeah, but you're in like a sauna suit.
Yeah, exactly. So you're on the surface just like sweating and you're just like, let's go down in the water. I'm
Yeah, but then
dying
you don't
here.
even get wet. It's like you don't even get wet when you get in there, and it's nice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I think a good just thick wetsuit, you know,
Yeah.
you'll because your body's going to make heat. You just got to kind of keep that in, and the water kind of doesn't, you know, unless you're diving in like 30 degree, you know, you're going like freezing temps, like 50s, around 50, you'll be fine.
It is a bit weird how you like, because of course you still wear clothes inside the dry suit. And so it's weird how it's like literally you're wearing clothes, but you're underwater, and then when you get back up, the clothes are still dry.
It's like thermal underwear type thing.
Yeah.
I tried it.
I used the same kind of thermal underwear that I use when I go skiing, like the I don't know the word of it in English, but that kind of like heated material or insulating material to be more
We call
precise.
them long johns, I guess.
Yeah, long johns would be pretty similar.
Well, I mean more like it's not fleece; it's another material that I forget the name of. Or I don't
Mesh.
know the name.
Is it like what the NFL players wear? Like that
Is it
under-
mesh?
Polypropylene.
That might be it.
Nehru.
I've done the real because I live in northern Minnesota here, so Lake Superior. Some of the wrecks they tell you that it's dry suit only, but it's like if you're good enough with the cold, they got these other suits called semi-dry, and you get a little bit wet, but it's like 7 mil suit and everything. And for me, it was better because it's like even though it was like a really tight suit, you can't really move around very well. You're not really moving around that much anyway. And the dry suit is just so bulky. It's just like so much, it takes so long to put it on and so long to take it off. And it costs like $2,000 and everything. It's just like,
It's
just
it's more for commercial use, I feel like.
oh yeah. Yeah. It's like, it's like to really, especially if you're only going to do a few dives at that depth and that temperature, it's like, no, it's not worth it. It's like, yeah, you'd have to be a professional where you're making money. You like someone's like car went through the ice, and you gotta go dive down to, hook up, like cables and stuff to pull it out.
I know for me, like being in I was in just my swimsuit, right? We had the little vest with the tank. Like there was no wetsuit at all because the water is like 80 degrees, and just that was part of the cool part of it is that you're not like tied down or bulked down. Like I could just see being in that dry suit and just being like, this is not really like I'm not enjoying being in the water because I'm not really, I don't know. I just
Yeah, there's so much bulk with a dry suit. It really does remove from the experience a bit. Like it's its own experience, and I had fun doing it, but I definitely don't want to do it a lot. I prefer like wetsuit or even no suit if
Yes,
it's
one of those
warm
things
waters.
you gotta try it type of thing just to see what it's like, and then because your buoyancy isn't quite different with a dry suit.
Yeah.
And then one thing too I didn't like about it, you can't really clear your mask. It's like a huge thing just to clear your mask. It's like, oh.
It's always annoying when your mask fogs up, which it usually does a bit in cold water, because you often have to try and clear it out, but doing that underwater is a bit of a thing in itself. Because of course you take it out, and then usually you would have to if you take it out in order to wipe it down or something, then when you want to take it back up, you have to refill it with air. So you do like a nose breathing, where essentially you flush your mask with air by breathing out air and essentially trapping it in the mask to push out the water. But that's another thing that we learned in the course is if your mask fills with air or fills with water completely, or even if you take it off, how do you get it back on and fill it back up with air so you can see again?
if I remember correctly, you push the top of the mask and blow out through your nose.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
it should expel all
You
the
you
water.
kind of hold your palm on the top of your mask and you just blow out your nose really hard.
Damn, 20 years, bro. I still fucking remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, a lot of the masks will have a spot on it that you can feel where you're supposed to push. There'll be like like little lines there, little like dots, like a braille thing. So if your mask is so full of water you can't see, you can just feel where you're supposed to push.
Mm.
Or if you're just really tough, you just look right through it. You know, like just
Yeah.
even with salt water, you just hey, I gotta keep seeing, so I'm just gonna keep my eyes open.
But I've opened my eyes under there, and like it's like you have like bad vision. Like you can see shapes and stuff, and it's kind of weird how like just that little bit of air in between you and the water, right? Because it's a little layer of air and then glass and then water, and you can see clear. But you put the water right up to your eye, and you can't see clear. But you can see clear through water, but you got to just protect your eyes from the water. I guess the photons like go in a weird way in water.
Another thing you really need to learn before you scuba dive is that when you sit on the side of the boat, you want to go backwards into the water with the tank first, because if you went forward, then you just fall into the boat instead.
You almost got it. It was pretty funny though. I remember that joke too.
Well, I made my own twist to it.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when you get like a real funny, because when you go on boat dives and stuff, it'll be like multiple groups. It's not just your one group. So you can hear the instructor with like new students, and they're like, "So does anyone know why you roll out backwards?" And all the students are kind of scratching their head, like, "Geez, why would you roll? Why do you roll it backwards?" He goes, "Because if you roll forward, you'll end up in the boat."
Yeah, that's like the typical standard diving joke.
Yeah, sort of lighten the mood because people are nervous their first dive.
Yeah.
And jumping in's not good. You could hit the tank on the that's the point of that.
And going head first, the thing you really don't want is the top of the tank hitting you in the back of the head, because that can leave a mark. Like you can kill yourself that way.
Yeah, the
and
long
also,
stride.
of course, if you jump in, you can also like lose your mask. Not that that's super bad, but like in turbulent waters, it could get away from you and you can hit yourself. There's a lot of really bad things that happen, which is it's always safe to just go backwards, tank first.
That's the other cool part is how turbulent the top could be, and then like 2 feet down, you're just.
Oh yeah, like when I went diving in the ocean, like the boat is just going like up and down on the waves. Like it's hard to sit still, and then when you were down there, it's just so tranquil and just
When you do like these really
I think it's the same in storms too for pilots. Like if they get above the clouds, the storm's underneath them.
Oh yeah. I'll say when you do like these really big boat dives, since you always want to be the first one in and the last one out, so you can be under the water the most, like get the most out of your dive. So like right away.
For us, we had to go. We follow the instructor all the time. So it's like if you go in first, well, then you have to just sit there and float on the surface, holding on to whatever is given to you to hold on to, like either the side of the boat or like the line, and you just have to wait until everyone's ready to go down.
Oh yeah, that could be kind of annoying because then you're sitting on the surface like breathing out of your
Yeah.
tank, and yeah.
And with high waves, it's really annoying being on the surface. So usually it because it's kind of like a balance of, if you're on the surface, then like either you breathe through your what's it called again?
Snorkel.
The thing,
Your snorkel.
Snorkel, yeah. Either you breathe through the snorkel or you still use your regulator. But sometimes, like, you've used up a lot of the air from the regulator, so you try not use it. But if the air is so turbulent and wavy, using the snorkel is just a mess.
Yeah, I've been on some boat dives where it got so choppy in the middle of the dive. By the time you got out, you kind of had to time how to grab the ladder, because like if the ladder would go up so high, you couldn't get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then once they got everyone up on the boat, they're like, you know what, we're gonna drive in. You know, everyone gets a full refund and everything, and you're like, yeah, I mean, it sucks. I got another tank, but I mean, that was like that was like you have to like go out and grab and hold on to the ladder, you know.
Yeah.
And then someone hurts themselves because they're gonna swing and hit the the. So it's like
we had a trouble because when we because it was of course a tourist spot in the ocean, and when we came back up, the boat that was supposed to pick us up wasn't there because they've driven to the wrong one. So we had to just sit on the surface for like 15 minutes just waiting for the boat in really wavy, turbulent water. That was really not fun.
One of the too, like if you get like these really popular tourist areas, there might be like 4 boats all there that all drop a line, generally in the same dive location. So you have to remember that, like, hey, when you come back up, you have to know which line to follow back to your boat. It's like our anchor line is orange, and then you get to the site to go up, and they're all orange.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's orange, and you're like, okay, which one? Especially with the color change too,
How fast can a submarine go?
So how fast?
Yeah,
Like up and down or just forward?
forward.
Oh.
I don't know what.
They just leaked the secrets. Did you guys hear about that? That some American espionage people tried to give the secrets to the Virginia class attack submarine to an undisclosed country.
Because if it's all calm underneath the waves and they could just cruise through, that'd be easy.
So the world's fastest submarine is 44 knots, which is 50 miles per hour.
Okay.
So that's the
So
fastest submarine.
Just cruising.
Yeah, Maryland couple accused of trying to sell submarine secrets to undisclosed country. It was like 2 days ago. I remember seeing the headlines, but I never clicked on it. A Navy nuclear officer and wife charged with selling, but they sold them to the FBI. It was like an undercover thing.
For submarines, it's about stealth, not speed so much. Stealth.
Yeah, which is why this Virginia class submarine is like a game breaker. It's like way beyond anything anyone else has.
Because if they could go faster, it'd be a good way to travel.
Yeah, there's just so much drag in water.
The idea with subs is to stay stealth and to strike the enemy where they can't find you. Like missiles on the ground, on the land, they can find, but the whole idea of the submarine is to be near your enemy and the stealth part.
And them not know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's a deterrent, right? If you know, if you launch the first missiles, right, and your enemy has subs near you, they can strike you at will. So it's a deterrent, basically.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's part of the MAD, which is mutually assured destruction.
A guy from Holland, he had a theory that instead of going to outer space, you go underwater, and potentially there were outlets in certain parts of the Earth, and you could go through, like in something like a submarine, and come out somewhere else. I thought that was interesting.
Bro, you got that from that Star Wars movie with Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks.
What if you come out the bottom of the ocean?
The bottom of the ocean.
So you
Where's
come
that?
up, you go through the water, right? And and then
Yeah.
as you go to the top of that water, you come up and you're at the top of the ocean. And then you just so I think it's all just a cycle. So like if picture an infinite, like not an infinite plane, but like the minus world. So once you go to one side, you're back at the other. So just you go through the top, you're back at the bottom. And that's also kind of the ball. It's a play on the truth, I think. Because that's kind of what happens with the ball, you go around.
How's that sort of possible though physically? Because like say if it's like a horizontal plane.
That's not a physical, like it would be something we have to, know, it'd be like a Pac-Man type thing. So yeah, not something I can demonstrate physically. No.
I mean, because I don't know, like it kind of it wasn't a very good movie, but Kevin Costner's Waterworld.
Oh, that was a great fucking movie.
I thought it was pretty good, bro. It was like
that was good.
What was that one with the Return to Thunderdome? What was that thing?
Yeah, Mad Max 3.
Yeah, it was like Mad Max on the water, and that was pretty cool.
Well, that's kind of that's what I reckon. Like we're in, like it's like a water world, right? If not for the land, it would be. I just don't know where it is. That's what I'm curious about. Like, is there more than the Earth, or is it just the Earth? Because that would make us pretty significant if we're the only life form in the whole of reality with a consciousness like ours. Doesn't really make sense, does it?
You're right about the water part, Merle. We're 70% water. We're surrounded by water. Water plays a big role. Absolutely.
It's abundant.
Jeremy? Jeremy? Are you there, Jeremy?
I'm watching this sad video about Rob Ski. Rose 777 is on there. She's never met him, never watched his content, doesn't know him, but she has opinions. Mark Sargent is in front of a CGI dome eating crackers. Yeah, on the live stream about Rob Ski dying. Jeranism starts with how he never agreed with Rob about Christianity. And Karen B is wearing the Freemason for the house as her shirt.
Bullshit.
Yes, these are all signs I'm seeing.
It's the next clue. Pete Shea said that look out for the next clue.
Never let a good disaster go to waste.
That sounds pretty good, though. It's pretty hectic. What's with Sargent eating crackers in front of the CGI dome?
I know. Rip Rob Ski, but
pretty epic.
What while he eats breakfast?
We're hungry.
What happened to Rob?
Died of the corona, apparently, after a long battle in hospital.
You kidding?
That's the story.
Rob Skiba died?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
oh
on
my God,
mainstream
man.
news now too.
Jesus. He's the fucking legend. He's the one that switched me over. I was flip-flopping with flat Earth for a while, and eventually I was like, well, sunsets can't really happen on a flat Earth. That shit don't make sense. And then I saw Skiba's sunset video with the lens, with the Fresnel lens, and I was like, oh, there we go, and that fucking did it for me. That was bad. I was still young and naive, and I needed explanations for everything.
The drive across Lake Michigan, keeping Chicago in view the whole time, was pretty powerful for me. Because I couldn't really wrap my head around, okay, so this atmospheric lensing, it could kind of appear that way. But at some point, once you got far enough offshore, in a lower elevation, maybe there's something too that the light can bend over the curve of the Earth. But it wouldn't be able to do it the whole time.
How does he come into the story? Like, where's Rob Skiba kind of coming from?
Well, independent journalist. He was like
right.
An independent journalist who just started picking up the story and followed the evidence.
It's interesting.
Pete says Rob was inserted into place from the outset. Actor by profession. I suspect more acting.
Yeah, Rob Skiba. Rob Skiba was actually Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. If you put them upside down, you can see.
Jeremy?
What's up?
I look at the Wii powered engine, the Wii engine.
Wii what?
The I don't know what you call it. The Wii Gate engine.
Like urine? Like wee?
No.
Wii?
Just Wii. Wii, the letter.
Like a Nintendo?
A V
No.
thing.
Oh,
Wii
V.
A Wii
Okay.
Gate.
What about it?
And I looked at how it worked and some of the
Hold
designs.
on. Let me stop you. You didn't look at the circle ones, right? I'm talking about the track. The circle ones will never work.
I looked at the one that was on a track as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the tracks will work. The circle one will never work.
Well, I think both of them work though. I don't know what you mean by work. Both of them.
Well, you can get the circle one to spin, but you gotta have movement with it. The gate, you don't need any movement with it. It can all be static except for the thing that's moving across the track.
Yeah, but if it's rotating something, that means it's a wheel, right? It's like a.
Yeah, the wheels
put it
aren't
in
gonna
a
work.
car. Why not?
The wheel, because with the wheel, it finds an equilibrium point. It'll come to rest.
I think it does in both cases eventually if you don't apply energy to it.
No, the gate, the track. I have a system for the track where it won't come to rest because all you got to do is move it up a hill, and it's a huge the track one is a huge ordeal. It's like the size of it's like the size of your house, the exterior of your house or something.
Okay.
The wheel one, you could have that small, but like I said, you need movement to go on, or it'll come to rest. It'll find its equilibrium point and come to rest. So,
yeah, it will friction will stop it eventually.
Yeah, the track though, no, not friction. It'll just come to equilibrium and stop. The track one, however, the equilibrium point is when the thing that's moving along the track is going down. There's no equilibrium point on the track one. In my design,
are you starting at the height and then throwing it downwards, or are you moving it upwards, up the hill?
Yeah, what you do is you have the V-gate track, right? You have it slowly going to bring something to an incline, a toy car or whatever you're moving along it. You have it going at an incline, so it's slowly going up and up and up.
Okay.
Then you have it go down. You have the track go down, right? And then it's falling, and then it starts to curve back. It curves a little bit to the right or the left, and you have this thing going
up again.
You have a curve to the right. You say you have it curved to the right, and then it starts going up and up again. You start the track back up. It goes back up, same height it was before, and then it goes down, curves a little bit. Eventually, you'll have a series of hills, and eventually, it'll go back to the first hill, depending on how many curves and shit you need.
But you think it won't stop ever?
No, if you can push something up a hill, well, I mean, if the magnets wear out, possibly, sure. I don't know how long magnets last, but if
I
you
think
can move
maybe,
something up a hill,
yeah.
if you can move something up a hill indefinitely, that's it. It's over. You won.
Yeah, but passing through the gate, you need to have enough energy, right? So,
What?
The V gate, if you have a wheel running and you have a V gate, you need the energy
Or you can't do
that
the wheel.
potential is create.
The
That's
wheel,
on the
the
wheel.
wheel doesn't work, bro. The circles, the wheels, the discs, they don't work.
Yeah, but it's the same principle, right?
No,
it's not a V gate.
It's a V gate, yes, but it's not. Listen, you can't do the circle ones. The wheels and shit, they don't work. The wheels
Yeah,
on the
but when
bus
you
don't
go
go
through
round and
the
round.
V gate, if you do it in a wheel or you're having a track, which you're sending it over, it doesn't matter, right? Because you still have to get through the gate, which is why it's called
Getting
V.
through the gate is the easy part.
So that's
It's
the
making it
whole
not.
part where it can stop, right?
Tell me you're not understanding this. Have you ever tried the wheel thing?
I haven't tried it myself, but I watched some videos and so I understand the principle.
Yeah, that's what I thought until I tried it. Trust me, the wheel thing cannot be done because the magnets eventually, the south and the north, at one point they align, and instead of pushing or pulling,
Yeah.
it just boom, it just sticks there.
Of course, of course. It's has you apply some energy to it, and it will spin for a while, and eventually it will stop because of
Not a
friction
while.
and
We're
stuff like
talking
that.
a couple of revolutions, and it's done.
Well,
Yeah, you
I've
might
seen
get-
videos of people doing it, making it run for quite a while, but
Are they
doesn't-
moving the magnet though? Yeah, I've seen them make it run too, but they're moving the magnet.
Yes, they're lifting up and down the magnet to make it
Yeah.
pass through the gate easier, right? It
Yeah,
make
that's
it go a
gonna
little bit further.
Yeah, I'm talking about you don't need any. There's no moving parts to this. To the one with the track. The track is the way to go, and the hills are the way to go. That way, you're utilizing the downward when it's going down. When in the downward part of the hill, that's where it can get momentum or force to get pushed into the next track. That's also where you could capture a little bit of energy from a turbine or something, or a lever, or having it move anything.
But the whole idea here is that when to get it start, you need to place it at a certain place, or at least give it a little push. Then it goes up the hill, right?
Yeah,
but when
you would insert it.
down
You would, when you're getting it started, you would just insert it at the top of the hill. Give it a little push, whatever.
Sure,
Your
yeah,
hand,
that's what the energy you start with. But when it goes to the bottom, you think when it goes up again and then it falls down again, you think it's gonna have the same speed or more, maybe, or you think
Well,
you're gonna have less speed.
It doesn't have to have more or less speed. All it needs to do is to be able to get into the track to start going up again. Once that happens, you want, like, if you can get the magnet track to push something up a hill indefinitely, 10 inches, 10 feet, 10 meters, whatever. Once you can do that, it's over. You won.
Yeah, but you don't think it needs to have a type of speed? Like it's a part of the track where it won't go up, right? If you start it at a certain part of the track, it will just stay at the gate.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So
if
that's
you
what I
put
mean.
it
As
like
it's going
at
downhill,
the gate, it will not go
listen,
up.
as it's going downhill, as the thing, you have a downhill segment. You have a little, say it's a toy car. You have the toy car rolling downhill. As it's going downhill, it's going to gain enough momentum or force or whatever to get going into the next track that leads uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you think it's gonna keep the same speed at the next round, or you think it's gonna be less? Because at some point
So
it's
why
gonna
would it
have.
lose speed? Why would it lose speed?
Friction
I mean, it's
and
gonna
stuff
be
like that.
it's gonna be gaining and it's gonna be slowing down and speeding up throughout different parts of segments of the track. Like obviously, when it's going downhill, the downhill part it's gonna start going faster than it would if it was going uphill. You know, it might slow down a little bit going uphill, but as long as the magnet track is assembled correctly, and you can get it to go up the hill, and you have enough force to get it to go into the track to go up the hill, that's it. It's over.
No, you know what? I told you, like, this seemed like actually like same principle as a normal DC engine. To be honest, it's using the same principle. It's just like a different alignment of the magnets. But
No,
you have to.
No, it's not the same principle. We're using. I'm going to use the word gravity only for this magnet talk. You're using gravity to get it to go downhill, and that's not the same as a DC motor. They don't have gravity in the equation.
Well, you could have. You just need to make it move somehow. If it's gravity or if it's something else, it doesn't matter. Let me show you an example. I'm gonna post the link.
Do you understand the design that I'm talking? Listen, do you understand that?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna find out the example you mean. I have seen an example like that. So let me look for it. I found something earlier.
I posted a couple. One guy had it going at an incline last night. A very slight incline, but it was an incline nonetheless. And he only had it going through 2 or 3 gates, but the concept is there. I mean, that'd be proof of concept for me that you can get this thing to go up a hill indefinitely. And that's a very crude design. You could have, they're only doing the track on the bottom. You could make a square or rectangular kind of thing and have track.
This is what you mean, right?
Where?
I posted.
Yeah, that's the one I posted last night.
That's the one. Okay, I found the same myself.
Wait, hold on.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's the one I posted. That's the one I posted last night. But there's another one. There's another one where the guy has a table and he has a level on the table, and you can actually see that the table is at a very slight incline, which means this thing can go uphill.
Let me check here.
Not at a fast. What's up?
I found a video from you, so I guess it's this one. I'll watch it.
Yeah, there's a red level on the table. I think it's a red spirit level, little tiny one. You know, you can get this thing to go uphill for an indefinite amount of time. Right? It's not going to stop going uphill because the magnets are pushing it uphill. And it's not going to stop when it's going downhill because gravity. So the thing's never going to stop if you have this set up assembled correctly.
Yeah,
where would it
think,
stop? Tell me where you think this. Hold on. Tell me where you think this thing would stop.
I think it would eventually stop.
Where? Which part of the track do you think it's going to stop at?
It's going to stop at one of the gates eventually.
At one of the gates going uphill?
Yes.
But the magnets are pushing it up. It goes uphill. Why would it stop?
I know.
The magnets are pushing it uphill.
Eventually, I think it would stop.
If the magnets wear out, I don't know how long that would take, but that's the only thing that's going to make it stop. I mean, the magnets are pushing it up the hill.
Yeah, but if you put something like, if you hold a magnet and you have something next to it which will pull it towards it, you have like potential energy. And that potential energy, that's where your energy is coming from in the first place. And
listen to me.
The potential energy is the same, but you're losing energy a little bit on the way. Not a lot, but a little bit due to friction. So,
if I could jump in real quick. I've heard Jeremy give this talk many times. You don't have to agree with it; just follow along.
Listen to me very carefully. The toy car or whatever that's moving along the track, it's not going to stop when it's going uphill because the magnets won't let it. It's pushing it up the hill. Why would it stop going uphill? Like it's not where it's not going to stop because it's not going to stop going uphill because the magnets are pushing it.
Yeah, I know you're saying the magnets are pushing it, but there is like a certain amount of speed it needs to get to the first to be the beginning of the track, right?
Yes. Okay. Very good. Now we're at that point. We agree. It's not going to stop going up the hill. Once it gets going, it's not going to stop when it's on the track going uphill, right? Okay. Now, if you can make this thing go uphill, you can have it free fall. How far does it need to free fall before it's going to go into the track? 6 inches, 2 feet?
It's need to free fall back to the start, but
not directly back to the start of that track. It's going to be a series of hills. There might be 5 hills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can go down again. Yeah, sure, you can do that.
So would you agree that there's definitely going to be a height where we can drop this from to where it'll have enough force to go back into another hill with the same setup?
I think this kind of engine is like this is a principle where you have tested it on a very tiny scale. For me to, first of all, it's like you're breaking principle, and the reason why I'm skeptical is because there is very little potential energy in this, and you also need very little.
Kosho did the same thing last night. You guys always obfuscate this point.
Oh, it's just following principle for me out.
Yeah,
right?
Don't just forget about all the bullshit you learned in school. Would you agree that there's a height that we could drop this from to where it would have enough force to go back into the same setup on the underneath it, right ahead of it?
I think you can maybe do it, and it will almost go at the same speed. So you maybe could make it go.
So you don't think I could?
Times, but eventually it's going to stop.
Listen, bro. Would you agree that there is a height that we could drop this from to where it would gain enough force over time dropping to where it would enter another track of the same setup?
To the next track, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Not infinitely, no.
Well, when's it going to stop?
Because it's losing energy.
When is it?
Friction.
At what point in the track is it going to stop?
I don't know, depending on the system. I can't.
It's not gonna.
You're saying in a hypothetical system, but you're not explaining all the details, so I can't answer that precisely.
Well, I've given you all.
But I know that there is no system which is like frictionless.
Listen to me.
Unless
I've given you the whole
superconductor or anything like that.
I've given you the whole setup, bro. It's going uphill. The V-gate track is pushing the thing uphill. Okay, we agree it's not going to stop when it's doing that, right?
You don't even need a V-gate to make something go up a hill. I mean, you're dropping up something from a certain height. You can make it go up a hill by just
but it won't go up to the same height. It won't go up to the same height you dropped it at. The V-gate makes you be able to bring it even higher than what you drop it at.
No, I think it's gonna. I think there is energy which is lost on the way.
Okay, where's the toy car going to stop on a track?
Eventually, at some point.
Yeah, at what point? At what point? When it's going up?
At a gate, some point along the line, not running.
So you think it's going to stop as it's going, as the magnets are pushing it up? You think that's when it's going to stop?
Yeah, it's going to have so slow speed that it's going to stop at one of the gates.
But the magnets won't let it stop there. It's pushing it up out of the V. It's pushing it forward.
I know it's pushing it, but it needs energy to get through the gate.
Yes, and to get into the first gate, yes, but that's where the downward when it's coming downhill. You know how we have those hills set up? You let it go at the top of the hill. It's falling. It's getting 9.8 meters per second, whatever force there is there, and then it leads it into the V-gate. You get enough force. What do you mean no?
What do you mean no? I mean that eventually it's not going to have enough energy.
So you don't agree that there's a height we could drop this from to get it going in the track?
Not forever. No.
If you can do it once, that's all you need, bro. If it happens once, it's over.
I don't think you can make it go up to the same height over and over and over and over.
Why? The V-gate track will let you push this thing as high as you want it to go.
It can push it up a hill. But I don't think it's gonna make it. I think the energy you need to apply is also the same energy you can take out.
far do you think you would have to drop that on a ramp to get it going into the next V-gate track?
Not a lot.
Yeah, probably a foot, maybe not even. Yeah, so but you can make
that
it.
would be the case even without a ramp, and even without a V-gate, right?
Okay, hold on. So you agree we could probably get this going within a foot, but but the incline on the ramp, you can make that go up 10 feet. You could have that incline go up 10 feet, right? From the bottom of the track, you could have it go up 10 feet. It would probably take 100 yards, but whatever. You could have it go up 10 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we now have 9 feet of downward motion to play with. That's all energy you could capture right there.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
I think I understand what you're meaning. Right? I think I understand what
Yeah, there's no point. Listen, the thing's not going to stop on the track because unless the magnets wear out, the thing's not going to stop on the track. The track's pushing it up. It's not going to stop as it's going down the hill because gravity. So the thing's not going to stop if it's built correctly. And these are with crude designs, bro. You could have if you had somebody good on this, like a professional engineer or architect, somebody that designs shit like this, you could you could probably get it going at an incline better, at a steeper incline faster, capture more energy on the way down. This is easy.
Yeah.
I don't know why heads haven't thought of it
it's
yet.
that easy. I don't think it's that easy.
Yeah, this shit is easy.
And yeah, and like I think the second, not if you were to make this run infinitely, I would be amazed. But even if you were to, there is like no energy you can extract from it. Because if you touch the thing, it's gonna stop.
Okay, there's a toy car on the track. It's falling down 10 feet. It only needs to fall down 1 foot to get into the next track. So we have 9 feet of falling. You don't think we can capture any energy out of something falling for 9 feet?
I think there is very little energy.
Yeah, very little energy.
I understand.
There's energy. You agree we could capture some energy if we had something falling 9 feet? Yeah, of course. I mean, I just can't believe no one's thought of this yet. This is like, I mean, it took me a while. I'm not gonna lie. I've been thinking about this for
Let me think about
10
this
years.
a little bit. Let me think about it. Like how you define magnetic potential energy is by having like a magnet at the distance to something, and then you hold it there, and you have potential energy because if you release the magnet, you can have work done, right?
Forget all the definitions and the numbers.
If you put magnets and then another magnet and then another magnet and then another magnet a little bit higher than the other one, you can make it lift things up, right? At any height. But then again, you would have to take the magnet up to the height in the first place.
Bro, that's why you use the V-gate track. You don't need to move. There's no moving. The only moving magnet.
But you have to move the magnets physically at the height.
No, the V-gate, bro. The V-gate magnet. It's a track, and there's V's, magnet-shaped V's underneath the track. They don't move.
I know that the magnets doesn't move, but if you hold the magnet above the table and you put something and you have something on the table, you have which like a piece of iron, you have potential magnetic energy which you can extract if you release your hand off the iron thing. It's going to get pulled up to the magnet, so it pulls up in height. So you have like potential energy.
Okay. But I don't know what, bro. Focus on the V-gates. The whole in theory, this works. You can push something up at an incline indefinitely. It doesn't take a lot of force to get things to go back into that V gate. The design of the V gate is such that it pulls it in. It almost pulls it in and pushes it out.
Yeah,
If you have your V's aligned correctly.
It tries to reject it, right? But you have enough velocity.
No, it doesn't try to reject it. It pulls it in. All you need to do is touch that
at the
thing to get
gate.
it going.
That's where it's starting to stop it at the gate. But if it got enough velocity, it will go through the gate. Right?
And this is with a crew design too. You could offset the V's on top. You could have two of these going. You know, if you had a ceiling and a floor to the track, you could offset the V's on the top to probably make it work even better. You know what I mean? It would eliminate that sticky point. There really isn't a sticky point. Like I said, sometimes there is. These guys don't have their V's aligned correctly. Some of them. So if you have the V's lined up good, it'll almost like pull it in and push it out. So
yeah, the thing here is he is supposed to make it run back again. That's when I would find it more. He was supposed to make that kind of experiment where he'll go, oh, it's 2014. He should have done it by now. Let's see if
he probably didn't think of it. He probably didn't think of the hills. People try doing this in a circle.
No,
and it never works. You can't do this in a circle. The hills break the circle. That's where people get hung up. They want to make this thing that's small and going to produce a super, a lot of electricity or energy or something. You can't do it. It's not going to do that. It's going to produce it's going to be huge, and it's not going to produce a lot of electricity to start. Like I said, you could refine it. You could refine it with better engineering or whatever, and get it to produce more energy and be more efficient and be a little bit smaller probably, but off the start, it's not going to produce a lot of energy, and it's going to be fucking huge.
Yeah, but when I'm thinking about it, like if you have a magnet and you, as I said, like you have potential energy, wouldn't it be similar as like lifting something up with not lifting it up, but holding a magnet at a height? Because initially you're putting a magnet at a certain height. You're putting it a little bit higher than the other one, making it pull towards that. And then it gains momentum and it's pulling through the next one. And then it's pulling through the next one, next one, next one.
All right, this one I posted, this guy's got it at an incline. You can just see, you don't even need to measure it. You can just see his V's aren't set up good. If you do have the V's set up good, this is also a different design. These magnets are on the side or something. He's got some weird shit going on. But if you have your V's set up good, you can make this go uphill indefinitely. And like I said, it doesn't take a lot of energy to get this back into the thing. You have it drop a foot or 2 feet tops, and it's gonna be able to have enough force to go back into the thing. But you could get the thing to go up 10 feet, 20 feet. There's no limit to how high you can make this thing go. It would take a lot of space, but it's not. The point is, if you can make something go up 10 feet, but you only need 2 feet worth of drop to get it back started again, you did it. And you agreed with all the principles, like, we can get something to go uphill indefinitely. Okay.
I'm not sure. I have to think about that. The thing is that I am worried about is that you actually have to carry magnets uphill first in the first place, and then you can pull up. Yeah. So
to get the thing started, to get this mechanism started, you would drop it at the top of the hill. Yeah.
No, I mean not even that part. I mean you have to align the magnets high above you. Like you can't start with something low, like as like with the thing that is rolling.
Yeah, you
on
do
itself,
the V
like
gate
the wheel, right?
The V gate, you start it low and work your way up.
Yeah, but you have to the gates, the track. You have to build that, and the track you have to go up the hill and build the track.
Yeah, you build the track, a hill track. Yeah, so what? Like a roller coaster kind of thing.
But that takes energy to carry a magnet up there, right?
Yes, building this mechanism will take energy. Yes.
Yeah. But it would be the same as me holding a magnet over the table. It takes me energy to hold a magnet over the table. And okay, but then I can lift up something iron with the magnet.
Yeah,
right?
bro. I
But
don't
I
know where.
couldn't.
I don't
But I
know.
couldn't if I lift. But I couldn't if I first lifted. Would
I
that
don't know
be like
what
kind
this
of?
has to do with anything.
Yes, because I lifted up something heavy from the ground with like magnetic potential energy. It's the same principle.
No, my principle is we build a thing and it keeps it and it stays in motion. I don't know what you're talking about, lifting a magnet, bringing a magnet up a hill or something, or I don't know. I don't understand.
No, just holding. Very simple. Hold the
Yeah,
magnet.
we're not holding anything. The thing is, with my design, we're not holding anything.
Okay,
So I don't
so
know
you
how
don't
this is
hold it. You
relevant.
put it on something which is a bit high.
Yeah.
You don't have to hold it with your hand, but just putting.
Okay. We build
lift
this.
it up to
Yeah.
something high.
We build the mechanism. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
Yeah.
What? So what? We built the thing. Now what?
Yes.
It took energy to build it. Okay.
Yeah. And you use that energy to lift it up, right?
We used the energy to build the thing. Yes. We had to lift
Mhm.
things up, assemble things, deliver products to places to get this thing built. Yes.
Yes. So that it would be, for me, it would be a little bit the same principle. I lift up a magnet and you have potential energy because I can lift, then I can put something iron under there and it will lift up the iron and I can take even more iron under there and it will also lift that up. And I can put more iron and it will also lift that up. So it will lift up things. But will it do it forever? That's the question. Otherwise, all magnets
You're saying,
will have
will
like
the magnet
infinite
wear out?
energy.
You're saying, will the magnet wear out over time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a valid point.
Because then any magnet would be infinite energy if it's like have a little height. You can just put a magnet and it's like, okay, so here we got infinite amount of potential energy because you can lift up anything you want with its magnet.
Well, let's Google how long a magnet lasts. Oh, here we go. Your permanent magnet should lose no more than 1% of its magnetic strength over a period of 100 years, provided it is specified and cared for properly. Okay. So they're going to last, looks like hundreds of years.
Yeah. I'm not sure how they wear it, but I know if you apply a field to it, like, for example, if you were to make a change to it, like put something iron under it and make it actually move, I know that will affect
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Do magnets wear out with use? The alignment is damaged over time, principally as a result of heat and stray electromagnetic fields, and this weakens the level of magnetism. The process is very slow. However, a modern samarium cobalt magnet takes around 700 years to lose half its strength. So, I mean, I'm not really worried about the magnet. From what I'm reading, I'm not worried about neodymium magnets will likely lose less than 1% of their flux density over 100 years. Like, it doesn't seem to be a problem of the magnets losing their magnetism.
Oh, I don't think that it's like keeping a magnet completely still, but when you have like work done to it, I'm not sure if that will affect it, because I know that if you send a permanent magnet, like how do you magnetize like you can create permanent magnet by putting it into a strong magnetic field and it will align all the molecules in a dipole arrangement.
Okay.
But when you have something work to it, it loses that dipole momentum a little bit at the time.
Yeah, it takes 100. It takes 100 years, and it shouldn't lose more than 1% of its magnetic strength.
No, I'm talking about like using it. If you use it, not that it's like just sitting on a table.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're using it with this 1% over 100 years, or if they're just sitting there. I'm not sure.
If you have magnetic in free space, it is using a meditation. Should anchor it.
How long does a permanent magnet last? A permanent magnet, if kept and used in optimum working conditions, will keep its magnetism for years and years. For example, it is estimated that a neodymium magnet loses approximately 5% of its magnetism every 100 years. So working conditions means that it's doing, it's doing something, right? It's not just sitting there. Oh, the magnet's wearing out isn't an issue. If you could even get this thing to go for, if you can get this to go, I think we'll be on to something. I couldn't build it. I tried years ago.
Yeah, I haven't
I
ruined
couldn't
magnet
design
either.
it.
But then again,
Yeah.
I haven't fucked around with magnet. So
I mean, just this V-gate will push something up a hill for as high as you want it to go. It'll take distance, but whatever. And if you're only going to need a certain amount of drop to make this thing go back in on itself, and all the rest of the drop is energy you could capture. And like I said, with more, if you refined it more, you could probably get it going at a steeper incline over a shorter distance. You would me personally, I would put the V-gate tracks on all four sides. So I would have one on the top, one on the bottom, and one on each side. I mean, this thing would fucking shoot out like a bullet, I'm guessing.
yeah, I'm interested in. It's a very interesting thought experiment. It's sad that he didn't try to do anything with it. With this,
Well, the
I
problem
know
is,
he was.
The problem is people don't understand that you can't make it go in a circle, and everyone's always trying to get it to go in a circle. They don't never think about using gravity because they want it to be small and something that can fit in a car or something. They think it needs to go in a circle, but the way you break it is by going up and down these hills. It breaks the circle. So. I don't know how much electricity it takes to make all those magnets and build this whole giant thing and how long it'll run for. If the magnets do lose its...
I hate to be really pedantic, but I think it's there is this speed which it's having. I don't understand everything 100%, but it's he has a change in the change in magnetic strength over time. It's stronger. That's why it's V-shaped. So you have a weaker magnetic field at the end, and then it's stronger on the other side. So it will attract towards the stronger magnetic field.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the V-gate. The V-gate works. That's not an issue.
Yeah, but in one example at 108, he starts it and it goes all the way up, but it stops at the end. It doesn't go over the top.
It doesn't go over the top of what? Oh, it doesn't get pushed out of the track?
No.
Yeah, you know why? Because he doesn't have it going downhill. If you stop the track when it's in free fall, you know what I mean? You keep the track going until you're near a huge angle going down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you end the track. You don't end the track as it's going up. He's ending the track at an incline. Oh yeah, it's gonna stop. If you have the track ending when the thing's fucking damn near free falling, it's gonna come out of the track.
Yeah, but it's still
not only that, you could set up a different V. You could offset another V-gate, like I said. If you had a ceiling to that track, and V's on the top, you could offset them to where it would push it out. Yeah, I'm telling you, I could make this thing fucking fly out of there. especially if you have the track ending as it's going down. Like this thing would be damn near free falling as it's coming out of the track. And that's the same thing. You would start the track before it even started to go up. You know what I mean? Like you'd have it'd already be in the track before it even starts to. It's in the track. It goes out of the track when it's going down, and it goes in the track as it's going down. Like I said, all the magic happens, and you capture the energy as it's going down. Everything happens when it's going down.
Yeah, I know it's going. Yeah, but it's an interesting experiment, and for me, I know you like. Sound to me that you're accepting it already. It's not been proven yet, right?
Which part hasn't been proven?
That it can go forever.
Well, we've already agreed that we can push it up the hill indefinitely, right?
No, I'm not sure. Right, that's the thing.
Well, he's got it going at an incline right there.
Yeah, a tiny incline, but
Yeah.
but I can't really see if there is any difference in speed. It could be that it's losing a little bit along the way. I don't know.
Well, we can make this thing go at an incline. So you think the thing's it'll slow down as it gets near the top? You're not going to change the incline. It's going to be the same incline the whole way. Why would it stop at the top or get slower or something?
You have friction. The only thing stopping it is friction. That's like the opposite force. Or
Yeah,
in this case,
the friction
it's
that's there.
gravity.
The friction that's there is there, and it's making it go uphill. There's friction there.
The friction, it makes it slow down a bit, right?
Sure, yet the magnetic force is stronger than the slowing down part because we can make it go at an incline, obviously.
Mm.
I know this is very hard for Globers to accept.
No. I'm not rejecting it. I'm just being skeptical.
Yeah, no, I know. It's understandable. It does it does sound crazy. I don't think anyone's ever thought of my idea before. So this is a new idea that we should probably try to, make come to fruition.
I don't know what incline he had, though. Well, it's not a lot, but
very slight. And like I said, this is a crude design. You can make a better V gate. You could have more V gates on the sides, on the top too.
Yeah.
I'm guessing as you got better at designing this thing, you could have it going at an even steeper incline over.
I don't know. It probably has limitation, I guess. You need stronger magnets. I'm not sure what the limitations are. It's super interesting.
I personally envision this thing going up at like a 75. You could get it so well made that I feel like this could go up at like a 75-degree angle with time. The first one's you're gonna go probably 20, 30, 100 feet, maybe even just to get it to go up and down once for the first one. But over time, once you show people like, oh look, hey, this works, people would start tinkering and tweaking it to get it more efficient.
You can make it more efficient, but you also have like limitations due to like magnetic forces. So I'm not sure, because if you have stronger magnets, you're also gonna have a stronger like V gate. It's gonna push it back harder. So I don't know how much you gain from that.
No, the V gate doesn't push it back; it pushes it forward.
No, it's like that's the thing that is actually it needs energy to pass through, right? That's why it's called V gate.
Yeah, the V gate. It's pulling it in and pushing it out.
No, why do you think it's pulling it in, but at the gate you where you have the V, where you have like it goes from tiny from narrow to wide again. You're going from at that point it's going to want to pull back.
All right, that's why you have it exit the track as it's going in free fall going down.
No, I'm just talking each gate, not
each
at
gate.
the end. I'm talking about each V gate there.
Yeah, each gate. That's why you start the
You got
V's. These
1,
V's
2,
they have
3, 4, 5.
these V's they have set up are very crude. Normally, you would start the next V gate before the last one even ends. And like I said, you could have them offset and shit. So as it's trying to get stuck out of the last gate,
yeah,
there'd be a gate on top that was actually pulling it forward. And
but
one
you
on
see
the side.
you see the last V gate he has in the video. It's turned opposite way. You know why he has done that, right?
Hold on. From the one I posted? Is it the one I posted?
It's the one that
V-Gate final video, explicit in this lab. Yeah,
I'm not sure why.
I don't know why he has it set the wrong way either. These gates are, you can just tell the V's he made aren't even close to being precision engineered.
I know it's not precision. It's like principle, showing like a principle, like a demonstration.
Yeah. Like if he had all these V's in the exact correct spot.
Yeah, but why did he turn the last V the opposite way? You think?
I have no idea, bro. No idea.
I have an idea. I think it's because he didn't want to have a gate in the end, because that would stop it. Not necessarily
I'm not worried
stop
about
it
it
altogether, but it will.
Yeah, but we're not worried about it. We're not worried about it stopping at the end because the end is going to be when it's going downhill. So the end is it's gonna be fine getting out of the gate. That's not a problem. It's going to be going downhill as the gate ends. Remember?
Yeah.
Like I'm not worried about it getting out the gate. It's going to get out the gate fine. It's going to be going downhill. You could have it be a vertical, a 90-degree drop to go out of the gate. Well,
Yeah,
after it's already been after it's already been falling for a foot or two or something, you know, so it's gaining some speed.
I'm just talking about at each gate. That's like the barrier. That's where it's gaining potential energy, because it's at the gate. It's that's where you have to apply energy to get through, and it has that energy from
the energy will be the
starting.
downward. The energy will be the downward force from it falling down.
Yeah. And that's where I'm a little bit interested in, like, how it's going to work out. I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
It's going to work just like this guy. It's going to work just like this guy's got it, bro. If the thing's going to roll uphill, and then we're going to have it turn down. The track's going to turn down, and it's going to go out of the track because it's going to be free. It could be free falling at that point, so it's definitely going to go out of the track.
Yeah.
Right. And it's definitely going to go back in the track because we can have
and
it
it's
free
then go
10,
into the next track.
Yeah, we can have it free falling for 10, 20, 50 feet if we wanted to. So it's definitely going to go back into the next track. There ain't nothing. There's nowhere this thing stops if you have it set up correctly. You could as it's going downhill, you could have your gate set up like this guy with the other one pointing the opposite, pointing out instead of in.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's not getting it out of the gate that's not a problem, I don't think.
Yeah. But is there any energy to, I don't know if there's any. Okay, so let me think about it. So you're starting it, and you have potential magnetic energy at the beginning. You're putting it at the start of the gate. It would be like putting a magnet or having a magnet like slightly above the table. So you have like a magnetic potential. Making
or
it
you
go.
set this thing. Listen, you set this thing in the gate. You put this thing in the track at the top of the track to where it's just starting to fall down.
Sure.
And you set that's where you set your little thing that's moving, your toy car or whatever. So it's going to fall down. It's going to go into the next track because we know it has enough force.
I'm going to send this example actually to, I think I don't know. It's interesting. I don't fully understand everything about I know you have like potential energy on magnets, but I don't know the principle behind like how you conserve energy. Because you have potential energy, right? but the difference between this and like holding a magnet is that if you hold a magnet and you pull something up, you have to pull the thing away again. But having it in this setup, you sort of have like a magnet where you lift something up and then it releases itself automatically.
I mean, whatever. I don't know. You're using a lot of words that are unnecessary, but
no, it's like that's like an important mechanism, right? Because if you hold a permanent magnet and you lift something up, and you can say, "Oh, I got energy. I can extract energy from that," but not infinitely, because that's to get that thing away from the magnet, and you have to like pull it away, which you have to use the same energy.
Which is why the part where it's going away from the magnet, you have to pull it away from the magnet. That thing happens at the downward point in our track. So gravity is doing it for us. We don't have to worry about pulling it away. It's going to be free falling away. You've seen how easy it is to come out of the gate. You know, that guy had it going out of the gate on an incline.
Let me ask you this question.
There's going to be no problem having it come out the gate on a decline.
Let me ask you this question. Why do you need a gate at all? Why can't you have like a long ass V shape?
You're saying just one long skinny V?
Yeah, just like one V shape.
Bro, you might be able to. Like, this needs to be refined and shit. For now, we can do a whole bunch of little V's and just make it.
Yeah, but the gate is like the weird part about it.
Like, you're already trying to change shit that we don't know if it's going to work when we know this thing works. I feel like you're trying to deconstruct this for some reason.
No, I'm just trying to, deconstruct it. Isn't that kind of interesting?
Maybe you're trying to change the V's and shit. I mean, that might be possible, sure.
Yeah, but if you have one long V, can you say that you have infinite energy? Like, let me draw, like, instead of like having gates and stuff, you can just have like one long ass V. I'm just gonna draw it.
Bro, if you can get something to go higher than you drop it at, if you can get something to go higher than you need for it to fall at to get going into the next track, like, yes, you have infinite energy right there. If the magnets don't wear out or the track doesn't break or something, I don't know. The way we build shit, they'll probably make these things to last for fucking 3 years before they break.
Yeah.
You can't make shit that lasts forever, bro. There's no money in that. That's why we still use planned obsolescence, because if there's a company that made hammers and their fucking hammer never broke, or screwdrivers,
what's the difference between this and what's really the difference between this and if you have a wheel and it's like having an engine.
Listen, the wheel doesn't work, bro. The wheel doesn't work because it comes.
I know you're saying that.
It will come to rest. It'll find an equilibrium point.
But what's really the difference?
Equilibrium. There's in my track. The difference is in my track. There's no equilibrium point where this is going to come to rest. The wheel has an equilibrium point where it comes to rest. That's the difference. That's the key to this whole thing. I've eliminated the equilibrium point with the hills. And now now we're also getting gravity on our side.
But if that thing, that wheel, can does it have enough energy to lift something? Yes, it does. A little bit.
The wheel?
The wheel V-gate.
Bro, the wheels don't work, bro.
I know you say that. I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in comparing those two.
I don't know if the wheel doesn't go up or down. The wheel just spins.
You can make something go up with that. You can lift something. It spins.
All right.
But by spinning something, you can lift something up.
All right.
Like, haven't you seen like a elevator? Just rotating wheel, and it pulls up elevator, right?
Absolutely.
Bro, which part of the wheel doesn't work do you not get?
I know that.
I don't know why we're going into this, but
I know it stops eventually. But what's really the difference between this and the wheel, other than moving?
explained it.
of having.
Bro, I explained the difference to you, and the main difference is, and this is the crux of it. This is why the wheel won't work and mine will. There's an equilibrium point with the wheel. It'll stop moving over time. Eventually, it will stop moving. You might be able to get it to go for 5 minutes if you're lucky, which I doubt, but maybe you can get it to go for 5 minutes. My track, it removes the equilibrium points because there's no equilibrium point, and we're also utilizing gravity.
Yeah. But you can do that all these things with a wheel as well.
You can't because there's an equilibrium point in the wheel, bro. What do you?
I know
you understand?
I don't know what you mean by equilibrium.
It stops moving. It will stop rotating.
I know, but that's the way it's designed there. But let me give you a way of. Let's say you have like a lead ball, and that lead ball, when you drop it, let's say you have a mechanism where when you drop it, it's like going into, it's like dropping it on like a pedal wheel, which pedaling something, which makes it rotate, and you drop it, and it's giving that tiny amount of energy, which makes the wheel start, and the wheel starts, and then when it's at the bottom, there is a mechanism that will lift it up again, and when it lifts it up, you can do that.
I've given you a design for an over Unity device, and you're trying to change it.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what's really the difference.
The difference is, oh my god, I can't.
I know that.
Jeremy,
I know that.
Have you ever tried this one? Have you ever tried this? Taking magnets like me and Jeremy have. Have you ever tried to make this thing go?
No, I haven't tried this specific experiment. No.
Okay, I suggest try it. Get a few magnets. Get for example, a computer fan like I did, and try to make it work. You will soon realize it cannot happen.
No, I don't disagree that the wheel won't work, but I'm trying to figure out what is going on in this example, which Jeremy is showing.
It's linear motion. It's linear motion. That's the difference. One is rotational with a snag.
But you can make a wheel create linear motion. So I don't really see the difference.
That's because you haven't tried it, bro. That's what I'm telling you. Before you continue on, try it for yourself, and you'll see there's a point where the magnets attract each other. They don't repel or pull anymore.
I'm just going to explain. I'm just going to explain one last time. One last time.
But let's say you have like
hold on. The difference is Funk.
Yeah.
Funk. The difference is in the wheel. There's a point where it will get stuck and it won't spin anymore. The equilibrium point. And my track, my example, there's no equilibrium point where it gets stuck and stops moving.
Let me give you this example then. Let's say you have this wheel, which SC Montreal is. It's a wheel which is spinning. If something is spinning, you can make it roll. You can make it roll uphill as well, right?
Yes, but the thing is to keep it spinning.
Yeah, but
That's the part you don't get.
But the thing, you can make it roll uphill. If it can roll uphill,
if you maintain the spin, bro, but you can maintain the spin. Do you not understand that?
Okay,
Why do you not understand that?
Let me go through this example. If you can, let's say you can make it go up a hill. Let's say you can go up like I don't know, a slight incline, like in this example. Let's say you can make this wheel actually go up to the top of this.
That's what we're doing with our example. We're making a thing go up a hill.
But
Why do you need a wheel?
There's a wheel that SC Montreal is talking about. If you have this wheel, it's a wheel. It spins. That means it can go along the ground or maybe a little bit uphill as well. Can we agree on that?
No, I don't even understand the wheel or what's going on with it.
It's a wheel. You spin a wheel. It can go uphill. You know, understand that, Jeremy?
You see what I just posted?
Yes, I agree. If you spin a
I
wheel,
don't know
it
where
can go
you
up a
posted
hill.
it.
929 on Livestream text 1.
920. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm in a different time zone. So the fan, you mean?
Yeah. If you want to learn about this stuff, this is what I suggest you do. Invest a little bit of money, like $20. I bought this. And you need like how many? Count the magnets there. You need like 8, 10 magnets, and you can try it for yourself, bro. It doesn't work.
Dude, I don't disagree that it won't work, but I'm trying to make an example, and I want you to explain to me if you have this V-gate set up like a wheel, like this example, which is oh, for fuck's sake, let me find. You understand what I mean, but I'm just gonna post it anyway. Fucking V-gate. It's hundreds of them. Why can't I find any? Oh my god. V-gate GIF. Okay. So sure, this V-gate is attached to a mechanism which makes it like not move anywhere. Of course, I understand that. But let's say you took this out of the platform and put it on the ground, it will move. If you make this move uphill a little bit, and all you need to make this start is just like it's the same principle. All you need to make it start is just to get it into the V-gate slightly, and it will rotate.
You see that arm that's lifting up that magnet? See that thing turning?
Yeah.
That's trying to eliminate the snag. I'm not so sure that could be done. I've seen this before, yeah.
Yeah, you could have that. For example, you can have that lifting on the inside. You don't have to have it on the outside like that. And you can have a wheel.
Like I said, a lot of these things, they're faked. There's actually a battery. There's actually a mechanism moving it. Like the fan thing, it was a hoax.
It's not fake. It's just it's not fake. It's just that they, instead of using like a mechanical way of getting past the gate, they use like an electronic way to get past the gate.
You're assuming by you watching that video, you're assuming that it works, right? Like by me watching a video, I thought it was a possibility with the fan, but I recreated it, and it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work.
It's very little energy. Bill, I understand you can't make a fan run. You can barely make an LED run on this. Like I understand that.
No, I don't think you understand, bro. You can't make it produce anything. It doesn't turn.
I know it can't. I know it doesn't turn if you attach like a fan to it. Of course, it's very little energy in there. Even though it's spinning, if you give it a slight resistance, it's gonna stop.
Like I said, try it for yourself. I challenge you to recreate any one of those things with the magnets.
I maybe I would buy it for fun, but I'm not going to build stuff, which I sort of know. I agree with you, and I know you say try it. You will show me it doesn't work, and told you I know it won't work. So I agree with you.
We showed you the V-gate straight track, and it works. It goes up an incline. Like, what more do you need? We gave you the design for an over Unity device, and you're trying to change it into a wheel or something. I don't know why.
Yeah, this won't run, and the GIF I showed you won't run forever in that setup. But let's say I were to spin it so that it has rotation and make it run uphill.
Did you say run uphill?
Yeah, I can make it spin, and I can make it. It has some momentum. It's enough momentum to carry it up the hill.
Oh, the hill, uphill.
A
I thought
hill.
you said uphill. So I was thinking you're connecting it to some device, some sort of pill.
No, Pete. No, Pete.
Yeah, uphill.
No, Pete. No.
Yeah, it's a pill.
Stop.
What?
Oh,
little
fuck.
toy pill on wheels.
Oh, so funny. So it goes up the top of the hill. If it's on the top of the hill, can't you just make it drop down again? It will use that momenta it used to get up to the top of the hill, make it run down again, and it will carry momenta again, right?
Well, it will have to steer around the fool on the hill who sees the sun going down while the eyes in his head see the world going around, Funk. But otherwise, I think it will work.
Let me check here.
Check.
So we have a slight hill here. That's slightly. And then you have and then you get up the hill, and then you start over again. And instead of having a V-gate, you have this wheel, which carries enough momenta to go up here. And as long as it's so I'm gonna post the image.
Are you scared of the V-gate?
I found it interesting. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, this does scare a lot of the Globers because they think it's going against some critical physics principle or law or something.
Oh, first of all, it doesn't scare us, but it's perfectly fine to be skeptical. I'm not gonna, because you get it up one hill, and to say then claim that we got an infinite amount of energy. It's a bit. You're popping the champagne a little bit too early. So you see my example, right? You see my example in the my drawing in the live stream.
No.
In that drawing, you have a wheel. You make it go uphill, and as long as it's got enough momenta to get up to the hill, and it drops down to the bottom, does that mean I can make it go up using a V-gate, not a V-gate run wheel, not just a wheel, but a V-gate run wheel? Why, or better yet, why do you even need to make it drop down again? Why can't you just have like one freaking long V-gate and make it run all the way to the end? Does that mean like from fucking surface of the earth to top of Mount Everest, long, huge ass V-gate, you make it run all the way to the top?
It's a science project you're working on or something, Funk?
No, just a thought experiment. It would work. Does that mean that we have infinite energy? I'm not sure. I don't know.
How do you define energy? I think the problem is, and I mentioned this so many different times, and it really is a dichotomy because you have to choose sides. Everything to do with a spinning ball Earth is in variance with everything to do with a flat Earth. Ultimately, down to the environment itself, which you say is gravitical, which it is in a sense, but most flat earthers will agree it's electromagnetic in nature, and this is the ultimate sort of driving force behind what we call gravity. I said there's more to it myself. It goes back to the ether, the thing that they must kill. This is what Einstein did in one fell swoop. He killed the ether, and well, he was assumed to kill the flat earth anyway, or stationary earth. You know what I mean? He sort of had to kill those two things, and then the whole of the last century followed on those coattails. But the point is here that, as you say, it's good to speculate. You're having thought experiments here, but you can't put yourself in a differing environment, which has to be necessarily differing from the very, 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 very outset on every single front. Do you understand what I mean in general by that?
I'm not listening.
Not listening. That's pretty respectable, man.
Pete,
Isn't it? Well, hang on, Merle. Hang on, Merlin. Hang on, Funk. What kind of an answer is that for me?
I just said I'm not listening.
That's pretty rude, Funk. Why would you do that, bro?
Because I'm reading.
Oh, so nothing personal against Pete then? Okay.
Yeah, maybe
No,
I'm feeling bad or something, and you just hurt my feelings a little bit further.
Sorry.
Well, could I?
But if you don't want to talk to me or don't want to hear me, all you have to do is say so. And that's okay.
Because you know, like Noah's Ark, Pete.
Yeah.
Right. So that could be the tree of life, right?
Okay.
Because Noah had to save, what, 2 of everything?
Okay.
So could we just be, if there was a flood, could we be in Noah's Ark? Like the tree of life?
Very good, Merle. I like your thinking. It's all allegory, of course. The Bible is true, but not in a literal sense. We can think beyond the literal. You know, we can think the best game in the world. We might be able to play the best game or even talk the best game, but we can think it. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely. The truth applies to all of us. Very good. I have another thought I could expand upon whenever, but just in getting us to picture what I mean about the tree of life and how we're in this divided state, and the ark would be a very good sort of analogy to draw from as well. But that's a different matter. Merle, do you agree with what I said to Funk there, just in general? Once we're on a spinning ball, absolutely, we've come to realize as flat earthers, everything is a lie. This is necessarily so because it's based on a spinning ball earth, everything. So when you start on a flat earth, everything is different. And you cannot compare like with unlike, because the two will not meet. You know what I mean? In any sense. Do you understand what I mean there?
Yeah. I always sort of see it as inverted. Just because, you know, in basically the solar system, right? The sun's central and everything's revolving around the sun. But if you invert that, everything's revolving around the earth.
Yeah. Well, whatever you say the earth is, right? We have the picture of the spinning blue marble, but once we take that away, what is earth? As I said, I think most flat earthers, if they were pushed to draw a picture, I don't know what they draw. At least I have, and I said at least, I have a picture of
a square or a circle, usually.
Or a line, man. Yeah, that's a plan view. You draw a square or a circle, but you know, you're trying to look for realism here. The blue marble in all its glory at least presents a fantastic imagination for the children to cling to. So to come away from that and have a square or a circle, pretty disappointing. I'll say where I am, grand. I'm grand. I'd rather fool myself than to go into that bare wilderness, whatever it is. But I think that's important, you know. And what words achieve is the ability to sort of translate thoughts.
It just seems weird we'd be on our own, Pete. Like if the universe isn't what we've been told, it's like is there Earth 2, Earth 3? Like there's only one Earth, right?
Well, there is, but we'll draw a picture of it, Merle. What is it?
Exactly.
This is the thing, though, and I think it's all word trickery, but there's truth in everything. The lie, the heliocentric lie, is built on the truth, and you can't fault one. I think without the lie, we wouldn't have come towards the truth. So, and this is the nature of this game. So, by painting the picture somewhat, I say that the Earth. So, I say Earth is everything. Earth is everything which is within the confines of the saline waters outside. We're like in the womb. So from our consideration within the womb, everything outside is eternal, or you know what I mean, infinite.
Yeah.
There's waters outside. When the waters break, then the floodgates open. We arrive into this realm, and it's life. It's lie. We're told it from the very outset. I'm speaking to myself as well and reminding myself of these things because times are pretty tough and times can be pretty tough and they must be tough. If you're happy in these times, then you're doing something wrong. But I'm saying this to myself as well. We're told the truth. it's our parents who lie to us in the big sense, not necessarily purposefully, but they expose us to certain influences. They send us to different places to be educated, which is not the place of anyone else, but unwittingly, I guess. But we're told the truth by those in control. Rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. That's from the very start. We're told that from the very time we have cognizance. We're told this. We're sang it. It is bittersweet story, very very bitter story, but it wrapped up within one of the sweetest lullabies. So it is that tree as well. We're born onto the tree of life, and into a family tree, right? And our own limbs start growing then, Merle. So I think there's clues for every one of us, and I think, honest to God, I mean, get painting your own picture. Remember the what do you call it? Close encounters of the third kind, and they all started making these fucking mountains or whatever they were. Just intuitively. I reckon everyone should do that. Every flat earther, every ball earther as well. Paint your best picture of what you think Earth is. Remember, after all, whether you're right or wrong, Earth is still your home. The truth is the truth. That's what I think we should all sort of force ourselves into trying to doing, because it's so late in the game. You know what I mean? Just to be happy and stuck at flat Earth and fighting the antagonists all along, who are not here for you, by the way. They're here for the newcomers who come in, and then they'll soon awaken to their argument style and sort of sharpen their own wits quicker than ever. But yeah, that's the bottom line. At the end of the day, you're with yourself, and it's your picture that's waiting to be painted. I think if you don't make some sort of an effort at it, you'll kick yourself at the end of the day and decide what we're here for. You know what I mean? How much effort does that take?
Yeah. It just logically doesn't make, if we're part of creation, like creation wants to create, and then there's creativity, and we're creatures, so we're part of it. And I just think it wouldn't have stopped. You've got all the creatures that we know of. Why would it just stop at us? Like the creator just creates all this stuff, and then once it gets to us, it's like, enough. No more creatures.
You're talking to someone who fucking, not that I've ever seen these particular creatures, but I fucking believe that leprechauns, fairies, Bigfoot, ghouls, goblins, all manner of creatures exist. Ghosts. Yeah, all manner of stuff. Now, all the more stranger things, they might be part of a greater matrix. I do think we're in a construct here. We're greater than the material as we know it. So we ventured into a game. It's the game of life. In it. Do you remember that, Merle? The 80s game, the game of life. Yeah, you remember that? It was on a par. It never quite made it on the same par as Monopoly, but it certainly was a good game as well. And we pay attention to
it. It had the wheel. You'd turn a wheel.
Right. Well, not that I can remember so well, but we definitely played it. It was never our greatest favorite, but we played it a few times. But is it a great game of life? Are all of these different characters on the stage just acting their part because they're privy to the greater game that it is? Imagine finding out, for instance, that we're infinite beings, and the worlds to come, or maybe the worlds before, just wondrous in nature. Anything your imagination can conjure, being a part of reality in a different sense.
It seems like a stage here, like you say, like that. Some people think of life as the be all and end all, like human existence. But the more I go through it, it feels like a stage, like the whole thing, being a little kid, being a teenager, they're all stages, right? It's always changing.
Do you think there's any destiny involved, Merle? Do you have any memory of sort of previous existences, or did you have any sort of
I've always
Zen moments, Zen realization moments that you are greater than the body in a real sense?
I've always felt that this was significant, but then I've thought at other times like, it isn't. But I think when I really look deeply, I think even the fact that a person can recognize that they're alive, so they recognize their own existence. I think that's amazing. And I think the people who acknowledge it, that they're alive and there's this awareness that, you know, you're going to die as well. I think that's a beautiful thing, because it's all how you look at it, right? It's all perspective.
Yeah, but at the same time, immediately I could bring your mood absolutely down. Let's say we start talking about the horrific child abuse, scandals,
all the horrible things,
realities. And let's say we talk about it graphically and try to get into the mind of those people, Merle. You know what I mean? Then the whole horror opens up before us. So our mind is like a Pandora's box in a sense. We got to recognize. Well, I guess we got to recognize what to focus on, and this is where greater context comes into everything. When I talk about the dodo and Aristarchus, that's a greater context. It might not be right, but it's fucking not wrong. I'm telling you that, and I'm not taking that from myself. I didn't name Michael Jackson or Tom York the dodo. I didn't call Michael Jackson the Five Alive dodo after he faked his death. I didn't do any of these things. I did identify Paul / Paul McCartney of the Beatles as the dodo. That's one of the things I believe I'm alone in the world as doing, on earth as doing. So you know what I mean? I didn't write the story though, you know what I mean, Merle?
Yeah. You just made me think of I'm the Walrus when they're all standing there with their masks on. I was like, I wonder which one
what
Paul.
The Walrus is? Merle, you'll never believe it. Do you know anything about the Beatles?
Yeah.
So do you know what I Am the Walrus is? Right, so Paul is the Walrus is Paul, John said. I don't get too deep into this as well, but I'm the Walrus. Do you remember any controversy regarding fake moustaches? Isn't there a moustache sort of cut out in is it Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band? Remember that?
No.
It's okay if you don't, but Walrus is a walrus moustache, amongst other things as well, but it's also reference to the Walrus and the Carpenter from Alice in Wonderland. But the walrus is a walrus moustache. And, Merle, you've heard me talking about that one of the greatest lost treasure finds in history, which is the missing etching from Lewis Carroll's original etchings on wood, engravings on wood from the, well, I rated it, someone else rated it, but it is the third most translated book in history, alongside the works of Shakespeare and the Bible. Now I say, well, that puts it in prime position, because there's only two of those books: Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass, and like the Bible has 66 books, and the works of Shakespeare, well, plays, I think there's 38 or something like that. So that means up there in significance, and if it's all scripted, if it's all, I say the same.
It's John.
Hand,
it's John.
Same hand wrote all three books now.
It's John though. I mean, I know Paul McCartney wrote Helter Skelter, but John Lennon, like, I don't know, just his lyrical mind. It's all like Glass Onion. Happiness is a Warm Gun. I don't know. I just think Lennon was way deeper than McCartney, and George was spiritual. Like, they were all on the search too. You know, they went to India and got caught up with the Maharishi and all that, and they all took acid, and you know.
Maybe that's a search for you. Maybe it's a help along your pathway. I say they're all characters. Not only Paul was replaced, but all of the Beatles were replaced. Look at George Harrison right now. Not George Harrison. Ringo Starr. He's about 89 or 85 or something, and he looks like he's just turning 38 next week.
Really?
All of the Beatles were switched out at some point, but we know about the Paul/Paul one, right?
So it's not the real Ringo either.
Look, I know there's people in here. These thoughts are pretty developed as well, and a lot of people wouldn't have heard.
So Ringo's not Ringo.
In a sense, I've solved the Beatles mystery, the whole of the Beatles mystery. In a sense, I have done that. But Ringo Starr, right? George Harrison, Harry Starr, Cuss. Cuss is a short version for the name Jesus in Spanish, and I connect that with John Lennon, who's the Jesus-like figure, right? Or bigger than Jesus. So there's a bigger story being told here. But
how can that all be scripted? How
I'll tell you something else that's mind-boggling. I'll show it to you. I found a missing etching, which was from chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, which was when Alice meets the dodo bird. Now, if anyone wants any links, I can back this up. Again, it's not my puzzle. I've just come to taken steps towards solving it anyway. But there was one missing. So again, placing it in that predominant position, right? The most translated book in history, book for book. So out of as a masterpiece, so out of all the precious engravings, one was missing, one of the original ones, and that was where chapter 3, where Alice meets the dodo bird, where the dodo bird is looking for dry land, right? Dry land, following Alice's or all of our tears. Alice in Wonderland is all of us in Underland. It was originally named Alice Underground. Alice's Adventures Underground, but changed because maybe it was too obvious.
Really?
We were the ones underground. But anyway, let me finish this, Merle, because as I said, it is involved. I can shut up at any time. But
no,
I found so anyway. So all the other original etchings were in place, and every publication that you saw on the internet up to the time, and that was like 2016, were all based on the 91 original etchings, but originally all of the etchings, right, because they were so valuable, they were copied. They were copied in metal. Now, what the metal did was allow for greater numbers of publication, but it lost, this the story goes, it lost some of the clarity and some of the workmanship and finer details that the original wood carving etchings had. You know what I mean? So, here's the point. Every other version of Alice in Wonderland featured the chapter 3, Dodo meeting Alice, copy etching, because as the story goes, the original etching was lost. Apparently all of their etchings were lost at one stage, then they were recovered, lost again, and all found but one. But this is the story. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, of course, but it's leading us somewhere. So H.A. only went and found the last etching. I didn't know I found it. I was looking to read, and I read Alice in Wonderland on my own channel, way back at the start.
Is it almost like saying, like a mythical creature like the Loch Ness monster, or what's another one? Like just a mythical, being, and I think that's where Alice in Wonderland kind of takes you, and I can only talk from my jungle experience, but there's reference frames, so like things you've heard from your father or your parents, if you're around a campfire and people are telling stories, that's the way to pick up information. And I don't know if we have DNA and how all that works, but I think have like drinking like that fucking DMT, it was like I was outside the reference point, so some of the information coming in wasn't being brought there by me. I didn't have that knowledge or any of that information. So what my question is where did that information come from? And is it possible that wherever we are, we have a limited awareness, a limited amount of information, but if we knew how to access this other realm, if you will, we could kind of maybe potentially just develop on lots of different psychologically, emotionally, spiritually.
Well, what do you do or not? How many people are you going to meet in life? How many people are you going to meet today? Just thoughts on other people's thoughts, right? Which are sort of pointless in a sense. You wish everyone the best. We're talking more specifics here. And we're in a particular arena. We spend much time. Is it all for now, in a sense? No, it isn't. It's never all for now. To sort of comment on what you're saying, I asked earlier on, have we sort of a destiny? The way I sort of look at it is like Benjamin Button. Remember, I haven't seen the movie. I've seen clips of it. But I think we're living our life backwards. Everything's already settled. 88 is Back to the Future in the movie with the same name. So I look upon it like that. I was meant to find the Sabian.org version of Alice in Wonderland. I was meant, whatever, for whatever reason. It was there for everyone to find, but I was meant to find it for some reason because I think of the earlier questions I asked or the pathway I was sort of laid down in my mind. I guess that's the conspiracy pathway. If you don't ask the questions, I think everyone from the Gospel of James, the secret Gospel of James, don't get me talking about that, and the Gospel of Thomas, how that's it's towards the last set of clues for us to work it out. It's sort of be made more and more obvious if we're paying attention. But there is this one particular clue, 113 out of the 114, one out of them, out of 114 is a leading clue to give us, I take it to the final clue, which is the secret book of James. And within the secret book of James, we're told, hang on now, I hope my audio is coming through okay. Okay, in this order, faith, knowledge, and love. Faith, knowledge, and love. You have to have faith to begin with. And I don't think there's a flat earther who has some faith in a higher power. You don't have to, even if it's yourself, right? Understanding that you are of that higher power. That'll do. You know what I mean? But, there isn't one flat earther who is faithless. Every bowler you encounter is exactly that, or gives that impression anyway, which is most peculiar, isn't it? Isn't it most peculiar? Even Druss is sort of halfway house. He'll admit to some sort of external power in play, but it'd be very vague. What is he actually? Is he a druid? Not a druid. Wiccan? I think he's a possible Wiccan, Druss. No, I'm not a Wiccan. What's a guy is he into trees? A pagan. He might be a pagan. Is he a pagan?
Yeah, pagan.
Pagan into nature, but into sort of the greater power dawn of nature and all of that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, he believes we live in a creation.
Right.
It's not like a big organized religion.
Right. Well, the point is here. So you have faith first. Without faith, well, there is nothing. That's the foundation. Then you have knowledge, and then you have love. So love comes after knowledge. I think for very good, very specific reasons. There's a pathway laid out. Once you have faith that there's a greater story in play, and we're part of it, then the best we can understand is that we are following this story, and we have to decide where to follow it from. Which is either our head, right, or our gut, groin, right? That's representing the material closer to the ground, or our heart. And I think everything has to go through the heart bridge, a balance. You can imagine anything you like. That doesn't make it so. You know what I mean?
Oh, this reminds me, Pete. I have some great information in a video. Semen going up the spine. That thing that you've mentioned before.
Excellent, man. I see you left a few messages as well, Dawn. Thanks very much, man. I'm just having a beer or two here, but I really appreciate your help no matter what happens, right? But, Dawn, you've heard me talking about Alice in Wonderland. So getting back to everything, I'd say this is one of the greatest treasures found. I'll post it in chat here because it sort of connects everything. It connects everything within a proper context, or at least a proper context that not just I can understand, plenty of people understand this context. And when you think about it, in the whole of history, the Beatles being listed as the top numero uno, then everything coming from them will be significant in every sense.
The bands. Look at all the bands, Pete, of music history. They were the band.
Right, exactly. They were made to be the band, right? So I'm going to post this image, and this is all getting back to the walrus. I promise you. But you're not going to your mind is going to flip if you're only hearing this for the first time. So I posted that in chat. So this is the original etching. A feature that no other version of Alice in Wonderland on the internet, or that could be found. And this is all on record as well. Dave High, 108, Delquak could testify to all of this. Des from Scotland, who we had a big show on his channel about this. So that's the missing etching, and that featured something that no other copy had, for the reasons that I gave you already, right? There was supposed to be.
What's interesting too? There's heaps of birds there too, in the background, bird people.
Well, listen to me. Don't be getting me talking about what's most interesting. See Alice, remember I said Alice is all of us? If you look at Alice, zoom in on Alice's face, it's neither male, female, man, or adult or child.
She's got
all of us. It encompasses all of us.
It's a bit
And
bit
if you go to
disturbing.
the if you go to the original etchings, Dawn, I can post it myself. When you see Alice, the original etchings, just chapter 1 of Sabian.org or any book, you'll see Alice looks remarkably like Elvis. Elvis lives. Elvis anagram of lives, obviously, but remarkably like Elvis as well. And none of this is incidental.
If you saw a young girl in real life with black eyes, you might call the police.
Well, I'm just saying this is all representative. Lewis Carroll didn't exist. You know all the pedo stories about Lewis Carroll. He didn't exist. It's all a tale.
Look
Tale
at the
within a tale.
monkey. Look at the monkey behind the dodo.
Well, let me get to
You
the
gotta
point.
zoom in. It's this weird monkey.
They are like a weird cult, aren't they? Those animals. He's being initiated into the new group.
Oh, well, that's the superficial level in a sense, Dawn. We are all of us in fucking Wonderland. Nothing is real. Nothing to get hung about, right?
Okay,
The Beatles sang. If you zoom in, right, can you see? Do I need to tell you so to wrap it up?
It's a monkey man, right? Though, is that a
Right,
monkey
listen
with
to
the birds? Why is there a monkey with the birds?
Okay. Well, I'm trying to do something now at the minute. Well, I don't know actually. Actually, Merle, that's a good question. I don't remember a monkey being referenced in the chapter.
No. Is that a monkey?
In Wonderland, there's all sorts of creatures, and the illustrator only knew birds and monkeys.
Well, John Tenniel.
That
was
makes
his name.
sense.
John
Fucking
Tenniel
good
was his
etching.
name. Right. So here's the point. Then I can't find where I zoomed in. I'll just have to zoom in again. Okay. Here's the point. Let me just zoom in again.
Of course, we all know that Paul McCartney's face is etched under the wing of the dodo.
No, well, Merle doesn't know that. Let me zoom in. And as I said, what I'm saying to you, the story of
put
this.
the mirror on it so it's backwards.
No, well, you can do that, but 1 second, I'll show you. The story of this spans 200 years. A mystery, ongoing puzzle for 200 years. The Beatles are just a big part of it, actually, but in a greater scheme, minor part of it. Charles Dodgson, Dodo Dodgson was his nickname, because he was said to have a stammer. He related most of all characters he created with the dodo bird, which is most strange because the dodo bird makes a very brief appearance, almost insignificant. But the fool on the hill, right? The dodo is the fool on the hill. Let me post this. Getting back, so what do you call it? Wrapping everything up, which is not doing it really, but bringing us back to the walrus's Paul.
Yeah.
Again, to the walrus and the carpenter, but here is Paul. Do you notice underneath the dodo's wing? This is the only etching that featured the face so clearly. In the other etchings, I have a copy of it as well. You see the vague outline. There's absolutely no difference anywhere else, but there's a vague outline of a face, but it's not quite what do you call it? Finished in. And fucking my hard drive is here. I'd have to get a few. I don't have how much it costs to be able to read it, but all my own research is on that. But I even have you see the face here I just posted. I have a side by side. If anyone can post the face of dead Paul, you remember there's supposed to be a picture on one of the albums where Paul is sort of lying in a clearly dead, deceased position. He looks remarkably like this, with a little quiff of hair as well, and the eyes down. But I also had a side by side with the fall. So a picture of Paul, and the picture underneath the dodo's wing, and it's a fucking match. It's a match. And as I say that's one of the greatest treasures. The walrus is a walrus moustache, but also reference to the walrus and the carpenter, where if you go to Disney 1951 effort of joining the two stories, the walrus and the carpenter is featured, and you know what also is featured? Oysters or I-stars, R-I-star, possibly.
What I always wonder is, say if John Lennon didn't really die, right?
No, he didn't.
Right.
So
what would he be doing? What would he be doing like now? Like, is he still here? Like
Mark Stacey. Mark Stacey is John Lennon. Like John Codner is Elvis Presley. I spoke to John Cotner via text. Would you believe that, Merle, on
is
ATS?
that preacher guy?
John Cotner, yeah, type it in. That's Elvis. I think Elvis had a twin as well. I think there was always two Elvis.
What's his name? What's his name?
John
John.
Cotner. Just type in John Cotner as Elvis. I talked to Elvis. I told him in text form that my mother was a great fan. That she had been to see one of his movies in the '60s about 20 times, 18 times or something, which was a big deal back in those days, right? But, yeah. And he said, "Oh yeah, grand, whatever." So it was just a brief, and I tell you that was true. It was a thread on ATS that went on for about 100 pages back in 2013, and there was so much evidence collating that it was the guy that eventually he joined a thread. Or someone claiming, the management of the ATS claiming that it was actually John Cotner who was at the center of the controversy. And by the end of the thread, it was clearly him. Everyone there understood that it was him, and he just said like, well, I'll only be here for a day or two more. But he pretty much answered every question, and I think by the end of it, it was obvious. It was him. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I think Michael Jackson knows who I am. Do I care? Not really. I probably
Elvis is Bob Joyce. John Lennon is Steve Jobs.
Is John Lennon Steve Jobs? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. John Lennon, Steve Jobs. I've already checked the inner ear cartilage.
Gotta go to John Lennon, Steve Jobs hotline.
Yeah.
But Steve Jobs. But hang on. Steve Jobs could also be Mark Stacey.
Well, he had Apple Records as well. John Lennon, or the Beatles did.
Right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I've already checked the cartilage on these people. It's the same. It's the same dude.
Fuck, dude.
Well, I'll go with that.
That's
Riggs.
true.
I'll go with that, Riggs. But
isn't that a trip?
Hang on, Riggs. I was just saying something.
He had some minor surgery, but
yeah, I believe you, man. I heard that. I'm not all right. Wow. I'm not saying that. Have you heard that John Lennon might be Mark Stacey? You heard that?
No, man.
You check that out. I'd love you to check it out.
I'll look at it, but I've already verified the stuff that matters.
But Riggs, what I'm saying to you is, it's a possibility that the guy's playing more than one role, more than two roles. Who knows? No, it's not an impossibility.
But I mean, I know Steve Jobs is supposedly dead, but I also think they faked their death. So I don't know, maybe.
Right. So here's another layer that you mightn't have considered then. So John Lennon was replaced, right? So it was the fake John Lennon who was fake killed in New York that time. So Mark Stacey, I think, is possibly the real John Lennon, and along these lines, Jobs is the fake John Lennon. You know what I mean? So both of them survived. Now Mark Stacey is a musician, and he does have a sort of very similar style to the original Lennon. So this is not beyond the realms of possibility as well. You know what I mean? When I say Paul McCartney was replaced, all of the Beatles were replaced. So I definitely go along with that, man. I definitely go to some degree.
Yeah, Paul McCartney, there's some people that really believe that he got swapped out. And I haven't really looked into that one.
No, he didn't.
I think Reckonor has some ideas about the Beatles. I don't know if he's here, but he had some ideas about stuff like that.
Well, what I'm talking about gets to the heart of matters. So this is beyond all the obvious stuff. They gave us Paul/Fall on a plate. What I'm talking about here connects everything. So if Paul and the Beatles are just characters or conduits telling a greater story, well, here it goes back to the dodo, and that's the face of Paul/Fall underneath the dodo's wing. Now you're going to say to me, hang on, if the original etching was back in 1848, something like that, whatever time, how the hell could the face of someone who came along 100 years later be, and especially with the controversy, two people, be on the face of the original etching? Well, one is designed off the other. They're sort of designed and made up appropriately. Remember, if they did replace Paul/Fall, a whole lot of surgery would have had going on there. But there was also more than just two Pauls. There was about 3 or 4 Pauls, as best as information goes. Right?
Are they shapeshifters?
Lookalikes, Merle. They're lookalike
clones.
actors with masks.
Clones.
Here's something to consider, Briggs. This is a brilliant one. I haven't heard anyone suggesting this. I'm a sort of shit follow-upper on thoughts or ideas. I take it somewhat, but then I move on to something else or say fuck it. Anyway, here's something I haven't heard anyone mention. Harry Nilsson. Harry Nilsson is Paul McCartney. He's Paul/Fall. He's one of them. Harry Nilsson. And he was a famous contributor, a singer back in the day. And yeah, he had a big association with the Beatles as well. So I think there's this greater interwoven sort of theater ongoing. So this is bringing it back to the original. That's what I'm saying. When you get to Flat Earth, this is what makes all the difference. Everything has a different context then. And if everything is there to sort of inform us or let us in on the greater story, externally, internally, I should think there's an onus on us as individuals anyway to try follow it. At least understand that, well, maybe the truth is already written. The best we can do is put some pieces together that are already laid out before us. So does everyone see that face, by the way? Isn't that clear as day? It's clear as day to me. And it's also, as I said, a blend of Paul McCartney and Paul McCartney. And I showed original pictures where Paul is dead. Paul is dead. Yeah, the Paul is dead sort of image that they have on one of their albums alongside the fake Paul. And it's a blend of the two. And that's why Paul is the dodo.
William Steve Campbell. That's the fake Paul, apparently.
William Shears, isn't it? Billy Shears. Use the shears to chop down or to cut stuff, don't you?
The same.
Well, on Abbey Road, Paul McCartney's got bare feet. He's the only one, and apparently that means he's dead.
Yeah. Obviously, imagine you're writing a video game. Imagine you're writing a video game for your child and you wanted to make it fiendish. You go through the script meticulously and you put all of these different clues that are leading. Of course, they gave the suggestion that Paul was replaced, and on the national airwaves.
A lot of them.
National airwaves, they gave this the suggestion of a conspiracy there. And of course, once you look into it, then, which a certain percentage of the population are, it becomes blatantly obvious. But who are you going to tell? Who are you going to call? Fuck all. It becomes an individual search. I tell you, if anyone has spent a lot of time investigating the Beatles, I'll wrap up certain things for you. I'm telling you, I don't think anyone else has put together. I'm telling you that, and I'm not saying that I'm anything great. I'm just saying I came by these clues because I had proper context, which was the flat Earth, the Gleason's map in particular, which when inverted upside down, and you imagine some of the waters drained away, Merle, right? Like before the Ark days. Well, then places like the Mediterranean, the Philippines were connected to Australia. The Gulf of Mexico, etc., was all filled in. A certain bird jumps out at you, and that's the mythical bird, the dodo. Apparently real, but we know nothing is real. The dodo measured. Do you know how high the dodo measured in that? 3 foot 3 inches. Is a big clue. So everything is a clue. That's the dodo map. That's the Gleason's map, the flat Earth map. But it isn't really. It's the basis of it, though.
Why do you think Antonio Subarats and all that kind of crew, like Vinny and all them, why couldn't they, track the sun? It was like, that's when I started to realize this isn't as easy as people think. To just like be born into the Earth and then try to figure out what the Earth is from the inside of it. You know what I mean?
I've never read his book. Is it the Book of the Sun he has? I'm sure it's an excellent book. Absolutely. What a great mind. But he's people behind him as well. Antonio Subarats, another actor on the stage. And funny enough, we're talking about the dodo bird representing the map of the Earth, or the rough layout of the Earth. Well, that's only half the story. You cut a tree down, Merle. You have a stump, right? You look down. You flood everything.
It's like a crater.
Everything is flooded. Everything is flooded. Everything is flooded. So you have certain pieces of land. Island is land, so everything connected. But certain pieces of land jutting up above the ocean, and this is what is represented. This is the flat Earth map. You know the disc upon the elephants, upon the turtle. This is all not cartoon stuff. This is absolutely representative of reality. It's his greatest symbols in existence, summing up our existence. And you know what the disc, you know what the bird, I have given it away. You have a fucking dodo on the back of 4 elephants who's on the back of a turtle. Because the dodo represents the layout of the land. The disc earth, as people call it. But that's not a disc earth. It's the tree stump, right? As we look down on it, as it juts above the invading waters, a plan view. That's what it is. It's a profile. So that's where the dodo comes into it.
I
And
make a
that's why
statement. I want to make a statement. I don't trust anybody that's messed around with Patrick Steer. All right.
You do right. You do right. Let me tell you, this is what getting to my point, Riggs. This is getting to my point. So that tree itself, I've identified as Aristarchus. Aristarchus. We can see it in its reflected form everywhere. Primarily, you look at the moon, and it's seemingly most mysterious crater. Moon, the most mysterious object in our existence, we're told by officialdom, but it's named Crater Aristarchus, so we can see it in its reflected form. The tree is cut, the core is exposed. I think the tree is intact the other side, right, with a massive sort of plate in between, which allows the root systems to sort of interconnect. And fundamentally, you have the root from the other side jutting through, and all the energy bursting up, and is sort of holding back the waters beyond. But is in a sort of collapsed state, the barrier is. And all of the skylights stem from this singular central source. Here's where Antonio Subrats comes into it. I say Aristarchus, R-I star C-H-S is the answer, is the tree, and is the sun ultimately. Antonio gives us the book of the sun, and his name backwards is Star I Be Us. The odds are impossible. I already knew he was an actor. I was one of the first to realize that the whole charade between Patricia and Anthony or Antonio was exactly that. When Patricia Steer left and erased her existence from the internet, the only name she mentioned was me. I'm the reason for all of this. But she said I mentioned me specifically, and a few others, as if I ever did anything to her, except follow some clues that they already laid down. Well, Patricia was a steer, wasn't she? She was supposed to be a steer is a castrated bull calf. So straight in the name, you have your biggest clue. To let you know that it was all theatre. And I'll tell you why other people were tiptoeing around. This was back in 2016, but there was great energy and there was a great sort of vibe going. That cut everything in half. It put people in a fucking desperate situation because you either didn't want to say anything about it because it was so awkward, or you took sides and then you were alienated against another side. So I see now that it was all scripted out, Riggs. And Patricia is just a character. I love Patricia. I think they're possibly beautiful people behind it, but they're certainly playing their roles. And within their names, then Mark Sargent. Don't get me talking about this, man. Mark Sargent was a prepper, so that's a pointer to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And Merle, we just agreed, the Beatles' #1 band in history. So they're put in that position for a specific reason. Mark Sargent is saying we're pointed at that album. We're pointed at that album. Do you know what that album is? Do you know what that album is? That album is a walkthrough.
He said we agreed the
Alice in
Beatles are the
Wonderland.
best band in history.
That album is a walk through Alice in Wonderland. Well, that album being the greatest contribution from the greatest band in history, if we're talking about a greater script, is going to be the greatest clue giver possible. And that's
was
what
a big band in an important time, the hippie movement and the new age starting and all that.
Yeah. Like one of the biggest broadcasts apparently in history besides the moon landing is the Beatles doing All You Need Is Love. They did it live.
Yeah. And Crowley on the cover. I mean, say no more.
Yeah. I mean, England is really the main reason I went to England. I could have gone anywhere. It was because of the music that's come out of there. Like all my favorite music has pretty much come out of England. America too, but England mainly.
Oh, England's great for music.
Yeah.
Drum and bass.
That's worldwide now.
Don't sell yourself short. Who's that band? Who's that band who play? I don't know, fucking 50 or 60 mainstream pop hits, musical hits, and they're just 4 chords, just translated into. Yeah, no, yeah. Do you know the what do you call it? Listen, these people are put up in pedestals and they're promoted purposefully to take you away from your own genius.
Yeah,
so we've got beyond that. There's nothing that any man can do that you can't do, Merle. Or
100%.
No, and the same with any females. Now there is a distinction between males and females, but ultimately there's nothing, especially with our minds, that we can't do. Although it's funny that there's no top women chess players. And
You do get geniuses, Pete. Some people have just a certain talent for a certain thing better than other people. But the celebrities that they offer us are not that. They're not the special talented ones. They're fakes.
Right, but they're fakes. I think maybe they all have good hearts. Maybe they're all led into the greater secret.
Some of them, I'm sure, had good intentions.
Yeah. And maybe we realized at the end of this life is just a set of experiences that happen. We change your mind. We can change your mind. You can change your mind about everything right now. Every one of us is capable of change. By the way, was Travis here? Travis, I should tell you about what happened in court last week. Man, well, it's hilarious. Well, it's hilarious in a different way, but I sort of expected it in a sense. But yeah, it's all about us coming to awareness. All there is the now when you think about it. All there is the now and your thoughts on now. Now, where do we put our thoughts? Yeah, man, listen, remember we were talking last time, and what was I going to do? I didn't even get the chance to do anything. When I went up to the court, and you give your name at the door, I didn't wear a mask for you. Your man said you can't come in without a mask. Can I said, well, if you don't want me here, that's fair enough. The judge won't like that, because I didn't wear a mask the last time. But anyway, I reluctantly gave the name, or I made him look for Peter. Any Peters on the list? No. And then I gave the surname, just any Sheehan's on the list, but I didn't claim to be the name, right? But he couldn't find it. So I went into the clerk and had a fucking. It ended up with a half-an-hour chat. I let him know everything. They're all a bunch of fakes, Travis. They're all a bunch of fakes, and that's the person you have to challenge, the court clerk. The court clerk. Watch how nice they will be to you. Watch how nice they will be to you, as opposed to when you actually enter the judge's courtroom. You know what I mean? Judge's fortress. You know what I mean?
You got to bring a box. You got to bring a box of jelly donuts with you.
Well, you got to know what you're doing, especially anyway. You know, one step out of place, and immediately, you know, lots of things can be assumed and presumed, and before you know it, you're what do you call it? But things have to be settled beforehand. But anyway, the upshot was that the case was withdrawn, so there was nothing to be heard. It was like it was erased from the system. So I didn't know what to think about that. Really, I still don't know what to think about that. I mean, I'm the one who spent a week in prison for nothing. It's not for nothing. I know exactly what it was about. It was about my stance. I was busker in town about my stance regarding Corona. That's all. I sang my Corona. Okay, so we won't talk about that. But anyway, yeah. So that's what happened at the end of the day. Nothing. No, I guess that's a good result, right?
What did they say? They said it's all done with. Nothing.
There was nothing there. Just case withdrawn, and they didn't inform me.
That's a great result.
It's a very strange case. They had me in Travis. If I was in America, I could have a case. I could get about fucking 20 solicitor lawyers, and I'd have a case for maybe, I don't know, 20 million. I already have a load of them on 10,000 euros an hour for every hour of my incarceration, which was like 150 hours. But that's 3 for definite is 6 million. But outside of that, then, you know, any other damages, because it was tantamount to kidnapping. Illegal, unlawful, every aspect of it was.
I don't think they're going to pay you, Pete.
I don't fucking want Denison. I don't want Denison, but I'm just saying I could go down that route, because now they've just dropped charges, like, you know.
They owe you energy. I think you're
right.
Well,
what I could do is apply for compensation, and if you're falsely imprisoned, then it's 1,000 euros per day, right? So I was there for 7 days. And that's just a standard fee. Or someone told me that anyway. But,
did they feed you?
I don't even want to do that, man. Isn't that dirty money?
Did they feed you?
I went on hunger strike, Merle. I wouldn't wear a mask, and I wouldn't take a corona test. And I'm just speaking my own point of view. I'm just relating what happened, right? So don't be taking it personally. I said corona's a hoax, and all I encountered throughout the whole thing was
Hold on, guys. Pete, please let's refrain from using that word, please.
Okay.
Not
the
because
hopes
we
are
want to,
growing.
but because we want to keep this place intact. So please,
Okay.
guys, don't. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, I'm just relating a story though, so I okay. Anyway,
Oh, so
I wouldn't
I
wear a
was
mask.
just asking him if he had food in jail. That's all.
Listen, I wouldn't wear a mask. I wouldn't take a test. So they put me in quarantine, isolation, and I was there. And just from the start of it, there's a whole saga here, man. I mean, I don't want to take up all the time here. There's a whole saga here that. From the start, I knew I was been wronged, and I never gave the name from the start because the cops came up and stopped me playing music or came over and questioned me, "What's your name? Where do you come from? Why are you asking me that?" No reason. So they didn't suspect me of a crime or anything like that. But I wouldn't give the name then, and only young fellas. They insisted on arresting me without reading me my rights or anything like that. I put them immediately under notice, 10,000 euros an hour, and I went along because they were going to take me by force otherwise. When I got up to the station, then they wanted my name to charge me with not giving the name, and I didn't give any name up there as well. So you can call me King of Era if you want. Dodo, you can call me, but I don't have to give any
I don't
legal
think
name.
you even broke any made-up laws, Pete. So you're all good.
No, I know exactly. I knew I was all good from the start. But anyway, I ended up being on hunger strike for 8 days, and they put me in. One of the sergeants who arrested me, he said, "You look like William Kalaki." And me and a friend of mine sort of worked a bit on a song. You know that song, William Kalaki? Well, what's his? Not William Kalaki. Williams and Zinger killed Hattie Carroll. Remember that from Bob Dylan? So a little take on that, and it's called The Lonesome Birth of William Kalaki, because one of the sergeants said, "You look like William Kalaki." I said, "Do I now?" So that's who it had me down on the sheet as. And I didn't correct. Well, I told them that's not me, man. But they just
You don't give a
insisted on
name,
that.
and they just choose an actor's name for
Yeah.
you. That's
They
very
choose
telling.
a name that one of the sergeants said I looked like him. So they
Celebrity
suspected me of
actor
that.
name.
I was brought up to court the next day under that name and put into Limerick prison then under that name. That was the name on the cell. After about 2 days, they realised I was.
You made a mockery of their whole system.
Well, they were dying. Oh, there's a great story. I mean, they were dying. I didn't give the name. The minute they put me in the cell, I went on hunger strike. Not hungry. You know, hungry. I just said I don't want any of your food. So I didn't take any food from the moment I was incarcerated to the moment I left.
See
And
how
I
I
will
need to
continue
ask
that.
about food?
For
I
8
didn't know he
days.
went on a hunger strike.
I was in
He
hunger
has the
strike, man.
balls
I
to
didn't
go on a
take any of
hunger
their
strike.
food. I don't like
You know
to
what I'm saying? Not many
in
men
those
have the
terms.
balls to do that.
Yeah, no, but I don't like to put it in those terms. I just didn't eat any of their food. That's all. And by the end of it, I had everything out of there. I wasn't.
See, this
But
is
the only
what
reason I
makes
went
Pete
down,
a
they
real
dragged me out of the
flat earther.
cell to bring me down to the hearing. They try you by video. And I swear, in the meantime, they found out that I wasn't William Clackey. They broke into my phone that they had in possession. And they found out something about me. Now, I wasn't hiding the name from the start, right? I wasn't hiding it for any reason. But the upshot was they found out who I was. And they came to my mother's door and set off the alarm, nearly breaking down the door. And all they wanted her was up in court to identify me. So all my mother saw when she was in the
Oh,
court
your
the
poor
next
mum.
time. Well, all she saw the next time was an emaciated guy. I wasn't emaciated. I was
Those
obviously
bloody
losing a
bastards.
bit of weight. But the worst part was there was 4
Bastards.
guys in hazmat suits, full hazmat gear surrounding me. And I was sort of saying immediately what I had to say.
I
This is
sound
all
like I'm
part.
joking, but I mean it.
Oh, it's deadly serious at the same time. They gave me an
Let's
ultimatum then to sign.
enjoy a moment of silence, yeah?
What's that?
Let's enjoy a moment of silence for Rob Skiba. How about that?
Yeah, okay.
I didn't listen. I should go on mute anyway. I'll finish that story elsewhere. I know it takes a long time. I don't have much to say about Rob Skiba.
Everything you say takes a long time.
Not
Yeah.
now, Ed. Come on.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Ed, you don't even have any arguments. Why do you show up here?
Yeah, I do. You know my
You
best.
don't have any good arguments, dude.
Yes.
When we look back on this in 10 years, Rob Skiba will be another truther that was murdered. That's my prediction. Like all of the others that we don't hear about enough.
That's true.
They were all murdered and didn't just disappear into obscurity.
How about we get a topic? We got some ballers in here. Why doesn't somebody bring up a topic? Any
There's
idea,
a lot of
guys?
So why isn't the flat Earth being proven?
Sorry?
There's a lot of flat earthers. I see no proof for the flat Earth.
The Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I know.
What if I find you a bumpy surface, or would you still claim that's 2D?
Every surface is 2D.
You know them things you put on down on the stairs with the grippy bits on them? Is that 2D? Or is it not a surface to you?
You mean the grippy bits that are the volume, or you mean the surface?
Like a carpet. Is that a 2D surface?
You're not answering my question.
You didn't answer mine.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification, and you're not clarifying. You're just
on
rephrasing the same question. It's not helping. You really need to
on
clarify.
steps that are built out of certain types of stone, they get cold, and metal steps.
Yeah, so are you talking about the surface or the volume? That's the gritty part, how you said it.
I'm asking you, if the step is flat but it has grooves on it, is that still 2D?
Are you talking about the surface or the volume that's grooved in?
Well, I don't know what your definition of surface is. You're all up in the air.
No, it's really simple. You know
It
what a
is-
surface
is
is.
a step.
So can you
Is a
just
step.
answer? So can you answer the question? Are you talking about the surface or the volume?
I'm asking you which is which. On a step, if it's got little grooves to grip your shoes on, is that 2D? Is that a 2D surface?
Every surface is 2D. So again, are you talking about the
Even if it's
surface?
not.
So are you talking about the surface of the grooves or the volume?
So the surface of Earth, is that 2D?
You didn't answer my question though.
I'm asking you about the surface.
You just danced around my
Not the
question
volume, not the volume, the surface.
You just danced around my question for clarification.
I call it a surface, yeah, but it's a grippy surface. So if you look closely, it's got grooves on it. So I know it's not 2D.
You said that already, and I asked you for clarification. Are you talking about the surface of the groove?
I've given you plenty of clarification. You're avoiding the question.
No, you're talking through me and not
Always
answering the
arguing.
clarification. You're not
What
clarifying.
I did was I brought to light a surface that isn't 2D. No,
You're not
you don't know what to
answering the
say.
question, though. So are you talking about the surface or the volume?
Surface. I already answered that.
Okay.
Have you heard of the fractal shoreline?
A
Ed?
grooved
Is that Ed or
surface
Chikey?
is a
That's Ed,
grooved
isn't it?
surface 2D.
Are the
Have you heard of the fractal
grooves?
shoreline?
Are you talking about the
It's a grooved
volume?
surface 2D.
Yeah. No. The volume
No
is.
matter how much you zoom in, if you try to trace around the shoreline, you will still have more to zoom in. If you're going to transfer that shoreline in terms of surface to the Earth's surface, well then, what are you measuring? Well,
You're talking about
dictate the
something
volume as well,
completely
won't it?
different.
No, you're not. You're talking about the surface of the
What
Earth being
about
2D or 3D.
You know basketballs have got those little bumps on so your hands grip them.
How do you
Is
make
the surf-
grooves?
Is the surface of a basketball 2D?
Flat piece. How do you make grooves in a flat blank? How do you do that?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, there's a ball earther.
well, I can tell you, you take away part of the volume. So
Yeah.
your question about the grooves had to do with volume and not surface. You really need to ask
No,
a
I'm
different.
talking about. It's still called a surface to me because it's flat to stand on.
But you make the
or
grooves by
or
taking
it's
away
turns
part
up
of
a
the
hole like a
volume.
basketball. Still
You
called
make
a
the
surface. It just
grooves
happens
by
to have
taking
bumps in
away
it.
part of the volume.
Like a basketball, right? So a basketball analogy, you do.
There's little bumps, so it's not 2D, is it?
Or you could possibly add them as well.
Are you
That's
talking
another
about the
possibility,
surface
right?
or the grooves?
Yeah, the surface of a basketball with bumps on.
Yeah, and the bumps
It can't
be
here because you
three-dimensional.
take away part of the volume. Good
It's
job.
your name, and you're trying to defend it, so I'm just going to labour it for a little while.
Yeah, but you can
But,
never
but,
treat
but,
it as
but you
three-dimensional,
can't.
right?
You keep talking about volume. You have nothing to say.
Just let it dangle there.
It's called a surface.
No, you're talking about
surface of a
grooves
basketball.
and bumps, which appear if
Yeah.
you adjust the volume.
Grooved
If you
and bump
adjust the
surfaces.
volume.
Ed,
can
Ed,
buy
Ed,
3D,
take
man.
it back one notch. You're doing good, but let them respond, bro.
Okay, sorry.
It's 3D. Come on.
Silly Ed.
Really, you keep talking about volumes and not the surface, though.
The bumps, dude.
It's called a
What are
Yeah,
the
surface.
those
bumps?
appear if you take away part or add something to the volume.
No.
Yeah,
That's the three.
yeah,
That's
no,
the
that's
third
actually how
dimension.
you make
It's
those
called a
things.
surface. It's
You
called a
can't
surface.
handle the third dimension.
No, it's
Bump
called a volume.
surfaces. No.
Just stay in 2D,
Yeah.
bro.
No, volumes are not 2D.
You're in 2D right now.
So what? Grab the surface of the basketball. Your teacher says, and you say, no, it's not the surface. It's part of the volume.
So are you talking
Hang on.
about the surface or are you talking about the bumps and grooves?
And they say, sorry, you're not on the team.
Mad. Hang on,
You
Dawn.
didn't answer
Ed,
the question. Are you talking
well,
about
hang
the
on,
bumps
Ed.
and
Let me ask you
grooves
a
or are you
question.
talking about the surface?
Don't get so upset.
The same
I've been asking
thing.
the same question loads of
Grooved
times, man. Let me ask you a
surface.
question, Dad. Are you saying that when you treat the surface of the Earth as a 2D surface, that you essentially transfer it as a circle onto paper with a central dot? Because everything in 3D has to be dictated to every point on the surface in relation to a central point, right? Is that what you're saying? So it transfers to a circle around a central dot.
I have no idea
Two-dimensional
what you just said.
transformation.
Yeah, he is saying, Pete, that he wants to treat the Earth's surface as 2D. That's what he's saying.
Every
Know
surface
that.
is
So how would
2D.
you transfer that to paper?
You guys keep
Wouldn't you
talking
transfer that
about
to
the
paper as a
volume.
circle with a
Not
central
realistic.
zero
Totally
zero?
unrealistic.
Yeah.
Right?
Grooves
Totally
and bumps
unrealistic.
are all in the volume, though.
No, there's still the surface.
No,
The
if you
surface
take away part of a blank,
you
then
don't get to
you
just
get
say all
you
surfaces
get a
have no
groove.
bumps.
You
'Cause
get a
that's wrong.
groove. You get
That's
a
wrong
groove
by
in a
language.
plank. You get a groove in a plank if you take away part of the volume.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So stop
That's
talking
true.
about volume when the topic is surfaces.
But you can add volume too, right?
Now it's got
Like
gap
a
in its
bump.
surface.
You can add another layer, another texture.
Talking
to a
about
surface.
bumps and
Yeah.
grooves.
You're
That's one
saying you
volume.
can dig a hole in something without affecting the surface. It's absurd.
No, that's not what I
What's the point
said.
of this?
That's
That's you're
straw
two
man.
ball earthers arguing here. What's the point of this? What's the point
Don't
of this?
straw
The
man me,
point is,
Dom.
I
You
want to
won't
mock
get
him
away
for
with
his
it.
silly
Don't
beliefs
straw
in
man.
dimension about making maths real.
What do you say that the surface
Yet
of the
another
Earth is
straw man.
three-dimensional?
It's 2D,
So how do you
Pete. The
map it out?
surface of the Earth is obviously 2D. All
Okay,
curved
2D.
surfaces are 3D. 3D. I meant 3D. Sorry.
Okay, I was going what?
It's all 3D.
Okay.
Unless it's a
How do you
flat
map them out?
surface.
That's what I'm saying. Chaiki would map out all points on the Earth's surface on a piece of graph paper, right, as a circle around a central point. So any point then would be in relation to another point. How would you map that out on a piece of paper? Isn't this the point?
Sorry, but I do agree, but it's silly to Glober's argument, so I'm going to stop.
But do you not see that that's the point that's made? This is how they can sort of translate the mathematics into reality. Certain assumptions are made that even though there's grooves and what do you call it, it can still be treated as a two-dimensional surface overall, like a billiard ball. You can on a perfect billiard ball, you can any point. If you drew a dot, hang on, Don. If you drew a dot on two dots on a billiard ball, right? You
Now
can,
you've
as long
done
as you've identified a central axis, relate any of those points in two-dimensional mathematics.
That's the perfect point. That's the truth. It's 3D, but you can consider it as 2D if you want to do mathematics on it.
Right. It has to be, of course. It's real. It's 3D.
Keep asserting that
It's a
without
translation.
any evidence.
It's not actually 2D, though, is it?
Keep asserting that
But it's
without
a translation.
any evidence, though, Don.
Ball, it doesn't work. If you treat the ball right, if you treat the ball with all these lumps and grooves, then you can never find the surface area. If you think about it, if you take it as a three-dimensional thing, in reality, where you have all of these inclines, declines, etc., if you were to measure every single one, it would be much greater than the circumference of the Earth. Of course, it would. That's why I mentioned the shoreline paradox.
And then you get into the nuance. Do you do it at sea level? Do you do it at the mountain
Right.
tips? If you're doing it at sea level, how come you did your triangulation on a mountain top?
But here's where you and
Different
Ed
stuff.
are in complete agreement.
You're in complete agreement of the impossible. You put yourself on a ball and you haven't taken yourself off of it, and you're applying all of this thought to something that is not
Yes.
real.
Well, I think it's real. Yes.
Exactly. But you're fighting with Ed, who's on your side.
Yeah. Well, people lie about dimensions because they get into maths. Maths used to be this occult in Greece, and it became this thing that people fall back on because they think it's always true. So because some people treat 3D curved surfaces as 2D in maths.
There's no 3D surface.
We've got people like Ed here.
But there's no 3D
surface.
surfaces.
All surfaces are now 2D, which
because
they
are.
He's denying
there are no 3D
material.
surfaces.
He's denying the material world.
No, you just keep asserting the same claim without any evidence.
Weird
You have nothing
solipsism,
to add.
type of solipsism.
Nothing. Just you keep repeating the same
left and right,
over
forwards
and
and backwards, but I don't believe in up and down anymore.
A table has a surface, right? But a surface doesn't make the table because the
there's
table
no
is made up of
3D
many
surface,
surfaces. But if you cut away the surface layers of the table, it would still be a table. You still make the table flat, but one of the surfaces is gone. So you're talking about the superficial layer, Ed, and everything beneath that then is just a replica of what's above it. So you're sort of like Einstein. You're reducing it down to infinitely thin plates, right? Mathematical purposes only, of course, or philosophical purposes as well, I guess.
No, it's just reality.
I think it is. There's a lot of replication going on in our bodies that we can all relate to. Have one thing, and it replicates itself and just transmits through time. In what way? Well, generally in a spiraling way, right? Spiraling fashion. But yeah, I get your point, man. But why are you fighting with Dawn then? I think fundamentally you agree on the same thing. But is it not about how you represent?
It's semantics, Peter.
On
we
paper.
disagree on semantics. I think that's all.
Yeah, but isn't it all about how you represent this on paper? You're trying to justify the sphere and how you can map out any point on the surface of the sphere on paper in 2D. In other words, in circular form, or each point on the surface is roughly equidistant from a central point.
It's not just that. They believe even when they map it out in 3D, they treat the surface as 2D, and they call it 2D.
Because it is.
Yes, that's where the problem lies.
It's true in maths, but it's not honest or realistic to explain every surface as 2D.
Every surface is 2D.
No.
Yeah, it is. You just keep asserting that it's 3D, but you have nothing to prove it.
It's on the contrary. You have nothing to prove, Ed.
Yeah, I do actually.
Give out, you're going to be
show me. Okay, hold on, Ed. Show me. Can you please hand me a 2D hammer? I got a 2D nail. I want to drive it in.
That's a nonsensical question. You're acting like a child. It doesn't.
Look at what I found today.
Do you have a real question?
It's because you're missing a dimension, Ed. You're missing a dimension.
I found this today. I picked it up.
Mathematically speaking, Ed is correct. But as we all know,
no, in reality,
it's a concept.
Jared,
it's just a concept.
Math is not reality.
Describe something in reality, though.
What do you mean describe something in reality?
Because everything we use, every word we say is just a concept.
A hammer. Hammer's the
reality,
example, dude.
Or about reality.
Is the surface of a hammer 2D?
Yeah, you're talking through me, Don. That nobody's listening if you do that. So just be quiet.
Go ahead, Ed. Make a concise statement and then stop, and then he'll go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just did.
What?
Every surface is 2D in reality.
If you think reality is math, you are correct. But in reality, you're not.
Can you show me a point?
What do you say, Ed, to that?
So hang on, Ed. Can you show me a line in reality or a point? In mathematics, they're described as a point, an instance of zero dimensionality, a line, two connecting points. In one dimension. So can you do that in reality? I think you're saying that you can, but Dawn is saying you can't. Something like that.
You're saying a lot of weird stuff, like a 3D point and what? A 2D line.
Do you know what a point is in mathematics?
What are you even talking about?
You're just being frustrated
Are
now.
you talking about a
tolerated if you're
volume
going to be
and
like
a
this.
surface? You're mixing words, and
means
I'm
nothing.
not mixing words. Are you not here trying to
Yeah,
translate
you are
reality?
mixing words.
You're not here trying to translate reality onto paper, right? Is this not the whole purpose of this?
Purpose of
How would you
what?
say that the surface of a sphere is three-dimensional if when we are two-dimensional when we know it isn't? We live on solid
You're
body.
just
We live in
saying it
reality,
isn't, and you're
three-dimensional.
not proving anything.
Why are you denying the obvious? When it comes to translating
No,
onto
the
paper
word
in
obvious is not
mathematics,
proof. You need
No,
to provide proof or
what's
evidence.
going on here?
That's how it
Pete's
works.
Pete is saying if math is reality, you should be able to show him a point in reality or a line. So do it. If you think math is reality, then do it. Go ahead.
Those are not the words I used, so that's a straw man. Get back to the point.
Also, you're going back and
No,
forth.
that's not what I said, though. So get back to the point.
Oh, well,
nobody cares.
show me a
Who's this guy taking precedence like this? What do we have to appease you, Ed? You're not being reasonable here.
Yeah.
It's all about translating your three-dimensional sphere onto two-dimensional paper, right?
I
How
never
can you
said
represent every point?
two-dimensional sphere. You're being ridiculous.
Okay, well, what do you understand by 3 dimensions then? 3D. What do you understand what that means?
As I said, the surface is 2D. You're not listening. Don't tell me anything
what
about
does three-dimensional
two-dimensional
mean?
spheres. That's nothing. That's not anything close to what I said.
Let's take a simple example of a smooth box. Hang on, Don. Let's take a simple example of a smooth square box of timber. It's
So
a
you're
cube.
talking about a
right?
3D object.
Yes, a 3D object, a cube,
Okay.
right? Now, what are you saying? So the cube has 6 sides. 3 of them we cannot see. We can only ever see 3 sides. Would you agree with that, first of all?
What's your point?
Okay. What are you saying is going on regarding the surfaces here? Are they 2-dimensional or are they 3-dimensional?
Every surface is 2D.
Surface of what?
I guess that every surface is 2D.
Surface of what?
Every surface.
See, he's stuck in abstract la-la land.
No, you're not
Every
listening.
surface of the
That's why
cube.
you're not listening.
Every surface of the cube, it's an attribute. A surface is an attribute. So every surface of the cube is what you were prompted to answer. And is the cube itself 3-dimensional? Getting to the heart of matter.
Does the cube have surfaces? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, it does.
Right.
And if all surfaces
All
make up
right.
the cube,
And does the
all
cube-
surfaces
does
are
the cube
2-dimensional,
have a
then the
volume?
cube must be
One at a
2-dimensional.
time, guys. One at a time, please. Finish
Hold
off,
on.
Ed, and then Pete.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Caught.
So question 1 was, does the cube have surfaces? You said yes. Question 2, does the cube have a volume?
Right, no, but I was asking you the question.
Pete, come on. Does the cube have a volume?
Yes, okay, I'll answer your questions. Yes, hang on. Does the surface have a
All
volume?
right. So you said yes
no.
to both questions. The cube has
No, I
surfaces.
didn't. I said the surface has no
Hold
volume.
on. The cube has surfaces. The cube has a volume. Are the surfaces and the volume the same thing? Yes or no?
Okay, let's hang on. Don't be forcing.
Are
my
the
hand
surfaces and the volume the
Hold
same
on, Ed.
thing?
We heard your question. I'll let him reply. Hold on, Ed. Go ahead,
So
Pete.
you notice I see Montreal. I asked the question. I gave the example of the cube, and he didn't. He just
I noticed that, Pete. Yeah, I noticed.
Anyway, I'll
Yeah.
answer.
Hey,
I'll
I
answer.
agree
The
with
cube.
you, but
Okay, you asked me. Does the
cube
cube
is
have?
different.
I'm asking
Cube is
about
different.
the cube. You presented, Pete. So
Cube is separate 2D
are the
surfaces,
surfaces
but it has
and
to
the
be a
volume
3D
of
shape.
the cube
Still
the
debunks
same
his
thing?
point, I think.
Yes or no?
Ed, keep quiet and let him answer, please. Don't make me mute you, please.
He didn't answer.
Okay. I'm trying to get the straight. What's okay? Start again. What's the first question?
What, you want me to repeat the first question? Is that what you said?
And then I'll answer knowingly. Okay.
I asked you 3 questions in total. The first, does the cube have surfaces? You said yes. The second, does the cube
Hang
have
on,
a
let me
volume?
answer.
You
Let
said
me answer,
yes.
please. Let me
And the
answer
third
again.
question and the
Yeah,
last
let me answer
question
again. Just
is,
ask me
are
again,
the surfaces... Pete, why are you talking through me? I'm repeating the question as you asked me.
Because I said, ask me the question again.
Yeah, I just did.
Ed, you're not
Let me
gonna do
answer.
this, man. I'm telling you for the last time. You're not going to take control of this. One by one.
Me to repeat the question, Essie.
Yes, let him answer.
Well, I didn't repeat it yet.
You repeated it 3 times now.
I didn't
now,
repeat the
ask your
last
first question and let him
Just
answer
let
it.
me repeat the last question.
No, no.
Yes, Pete. The
Ask
last
your first question and let him answer it.
Are the surfaces and volume of the cube the same thing? Yes or no?
Go ahead, Pete.
No. The surfaces encompass the volume. Thank you. If you took away a surface, there would still be a surface there, and it would have a different volume. So the surfaces encompass the volume. What you need to calculate, first of all, or you need to understand, first of all, is that you are on a cube, or you're in a cube, or the surfaces of a cube. And a cube is what? It could be a hollow cube. You don't know. Remember I said you can only see 3 sides of a cube? And if you don't believe me, get a fucking cube and put it down anywhere you like and go to any perspective from any sides can you see.
About seeing 3 sides.
Yes. If you didn't know it was a cube and you based everything by visuals, but you're being ridiculous, man. Being ridiculous. If you say the surfaces are 2-dimensional, but you don't apply them to the object itself, this is objective reality, is it not, Ed? You keep telling us we're living in an objective reality.
The surfaces and the volume are not the same thing. And the volume is 3D.
The surface,
so how can
how
the
thick is the surface
also
then?
be 3D if it's not the same thing?
What's the depth? Okay, please. Let me ask you this question then. So, because I answered your questions. What is the depth of a surface?
What's the what?
Depth. So, what is the definition of a surface? You have a cube. We agree what the surface is. What is the depth of that surface? I'm asking you. We have the length and the breadth, 1, 1, a 1, 1 cube. What is the depth you say that surface is at? 0.1 millimeter.
So wait a second. The surface has length and width, right? And now you're asking
no breadth.
me,
So
now
the
you're
tree
asking
that the
me
cube was made
what the
from.
depth is of the surface. It's the surface, Pete. What do you think the depth is?
Friends, I have the conclusion. He's working from math backwards. We work from reality upwards. That cube, let's just take it. It was crafted out of wood. Took a chunk of wood first of all, and you made the surfaces according to your requirements. You carved out the volume according to your necessities, right? But fundamentally, you took away many a surface, layer by layer, millimeter by millimeter, to create what is left of the surface of the ideal cube, which you can only see 3 sides of.
What are you talking about? What's the surface? The surface is the outside, right? So why are you asking me what depth the outside has? It's ridiculous.
Okay, here's a question. Does the
Do you
cube
not
have...
listen to yourself?
Does the cube have depth?
The volume, yes. That's where the volume
I asked you, does the
comes
cube
from,
have depth?
dimension.
You know 3 dimensions. Remember I asked you to begin with 3 dimensions. How do you define it? I say it's length, breadth, and depth.
Width and depth.
Right. Why did you ask me what depth is before?
That's the volume, Pete.
Okay, but hang on. The volume is made
And
up
on
of
what?
the multiplication of the length, the width, and the breadth. Volume is a calculation. Do you agree?
No, what? If you want to know the volume, length, width, and depth. If you want to know the surface, it's length and width. So a surface is not volume.
I want to talk on cubes. I've got an opinion.
No, you're not listening, Don. You're not listening. You're running away.
Hold on, Ed. Let Don say his piece. Go ahead, Don.
I'll be quick. The fact that cubes have 6 2-dimensional surfaces on different axes proves most curved surfaces are 3D. Because you have to turn in space to see the other surface. It's only 2D, but it's only fully 2D. A cube surface is only fully 2D if you draw a net of it. On a
Excellent, Don, because you can only ever see 3 sides at one time.
Yeah, like a
Excellent.
cross. And that isn't a cube anymore,
Don gets it.
Yeah, that's the surface.
Don gets it too.
That's right, Don. If you have that D shape, it's the surface. If you have the inside, the volume, the depth, then it becomes a cube.
If you have to turn your ruler 90
You
degrees
just
one
debunked
way
yourself.
and then 90 degrees another way, that proves
You
3D.
just debunked yourself. If you have the T shape, it's just a bunch of squares, not a cube, because it's only the surface, which is 2D. Thank you, Don.
So that's the point, though. You had to change it into a cross to make it 2D. It was actually 3D.
Well, hang on, Don. Ed. Oh,
You've reduced a real 3D
hang on,
shape into a 2D image of its surface, so it's nothing to do with reality.
Yeah,
Hang
you're
on,
just
Don.
rambling.
Hang on, Don. Hang on, Don.
No, he's
Hang on, Don.
deconstructed it.
Hang on, because
He's
it occurred to me, Ed.
deconstructed it. He thinks he's clever.
Ed, hang on. Listen to this, Ed. So catching you on your own logic, a cube has volume. Volume is made is all there is. It's made up of length by breadth by depth, right? The surfaces of the cube encompass the volume. What is the depth of the surface? Because it has to be incorporated, because that's what makes up the greater volume. What is the depth of the surface, Ed? Peter, I don't understand. I was scratching my arse.
Well, we've already had this conversation a couple days ago, and I believe Ed wasn't probably present for that. But just so you know, Ed, two-dimension is only a concept. The second anything
Everything is
exists,
just a concept.
excuse me, I'm not
Let
done,
him
Ed. I'm not
finish,
done, Ed.
Ed.
Yeah, so 2D is only a concept that conceptually exists. Anytime it comes into reality, i.e., manifest into fruition, it's always within the third dimension. So anytime you have something of substance, it's always within the third dimension. 2D only exists within the mind. 2D does not even exist upon a paper or a screen. It only exists within your mind. And this is why I say you're a robot, Ed.
Yeah, that's completely meaningless, because everything has a surface, and as we just discovered, thanks to Don, every surface is 2D. So,
No.
also saying it's just a concept is meaningless, because everything is just a concept, and those things point to something about reality or in reality.
Well,
so try
concept,
again.
Ed,
Your word salad didn't mean anything, didn't add anything.
Yeah, it actually did. It just went right over your head, Ed. But
No, it didn't.
anytime you have so anytime you have two-dimension, Ed, it only exists within a concept. Not everything is a concept, Ed. If you can touch it, all right, if you can interact with it, it's real. It's not a concept. Two-dimension only exists conceptually within your mind. The second you can touch it, it's three-dimensional. You're welcome.
No, because every surface is still 2D, and saying it's just in your mind is again meaningless, because everything comes from our mind.
I'll show you.
And it's
I'll show
still
you right now.
Something in reality or about reality.
I'll show you right now.
You're just repeating yourself, Dyslow, which is why I'm repeating myself, since you didn't add anything.
So, Ed, what's something that's two-dimensional that you can hand me? I want you to hand me something two-dimensional.
That's a nonsensical question.
Pick something up. Pick something up two-dimensional, Ed, and then tell me what you're holding, please.
Question.
Oh, how is it nonsensical, Ed?
Because the surface has no depth.
Let Ed answer. Ed, show me something that you can grab that's two-dimensional, please. I'll be waiting.
Everything has a surface. Every surface is 2D.
Ed, that's not what I asked you.
No,
Ed,
I don't
pick up
care what
something.
you asked, Dyslow. You're
Ed,
asking
pick up something two-dimensional, Ed.
a nonsensical question on purpose.
It's very this is very sensical.
You do very often.
This is very sensical, Ed. Please, could you hand me something two-dimensionally?
Made him die.
There's nothing made up, Ed. Here, can you please?
The Ken Wheeler method.
Can you please hand me something two-dimensionally, Ed? Please, I'm waiting.
Tried that. I already.
I'm waiting, Ed.
Next question, you're waiting when I already answered it. So next question.
Where's the 2D, Ed?
Yeah,
Where's your 2D?
I already answered that.
Oh, it's a concept. Oh, okay, good.
No, that's not what I said, though. And
it's a concept.
Again, saying it's just a concept is completely meaningless.
Okay, so can you hand me something?
Because I wasn't finished. Because every word we use is just a concept, which points to something in reality or about reality.
Gentlemen, this is a conversation that is
of a hammer.
Yeah.
I bet it just looks like a wobbly ball.
This is a
wobbly mess.
conversation. Okay, Dawn, I'm talking. This is a conversation that has
What Ed
happened.
is doing here, man. You know.
Yeah,
what he's
I
doing.
know. That's why Ed was the first person I ever kicked off any of my streams. Okay, so real quick, everybody, we've had these concepts before discussed. This
But he's
one's not
good here, Travis. Right? He's good here. Yeah.
okay. No. What I'm saying is he's demonstrating his character, which is why I removed him from my stream. Anyway, let's move on to another topic. I don't think that this is going to go anywhere with just a tennis match of back and forth.
Well, I think part of the problem is Ed only exists two-dimensionally, so it's hard for him to perceive the third dimension because he's stuck in a simulated robot system.
I see. You're so debunked, you have to go to atoms.
All right. There we go. Next topic.
Slow, how you doing, man? Just before you arrived, I asked a killer question. He was dead in the water, and he didn't answer, and you came in then. So that's fair enough. How you doing anyway, by the way?
Pretty good. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. And good morning, Ed, to you as well, sir.
Don't lie.
And good morning to you, Ed. Thank you.
Don't waste our time, Ed, though, for fuck's sake.
We're going around in circles with this one. We're not going to go anywhere. There's only one thing to say. 2D is a concept. The proof of that is when you tell somebody, pass me a 2D hammer, I have a 2D nail. And they tell you it's malformed or it's a silly question. Your 2D dies right there.
Yeah,
I agree with Travis. Let's move on.
You're wrong.
Change your name, dude.
He's wrong. SC Montreal, you're wrong. You're wrong because otherwise we'd have no maps. You know, when people are looking for the flat Earth map, it's a transference from reality to thought, the thought process. So 2D is a reality in the mind, how we transfer best.
Yes, a concept, Pete. That's what I said. A concept.
That doesn't mean it's worthless. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Of course, you deny thoughts. What dimension is your thought, for instance? You know, we can't place it in 3D or 2D.
No, we're just saying you cannot manifest it into reality, into the third dimension, into physical tangibility.
If you need to find out how many tiles you need to cover your floor, you're going to measure the 2D area of the floor. For fuck's sake.
Actually, that's not true.
That's very true.
Are you gonna use rice paper, or are you gonna use something with thickness? Oh, that part, bro. That part, bro. Oh yeah, that part, bro.
If you want to know how many tiles to buy, you have to figure out the area, which is a 2D concept.
What's a towel? What's a towel?
Hello. Did we just talk about the area of the floor?
What's a towel? I thought a towel was something with absorbance. What's a towel to you?
What's a towel got to do with the area of the floor?
Well, see, look,
you just mentioned a towel. So
yeah,
what's a towel?
Didn't say shit about the towel.
You said covering a floor with towels. Now you're gonna step back. You thought that was stupid too? Because I thought it was stupid.
Tiles.
Yeah.
Just repeat yourself
again. Good forum and a productive forum into a fucking childlike forum. Letting Travis banned Ed from his, but he's good. Ed is good enough to be here, and he's neighbouring what NASA shells. What are we a lesser? Have we come so far? Do you know what I mean? For God's sake, messers are going to be messers everywhere. If you ban someone from a bar and he's causing trouble every time, you give more and more chances to come. What's going to happen? Everything revolves around the trouble they cause, and no
one's going to cause trouble here. Everyone's invited. It's like a second chance for everybody, both sides. Right. But no one's going to cause trouble. I assure you, Pete.
Yeah, there's no trouble, bud. They're just their arguments. The arguments don't hold. They don't hold a candle to the truth, bud. So I mean, it's fun to just have these guys come in here with these simple arguments so we can destroy them.
Doesn't know math.
I know. But meanwhile, we're getting away from why Ken Wheeler won't recognize flat and stationary Earth, and therefore he gets the ether wrong. Die slow. Maybe we can.
Hold on about that. Hold on now, because that's not entirely true. You got to remember, the guy does not want to be demonetized, so there's a lot of things he won't talk about. But it's logic implies as such, man. So it's just there's no way around it.
I'm not saying I know he knows the truth, but he has placed and you said you have problems with this yourself. He has placed the ether as a universal thing, encompassing sort of the greater galaxies. He mentioned about your Z's video about the black hole and how he predicted it.
No, you misheard. Hold on. He says the outer space is a mirage. Essentially, what we see up there is a mirage of the ether. And that was the disconnect I had. because when you start talking about mirages, it draws a conclusion of something not being physical.
What's a mirage, Travis? Travis, is a mirage a reflection? So he's saying that there's a reflections above dice low, therefore the ether
He's
is
saying it's a
enclosed.
reflection of the ether manifested. It's the inverse of the ether essentially manifested, yes, into a reflection or a mirage. Essentially, he's saying everything taking place up there visibly within the celestial realm is nothing more than a mirage of what's taking place here.
Knows it, and all of the years I've been talking about inferior mirage being a baller term. It's a reflection, it's a reflective surface, no matter how long it is. But up above, what replaces the emptiness of infinite space? Waters do. So we have a reflective surface. So ultimately, he knows that the ether is an enclosed thing. Now, what's causing this miraging? This is the thing. This comes to the core of flat Earth reality. And of course I fucking know Ken. What a brain that guy. Who is that guy? Who is that guy? Well, he seems like a lovely guy as well, genuine, above board. If he's a faker, he might be. I don't know. There's plenty of people out to make money. He's certainly a great mind, and you can certainly learn a lot from him. At the end of the day, you're with your own mind, right? Who do you trust in the world?
Well, he gives he gives his knowledge away for free on PDFs and stuff. He's not trying to sell you the knowledge. So that's kind of nice.
Very good.
But
even in
yeah,
private,
I see your point.
he could easily talk about flat Earth. In
He
private,
would have mentioned it by now. That's why.
You know, it's all about context.
Here,
so
let me give you a quote
maybe no matter
that
how
he
far,
wrote.
I'll finish by saying this. Maybe no matter how far he has taken you, the rest of the journey is yourself a dice load to put the pieces together.
Would have done
I agree
by now and tested it on his audience.
But look what happened when Max Egan did that. Like, they all freaked out on him. And then he said he got abducted by aliens.
Could have learned by that, yeah.
You know what I mean?
But you know how you want to tell people? You
Yeah.
know how you wanted to tell people, and Dell wanted to tell people, and people want to tell people.
Yeah.
Most people want to tell people.
Yeah, I told people.
The ideas must be building up in his head.
Yeah.
Dice low.
Yeah.
So when Ken talks about miraging, when he looks at the sun and the moon, his big brain is going to tell him one maybe is a possible mirage of the other. Maybe the rest of the planetary system is a mirage of a mirage of a mirage, or a mirror, reflection of a reflection of a reflection. I'll get you to look at crater Herodotus on the moon, and then compare it to the black hole that was presented to us, and then Ken's efforts via the magnetic flux lines, etc. And I'll tell you, they're almost a mirage of one another.
Have you seen Ken create a crater mirage on a magnet using gamma and beta radiation? He did a video on this. It's quite interesting because it kind of made me start thinking differently about what the potentialities of the moon could essentially be, being that he was able to demonstrate a physical crater in it was a mirage, but it appeared to be three-dimensional, and it just kind of blew my mind, man. Like the fact that this is possible, which opens up the possibilities to the moon not necessarily being something physical. I thought that was pretty remarkable.
Well, not to get too deep into it, but there's much to be said about it. And I'm absolutely certain Ken knows, and so many people know the answer as well. But as flat earthers, if we have a central emanating source, right, to create everything, there's two components involved. This is the original source energies and, well, the waters beyond. So then there's the separation. What form does that separation take? If we think about it in terms of a broken system, it will take a collapsed form. So a former intact barrier might now be collapsed in itself. But here's the point. All of those energies, I would call them the ether, those source energies, are now reflecting or reacting to the actionary force that's holding back these waters. But the source itself is moving. So that's the ether in an enclosed context, in a new sense, you know what I mean, as opposed to a universal, luminiferous, ethereal sense. He knows this, man. He knows it. And I'll tell you this, the primary reflection is Polaris. Right? The primary reflection of Polaris, or mirage of Polaris, is the sun, right? Polaris itself reflects the whole of the night sky. The sun then reflects primarily as the moon, right? The moon, I think, is Venus, and the sun, also because the barrier
Okay,
isn't
I found it.
circular, it's elliptical.
So listen to this. Listen to this quote here from Ken. No one can measure that which measures. Furthermore, the entire world. And it goes on to say both noble and profane has built upon and lives upon that which not a single being can measure. I'm going to read it one more time. Just listen very closely. No one can measure that which measures. Furthermore, the entire world, both noble and profane, has been built upon and lives upon that which not a single being can measure. So think about that for a second. All right. And then ask yourself, and then ask yourself if this guy's really a glober or not.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Thank you. The proof is in the pudding, man.
Well, hang on now, hang on. Don't be
You
so.
can say it without
hang on,
saying it.
please. Hang on, please. That's a
You
very
hang on, yeah.
complex.
You hang
It's a
on,
very
I'll see it,
complex quote from Ken Wheeler. But no one can measure what no one can measure that which cannot be measured. Is that it?
No,
And
he says.
Yeah. Fundamentally, that no matter how noble or profane you are, if you can't measure that which cannot be measured, then you amount to nothing. All your
Yeah, he's got this quote buried in this long fucking thing here, so it's I just
slow.
lost
Let me
it
ask you a
again.
question. Let me ask you a question. What is the measure of a man?
The measure of a man?
Good question.
That's a good question. I would say you could measure it upon his virtues.
Yeah.
Isn't Ed talking completely about measurements here, isn't it? His surface is a measurement. This is what I said originally. If you were here, you probably missed it. But I said he's working from the math or the 2D or the mental backwards, whereas in reality we work from the physical, the three-dimensional upwards, right? Yeah. And we develop the math from the surface because we define it in terms of a infinitely thin sliver. That's why he can't give you the surface, right? An infinitely thin sliver, but which ultimately defines the volume. And that's why I asked Ed earlier on with the cube example, how thick is the surface, which he agreed had to make up the greater volume via length, breadth, and depth. What is the depth of the surface? And he went silent again. But again, it's all about the measurement. So is the measurement in the mind? When you try to
he
measure
finishes
the
this quote. He finishes this quote by saying, the foolish many who deny the existence of what cannot be measured are to be shunned. I thought that was pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm going to post this quote here in live chat, so if you want to read it.
What cannot be measured? This is what I'm saying to Ed. Remember I mentioned the paradoxical coastline, Dawn?
He means God.
Remember I mentioned that? That cannot be measured, right? Because
God
the
and
deeper
nature.
you go into the measurement, right, the more there is to measure. It's a fractal nature. Now, if Ed is applying that to reality, three-dimensional reality, he cannot do that. He'll never get to the end of the measurement.
I think it's called abundance.
You know,
I think
when
that's
he says,
the word you're looking for.
When he says noble and profane, he means the initiated and the uninitiated.
The noble and the profane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Profane
is the word Masons call us. Stupid.
The goyim.
Uninitiated masses.
The goyim.
Yeah.
Don't kid yourself, friends. Don't kid yourself. There's amazing potential within all of us. We're all born ignorant. We're all born at a base level.
We're the grey character.
Hang on, please. If you can come through it all yourself,
you hang on, relax.
You can join certain organizations to let you in on further truths, but ultimately you still have to be a mystery in life. And if you can come through it all yourself, well, then more power to you.
Yeah,
I am relaxed now.
Great.
Yeah, let me have a go. Pass the mic, Dodo.
I am relaxed.
Good. Settle in.
I did ask you the question, Merlin. Are you a noble or a profane?
Bit of both.
No feign. Probable.
Probably.
Well, no, we are profane.
Probably.
We're trying to initiate ourselves, right? We're profane trying to be noble.
Exactly. Come on.
Without the system.
We're in a fallen state right now, so give me a break.
If you affiliate with anything or anyone else, and you lose a piece of yourself. Now, as I say, Masons are everywhere now, right? Everyone knows about the Illuminati, but you can always join certain clubs and groups to get further. And how far you want to go to the heart of reality, Dawn? You could talk. Couldn't you talk here for about an hour about just everything you've come to find out?
Yeah.
Right, the dark side of reality.
Infinity.
Right, exactly. That's much more interesting for me in these chats, right? Because it connects with the greater Earth awakening than denying what Ed has to say when he can't back it up. There has to be some sort of forfeit for these people if you're going to allow
I'm
them.
going to try join Wicca and lose part of myself to gain extra knowledge.
Well, yeah, everything comes from inside, but understanding that inside is a reflection of outside as well. Combination of both. You're in a material body. Get your heart straight. I can talk, but it's a fucking interesting talk. I'm telling you that, and I'd love to talk more with Dice.
Make a joke of Ed's whole theory. Imagine if he drew the 2D surface of a human. Imagine what it would look like on paper.
Right. That's a good point.
Be like a body outline, right?
No, because you have to spread out every single crinkle to get it to be 2D.
Exactly.
So
So what is the measure of a human? Brilliant, Dawn. What is the measure of a human? What is the measure of a man? Brilliant.
A blob.
That's the external body.
It's a blob. If you crinkle out every crinkle, you know what I'm saying? He wants to measure every grain of sand on the
like
beach.
steamroller.
It's impossible.
Well, here's a brilliant one.
Conceptual.
Here's a brilliant one, Dawn, and that's a brilliant, what do you call it, analogy as well. That's an impossible task. The deeper you go, right, the more of these grooves and what do you call it, crevices you find, and the greater the volume has to
increase. On a basketball at the minute.
Well, the real question is, can you get an accurate measurement if you remove the water from any substance due to the fact that, you know, all life and all things flourish upon the existence of water, and you're going to get a different weight if you start removing that. And the second the system shuts down, this is the process that happens, is the separation of water from the matter.
Don't forget about the spirit, though. Once you've measured the body, then you have to gauge.
It is the measuring
depth
tool.
of a thought. But then you have to gauge what is the measure of a man. Sorry, I know I'm going to go on mute definitely now, right? But what is the measure of a man?
What is the way?
Incorporates the external measurement, which ultimately stems from the mind, right? Which is the equating.
Well, so far, with a few different measures of man, we've got virtue, good deeds, what Dicelo and me said. Ed's going to draw a 2D picture of the surface, all spread out as a blob.
The surface of a good deed.
Also, the water is a good measure of life. I think that's a good point.
Actually, that'd be a good art project for you, Dawn. That'd be a brilliant art project for you, Dawn. Just as you could draw the surface of a good deed, your impression of that, would you make it 3D or 2D? Of course, it would always be 2D.
Well, these are
concepts. It would never be, because it would always
try and do maths. Right? I don't try and do conceptual math.
It's not a conceptual math thing. That's how would you represent a good deed in a two-dimensional form?
Draw a good deed. Someone helping someone up. It's fallen.
It doesn't matter. You would draw that in a sort of abstract form. How you would represent it in some sort of coherent shape.
Helping someone up that's fallen. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just thought it was physical. You know, that it's simple good deed, picking someone up from the floor.
Reduce it down. Reduce that whole thought down.
But isn't that what's happening
of thoughts
as well?
Yeah,
like we've fallen, and Pete Shay's been sent here to like blow our minds and show us the way, like a Jedi master.
Yeah.
Just we dodo. Let me say this: we were born into a body. B-O-D. Travis, you asked me this. B-O-D-Y. Well, Y is you and you in a sense, but we take the upper pathway, right? Now, if it's body separated from body, B-O-D-Y plus B-O-D-Y. Is there a dodo there somewhere?
I've got a concept for you. So, I heard flat earthers talking about the New Age idea that humans are magnetic as well, like the Earth. And then last night I watched an occult thing with an anthropologist, and he said there's lots of science and religious theology ideas about humans having a magnetic field, and you can keep it healthy and treat it well, and then it helps you back. And that might be the idea of the aura, but an actual science version of it.
Yeah, well, they call it
I've
something
always
else.
said. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just really quickly, like, I know it's cringe, but they call it the chakra system.
Yeah.
And it's got colors.
There might be science to this, you know.
Why the fuck is that cringe,
magnetic
man?
science.
Green is the color. Why are you talking about it like cringe, Morel? Come on.
Well, some people, when you start talking about chakras, they're like, they want to go. They want to
Some
leave.
people, when you start talking about surfaces not being two-dimensional, sort of berate you and almost get into a fight with you.
Or woo. It's just woo.
It's not woo. There's a green hue to the sky. If you look at the sky
here's
in the
the
northern
thing, man.
hemisphere, you see a green hue to the sky. That's ether. That's ether.
Yeah, here's the
Now,
thing
you
with
decide
the
what ether
colors
is.
and the chakras is that that's all utilizing frequencies, and that's all everything really boils down to as far as the interaction of reality is just the frequency emissions and transmissions and stuff. And like essentially it's all connected to magnetism. Anytime you have light, frequency, this is all constituents of magnetism. And this is what I was trying to say is that I think science will eventually catch up one day and realize the effects of the magnetic field upon not only the circulatory system, but mainly the heart. And this I believe this is the key to unlocking vitality within our
Let's wait
system.
for science. Let's wait for science die slow. We've been waiting a long time.
No, he's saying eventually science will confirm our mysticism.
It doesn't matter what they
about
confirm. What
chakras
can we
and
do to
magnetism.
understand our place within it now? Let me ask you this, Die Slow. Have you heard of the green flash? Sunset.
The green flash sunset.
Green flash at sunset.
I believe I might have heard something like about it. Like there's a momentary flash or something before the sun sets or something, but I don't know.
Green flash. Green is the central color. Richard of York gave battle in vain. Red, orange, green. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Now there's controversy regarding indigo. But I'll tell you something for nothing. When I look at my southern sky here in Ireland, it's so-called southern. It's just away from the north. It's green hued. It's green hued like aurora borealis. I have more expanded thoughts on this, but when I look north, it's a purple hued sky. Now, when we think of the rainbow, we have the three colors either side. The green flash. Do you know anything about the black swan image and how we can see so far when you're down so low? Have you worked out how that might be possible? Your own brain. Just saying, have you wrapped your brain around how that is so possible, and especially around lower levels? I think they were around about a foot high. I think Travis was there. He's captured his own black swans, and in many ways. But it's all got to do with ultimately the observer angle between you and whatever distant target. Is how we identify distance is via targets, which interfere with the context, right? But anyway, the point is here, you're getting below, and the acuteness of angle is so low over the reflective surface of the water that you're seeing all the way through, and you're seeing the true color of the sun just for a momentary flash, the green flash, and then it's gone, right? So the point is here that green is the central color, and green, in according to the chakra system, is the color of the heart. It's also the F node. F node. So I think all of this is significant, and it's going back to, well, the core of everything, which in a flat earth sense, if Ken Wheeler isn't talking about it openly, he's talking about it metaphorically, and he's talking about it in some way or other. The truth is always out there, maybe in everything we're offered up. You know what I mean? We just got to place it in our own brains in its own proper context. So that's why I think green is, I'm actually king of era, right? You can laugh all you like. They all know me in prison as king of era. But I wasn't laughing there. But green is the colour of Ireland. It's the Emerald Isle. Maybe there's a reason behind everything. We got to get the heart straight. Jesus points out, should bring you in the statue of Jesus outside pointing to his heart. We have to get the heart straight, because we have to understand that, you know when you see a cow carcass cut in half down the center, or a pig carcass for consumption, we are sort of that. That's the other body that we're missing, which is our female counterpart, or your male counterpart in the female sense, the blend of the two together, but they've been pulled apart. So that's body to body, B-O-D, B-O-D, Y-Y, which is you. Anyway.
That green flash of which you speak, Pete, Bev Trithink has captured that a couple of times.
Brilliant, man. And do you know the way Dr. John Dee got so far in the distance to France? I think he almost got to the shores of France. If he had stood up or even if he went, 10, 12 feet, then the angle would have increased between him and the surface of the water, which is completely flat on a calm day, and then reflectivity would have occurred. You have to scale it properly and sort of do the correct sort of math, I guess, or thought process anyway, and realize that the reflection of what's beyond can sometimes be, from our perspective, many miles in extent along the surface of the water. But nonetheless, it's an accurate reflection of what's going on the other side, but just skewed. But when you get so low, a brilliant example we can all equate to. But anyway, when you get so low, you reduce this acuteness of angle so much that there's no more reflectivity, and you're seeing all the way across fundamentally. This is what we're seeing at the green flash. So we're seeing the true color, in a sense, of the sun. Everything else then is interaction between these core emanations, which are reflections, and the intervening atmosphere. Mostly water. It's mostly water particulation. That's what it is. When the sun goes away, let me say this, when the sun goes away, the dew rests on the ground. All of the time, the water then is being bombarded, and we live by it. It's the fundamental element. And the last thing I will say, when you see the water mirages along the road, yeah, you've got to take into account scale, but fundamentally, it is water along the surface, the concrete or the tarmac atom sweats. So it to our perspective, it develops a layer, but it's always along the surface, and that's the decoding, and that's the key to killing the ballers as well, who must always assume that there is a geometric curve when we're looking over long distances of a certain proportion. So.
Hey, Pete, just a couple of things you mentioned made me think of things that I've thought of. It's the way that I've thought about the photography that I've done is to reverse the observation. So when you have something like the black swan, where you are apparently seeing farther, that is the normal observation. You should always be able to see that far. So if you think about getting a piece of thin cardboard and creating an arc in that cardboard so that you could place a figurine on one side and a target on the other. Can't see the target on the other side. The arc is the obstruction. So what the heliocentric model is that looming flattens that arc. Okay? It drops it down to a plane. Right? You get that?
Yeah, I'm listening, man. I'm listening.
Okay, so that's what happens. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it is all refraction. There's no problem with refraction. It's just the opposite is happening. When you can't see the object into the distance, it's because refraction is creating the obstruction, and it can be a combination of mirage, sinking, towering, stooping. I don't think that it can be a combination with looming, because for me, the only thing that I've seen with looming is tremendous compression. But anyway, if that makes any sense with anybody, so
it does. Consider this, Travis. Consider this, and you of all people on this planet have to consider this, because your very name was Etherband Boy. You did that for specific reasons, but that's a different matter. You don't have to comment on that at the minute. But is an ether. Remember I said a power holding back the waters beyond, and the ether being ultimately a reflection of this power. Well, that is a downward orientated force. So when it hits ground, it reflects up. This creates about a 5 foot, 6 foot. I'm pulling this out of my arse. I read this in a book as well, but again, a baller book under a different context. sort of conspiracy context as well. But anyway, about a 5 foot clear layer. So after that, then it sort of it distributes out. You know, it loses intensity in its reflective form there. But yes, under those ideal conditions, then you can see all the way across. When things are disturbed, the only thing that will stop you from seeing is the wave height or something like that. That will disturb you, the inclement weather. But fundamentally, everything ideal, you can see, well, not only to France, from England to France, or as far as you've ever seen, you can see all the way to the sun. See all the way to the sun, which is the ultimate where you identify the ultimate horizon. When there is no, yeah, that's where the green flash.
I want to. Yeah, I just want to correct myself. I would say that looming and stooping do happen coincidentally. They because that's the time that I've seen strong compression, which is usually considered stooping. So there are numerous effects happening at one time, and the one thing that I would say about looming for the black swan that Andrew Thomas Young does not take into account, he does not in his description of the phenomenon, he always keeps the horizon in front of the target that is loomed up. So for him, he has not addressed seeing the horizon beyond the target.
Well, that's how Eustace he is then. Have you had personal contact with this guy? Is he a famous guy in circles?
Only by email, and he has stopped corresponding with me once I stepped my game up with him.
Of course he would. These people can't put themselves in anything outside of their position. When you change the horizon, this is the whole confusion about the horizon. As flat earthers, well, I still think we have to identify the horizon clearly. It's ultimately the astronomical horizon, but it is the horizontal. Point your finger out. If there's a apparent dip, and especially over water, over land, it's fair enough. You have different topography. Over water, well, if it's a apparent dip, then you know, because you've scaled it properly, how far you said yourself we can potentially see forever over flat expanse. How far can we see? Well, it depends on prevailing conditions. But this ether band itself, I do hold that it is this layer, as I say, about 5 feet, and I think this is known throughout history as well. I'll actually look for the book, and I'll post you a picture of it. I'll go on camera in a second.
Well, I try to get away from the whole perceptual arguments of optics due to the fact that most people are still perplexed upon what light really is, and until you understand how light really works, this argument's never going to go away, and it's always just going to get more and more confusing and complicated. So I'm just saying, man, like if you really want to take that route, like why don't you dive into the understanding of light first?
Sure, I think that's a fair criticism.
Well, Travis, I just told you that you have to fucking leave, and not that he left you behind. You have to leave him behind. He can't put himself in your shoes. You put yourself in his shoes. We were all ball earthers at one time. If he's a man of truth, let him speak up. You have values in your life. I take it we all have values in our life. If you're dealing with a dishonest person, and especially someone who's in power, and you know that they have to be protecting some sort of a greater lie here, which is encompassing everything for some reason, because they can't put themselves in your shoes, well, then that's the onus back on you, Die Slow, to try work out what the fuck is really happening then.
So what I'm trying to tell you, man, is the perceptual argument is a very complex one, and it requires the understanding of light, right, and how we perceive light. Most people think we see light. We don't see light. We see the byproduct of light being illumination. Second of all, this is one. Okay, but I'm trying to address the key points that need to be met in order to understand the phenomena at hand. Okay.
I knew that
the
already,
next part,
man.
Fuck me. I'm not saying you didn't know it, man. That's not the point I'm making right now. So I'm not challenging you. I'm trying to explain the fact that you're never going to get to pinpointing it until you understand these key things together, combined together, not just one simple aspect, but all of this combined together will give you the accuracy of identifying the horizon and the way it is. And it's not just light, Pete. You just chill out for a second. I know you're fighting to talk right now, but you're not letting me finish my point.
Okay,
Pete.
you've said what you had to say, man. But
I didn't even get to finish, man.
Pete. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yeah. Also, after I'm sorry, Die Slow. It sounds like someone else is trying to get in. So after Die Slow, I think if you were trying to get in, it'll be your turn.
It'll be really quickly. It's understanding light how we perceive light, and how the eye works. All three of those together need to be met in order to understand what's taking place here in reality upon our physical realm.
Right. And you know what? That's exactly what I'm trying to say to Travis. Leave
Hold on,
Thomas
Pete.
Young behind until he's finished.
Yeah, but I wanted to give the floor. I heard someone else speak up who hasn't spoken
Hang on,
up.
Travis. What the hell is the hurry here? Let me say this and I'll take a break then.
You're
Travis,
the one in a hurry.
I'm not in a hurry, but this is important stuff. I'm telling you to leave all of officialdom behind and move forward yourself in your own thinking. I just mentioned Etherban to you in my content. And by the way, Dice Low, I'm only speaking for myself here. You asked me what I think light is. You didn't, but ask me what I think light is. Light is visible light and heat are interactions between the source energies and intervening medium, which is primarily water vapor. We actually get to see via the scintillating water vapor, which is why I talked earlier about the dew, right? But that's okay, man. All these things are for longer conversations and possibly more private conversations. You have to allow a man to get his thoughts out. Anyway, I'll take a break for a while. And Travis, you can invite Ed back in, hoping he's had a change of mind, since last time or since your own channel as well.
Don't we already know how the path of light is affected by the index of refraction of the mediums?
No.
Also,
you don't.
So
you've only broken light down into three observable categories: absorption, emission, and constant. And this is fuel.
I wasn't referring to what light is.
I'm talking the observation of light.
Says specifically what happens to the path of light when it goes through mediums with different indices of refraction. Specifically what I said.
I don't think. Yeah. I do not think that data exists. If it does, I haven't been able to find it. It's behind paywalls.
What's Snell's law?
No. I reject that. Snell's law is not looking through a dynamic singular medium. I'm not saying it's homogeneous, but it's not air to water. It's not glass to air. Snell's law is irrelevant to this discussion.
Well, it's specifically the description of what happens to the path of light when it goes through medium of...
Your inverse square law would be more accurate.
It's let's not forget it's a medium change here.
Yeah, that was within my question.
Okay, so what I would suggest is that you spend a lot of time out making observations that deal with refraction in the air, and I think that you will say to yourself, yeah, I don't think they have it right.
Okay. I mean, I asked specifically on light goes through mediums of different index of refraction. And Snell's law describes what happens to the path of light.
Okay.
And I asked what happens to the path of light. And they said, we don't know. I said, it's Snell's law. That's exactly what Snell's law describes.
Okay, great. What you can demonstrate with Snell's law is a swimming pool with a twig in it, or a pool with a twig in it, or a fish in it, or a fish tank, or a straw in a glass. Okay, what you cannot do is demonstrate Snell's law in the air with a photograph or an object or a target over distance. You cannot duplicate the same scientific demonstration as what you think Snell's law is. Not the same.
You say that because?
I'm saying that because I have not seen it done. Okay, look. The only thing I can do right now is show you pictures, right? I can show you a picture that I've taken. I would like you to show me Snell's law in that photograph. Otherwise, You and I have to be out on the field together, looking at the same observation in the air at something at a great distance from us. Meaning, we're not in that location we're observing. Okay, so either we can do that in person together and see a similar target through the air, or I can show you a picture that I have not manipulated or edited, and I want you to show me and break down Snell's law in that observation.
But to use Snell's law, I would have to know the index of refraction, right?
You also need two different mediums. Do you understand that, Bacon?
Let me explain why that's a misconception.
A misconception?
For the most basic way Snell's law is represented and explained is within two mediums, because that's how it started. It's not restricted to that, because it only explains the changes, how the path changes when the index of refraction
Okay,
changes.
so right.
Okay, one second. And you can change, for example, from two mediums to three mediums. Snell law would still apply, but twice. If you add four mediums, it would apply four times. As you keep adding layers.
Which are the mediums that you are referring to here in this case, please? Which mediums are you referring to?
Whichever mediums, as long as they have different index of refraction. That's all it's required.
Like
because
the air?
Snell's law,
Like the air? Are you referring to the air? What Travis is talking about?
yeah, it can be applied to any medium, including air, as long as the index of refraction changes. Because Snell's law is talking about the index of refraction. Not the medium itself, but the index of refraction of the medium.
Okay, all you're doing right now is extrapolating what you think is true.
Doesn't Snell's law... Okay, let's just restrict the claim to two separate mediums, like water and glass, or water and air, or glass
That's
and
exactly
air.
what it says. Yes, that's what you must do.
So it is true, right? Snell's law is true in those scenarios, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I didn't get a yes or no.
Okay, yeah. Okay, ask your what do you want a yes or no for?
In scenarios in which you have two defined mediums that have a clear boundary, and they have different index of refraction, like water and glass, or water and air, or glass and air.
Okay,
Snell's
yes.
law.
Okay.
Okay, go on then.
Okay, can you please show me something in the air that bends the same way that something in the air going into water does? The same way, exact same, because my question would be, how can, I'll just leave it there. Okay, right? So if you show me refraction and talk about Snell's law with a glass of water and a straw, I'm going to ask you, show me where you see something in the air doing that.
We don't, but there's a reason for it. We wouldn't expect to see that in the air, given what I'm posing here.
Could it be because it's only one medium? Could that be the reason?
Quoted, but not according to Snell's law. That's your separate. That's
Come
your
on,
separate
man.
hypothesis.
Listen, bro. Listen.
Wait.
Okay,
Let
I'm
me
going to
explain
say it
better
again.
then, because
No, you don't need to. We understand exactly what you're saying. Listen
I
to
don't
me.
think so.
Okay, listen to me. You are simply taking a principle of an observation of an object or a target from one medium into the next, and you are then drawing an equal sign or a squiggly equal sign, kind of like relating to or corresponding to, with zero empirical scientific evidence. If you have that evidence, please don't describe it to us. Please, for me, show me where I can look this up.
Evidence that Snell's law still works in gradient index of refraction. Is that what you're asking for?
I believe that would be fair, yes.
Yeah, so there are plenty of experiments with gradients index of refraction, like the famous sugar water experiment that anyone can do at home.
That's a different medium. Are you not listening, bro? This is getting tedious.
I asked if that was he wanted. He said yes. That's an example of
No,
what he asked.
in the same medium. You misunderstood him.
That is the same medium. It's
a sugar water.
Sugar dissolved in
you
water.
mean from the air into? Hold on. Are you saying from the air a laser being shown into a glass and then through water and then out through glass again? That's the same medium. Is that what you're saying?
You could put the laser inside the glass as well, but there's no need for that. Right?
Inside the glass.
Inside the water. Sorry, I misspoke there.
Bro, your sophistry is off the
You
charts,
think?
bro.
No, let me ask you that. You think if I put the laser inside the water sugar, that curved path of light would disappear? The light.
You
would
said
come
inside
from
the glass. You said inside the glass before.
I said I misspoke. I'm correcting what I said now, and I'm asking you a question. Can you answer it?
I don't know. I never seen it. That's a good question, actually. I never seen it from within. I would imagine it would still.
Obvious.
I would. Excuse me. You asked me a question, right? I would imagine if you put it in the fish tank, I would imagine it would still deviate, exiting, because you have two different mediums there, the water and the glass. So yes, I would expect, I'm not sure, but that's what I would guess.
I'm talking about the path of light in the water, the sugar water.
That's another good question. I don't know. That's from within the tank, you're saying. I don't know.
Okay, but again, the only thing that I would say that I've ever seen that corresponds to what we're talking about is what Brandon did with his fish tank gradient, okay? Because what you're describing to me sounds like you're looking at the laser beam orthographically from the side on view. Well, that changes one of the variables already, because that's not how I'm making my observation. I'm looking at my observation from an egocentric point of view, from my eyes out away from me. I'm not looking at light bending orthographically. So again, this breaks down on numerous variables in my opinion.
That's what you're asking. Because my claim was about the path of light. And you could say that by looking from outside of the tank, that could differ the path of light you're seeing. You could then put the camera inside the sugar water. You can do all of that inside the sugar water.
Okay.
Is there
I'm
sugar
not sure if
water
someone
in
had
our?
done that.
Hold on. Is there sugar water in our environment? Why are you making those two
He asked for
comparisons?
an example in which Snell's law is applied in a gradient index of refraction. That is an example of that.
Yeah, but again, I think SC and I, if we were on the board talking about this with you, he and I would both strike no. This is not the same.
It's not analogous. It's absolutely not.
It's not supposed to be analogous. It's an example of what he asked.
Okay, listen. Okay, if you don't like the word analogous, it's irrelevant.
You asked for an example in which Snell's law is
It's
applied.
not an example. Okay, how many times can we say this?
That's not Snell's law. If I one sec. If I get the index of refraction of the sugar completely dissolved in water, and the index of refraction of less sugar dissolved in water, then I measure how much it is dissolved depending on the height. I then have the index of refraction of every single distance from the bottom of the tank. Now I can use.
Yeah, but you're changing the medium. Are you changing the medium?
I'm not asking that. That's not what.
But you're changing the medium, bro. You said it yourself. You're adding more or less sugar. You're not changing the medium.
Medium isn't uniform. Just like
Is that a yes or a no?
I'm not sure actually, because I'm not sure if a different index of refraction constitutes a new medium. Is it?
Yeah, but the Snell's law that you were referring to before, it clearly states light deviation between two mediums. You cannot deny that.
Okay, but so if two mediums, let's say If I have two samples of water with different index of refraction, are they the same medium? Both water,
that's a good
but
question.
they have different index of refraction.
What's your point? What is the point? You're trying to make the point that you can make light diffract in the same medium using Snell's law. This is what you're attempting to do. And I'm telling you,
because
the law clearly states that there has to be two mediums, bro. You cannot change that.
No, the law is talking about the difference of index of refraction between the mediums.
Yes, between two mediums, right?
Yes, but that's in regard to their index of refraction. So if you do have a different index of refraction, that would count as two separate mediums.
Oh man, I
inside
give
the
up. I don't
context
know.
of
I don't know,
Snell's
guys.
law.
Am I not being clear enough here, or I just don't
Do
get
you
it?
understand what I said? Did you understand what I just said? I think you don't get it then.
I think you don't get it, bro.
Right. If I have a tank of water and I measure one index of refraction and one part of that tank, and another index of refraction and the other part of the tank, inside the context of Snell's law, those would be separate mediums. It doesn't matter if they're both water, but because they have different index of refraction, then with Snell's law, they would be considered different
you added
mediums.
more sugar because you added more sugar to one. Maybe technically you could be right
That's
there.
one way.
I'm not sure about that. Maybe that could be considered two mediums, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
But that's how Snell's law describes it, because Snell's law is only talking about their index of refraction. If you have two separate mediums that have the same index of refraction, Snell's law doesn't say the light will bend. You have to go in a straight line according to Snell's law, even though they're separate mediums, because they have the same index of refraction. That's all Snell's law is talking about. Now, when you're talking about gradients, the math from two boundaries to a gradient isn't straightforward and as easy. There's a clear path on how to get from two boundaries to a million thin boundaries in which the gradient changes slightly. A pattern emerges, and that pattern can be verified in, for example, using the atmosphere.
I think you're just making stuff up, bro. Do you have any like backing of what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I could try to find where you're learning from. There are multiple sources of this material.
Find something that says Snell's law does not need two separate mediums to work, and then we can talk. Because as far as I know, that's what it is.
I'm just saying the medium in the context of Snell's law is not exactly what you're picturing.
And I'm saying, sure, back up your claim.
Okay, yeah. I might not find this specific sentence. I think I can give you enough context that becomes clear.
Okay, but again,
I gotta go right now.
I would say
I'll be right back later.
It's sophistry. It's just sophistry at that point. He's making stuff up. What he imagines it is, you know? First put the laser in the glass, then put the laser in the fish tank, then change the sugar in the fish tank. Yeah, I can go on and make up ideas too, but, you know, it clearly states you need two mediums.
the media that we're looking through are vertical. It would be almost like stacking two different panes of glass in front of each other, and each one is a different width, right? You're looking through, not looking alongside or orthographically. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I've said it before. If these guys aren't out doing these observations, I don't think that they're gonna ever break their mindset free.
Yeah, he's just saying what he thinks will happen, like the guys that say standard refraction, right? Anybody that's been on a shore with a P900 and just looked out for 5-10 minutes and then went back half an hour later knows that what standard?
Yeah, Yeah, exactly.
You
Absolutely.
know more than me, Travis. You know. Did he leave?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he said he had to go and do something. I don't know, he had to step away, but yeah, it took me the longest time to actually start to understand Andrew Thomas Young's and even Robert Greenler's ray tracing diagram, because they would have the paths of light crisscrossing each other, and I would just sit there thinking, first of all, how do they know that's what's happening, and then how does that ray, like, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 4 bends down and crosses 2 and 3, and then comes back up and crosses 5. Okay, show me that in my photograph. Show, like, it's absolutely mind-boggling. Which, like I've said before, the PhD that I talked to, that's what he says to me. He's like, this stuff boggles my mind. I don't know how they're getting these answers.
Yeah, clearly, there's no such thing as standard refraction. I mean, clearly, anybody that has ever looked out at a distance, you'll know instantly that that statement is true. There's no way to predict from one moment to the other what the refraction will be. No way.
Well, it took 3 weeks in March of this year for me to catch the phenomenon on the Chesapeake Bay. For 3 weeks, I was shooting compression and looming, which means that I was seeing straight across the bay with no inferior mirage, but everything was highly distorted, highly active and dynamic and compressed. And so for 3 weeks, I was shooting that. And then finally on the 22nd, I was like, I do not want to go back out. I've shot the same shit over and over again, but I made myself go out. Everything looked the same. And then within 20 minutes, a brand new event came through that I had never captured before on the Chesapeake Bay. But I had no idea that it was going to happen, but everything felt the same. It was March. Temperatures were the same. There was nothing extreme happening, you know?
Yeah, then you got a guy like B-Ball laughing at me in the chat like I know anything about refraction. Here's a guy that uses an auto level to spot something 16 miles away.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Yeah. And I'm saying the complete opposite, that I have no clue. You're not listening, B-Ball. I said nobody can tell anything about refraction. Never mind standard refraction. Like here, B-Ball, I'll tell you the conditions it is here today in Montreal by the river. And you tell me at 5 miles what the conditions are. What's the standard? You tell me when I'll go down today. I'll even bet you right now. I'll go down today. You tell me what I'm going to see. You can put any amount of bet you want on it. It's a challenge from me to you. Pick any day.
Yeah, right. So that's the one thing that you'll notice if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's ray tracing diagrams for inferior, superior, towering, stooping, looming. He'll show you the indices, but he will not have the information for what the temperature needs to be for looming to happen. He has none of that data. So all the shit that they demand of me, what was the temperature? What was the humidity? What was the pressure? Andrew Thomas Young has no standard atmospheric equation or any of the phenomena. All he does is draw pictures. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
like,
there's a reason, Travis. There's a reason why B-Ball isn't speaking right now. You know that, right?
That's another matter.
No,
But
no. My challenge to him, because he knows we're both right. He knows there's no way to predict at any given hour what the conditions are going to be at a
Right.
certain point. No
right,
way.
so that would be like Andrew Thomas Young would say in his notes. Hey, all of you citizen scientists, if you want to see towering, wait until the spring when this is happening. Go out right then. You'll see it, right? Nothing like that. You have no idea when these things are going to happen.
That's right. Yep. And you've seen the capture that I have with the Sea-Doos? They're about 6 miles approximately, 7. And they come into view and they go out of view like like a Star Trek thing, man. What would you call that?
Yeah.
Like there's no way you're gonna predict. And the things that the Atmos does is remarkable. It's amazing. There's no way anybody can describe that mathematically or whatever.
For me, it's my favorite aspect of the world right now. I absolutely love the eighth band. Be able to predict how much magnification should happen. You know, when I go out and I only have a certain amount of information in my field of view with my camera, that should be able to be predicted.
Yep, but you know what we should see that we don't? That should be very easy to predict. The so-called hump or drop. The so-called disappearing of the boats at 3 miles. That, I can equivocally tell you, that does not happen. Not when I've observed it anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe something's wrong with my camera or something. I don't know.
So isn't Sean G doing something today with demonstrating auto level shenanigans?
Yeah. There's B-Ball, his famous picture. Check that out, guys. Travis, 1206.
I didn't hear you. What?
B-Ball just posted his famous picture of him shooting 16 miles away.
Uh-huh.
So I've asked him. Now the water, you see, I don't know if you can see that, but the water appears to be perfectly straight until we reach a certain point, and then boom, it just goes down. So I told him, hey, bro, this is perfect. This is the surfboard paradox. Are you saying that we can surf down there? Is that like going downhill? B-Ball?
Yeah, right. I mean, that was one of the things that should be so stark that it's like looking at a higher angle. Exactly, right? So, you know, that's what I said to a woman who was watching me one day when I was shooting on the Chesapeake Bay. She was sitting in a chair reading, and after about a half an hour, she finally asked me what I was doing. So I started telling her what I was doing. And when I got to the point of pointing out to her in the distance where she could no longer see the water, and I said, if you believe the Earth is spherical, that has to be where the Earth starts to curve away from you. And she looked at me, and then she looked back out there, and she said, well, wouldn't a boat just slide down the other side?
Yeah, exactly.
And I said, you need to hold on to that. Just hold on to that thought and think through this stuff. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And then when you see in your photographs that the angle to the horizon gets more acute, that makes it even a higher hump to go down the other side. Of course you're going to slide down the other side. It's
Surf's up.
absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Yep.
Yeah, and he keeps posting that picture like he doesn't get it. Like that's the surfboard paradox.
I know, right?
Thank you, B-Ball. I mean, now I have 3 paradoxes: the skateboard, the twin boat, and the surfboard.
What he doesn't understand is he's got an obstructed stretch of land between him and his target. So 8 miles away from him, or I think it's 8 miles. 8 miles away from him, there's a landing strip which is not visible. 8 miles. And he is at 8 feet high. Well, I take my observations at 5 feet, 6 feet high, and I have captured a clear line of sight 9 miles away. So if I can see 9 miles away in my location, but he can't see 8 miles in his location, I've asked him, why is that the case? He says refraction. So I say, well, isn't it possible that refraction is creating your obstruction?
Nah, that can't possibly be.
I know, it can't. It only works the opposite way for him.
Yeah. They're caught in a pickle, man. I mean, either the water starts going down at your feet, right? Or it does what you're showing here. It appears to be going up, level, and then just dropping. How can that be? I mean, it's physically impossible. It's obviously a visual effect, obviously. So you see where he has his finger at that point? Well, that appears where the cutoff of the water appears to be going down. Physically, like the lady that told you, Travis, if you have a board or a surfboard there, you should be able to surf that thing down, right? They're pickled.
Hey, B-Ball, if you're listening, I'd like you to go to the opposite side where your target is and shoot back and show us what that looks like. I come through. SE, did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We heard you, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Because that's one thing that I noticed when I went out with Adam and Derek, and I went on one side of the Chesapeake Bay and they went on the other side. What they saw shooting towards me and what I saw shooting towards them was absolutely 180 degrees the opposite. I had inferior mirage and they did not. So even that observation itself doesn't produce the same result. Looking back, what would it be shooting back the other way?
Yeah. It's observer dependent. I guess every angle, every turn counts, right? Every height. Yeah. Ebal, how come the water didn't start curving at your feet when you made that 14-mile observation? How come it only started going down at a very great distance? Can you explain that? Hey, Sean, are you going to do a presentation today, bro?
Yep.
Around what time?
I think going to be in an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes, something like that.
And you're going to be doing it here?
Yeah.
Perfect. Nice.
It's very. I'd love for you to be there, Montreal, because it's very important that you understand what I was telling you in DMs before.
I'll be here. Sure. I think I have time available around that time. So yeah, I think I could make it, bro. Looking forward to it. Did you talk to Geo so you can get temporary live stream mod?
Not yet about that, but he was there when we were setting it up and everything.
Okay, so he's aware. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I got some stuff to do. I'm going to be away for a while. I'll be back in about an hour. I'm looking forward to it, Sean.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
Is that Sean G? No way. Sean G, of all the places, of all the bars in all the world.
Hello, Pete.
You in every one of them. How you doing, bud?
Pretty good.
Reckon about Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Was he? Did he let down black people in a big way, Tyson?
And the conversation's over. That was quick.
I'm just asking. I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm not in no judgment.
I'm just saying too. Talking to you about stupid shit isn't part of what I want to be doing today.
No,
and
I'm just saying.
You already started off on a stupid ass rant, so I don't want to hear it.
What's wrong with that? Anyone else with an opinion on that? I mean, it's just what we're presented with, and you're always forced to take sides.
Because what you're talking about is completely fucking racist, and it sounds stupid.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying to take no sides. I'm saying that this is what's presented to us. These are people. These are characters. I'm not saying anything more than that.
No, you did. You've already said it, and you've already ruined the conversation. So therefore, we will not be having it. You have a nice day, Pete.
That nonsense there. They are mortally offended because I mentioned something. I know Sean is into kickboxing and all that sort of stuff, or not kickboxing. I don't know, wrestling, UFC even. Fuck's sake. It's a genuine question. As a character, he's not presented so well, and he is representing black people in one sense or another.
No, he's not, Pete. You fucking sound stupid.
I know that, but I'm just saying you have on the one hand.
You fucking know that, because if you knew that, you wouldn't say the stupid shit that you're saying right now.
Just taking offense.
What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing here? Go somewhere else.
Check him, Lakia. I've already said I didn't want to have a conversation with him.
Y'all, then shut up. Then stop addressing him. He can talk all he wants. Just don't respond.
Okay, cool.
Both of y'all said y'all. Why did you respond in a negative way towards
me?
Shut
up!
Not him. You ever just be quiet when asked?
Don't fucking mod like an actual mod.
I'm trying to, and while I'm talking, you're interrupting. Who are you? What's your name?
Sean G.
Sean G is interrupting me and then asking me to act like a mod when I'm trying to mod at the very moment. It is strange how y'all act sometimes. Both of y'all.
Well, hang on. Both of you all were here. I was just asked, this is a well-broadcasted event here, right, with the third encounter, the heavyweight boxing championship. And I'm just saying, as viewers, as commentators in a sense on what's going on, we all have to have an opinion. And if you've been paid attention, people have been painted in a certain way, whether it's purposeful or not, it's a different thing. So if Sean G as a person doesn't want to talk about that, that's fair enough. But I'm not racist, man. Many friends who know people who are black people, distant cousins, that sort of stuff. I'm kidding there. We're all one. Come on, for goodness sake. That's not my goal there. I was just talking about an event which I think is actually symbolic. The Gypsy King, Gypsy Roman King, from the UK as well, Rakia, who are ultimately owners of America. So ultimately it comes down to your sovereignty as opposed to
You know, what is the real situation here? But that's a different matter. That's all I was asking. No offense intended, Sean. Let me show my video briefly, Rakia. We were talking about this. I was talking about this with Travis earlier on. Like, find a chapter and verse, but would you believe it's called "Lost Star of Myth and Time," Walter Crudden. So I'm not sure if Travis is still here. You may have heard of that. That's a book, and it's one of those crossroad things, Rakia.
Working, Pete.
Not working?
I would assume it is. So
Can you
give me
hear me
1
now?
second. I'm gonna. Jesus, man.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try again. Please don't bring that personal argument, whatever, about he said, she said, what are you doing stuff here. Please. Again, it's like every day the same thing. Y'all both know this. That's why I said y'all. Y'all want to talk about a subject, let's do it. Pick a topic, go after it. That's what we're here for.
Moved on from that.
Then move on. Yeah, that's the thing. Move on. It kept going and going and building. So I stepped in. And then Sean did what he did, and I did what I did, and you did what you did. That's not what it's about. Let's move on. Thank you.
I'm guessing the topic is boxing, and I'll just say, as you know, one of the more conspiracy-minded people here, I definitely believe they'll use like who wins the Super Bowl by what score in what way to communicate messages, right? Like to time, to get in sequence across the world. You know, you don't have to read a book; you just have to check, you know, who won the Kentucky Derby this year, or who, you know, which heavyweight champ won, and then you go, oh, okay, that signifies this is about to happen.
Definitely bite the hand. That's what I was sort of aiming at. And if Sean had listened without offense to my question, that's exactly what I was going at. And it wasn't it October 11th in the 11th round as well. But a fantastic fight. But if it's a presentation, what can we gain from it or garner from it by what is presented to us? In what manner? And as I say, I mean, if we pay attention, Deontay Wilder, he didn't shake hands. He made all manner of wild accusations to account for his losses. Everyone would be encouraged and entitled to call him some sort of a coward of sorts. You know what I mean? Because he's presented in that manner. Whether it's a real enactment or, well, something scripted.
Hey, Chris, how would that work in terms of controlling the scoring? To me, that's just so many like variables that you would have to be in control of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think it's too much, right? Like, especially since, you know, playing football, right? The quarterback doesn't call the play. So if the quarterback's not calling the play, and then the offensive coordinator is in touch with the defensive coordinator, you can put the right positions in the people in the right positions and get the score basically to how you want it. You know, making it almost impossible for your offense to score by letting them know, or making it very easy to score by putting your defense in a very lax setup.
Well, that's exactly, Travis, what happened that's the third fight, remember? And think about, first of all, forget about the money generation, of course, but the attention that's garnered from the viewing audience. Now, if we see beyond the literal and entertain the possibility of what Right the Hand is talking about, but then it's set up from the start. Whatever happens in reality, I believe the last fight was a pretty, you know, what do you call it, serious fight. It was definitely more serious than the other two. But even if it didn't go serious, then it was always planned to have a triad, right? So it would culminate this time. But yeah, once again, what is the greater message been presented? And for me, it is fundamentally putting down black people. You know, when you think of the persona that's presented and associated with Deontay Wilder, and to make that, let me just finish by saying, to make that so, all you have to do is to build someone up to a certain degree. This guy hasn't had a great track career, and you know, he was known for these certain characteristics which were pretty deadly, but everything was set up to be a certain way. So yeah, the deeper layers, what can we garner? What's beyond the literal, I guess.
Yeah, they even the floppy gloves of the first fight, right? There's always going to be these crumbs so that you can, you know, right? It leaves these doors open, these rabbit holes it makes, and people just you can go down them.
The boxing ring. It's very symbolic wise. I mean, as Through Looking Glass takes Alice on a journey from pawn up to queen level over a chessboard. So it's all very symbolic. The chessboard represents the height of intellectualism. You know what I mean? You sort of gain victory via a greater intellect. Whereas the first book, Alice in Wonderland, is more delving into the heart of the material, with the red queen being predominant. This is all a story about us. And ultimately, yeah. Do you ever wonder why a boxing ring is square, or generally, you know? Yeah, just an expanded
The
square.
squared circle, they call it. They call it the squared circle.
Right, so there's a deeper significance, is the point, isn't it? We gotta go there. Well, like you say, right the hand. It's easy to spot the obvious, right? Easy to spot the obvious. What are you going to tell your child? You know, you just settle on the obvious and you'll be grand. You'll have a greater, because you know more than what the masses know. No, come on, you don't know what anyone knows, first of all. But anything obvious is obvious. This is you're Sherlock Holmes in this greater mystery here.
Yeah, I'd never thought about that. The boxing ring, squared circle right there.
You're counted out at 10. You have to think about all the terms offered. Queensberry rules. Here's the great. See, that's the heart. You prove in the boxing ring. This is the opposing to the mental aspect. It's the greater material sort of strength. You know what I mean? This is what the elephants represent on the back of the turtle. So yeah, this is the core representation. So every reference inside, from gloves, G love. Right, you know the Masonic G. I was actually thinking about it earlier on, because you know the theta, or just a circle with the line in the center. You rotate that and you take a little bit out. You get the capital G. So something is missing. G is very grounded, which is omitting, I guess, the ungrounded or immaterial aspect to us. But I think the clues are Queensberry rules. That's the point. The queen is the material heart, the matter. So yeah, that's why the chessboard is the immaterial, where the king resides. The red king is left. I don't want to get into Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, because it's so interesting, but it has to be associated with flat earth thinking. And as we know, there are so few flat earth thinkers who are maybe willing to expand upon the greater basic story. Depending, of course, where you are, what sort of rules there are, what sort of moderators there are, what sort of riffraff the bouncers will continually leave in.
Sorry, Pete. I just remember like 5 minutes ago, you wanted. I'm gonna finish by saying, but you said that 5 minutes ago. Love you, Pete.
I know, man, but look, some things require expansion upon. I tell you, most of the things I talk about, are rarely heard as well, but they do connect ultimately to a greater story. So forgive me, as I say to everyone. I guess we're all getting used to here. I mean, I was thinking actually going into another room and playing my guitar and harmonica. Anyone want to listen in, maybe have a chat afterwards. And I guess we're free to do that here. So I definitely don't mean to impose, right? So apologies for that.
Be on the lookout for when Secretariat's records are broken. I think you know how you have like Halley's Comet is like once every 60 years, and so the Super Bowl's every year.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, not just when Secretariat's that's going to be like a big signifying event, like when his records get broken, that like start the next phase.
A lot of people might not know who Secretariat is.
It's a racehorse that holds the record time-wise for the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont Stakes, and the Preakness. And he was the Triple Crown winner, of course. Many consider him to be the greatest racehorse that ever lived, second to Manowar, who only lost one race, and that was because he came out of the gate late, or there was some mishap, and he started like 10 lengths back.
I don't know, man. Seabiscuit seems to be my favorite.
No, Seabiscuit is nowhere near Manowar Secretariat, bro. They made it because Tobey Maguire made a little movie about Seabiscuit.
But a beautiful story.
Yeah, now you'd get trounced.
They're probably prime sprinters. I bet you don't know any famous racehorses this neck of the the watery woods. Have you ever heard of Red Rum? Which is more important, stamina or sort of initial drive and then fade off? I guess it all depends on our philosophy, right? We've always been led down the wrong pathway to admire the wrong sort of attributes. But what do you reckon yourself? Very interesting name as well. What do you reckon yourself, right?
I don't know if it's true. I got to look into it, but there's that they said that Secretariat ran every eighth of a mile faster than a previous one. So the fastest eighth he did was his last one. Again, I don't know if that's true, but Secretariat was a hell of a horse, like, you know.
The horse down your local field is a hell of a horse in potential. He might have personality, be a right bollocks. He could be a baller equivalent, you know, in personality. Trouble at every corner. Anyone read Gulliver's Travels and particularly the last chapter? It's in relation to horses. Out of interest. Horace. H-O-R-S, right? Horse, H-O-R-S-E. But that's just a question. Interesting, otherwise. I think you should decode the name. If they're sort of born for the role, Secretariat, did you say? Secretary of State. Donald Rumsfeld is dead now, isn't he? So Secretariat. Promoted. You can be sure if it was. Imagine you had all manner of fucking drugs available to you that were untraceable, and you built up a horse, like you built up someone like Deontay Wilder. I'm not particularly talking about him, right? But you know, if it's all fixed, well then you could feed them, give them that extra advantage, and no one would ever know. They're a cyborg of in the sense, you know. But you would name them specifically if you had a hand in the greater sort of mechanism of what we call reality. Do you know what I mean? So the names are always the primary sort of transmission, if they're in the game. That's why so many fake news stories are, you know, you have 33s encoded and Christ's encoded somehow or other. So, you know, anyone think, breaking down the name, Secretariat?
I think it's like they have access to, so I think our genes have been watered down, right? Like Adam, like he never got cancer, he couldn't get any, you know, he never got sick, all that stuff. And those genes are kind of maybe either lost or they have them on file, and they kind of been putting them in, mixing them, trying to make this perfect creature again, but they keep failing. So I think they'll have to go and get like 23andMe and try and get everybody's DNA so they can test it. And yeah, they're looking for, so yeah, I think Shaq and people like, you know, Usain Bolt, Michael Phelps, these are guys, they're made in a lab. You know, they're like these specific genes are taken and made and put into these things, and then they're given specific hormones to you know, boost their natural abilities to where they get like, I think they even get, one of the biggest things is the drugs they take to make their mind go blank. Like if you ever shoot basketball, right? When you stop thinking and you just start going through the motions, you just start making the basket. And I think that's what they're able to do, is they're able to almost computerize these things to the point where they're not thinking, they're just running commands like a program, and humans could run the same, can make the same basket 100 times, 200 times in a row.
Well, listen to this theory, right to hand. If you want me to call you that, it's okay. But listen to this theory, that if we only knew the power of the ordinary, everyday plants around us, which are perfectly legal, if we knew how to process them in a certain manner, we could get all manner of benefits from them. Of course, we all know that cannabis oil is the most effective treatment for any sort of cancer, well, outside of, well, just stopping what you're fucking doing. Your body is telling you over a manner of time, months, years, etc., that you've been doing the wrong thing, and then it comes to sort of a critical point. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's maybe a bigger secret. But also mentally, let in on, as you sort of move your way up the ranks, I think they're picked from early. You know, they distinguish themselves naturally, probably, in some cases anyway, and then they're taken on board, and then they're represented. You usually get a name change, especially with actors. You know, if you trace back to these people, Usain Bolt, he probably is Usain Bolt, but it doesn't seem quite natural in a sense, a lightning bolt, like you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's super fast, and he just happens to be a guy that runs super fast. Like, is that coincidence,
Listen,
you know? Come on, I don't believe that.
Listen to me, well, if you don't believe that, then you can't believe what I'm saying. I'm the only one on earth saying this, man. Aristarchus,
Super Ed's backwards is star I be us. I say he's an actor on the stage. Perfectly. This is the greatest arena there is. So encoded within his name is the answer, and that's fucking pretty close. R-I star C-H us. Star I be us. And he wrote the book on the sun. You know what I mean? So along those same similar lines, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, but just that these connections are in play from the start. Yes, Usain Bolt was a lightning bolt. You actually break down that name, us, I-A-N. You know what I mean? If it's all constructed well, how do we understand concepts? Only via the words presented to us. So that's where the power is within the words, and words are made up of, well, you know it, letters, symbols. People say to me, well, how does that work in the Hebrew language? Or how does that work in the Chinese language? I don't fucking know Chinese. I know that I'm in a construct, and this is a clue for all of us, because words break down into letters, and letters ultimately control the mind of man, which is the spiritual aspect, the immaterial aspect, which we can all relate to, right? And I was thinking actually secretariat, secretariat, something along those lines. What did Socrates famously say? The wise man who knows he knows nothing. Let me just say, here's a brilliant one. Brilliant one. Primary oracle of Zeus was none other than Dodona. So you have a dodo at the start there with N-A again at the end. You gotta figure the letters before we figure the words, and then your mind will go a certain way. But yeah, connection there. Once again, I should go because I let normal conversation, what do you call it? I'll probably go into a music room and play a bit of music in a bit. Anyone's welcome.
I think to get like how they control, right? Like food is one of the big ones. Like we eat such garbage, like such crap, and I think that they're eating just, you know, alive stuff. Like you look at like cows that just graze, right? Like a bull is just grazing. The alive things that are in the bull like can break down the grass and make proteins and carbohydrates, and it's just food, man. We eat junk.
As a flat earther man, have you come to any significant point in terms of what distinguishes man from animal? Is there a greater essence involved here, a distinguishing essence?
The choice, right? Like I grab my dog, he'll bite me. Like that's what there is no choice, right? The animals they can't get a stimulus that makes a reaction and not react. A human you can, and and controlling those impulses is the ultimate thing that makes you a human. Because if you don't do that, then you're an animal that I can control, and that's how and that was what the Wilder fight.
Good comparison, excellent comparison, man. Gypsy King is well spoken, then, right? Isn't he? He's philosophical. Everyone can relate to him. He's a hero to everyone. He showed that guy who was full of sort of hubris, you know, and full of denial at the same time. This is what I'm saying. It's all a presentation. So to see beyond that, I think this is the onus on us. How long you been in this arena now? Right the hand, or Essie Montreal, or the rest of us. You know what I mean? So we got to be keeping up with current affairs. And of course, all of these people know that the Earth is flat. The Earth isn't flat. The Earth's surface, you could say, is flat and stationary. The best we can say, right? Whatever it is beyond that, well, ask yourself that question. Ask the ether that question. I know you don't like that. Ask the sun if you don't like the ether. You know? Ask the energies that are there, however you want to incorporate them into your own being. Then combine it with what's inside already. That's what I reckon.
Hey, Chris, can you say that again? What you said about Wilder? I didn't catch it.
About what?
Just the last thing you said. I didn't catch all of it. Can you repeat it?
I kind of forgot. That's what I was trying to remember.
Wilder, you were talking the embodiment of. Yeah, you pick it up from there. That was very interesting. Actually, the name itself, right? The wild embodiment of what directionless force, masculinity.
Fuck,
Chris,
I can't even. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Trying to, maybe Travis, can you prompt him a little bit because it was very good. It was good. That's what I commented on.
The last thing he was talking about how healthy we eat, and then he transitioned. But I was in an area where it broke up. But all I heard was Wilder, and then you jumped in, Pete, to respond to that. But I didn't hear what he said originally.
Okay.
All right, I guess I'll repeat what I was saying, and if it comes, it comes. I was saying how they control us with food, right? So like one of the things that they can do is just give some people good food, and then they'll have like better genes, and then those genes react to certain foods. And I was talking about how like the bull, right? Like it's all this muscle, but all it eats is grass, and yet somehow it becomes this this massive thing. So that wasn't the line I was going, but it's still.
Wilder is the beast in man, right? So you have this stage set up.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, it was what separates animals from man.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was. So it was the difference between animal and man is that animal has to respond to the stimuli, right? So if you like grab a dog or an animal, it will bite you. Whereas a human, the controlling of those impulses is what makes us human. And they'll use like the Deontay Wilder fight or the Conor McGregor fight to elicit these guttural reactions from people. That's why when their team wins the Super Bowl, right, you see them celebrating, destroying everything, because it's all about getting people to let go of their self-control, right? That's what the LGBTQ movement is about. That's what it's all about. Just no self-control, and you become an animal. And then once you're an animal, they control you.
Yes, you have no rationale. And this is what Deontay Wilder particularly emphasized.
I think his last name, Wilder.
Exactly. So consider this now, what I was saying. Alice in Wonderland deals with the heart of the material. The immaterial is dealt with in the heart of, Alice Through the Looking Glass, which takes place over a chessboard. Now, when you combine a chessboard with a circle, which is the boxing ring, well, you get the Queensberry rules with the king involved. What's his name? Tyson Fury represented the intellectual side. He's well able to carry himself. He is a classical boxer. He's loaded with skill and intelligence because he brings the intelligence forth, first of all, against the force, right? Against the force. But here's the point. Here's the point for all of us to consider. Let me ask you to consider, first of all, the surface area of a chessboard. What is it composed of? How many squares are in a chessboard? And think carefully before you answer that, because the obvious answer is never the real answer. But so this is a puzzle for all of you, and if anyone listened before, I already talked about this, but what is the equivalent? So the chessboard is the exemplification of the mental aspect, the mental exercise. What is the material equivalent? Can you think of anything? Particularly, I have something very particular in mind, and it's also particularly related to flat Earth and how we actually lay out a stationary surface with something for sure moving, which is potentially a part of Earth, right? But that's it. What's the equivalent? That's the puzzle. Take your time with it. And if you know it already, don't answer, please. But I think we can all relate to it, especially when I give the answer. And because it's at such center stage as well. This is all center stage. Everyone talking about Tyson Fury. Not everyone, you know what I mean. But it's representative.
We still doing the Pete show?
No, it's okay.
I probably didn't understand your question like you wanted it to be understood, but I don't know. My first thought, just listening to you, not super closely, but kind of picked up on what you're asking, is maybe like a tug of war rope.
Right, but in a boxing ring, so the ring is placed inside the square, right? So the square representing the immaterial aspect to ourselves, where you use your mind to maneuver or to work around the material, the body, right? The flesh. Flesh, by the way, backwards is H self. Hu man is human. So once that's the culmination of the amalgamation, if you want, of the immaterial and the material within the boxing ring. And Tyson Fury represented one side, the intelligence, right? The king. He's the gypsy king, right? Who has predominance on the chessboard in the mental aspect. This is why we pray to the father, the mother, which
gives birth to the Son, we point to our God, or generative area, and then the Holy Spirit, the divided sides of us. So it all amalgamates in the chessboard. But just as the chessboard represents the immaterial, the venture up that Jacob's ladder, if you want, I'm asking for the equivalence in terms of a sporting thing, which will represent the core. Give it away. Somebody even mentioned it. When I tell you, it'll be obvious. The core thing that represents the heart of the material.
I really don't think that was clear enough for anyone to understand.
Have an equivalence. You have an equivalent game. So you have a game of chess. Let's say, for instance, you said tennis. Let's say tennis represents the ultimate game that represents what Right the Hander Chris was talking about, the wild aspect, the beast in man, right? The material strength. Right, so we're talking in greater metaphysical terms here because we all agree that we are a mix of the spirit, the operating spirit, and what are you going to say, the gross flesh? But I can give you the answer if you want, but I won't. I'll hold back in it. So I'm sorry if I'm not clear, but it is a game or it is an activity on the equivalence of chess. It's a predominant game. But it represents what I'm talking about. It's a little riddle, right? I'll give you the riddle as best I can.
But I don't.
You're cutting out. Maybe I can try to put it in my own words, see if I understand your question. If chess is minimally physical and mostly mental as a battle of wits or whatever, what is mostly physical and least mental as the opposite activity?
No, that is the boxing ring. That is the boxing ring, but that's where that aspect has been defeated in terms of Deontay Wilder. So a puzzle within a puzzle is combining our natures, right? Which is we have an immaterial aspect, which you use your brain to activate a chess. Stephen Hawkins can play chess. No offense to the guy, but I mean, like Einstein, he was an extension of Einstein. From his armchair, from his wheel, he couldn't. What could he do? He could have an affair, by the way. That's a hilarious story. I don't mean to laugh at anything, but he figured out the universe from his, not like Einstein, from his armchair, but from his wheelchair. But anyway, we don't take any of this stuff literally anymore. We apply it all to us. So you have the mental aspect. You can all imagine universes, multiple universes now when someone mentions the word. Billions and trillions and etc. We can all imagine anything.
Hey, on another note, don't you think that we would have the ability to hook someone up to a speak and spell who's in a coma and have them communicate to us if they were able to do that with Hawking?
Oh, that's a different area, isn't it? My true opinion on Hawking, another actor, Daniel Day-Lewis, my left foot. You play the spastic yourself as best you can.
Don't miss the point.
Imagine had a game.
Yeah, but
I'm not missing the point. They all know the Earth is flat, Travis. They're all liars. They all know the Earth is flat, so therefore they're putting a place to play a part.
My point was, if there's a device that can read your mind, you know what I mean? There's so many people that are incapacitated or in a vegetative state. I'm saying I would think that we would have all of these amazing things happening with people who we can't communicate with normally, but lo and behold, because we've got this device.
But I'm sure of it. I said I'm sure of it, but Stephen Hawkins is not a flat earther, so therefore everything he says is out of context. And I was placing it within the context of Stephen Hawkins being a Daniel Day-Lewis type of actor, and I could imagine that actor after the cameras are away. Right, talking about black holes.
The point again.
Let me finish my sentence, please. Venturing us into our mind's greatest depths, right, and then just hopping out of the wheelchair when the camera's away, going back to the ranch and fucking his blonde wife. That's a wife, not drive, a wife. But I imagine that. I can see that easily as characters on the stage. Lead us in one direction, but ultimately maybe to lead us home by considering the opposition. That's honestly how I feel about it.
Hey, Copernicus.
On the stage. I'm done, man.
I don't think the device that was allowing him to speak was reading his mind. I think it was he tries to speak and it measures the micro twitches. Yeah, it's like muscular sensor of like micro twitches he's making while trying to speak, and it just assists him and like completes it. I don't think it was like reading his mind, but we
Someone came
do
out and
have.
said that there was a whole team of actors behind just
Pete-
fucking playing the part, typing in the words. Someone said that. Seriously. That's a
Pete.
revelation.
Pete, really, man, you got to reel it in, brother. You just interrupted him to go on another, like, expression. I don't know what else to call it. Just like, I don't want to say calm down. I like the passion. Just reel it down a little bit, especially when someone
No,
else is
all right,
talking.
man. All right.
All right,
I'm
thanks.
just,
Thanks,
I
Pete.
was just
I know
saying
you
that
understand.
someone came out and said that they
Okay,
were
that wasn't
behind the
your turn to
scenes. I'm
talk,
done. Okay.
Pete. Let him finish. Yeah, jeez.
But as far as reading people's minds, I'm sure that's like on the cutting edge. They're talking about being able to read like a cockroach's mind at this point. I think they claim they can do that. So it should be coming along around the mountain, you know?
I guess I just always thought of it not necessarily as reading your mind, but electrical impulses that they're able to transfer from your mind to almost the same thing as what you're saying, but you're using vibration instead of whatever. But yeah, okay.
There's this guy who's did a video I watched, and it's Stephen Hawkins. It's two different people are played him, like or he's wearing prosthetics because the teeth don't line up, and there's just he's just like Stevie Wonder. He's not blind. He's not
Didn't
one of the things
say that he wasn't registered with the disease he had?
One of the things and the reason they do that is because people can they make this system in which we view things through. So now this guy who is in this wheelchair is like a super genius, right? And they're like, well, because his body, but his mind, like Professor Xavier, right, from the X-Men, and you lay this foundation of like super geniuses in wheelchairs. Like, yes, their body is weak, but their mind is so much better than yours because it doesn't have to support their body. And I'm like, bullshit.
Isn't there a TV, like a program, like a kids after show that had somebody just like him? You know, the evil geniuses, and I don't know, they're always kind of quirky and weird, and
it's Rakia, Pinky and the Brain. You remember Pinky and the Brain? That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You can wrap someone around your finger because you can manipulate them. So the brain was doing exactly that. And this is the greater conflict between the mind, who sends all the soldiers out to war, who manipulates them. This is what's up on the greater stage. And remember, we're flat earthers. Travis, you have defeated the greatest minds of what's represented modern science, who were, all the giants of the past, stood on each other's shoulders, and you were dealing with the pinnacle here. How easy is that to topple over when you kick the foundation? So remember that, but remember this also, that's only part of the charade. Greater scriptwriters here know the truth exactly. All militaries in the world know the truth. We're getting on deeper layers here, and what is actually being expressed, I guess, by the creator. The creator is telling us the greater story. He's giving us the ability to work it out, and possibly greater things await. What do you reckon? Just one more thing. Chris said bullshit. That's a great clue, Chris. You'll break up the word. That's a great clue for the little riddle I gave earlier on.
Why is everybody so quiet? What's going on?
We're thinking about the universe.
Right.
It's just all the excitement waiting for Sean G to demonstrate that a water level is level, which really means that it's curved.
I'm highly anticipating it too, bro. I'm telling you, I'm making up space in my... Yep. So, Travis, the universe you were contemplating, is it expanding or contracting?
It is, let's see, how can I say that? It is approaching and diminishing. I'm moving forward in time, and then I'm watching it diminish in the rearview mirror.
So, do we have a specific time for Shanji?
And it's pretty soon, I think. He said about an hour ago, so I think it should be soon.
Yeah, they were talking 10:30, I think, or Pacific, West Coast time.
That's 1:30 then. East Coast.
In the meantime, if we can... I was thinking of something interesting. You guys seen the latest Dragon launch with Mr. James T. Kirk?
Oh, the Blue Origins.
Yeah.
That's Bezos' thing, yeah. They talked about it a little bit on Nathan's. I watched a little bit of the video.
Did anybody mention the speed of the ascent into so-called space?
Well, I saw Shatner talking about how he thought it was really fast. How they just passed through the atmosphere and then saw the black sky really quickly. But I didn't see any of the numbers. I think the last time it took like 4 minutes or something, 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, what I found funny, I was watching it today, and the speed went up to around 2,200, something like that, miles an hour. And then it started bleeding off.
Oh, I think when it reaches apogee, that capsule disconnects.
Sonic boom at 700 miles an hour, or they don't do that anymore?
Good question. I didn't really notice a sonic boom. But the thing is, can something traveling only 2,200 odd miles an hour, can it go up that high?
Yeah, it just takes a little longer.
Yeah, it doesn't need escape velocity because it's not going into orbit. It's just going.
Sorry, I gotta take this call.
Yeah, no worries. They call that parabolic. It's just going up and back down. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's not going into space.
If the moon stopped orbiting a stationary, let's just pretend we're not going around the sun or whatever, but like the moon would be pulled if it weren't also at that like escape velocity orbit, right? If it was going slower, it would approach Earth. It's just, in free fall, the Earth in orbit.
Yeah, the moon is in free fall.
Around the Earth, right?
Yes. Gummy Bear was
So
lecturing us about orbital mechanics this morning and how simple orbital mechanics is.
it seems like you could go toward, you could go straight up forever, to a long, very far distance and still be pulled back down to Earth like the moon would be if it was not going so fast. I don't see why they would stop so low. They have a rocket ship.
Well, they're just doing the thing they were doing in like the late 1950s and early 1960s. And everybody's going, ooh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, yeah, this is old news. If you believe it's even true. Yeah, this is ancient technology at this point. Congratulations.
There's an old saying, there's nothing new under the sun.
Keeps on getting more and more true, that statement, every time I hear it.
So what I was talking about before is space, right? They say to reach orbit, right? We're going into their fantasy. You have to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Now, obviously, that didn't go into orbit, right? But 2,000 miles an hour, is that enough to reach that height? Does that make sense?
Well, it's a suborbital flight, right? They just basically go straight up and then come straight down again. There's no orbiting.
As long as it's enough thrust to lift the rocket, I mean, assuming that you don't need atmosphere to push off of, which I'm still, considering. As long as there's enough thrust to lift the rocket, it can go as slow as it wants. It doesn't need any speed at all.
Right. Yeah, but so then take what SE's saying, though, that if you do have a mission that is going to go into space, wouldn't that then mean that they would have to be accelerating faster than 2,200 miles an hour? Right, to get up to the 17,000 miles an hour? Right, is that what you're kind of going in that direction, SE?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, by all means, I'm not saying anything definitive. It's just one of the things. And the other thing that struck me is upon re-entry, there should be like plasma heat, right? I haven't seen that in any of the flights. So these two things come to mind. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you think that you would want to throw some fanboys and girls a bone because we've seen it in the movies. We've seen the re-entry heat in the movies. I mean, surely I'd want to see that in real life and say, look, it's happening right here.
Yeah, because we got some planes that. Go ahead, whoever. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think if you drop a rock, I don't think it heats up and starts glowing. I think that's ridiculous. Like, I think it will just fall through the atmosphere until it hits the ground.
I hear you, bro, but we have, the planes when they go a certain thing in the atmos because of the rubbing of the air. They say it heats up. So yeah, about the glowing part, yeah. Like I said, I want to see it. I want. They show us with the.
Bumgardner should have melted, right? Because he jumped from 35,000 feet, so he should have been.
Yeah, because he went. Apparently, he broke the speed of sound, if I remember correctly.
Oh, come on! So there was a sonic boom from him. Sonic fart.
I think so, bro. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. Yeah, but I'm not sure if he was going fast enough for it to cause heat, glowing. That I don't think.
Yeah, dude, he went 830. Well, allegedly 834 miles an hour. So yeah, he supposedly broke the sound barrier.
Yep. If he won 800, yep. I think it's 670, right?
Wow.
Something like that.
He's the first human to break this. Again, allegedly, he has this little medal now. The first human to break the sound barrier, not in a vehicle.
Yeah.
And so he gets his little Boy Scout merit badge. He gets to be put in the Wikipedia books.
Yeah, now reaching 62 miles at 2,000 miles an hour, and technically that's in space. I don't know, man. That some physicists want to ask that question too.
I'm always curious about how do the gas particles reach escape velocities, right? Because they say that we're losing gas particles to space. And the answer was, well, once they're up in the upper atmosphere, then the gravity's less, and so they don't need quite as much velocity. But we ran the numbers, and it's like just a minuscule difference. I think the regular escape velocity from the surface is like 10.3 meters per second. And then it just, once you're at like 200 miles, then it just drops down a little bit.
Yeah, I asked that to George, and he told me that the sun, because apparently they're traveling at 5,000 miles an hour close to the surface, but once they reach the height, like you're saying, I was asking him, okay, what mechanism? And then they go, well, it's the sun that heats them up from 5,000 to 25,000 miles an hour. Sure. They just make stuff up, bro. That's what they do.
Yeah, it would be nice just to hear the words "I don't know" more often than just watching people tap dance and make stuff up on the fly.
You lose your funding. I mean, think about Copernicus, right? Or Newton, any of those guys. They have to have an answer, mathematical. It's the emperor's new clothes. You got somebody who's a super genius with patterns and numbers, and he can wow you with his magic and show you up on the board with his chalk. And if you say, well, how does this happen? If he says, I don't know, then you say, okay, well, you've got 6 more months to find out. If you don't know by the end, then we're cutting you off. So that you have to have an answer. And if you can fool them with an equation that they can't understand, that's the emperor's new clothes. He must be wearing clothes. I mean, he must be wearing some kind of clothing that is made of this material that I can't see, feel, taste, or smell, but it's there. Boy, oh boy, it's there.
I can't help you don't understand mathematics, Copernicus. Travis.
Yeah, again, that is just an ejaculated dismissal, okay? If you want to have a helpful conversation, take us through it.
Math is a language. If you don't understand it, that's your problem, not
I agree. Okay, so look,
you say that they're just making shit up because they're speaking in the language of math that you don't understand is a red herring at best. And
Klingon is a language too. That doesn't mean it has
Klingon
any
is a
use.
fake language.
Okay, hold on real quick. I'm sorry, just real quick. Technically, a red herring is when I ask a question that's not related to the topic to get you off in a different direction. So I didn't do that. If you want to take us through some steps to understand a mathematical expression, let's do that and have a helpful conversation. Don't just come in here.
Sugar cookie. Not on harm. I'm telling them he's saying that if you explain things in math and they don't understand it. Generally, when people explain things in math, they do understand it. You may not understand it.
Okay, Pate, explain to us in math how a particle traveling at 5,000 miles an hour near the surface, when it reaches a certain height, attains escape velocity at 25,000 miles an hour. Please go ahead.
You ever seen water evaporate from a dish?
I haven't seen it, but I understand the process. Go ahead.
It's very similar.
That's so evaporating
So
water is just like
That's your math way of explaining what he just asked.
No, I'm not going to explain it in math. He doesn't understand math. Neither do you.
I don't think you understand math either.
I understand math quite well, thank you.
Okay,
I think you joined the wrong server, Kate Nass's show.
I would love for
Yeah, if that's the route he wants to go down, I've muted him right off to set a standard. He knows already, right, when he comes in here, that's not tolerated. That goes for everyone. So we're trying to, build something here. Paid NASA Shill is welcome to come express his opinions on the subject, but to say, come on. We all know what
To
he's
attack
doing.
the
So anyway,
person is
no
not gonna
further
be
explanation
accepted.
needed. You're muted, Paid NASA Shill. I'm going to take you off in a little bit. If you want to come back and join the conversation and be civil, that's fine. If not, you're welcome to go elsewhere. Thanks.
And yeah, it's unfair. I understand math. I've taken advanced mathematics classes and I've done very well in those classes. So to just blanket statement say, if you don't agree with what this guy is saying, then you don't understand, right? That would be like me saying, well, if you don't believe in God, it's just because you don't understand him. You just have to understand him. Read the Bible more, do more preaching, and then you'll understand.
No, I'd love to know the process, the mechanism. He can use math, he can use Klingon, he can use English. Tell me the mechanism by which a particle, assuming there is such a thing, can go from 5,000 miles an hour to 25,000 miles an hour. I'd like to hear that.
And like if math is a language, right? And so is English. So then they're equally good at expressing something. And if you're going, well, no, well, yeah. Because if there's anything we can't express in English, we make up a word, right? The English language wasn't always as big. Cell phone wasn't in the English language. But as that thing came about, we've adapted the language to be able to include it. So English is a language just like math that can express just as much as proof, quote unquote, as math can, if it's a language. But see, to them, it's more than a language, right? It's like a magic spell that you cast by chanting.
Well, they have special numbers. They have imaginary numbers specified by I. I kid you not. I read it once and I almost fell off my chair. What? You're introducing an imaginary number into the calculation? I forget what it was, but I said, what?
Remember, all the proofs of math are only within inside themselves, okay? So the square root of 64 being 8, that only happens inside of math, right? You don't go outside and get 8 apples and square root them, right? That is not something you can do. And if you're going to say, well, you take the divide, right? Like cutting an apple in half. No, and this is where, and this is one of the, if you try to describe mathematically cutting the apple in half, you would say, okay, you now have 2 halves. Like, no. What about the little bits of apple on the blade? Oh, well, okay, but can you accurately describe that? No, they can't. So it really becomes a generalization, right? Because they can't account for those little bits of apple, so it's actually not a half.
Yeah, not only that, they can like 2 apples minus 3 apples. You can't have negative 1 apple, right?
Yeah, you can have anything though.
Yeah, isn't that where Bitcoin came from?
Sorry, bro. What?
Little. Bitcoin is just fractions of a transaction. It's like those little bits of apple stuck to the knife.
I guess you can think of it that way, huh?
We can look at that's what they keep when they do a transaction, right? So like whenever you move Bitcoin, they take a $1 or 50 cents or whatever it is.
See, some things, whenever you catch them on some, like this example, whenever you catch them on how could something go from 5,000 to 25,000, what's the mechanism? They'll go straight to maths. So well, this and that, and when it reaches the Carmen line, and add 5 to 10 and square it by 3, and yeah, okay. I said mechanism, not a mathematical formula, the actual mechanism. Like gas in a motor, press the gas piston up and down, power to the crankshaft, that kind of mechanism.
Can probably take Paid NASA Show off mute now, maybe.
It's up to Rakia. Maybe he can come up with that mechanism now.
Yeah, I did take him off mute, but it is up to Paid NASA Shield to stay off mute.
Facts.
Here's your chance, NASA. Tell us the mechanism.
I'm not going to be able to explain it to you.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. You've already ridiculed it already, so no use telling you something that you already ridiculed.
So is there any chance we already understand it, we just don't agree?
Quite possibly.
So are you saying you're agreeing with George what I said before, that the mechanism is the sun? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you're saying?
That's indeed part of it.
Okay, go on. Expand on that.
First off, can you refresh what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about a gas particle supposedly traveling, near the Earth's surface, but upon achieving a certain height, the sun or whatever other mechanism causes it to go from 5,000 to 25,000, reaching escape velocity. What is that mechanism?
That's Geo's server, yeah. Yeah, I'm just listening in to what they're talking. Sean's in there now. Yeah.
Oh, they're in there? Yeah.
No, I'm here right now. I'm fucking dealing with my Discord right now on my computer.
Well, no,
You're hot mic. Domesticated.
I am?
You're hot mic. Yeah.
Yeah, you were hot mic about. But while you're here, Sean, I will apologize for how I bursted out a while ago. That was just my day coming out in what I was trying to say. But as you interrupted me, it just set me off. So I do apologize for that. But you got to realize what I was trying to do. Pete was leading you down a weird path that we don't want here. So
Yeah, I apologize to you.
yeah, no problem.
You don't wasn't meant to go out at you.
Yeah, it was all me. Yeah.
Bendy FaceTime, I think.
All right, later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete's all fun until he's not fun.
Yeah, it was all good.
He's Emerald.
We're going off into the weeds. I tried to stop it. And Sean was already excited, and so was I. So it just boiled over. But yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no worries. No,
I think
no,
DP
no
is
harm
hot
done.
mic. DP, I think you're hot mic. Never mind, he's on mute now.
What time is the presentation? Is it? It's here.
It should be. It should be now, but I'm doing everything's on my computer and my Discord is updating. It's so far. I've been about an hour, so I'm trying to see either that or just talk it through. I messaged Bev already. He knows what's up.
I got
So
you, but it is here, right? In live stream 1.
Yeah, the plan is to be here. Yeah.
Okay, just give us some notice when you're ready. All right, thanks.
And what are you demonstrating?
Yeah, you guys are having a debate.
More of just we're just going to discuss how I would set up a water level test to measure for curvature.
I think Sean, you're going to host, right? You're just going to do a presentation.
Well, that was the plan. Like I said, right now I'm waiting on my computer. If my computer doesn't, the best I can do is just talk through it again. The only real advantage to me being able to at least talk through is if me and Bev can have a conversation and it just be between me and Bev. But that's I'm still, like I said, I'm on my final step of updating. So whatever comes first.
So this isn't going to be a field demonstration. I for some reason thought
No. Geo thought it was for a minute. Me and Bev had already talked about it, and I kind of clarified it. It's not a field because I haven't built it yet. I plan it to. We were just going to discuss and have a better way of me explaining how I was going to do it. But like I said, right now my computer is doing the download thing, and if it doesn't do it in time, then me and Bev can just talk it through again. That's the best I can do right now.
So is your computer doing a download?
Yeah,
joking. Don't say nothing. I was joking.
Upload.
Please, God, don't say it again.
Hey, Sean, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up with your computer right now?
I just want to ask about, you're going to go through your methods of what you're going to do. Is that what?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Basically a talk through of the process I'm going to take to do this measurement.
And do you have a time frame or when you're actually going to do the measurement?
No. I don't.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Give me 1 second.
Has Bev done his yet? I know that's been a long time waiting. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. I might.
Yeah,
Tony, I think you missed it.
Oh,
shit. He did.
You can ask him, but I think it's on his channel, and it was done live on Discord. So
that's what I'm missing. I'm missing his. I'm not subbed to him. Can someone put a link in the whatever, or what's the name of his channel? I'll just go do it.
Try thinking.
Okay. No. Thank you.
yeah, we're trying to do everything live over there with several cameras, so people can witness the process and the measurements and the whatever the data live, and kind of get a feel for how much work it is also, and the optical views that we're getting long distance, while doing these tests. And, it's really neat. I've never done this, in any field, had a live feed of people working and taking measurements. The drone footage and all that has been amazing. So check it out.
I will. But this is exactly what Soundly did. I mean, his was live. It's really interesting. A lot of work goes into it. I can see the work that definitely goes into it. But his was live for like 8 hours or something, and you could control the drone and all kinds of weird shit.
Last time the guys went out, they had 4 cameras, including an infrared one. You should hop on one of the times when Bev is out. It's really cool.
Well, I just got a drone. I'm trying to learn how to fly it. I want to learn how to fly it manually before I take the easy route.
Well, we had a drone one as well with Brian. Brian participated on that day. Nice flyover. You should see that video.
That's cool.
just be aware from experience, if you take off from a moving object, don't press home.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're on a boat.
Yeah, does it go to you or does it go to where you were?
Goes where you took off. So if you're on a boat,
Yeah.
as I was, and lose concentration and press home, it will land in whatever water you were on.
Oh God.
Yeah. We got excited because we used a drone to bring a bait on what we call a clip, like an outrigger clip.
Yeah.
We brought a bait into a school of tuna and hooked one. And I got so excited when the battery went down from filming the fight, I pressed home and it started going away from me. I was like, what the hell is it doing? You know what I'm saying? Just not realize it was going to where where it took off from. And I tried and tried and tried. Once I figured it out, it was out of range and it went into the water, salt water. So,
damn, that's messed up.
yeah, it was funny. It was more funny than anything.
Yeah.
So they don't let me fly the drone as much anymore.
I remember my buddy used to sell weed, and he was really into drones, and he would start trading for drones. You know, if you had a drone, he would give you some weed. And one guy gave him like a Maverick Pro, and he's playing with it, and all of a sudden it just starts up and like just disappears, like flies away. The guy like recalled it back. And it came. You just see it just flying away, and it was gone.
Yeah, I could have easily, if I'd have known what I was doing, canceled that command and just flew it back, or blah blah blah. I just, I pressed home and kind of took my mind off of it, and by the time we were moving away from it and it was moving away from us, it was out of range, and there's no command then.
How big was the tuna you got?
That one, I think it was 100 or so pounds. It wasn't a monster. It was real exciting because it was our first one to do that with. We've done it since. So we've used kites. We'll kite fish, and
oh my God, that sounds awesome! Kite fishing. You mean like? How the hell do you do that? I'm looking that up.
Yeah, you can look it up. A lot of people do it in like Key West, Florida. We do it here a lot. But you just put a kite up with your fishing line and on a clip, and it gets the bait away from your boat a long way, and also you can dangle it on the top, on the surface.
Gotcha. And it gives it like a natural movement, like a natural movement.
Right. So they're feeding. They'll come and hit that bait, and it'll just pop off the clip that's on the kite, just like an outrigger clip.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So we use outriggers to do a spread off our boat, like 30 or 50 feet away from our boat, and we'll just run clips out there with our line. You create a spread. You can put 6 or 7 lines out, and it just keeps them separated. And when a fish hits, it breaks it out of that clip. It's like a roller clip, and then you're fighting the fish. You just reel in all the other lines.
That's a great idea, actually. Huh. Yeah, we went lived in Hawaii, and we went tuna fishing all the time, and it's amazing. They're strong fish. They're beautiful fish.
Oh yeah, they're amazing.
Mahi are too. Those mahi are friggin' awesome.
Mahi are fun to catch because they jump and they're really pretty when they come out of the water and all. But
yeah, they are.
A tuna or a blue marlin is amazing to catch.
Yeah, blue marlin are no joke. They're like I don't know, what would you equate to a land creatures, like the moose of the ocean? I don't know. Have you ever heard of papio? It's like a jack. They're fun too, though. Those are really fun to catch. Even small ones, you catch like a little, like 15-pounder. The fight is great, even though it's just 15 pounds, but they give you a good fight.
How's the computer doing, Sean?
Is that the modern way of thriving up a conversation instead of asking how you're doing? Just ask how's your computer?
No, you're late to the party, bro.
Yeah, we're waiting on Sean G's computer.
Yeah, I wasn't really trying to take a dig at you, Montreal.
No problem.
Not this time.
I think he was updating his Discord or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what he said. His Discord is updating.
I'm always here late to the party, and even then only half engaged.
I might have
Well, you're in
inspired
for a
George.
treat. Oh, sorry, Beth. Go ahead.
It's in that he's just replied to Data on one of my videos, and George says that you can. It seems like you can do, differential leveling. Seems like George is going for that. That's a way to measure curvature now. First order measurements. Apparently, you get more accurate doing shorter distances and more transitions. That'll turn up for the books. Very interesting.
Wasn't George a slope man?
Long distance, George. Like those short distance ones with when we were going over the double rodding. It might be that George has realised it's much more accurate to do the double rodding technique with the shorter distances for first order measurements.
I've been thinking about that slope deal. When we talk about the pipe, what would happen if you followed the supposed curvature of water with a pipe and filled it up? It would just be, just like the water. But if you raise both ends to take away the earth curve and make that pipe horizontal, they said the water would flow to the middle of the pipe or be pulled to the middle of the pipe by gravity, was the way they explained it. Well, over a half a mile or a mile, you're telling me a 4-inch deviation in elevation from the center of the earth is going to allow water to flow to the middle of the pipe?
The middle of a horizontal pipe.
Come on.
Yeah.
Tough sell, right? Maybe, just maybe, when you put it the same elevation above the water and you filled it up, it's horizontal then. And when you raise the ends to make what you think is horizontal on your model, it flows to the middle because, well, it's sloped.
Not horizontal anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you think gravity is pulling it to the center of that pipe because of the 4-inch difference at each end of that mile-long pipe, then congratulations. I mean, you got more of a understanding of how gravity works than I do.
Technically, it's not 4 inches, is it? If you're in the middle, it's only 2 inches to either end, right? You're not taking advantage of the quadratic function. If you're in the middle, right?
Well, that's even worse, right? 2 inches bulging up in the middle because of that 2-inch difference from
On the
half
model,
from the middle. Right? Yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Man, they got some tough sales. I mean, they're good salesmen, I admit. Right? They could sell ice to Eskimos, it seems like, especially by standing on the shoulders of giants of other.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort out with George. George says this is a bad server with people interrupting and all of that, but I say no. No, this is a well-moderated server. And if George is going to come and present his method for measuring the curvature of the water level, then he's welcome to come. We might end up with Sean today and then another day George coming round and doing his. I mean, it might be starting a new trend. We could be getting people to go up mountains with auto levels and demonstrations of the curvature of the water level at last. I mean, only took us
But
2
can
years,
I ask?
but we're getting there.
Hey, Bev, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
When a surveyor takes his water level, like back in the day, he took his water level. Didn't they use those to create straight line planes?
The auto levels.
No, the water levels. Back in the day, they used them to create a horizontal plane, like a straight line plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm wondering when that straight line starts curving. If the ground is always curving away from you being on top of a ball in all directions. Just doesn't make any logical sense to me.
No, that's because you've gained the logic, innit?
Well, it does if you think about it. Theoretically, concept with complicated math. Isn't that what they keep calling it? Complicated math.
Yeah, like we can't understand math.
A math that they cannot explain to us. That's how Pate put it before.
Yeah, we're not capable of understanding, even if he tells us, right? Even if one of the smartest people I've ever met. Seems like a lot of them are here on Discord. I've run into a lot of people, but none have been as intelligent and well-rounded, well-versed on every topic as what we run into here. It's amazing, actually.
Yeah. You'd think the globe was a subject that these people have been to university and spent years on, masters. Maybe that's where you gain it in Discord servers, the masters of the globe. Well, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Globology. Yeah.
I'm wondering why they don't put a course somewhere in those master's programs or PhD higher learning programs to teach people how, like to control a mic or not talk over people or, things like that. It seems like, the more intelligent you are, the more that would just be, easy, common sense type stuff. Mic on, right? I need to talk. If someone else is talking, mic off. It'd be a short course, maybe like a half a semester for most.
I can to just jump in. I can do even one better than AC Montreal. You could call it globologistics, sort of like apologetics, but yeah.
I like
So
that.
like a religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Thanks, Potato.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was thinking you need to be a really high level wizard in order to perform the mathematician's code, right? The mathemagicians. Because what they can do with numbers is very limited. But what you can do with words and numbers and rhetoric is takes it into the realm of the wizard.
Yeah, unlimited wizardry, magic, casting spells.
Television programming.
When you were
I think
saying
Buster wrote us up.
Sorry, when you were saying back in the day when they used a water level to get a straight line, do you mean horizontal straight line? Because not all straight lines are horizontal, are they?
That's right. But the water level creates a horizontal plane, which is a straight line.
Yeah. I just wanted clarity on that because I never heard anybody say horizontal. All I heard was a straight line.
Yeah, you're right. We all assumed horizontal. I bet everybody thought horizontal, but you're right to make us say it.
I left that part out on purpose.
Yeah. Sorry, but the devil's in the detail, isn't it? And it's like somebody can pick that up straight away and they'll use it against you.
They will try.
Think that even today you can use a water level tool to create a horizontal plane. I don't think.
And it would be more accurate than a laser. Have surveyors in the field making videos saying how much more accurate is water level than a laser.
Oh, George is not happy. He wants me to live stream this, Sean, so he can have a peek in. I don't think he'll even watch the YouTube. I'll send him the link for the YouTube that we're on now. It is live, isn't it? And then he can listen in to us. He's feeling left out, George. He's doesn't like people shouting at him and talking over him. He's gone a bit of a snowflake, to be honest, but
He doesn't want to come in here, join the server.
yeah, you know how he is. He keeps leaving servers, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did it like 4 or 5 times over at Next Level. So yeah,
He's keen to come over though, right? He's got this new method that he wants to. I guess Sean, Sean might be taking his limelight. George wants to be the man.
George could have his own hour or two if he wants to present. No
That's what
problem, George.
I said we can control it here. There's good people. Not everybody gets shouted over and all of that. If he wants to have something to present, then this is ideally the platform for it. I mean, that debate went brilliant the other day, didn't it?
Oh
Control everybody had. That was excellent.
What's up, guys?
Amazing.
I'm still waiting on that, Bev. But we can talk about it if you want.
Have you got pictures or anything? Oh,
No, everything. I was trying to show them on the computer. Yeah.
Well, can you get? It's better off if you wait for your PC. I mean, we're not in that big a rush. I mean, if you want to talk about it,
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it. Like I was saying earlier,
better for Geo if you were to do a presentation, because Geo can keep that then.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, either way, we can still talk about it. I showed you what's up with my computer, so I'm not going to need to really explain it over and over. So. No, because what was it? I'm trying to see if I can find anything on my iPad to use, but
George is saying he has a new test you can perform using an auto level, theodolite, and water level all together. Have you heard of this? Or is he
if anything, I haven't heard him talk about it, but if anything, it'd probably be the same thing I'm talking about, minus, well, he would use the auto level and the theodolite to be more precise in that dip angle that I was talking about. Whereas what I was talking about just shows it. But with his way he sounds, he wants to do it, he'll be able to give you the exact numbers on it.
He's actually come down to 200 meters as well.
Yeah, well, if you're using more precise tools, you can go make the distance shorter. The further it is, the more accurate it's going to be, or less detailed it'll be, but you'll be able to see it. Once you get shorter distances, it becomes more of an accuracy thing.
George was talking
Have
about
you?
construction tools as though they're different.
Could somebody post the Ruhif numbers if they have them to hand?
Yeah. I've got the updated ones. We had somebody else with them as well. The Ruhif numbers are a bit tricky to read, right? So we got, I don't know who this was. Let's have a look. Livestream 1. Starcodder. He's not been around here, has he? Well, he checked them. So the Ruhif numbers are there with a little bit of text as well, so hopefully.
Okay.
Now,
So
mind you, those are the globe numbers.
what
globe model.
what are globe model numbers compared to, say, flat Earth numbers?
Well, a water level on a flat plane would show no deviation from straight.
No. In reality, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right?
A level plane of reference.
There's a model that has numbers that say that the water level has to deviate from horizontal.
From level, or from the horizontal. You're using different. So on a water level test, it is a test that would deviate, or not deviate. I'm sorry, would establish a level between the two, not a horizontal. You're using the two are different in the wrong sense. You would create a horizontal line to check it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what Wallace did, right? And what everybody else.
Like these Ruhif. I'm sorry, my connection is bad. Sorry, Beth.
I was just going to say, like, I point out with the numbers that I've just put up there. There's two boxes that are got a red boxes round the numbers. Now those are the numbers for the 200 meter and 400 meter. Well, in the past, everybody's always gone for the hump, which leaves you over the total dead distance. You're going for the hump in the center, which is that's what everybody else has done in the past.
No. Ruhif. You said these are Ruhif number, right? I'm assuming.
They're the drop
any
numbers.
test, actually. No, there is no hump. Yes, that's not a hump. There's no hump involved. I don't know what the reason for adding that, but that is not involved in any sighting test or anything when we're trying to show curvature or anything. When it says drop, that's the amount of that vertical drop, that slope I was telling you about. That is the numbers on that. It has nothing to do with a hump.
Yeah, but that's to say that is the drop, and that's what I was saying. That's new, actually going for the drop, because beforehand, everybody else, like Wallace and Robotham, they always measured the hump, how high the middle bit is. Even McToon says that middle bit gets higher, and that's the bit you measure.
No, it does not. It does not at all.
Sean, I gotta stop you, brother.
Why?
I mean, you got to realize what's going on here. The whole time Bev was speaking, you did your that the audio it cut everything. Yeah. All right. That's cut me off.
So MC Toon and whoever else you said says that is wrong. Period. They do not measure to a hump. No one should think or should represent it to be higher in the middle than between the 2 points. It does not work that way.
Sean, like we've been doing this for 2 years, right? You've got to understand that there are people out there that go for the hump. Even the Bedford level test with Wallace was higher in the center. The one along the jippos down the runway, that's higher in the middle again, right? That's all everybody ever has gone for before is the hump in the middle.
I think every Glober who allows them to say something about a hump in the middle being higher between the 2 points, then they should be corrected. They should be corrected instantly. And people who don't, shame on you.
So you're looking for the drop then? Always the drop?
Yes.
Good.
And that's why I was going to ask you, and Ruhif's numbers that we're looking at, whether it be any of the boxes, because all the boxes are representing that dropout that I was saying would happen. What is that drop in his numbers in reference to then?
That it is from the start, but I'm saying normally that them two boxes are red, because if your water level would be 400 meters, right? In the past, this is what I'm saying. In the past, if you have a 400 meter water level, then you're looking for the hump, and the hump is in the midpoint. That's where the tangent gets placed, right? When you
Are you
put
saying
that hump,
that his red boxes are representing where the hump
no,
is?
I've put those red boxes on there because
Okay.
when you have a
yeah.
400 meter water level, like the total drop is 12.5 mil, right, on your model. But nobody's ever thought of measuring the drop before. That sounds ridiculous.
Wait,
so they always go for the hump.
but he says,
on, Sean. Let me say.
Wait, hang on. No. In his
Just trying to
numbers.
help you,
So
Sean, I bet.
these are Rufus's numbers for doing this test that we're talking about, right?
That one that I've just give you, they're Stark Odders numbers. The Ruhif
Okay.
numbers are the original ones in the bottom box on the right hand side, because he's the first person to give us these numbers. Right now,
Okay.
they initially gave us these numbers because there's a guy called Sly Sparkane that did a bending water level test, and his test was 16 100 meter water levels placed end to end, which goes out for a mile. He's got all of the equipment and everything. He's tried it once.
But didn't he say? Yeah, I think I heard about that. I didn't see it, but wasn't it all leaking and stuff or whatever? It didn't work out.
Yeah, he started at the bottom end at the low point, and then his water levels went out upwards, and he couldn't work out why he couldn't get the water to go up to the end, and it was leaking because he doesn't know what he's doing. But I mean,
Okay.
he's
Yeah,
going
I
to do
see.
it again.
Yeah.
He's going to wait for shitty weather before he can do it again, he says. So
Okay,
it should be coming
so-
up this winter, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Okay, so in these numbers, I'm talking about every single from 1 to I think it says 600.
1 to
That
1600.
it says drop on the
Yeah.
right side.
Uh-huh.
It says drop. Okay.
Yeah.
What is that drop representing? Not to start from the beginning. Well, obviously that's where you're citing from. But when
Uh-huh.
you take that shot across, what is the drop? What is dropping?
They're the imaginary drop numbers. Right, it says at the top, I've put it in
Wait.
red, like these
Okay.
numbers cannot be measured because the fantasy numbers. Right?
Why?
But you've got to imagine you put a horizontal on
Why
your
can't
model,
they be? Why
and you
can't they
do
be?
some.
Why can't they be calculated or measured? I
They
mean?
can definitely be calculated. That's how they've got here.
No, why can't they? No, I mean, why can't they be measured?
Because it's the drop of a water level. That's why I put
So
the
then
boxes
the-
there, because it's the hump. You've got to imagine the
Okay,
hump.
so no,
The drop sounds ridiculous.
No, stop saying hump because it's not in the correct known of the test or what we're even looking at.
I have
There is
to
no hump.
disagree, Sean. I really have to
See,
disagree.
We've got a hump. We've got a humper.
The thing is, the corollary to having two drops is a hump in between.
There you go.
No.
They come hand in hand.
Yeah, the double drop hump.
Wait. So if you're citing from one to the next, you're telling me that in my horizontal line, I'm going to have a raised area in the curvature?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. In the horizontal
Okay,
line, you'll have
so
a raise.
Let me see if I can find a picture because I know what you're talking about, and what
I'll
you're
see if I
talking
can
about
get
is
you a
if you create a tangent between the two. But if you create the tangent between the 2 points, right? That's what you're talking about.
Well, no.
There's going to be a hump between
there's
your tangent.
yeah. So there's two scenarios usually that at least I would think of. One is if you're measuring from one position using the horizontal on that position, and the other is where you measure from one to
Yes.
another, where you use the horizontal in the middle between
I
those
think
two
it's just
positions. Now,
two ways of doing
Between
it.
the two.
yeah.
Ooh,
Now,
kosher
Yes.
as well.
Okay. I see. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
I would say
And what
is
I'm
that in
saying
one,
is
yeah. Let me just finish. In the one scenario, the first scenario, you are technically standing on the hump and then measuring drop from hump horizontal, so to speak. And in the second one, you're measuring from one side of the hump to the other side of the hump using a horizontal line.
Yeah, this is exactly why I explicit this test the way I do, because for one, which you're talking about is the actual measurement to the other water level using a tangent to it. You're measuring that from your horizontal line. Now, the reason I don't use that is because there is no actual hump. It is you looking through the earth to the next point. That is not what I'm talking about. And that is not the only way of getting this test result. So that's why I don't use hump, because there is no hump. What you're saying is the imaginary hump that's going to be there when you draw your tangent to the next point.
It's surprising.
When you're looking, when you're measuring for curvature, and you're measuring, you're creating that horizontal line from one point. Your horizontal line is, in my test, stays at 0. What does that do? It shows you that your horizontal line, which is straight out from your location, is going to be above your water level. The second point.
But
am I correct in what I'm saying? That the line you're talking about, this hump, is that imaginary line you create that looks through the earth to your next point.
Well, no. So the thing that I would say is, if you're standing there and you make your horizontal line, what will happen is, no matter what direction that horizontal line is made in, and no matter what direction you're measuring in, you get a drop. And in topology, any point which drop is happening in every direction would be classified as a hump. So to me, it is still a hump by definition, but maybe not the way you want to use hump.
The hump you're talking about would be that, again, you creating that horizontal line, and then you creating that line from one point to the next, which would imaginarily go through Earth. But especially at 100 meters, 200 meters, it's not going through anything. Your tangent line would still go transpond over the surface. There's not a hump.
Those are both.
When you say there's a hump, when you say there's a hump, you are then talking about this measurement that you've taken in a hypothetical situation. Because when I'm measuring my horizontal and then I measure my drop to that next level, at no point am I needing to create that tangent line between the 2 points. I don't need to.
But there's no. Those are both valid ways to do it. One is just like Gummy said, you go from your position. Your position. Hold on. From your position, thank you for the rhetoric.
You're trying to tell him how to do his method.
I'm trying to say something to him, so just give me a second, dude.
Right.
But you don't need to. I know exactly what's being explained, and what I'm trying to explain is when you do that test, and you're trying to explain this test to people and understand. Okay, you didn't hear me. If you did just hear me, then you shouldn't have to repeat yourself, because I understand what Gummy is explaining. I understand what Gummy is explaining. You don't need to clarify it for me.
Yeah, well, I'm not clarifying what Gummy's saying. I'm telling you something.
Oh, okay.
What I'm telling you is that they're both valid. One is the way that Gummy said, and one is the way that they did it when they did the Bedford level test. Just like Bev had said, the way they did that was they cited 3 of them, 2 at the end. The horizontal they made was the horizontal line connecting the 2 at the end. So there was one in the middle that was humped up, above it. There's just 2 valid. They're both valid.
Again, I am not creating a tangent between 2 points. I don't need to. That is not part of the test. So thank you, Kosho. Do you not understand what I am explaining? If you don't, then ask me questions and I will clarify it for you.
Dude, I'm just telling you it's valid. That's all I said. I didn't say do it this way. I'm just saying
and Kosho, I did not say that it's non-existent and impossible. I said that was a separate of a test I'm doing. I'm not doing it that way. So you don't need to explain it, because I've already explained that I understand what Gummy is saying, and I understand that is a way of being done. But in this discussion, I do not use hump, because I am not creating the tangent line between the 2 fucking points. So you do not need to explain to me how shit works.
You're the surveyor, dude. Don't let him do this to you.
Let me make it clear, Beth. It doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or globe. Don't try to explain to me what I'm trying to explain. Trust me, I know that I understand how all those tests work because I understand the fucking that trade. Okay, thank you, Kosho.
Oh, I heard you say that it was it was incorrect if anybody said that there was a hump there.
Yeah, there's
Tell you
not an
there's a
actual hump there. There is not an actual hump there, Kosho. Sorry, buddy.
It all depends on how you define this hump.
Yes, exactly.
The water doesn't
like I
raise.
said,
We know that, right?
And when I say
Water
there is
don't
no
carry
actual hump there, there should only be agreement because there is no actual hump there.
Yeah. There's no
I agree
real
with
water.
the whole thing is
No way
Jesus
that could
fucking
ever
Christ.
possibly happen.
On a curved surface, on curved earth, fucking flat earth, doesn't matter. There is no fucking hump. The hump you are creating and talking about is an imaginary hump that is created by a tangent line you've made between 2 points. So when we're having a conversation with flat earthers and you say there's a hump, trust me, they're using it differently. That's why in my test, there is no fucking hump. There is no fucking imaginary line that creates some imaginary fucking hump.
I'm with you, Sean. Definitely.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so then I want to ask you, because
Gummy,
if you're
have
on
you ever done any surveying, Gummy?
I agree with Sean.
No, I have not.
Well, don't try and tell Sean that.
Well, I'm not telling you. I'm about to ask him. I'm about to ask him a question. I'm not about to tell
Let me
him.
ask you. Let me ask you this.
I want to jump in as the moderator.
No,
please,
Travis,
Sean.
I don't want you to. I really don't. I'd rather Rakia do it.
Okay, listen. I just
I'll do it for him, and I hope if I don't do it the same way you were. I mean, come on, guys. This is Sean's time here. Yeah, it's not as formal as it should have been, but let's give a little leeway for Sean to give his thoughts on how he's going to do his water level test. And if y'all want to come back with your own, we'll set it up, right? I mean, the more that does it, the better. But let's not interrupt and really get him. I mean, this is going out of hand. Take it down a notch. Give some leeway to Sean and let him present how he's going to do his test. I think it's awesome. So let's hear it from him.
The thing is, I was simply trying to ask a question now.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to tell
maybe
him.
now's not the time. Maybe now's not the time. Maybe let Sean go through his
Why not when it's
methods.
When it's completely relevant, why shouldn't we be able to ask questions?
Okay, so you want to talk about the time?
How about this, Gummy? I'll ask you one question, and it's a yes or no answer. This hump you're talking about when you've created this tangent line, does it actually hump up? Does that center water level actually ramp up?
I'm not talking about that kind of situation. I'm trying.
Okay,
If
well,
I can ask my question,
that is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
When you say hump in a forum where there are flat earthers trying to explain to you there's no curvature, in their heads, there's a fucking hill between you guys. What you are explaining is the tangent line between 2 points that imaginary goes through the fucking earth. So that third water level in the middle that you say appears to ramp up, it doesn't ramp up. It doesn't hump up. That, if anything, is an imaginary tangent that you've created that goes through the earth. The reason I don't use that, the reason I don't explain that in any fashion in my test, and what I'm trying to explain, is because when you say hump in this forum, every flat earther who's arguing against this point is thinking a hump, an actual elevation change for some odd reason. And I get what you're saying in Kosho and Gummy. Yes, that test is as valid as the one I want to do. But guess what? There are ways to have these conversations, and there are things to add into it that don't need to be added into it because it makes no sense to them. There is no actual hump. Nothing actually humps up. Now go ahead.
Can I ask my question now that is relevant? So what I was trying to ask is, no matter where you are on Earth for this experiment, if you have a horizontal plane, so not just a horizontal line, a horizontal plane on that position, then every direction has a drop. Now, I classify that personally as a hump. When every direction is dropping from this horizontal, I would say I'm standing on the top of the hump. And I want to ask you, what would you classify that as then? If every direction has dropped from this horizontal plane, if like what would you classify that as? Because I classify that as a hump.
I would classify it as standing on a surface and it drops away at every point, which means if I take another step forward, it drops. If I take 100 steps, it drops. If I take 1,000,000 steps, it drops in every direction. When you say hump, it means in everyone else's ears that there is a raised area from your position. Now, if you're standing at the top of your hump, that's fine. You can say that all you want. But if I were you, don't say it here. Okay?
Okay, Sean, can I just add on to that? So basically, you're standing at the benchmark when you start your test.
Yep.
So is there a hump or isn't there a hump?
No. And here's a better way, Gummy, to reference this. If you're standing at your location and then someone goes 100 meters away from you and looks back at you, guess what? You've still dropped, which means you're not standing at the top of any hump. Don't use that word here. It's not necessary. It's not even necessary to explain these things. It's not even correct. That's your personal opinion of where you're standing.
That's why I'm asking you, what other way do we describe this than hump? And what you've said is essentially just say all of it with words instead of having a common vocabulary.
If I'm going to make it as clear as possible to you, you're standing at a datum point. You're standing at a benchmark. Period. You're not standing on a hump. If you're standing on a hump and I went away from you, you'd be higher than the location. But nope, you're lower, which means you're not on a hump. If you stand on a hill and someone shoots to you, guess what? They're going to be looking up. At no point ever do you ever look up.
But that's only because it's a hump relative to that established horizontal plane.
Okay. I don't know how.
You establish a new horizontal plane.
Okay. I don't know how else to explain this. And I'm going to make this very clear to any fucking Glober here. The way you have these conversations with people matters. Your personal idea of how it works is fine. But when you say what I call trigger words, all you're doing is taking 1,000 steps back in your argument. There is no hump. Stop saying hump. It'll get you a lot further. Trust me. And for everyone who thinks that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, trust me, I have a better idea how to talk to a flat earther than most fucking anyone here. There are things you're saying that make it sound great in your brain, but has nothing to do with this conversation and makes you step back. It's a benchmark, Gummy. You're standing on a benchmark if you want to be as precise as possible. And from your benchmark, everything drops away from you. Take a foot, everything drops away from you there too. You're not standing on a hump.
I mean, that's fine. And I'll agree with you that using the word hump might be counterproductive to trying to convince someone. But if I'm being intellectually honest with myself, I would still call that a hump. But I get what you're saying. So
if you're being intellectually honest with yourself, call it a benchmark.
Yeah, the benchmark is on the top of the hump in relation to the horizontal plane. That's what I'd say.
Okay, I promise you, every time you say that word, Montreal, Bev, everyone in here is going, so now the curvature goes up?
Yeah.
But you continue on with that and see how far it gets you.
That's fine.
But don't bring it up in any of my conversations because I don't want to have to sit here and explain there is no fucking hump. There is no hump. When you say hump, it's as if you're saying there's a hump in between you and the second point. It doesn't work that way. There is no hump, period. And that's period. I don't care how you really want to talk about it. Between 2 points, there is no hump. That middle water level may be above your tangent line that you created, not a hump.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're right. There's no a hump. It's always in relation to a tangent line or a horizontal line.
Okay. Now, tell me how many times you said a hump and that got you anywhere.
Like I said, I agree on you that it might be better as an argumentative strategy to not use the word. I'm just trying to say that if I don't think about the argument strategy of it, just how to word myself in my own head or whatever the fuck, I would still call that a hump, just by definition. But I get what you're saying, and that's fine. We can just agree to disagree on that.
Okay. That's an imaginary hump you want to conceive? Go ahead. It's not. There is no hump. We can establish this through any kind of measurement you like. There's no hump. Everything drops. Everything can't drop if there's a hump in between, like you were explaining between 2 points. So back to what I was saying. Now, I kind of remember before they jumped in, don't conflate horizontal and level. And it's easy to do this because it's not the same thing.
How's your PC doing, Sean? Is it?
So, Sean, are you trying to say there's a hump?
No, I'm with you, Sean. There is definitely no hump. Thinking that the water might rise off in the distance. I mean, people like Zanuck and all of that do have uphill rivers. We've heard of them. They're ridiculous. I am with you. No hump. Absolutely.
There's no hump, period. I don't care what anyone says. If you want to be intellectually honest, if you want to be as accurate as possible, stop using fucking hump. There's no hump.
I'm with you on this one, bro. Sincerely, I'm with you on this one.
And then the example was given before. You have 3 17, 35 water level points that you can shoot from one spot, and you create that horizontal to that end, and those water levels appear to be above your horizontal. That's because you've created a tangent line between 2 points. And guess what? You basically cut through your site. You're not measuring that drop. You're looking at your drop. There's a difference.
Also, you can be intellectually honest and use the word secant instead of tangent when talking about 2 points.
You're right.
Please.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, no, you can't.
But the difference between it is tangent and secant mean the exact same thing.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, a secant is just a chord that extends past the circumference. A tangent only touches at 1 point, whereas a secant would touch at 2 points. They are not.
You are actually right.
Don't be led
You're right. No, you're right. That is that imaginary line I was talking about that cuts through the earth.
Yeah. Don't listen to the humpers.
And even then, the earth that's above that secant is not classified as a hump. And at a 400-meter water level test, now back to where we're going, the 400-meter water level test that I plan on performing, at no point will I need to use a secant because I will not be having to go through anything because I'm creating a horizontal. My horizontal is a 0. My horizontal is not consistent with the water level, which is why there will be a drop. This is the way it works, guys. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but I'm going to use these terms as in reality. Okay, how about that? Reality's sake, because this is the part of the test that I plan on performing. So for anyone who's new to it, Bev, you heard it, I know 1,000 times. I plan on basically replicating Bev's 400-meter water level as best as I can. I probably won't because they actually have a pretty modern one, and I'm going to use a very rustic one. Very simple. All I want to do is create a horizontal, a 0, if you will, from 1 point. When I do so, I'm going to use my phone. I'm going to record it so you guys can see what I'm going to be doing. And the whole goal is to see if level is still represented through my horizontal. If it's not, and we know the water levels are set up correctly and level, that would be due to curvature. I don't know how else to explain it any simpler, which is what needs to be done, but that is the test and the crux.
What tools exactly are you going to use?
I plan on because all my stuff's in San Diego. I'm going to rent an auto level and possibly a theodolite that will give me a better detailed amount of slope drop, vertical drop, any term you want to use, to the water level itself. It's actually insanely simple, and it can only go 2 different ways. When I set up my water level and I'm sighting it from one point to the next, if I sight it 0 at one and I read 0 at the second point, then I will have to sit here and tell everyone there's no curvature, because the water level will be the same as my horizontal. The reason this test is very simple and very keen to what I want to do is because using a water level set up correctly voids elevation. If I'm above one point and wherever the second point's at is 30 feet lower on the surface, my water level needs to go up 30 feet, period. So my water level is void of elevation. Elevation plays no part in this test. As simple as it gets.
How are you going to be leveling your auto level? Are you going to use the bubble level, or are you going to level the foresight backside? Like, what method are you going to go?
I'm going to use a bubble level on my tripod, and typically they come on the instrument itself. If I'm lucky enough, I will find an auto level that will do it itself. But I prefer the manual because it's less that can be quote unquote said to be gone wrong.
Yeah, you want a full auto level.
I want a fully mechanical one. I want to do all the settings myself. Typically, I would use a theodolite in that situation. You mean a manual level? Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Sorry. Wait a minute. Manual auto level.
Yeah, in a sense, yes.
Yeah, because you don't want the full auto.
No. No. There's too many. Is it calibrated questions, and calibrating it on a level on a recording is a pain in the ass, and not something I ever want to have to do. I've done it twice, and it's not fun. So if I manually set it up, manually level it out, manually set my level to 0, there's no misrepresentations in calibration of it. I also plan on, pretty sure, I don't know if anyone uses the same word, a peep sight, an eye sight, one of those nice little configurations gray checkers use. It looks like a little mini telescope that you put in your hand. Inside there's a bubble that does the same thing. It shows you your eye level from your location. Plan on using that as well.
Nice. You could just put a small bubble level on top of a telescope as well if you wanted to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are even camera settings that have that stuff now. Mine doesn't, but there are. Very simple.
How's your PC doing? Have we got any pictures yet?
Absolutely not. It is still downloading 14 of 14. I'm not happy about it, obviously. And Gummy, I love you to death, man. We've had conversations. My anger is more directed at the frustration of what's happening with my PC at the moment. So don't take it to heart.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I'm not taking it personally.
Let me see. I'm trying to.
If you take shit personal, you won't make it in these rooms very long.
Yeah.
It's good to remember that it could be last day for each other. I just heard that Rob Skiba has passed away, so.
Bullshit.
So it's kind of.
You serious?
Yeah. He passed away.
Was it confirmed? Because I did hear a lot of people speculate that it was fake.
It's on his Facebook.
I think it's
okay,
real. Yeah. I think it's real.
Not fake.
But it's horrible anyway in many ways, because there are lots of so-called conspiracies about what had happened, and people are going one way and another way. What is true, what is not, But anyway, it's kind of, let's remember, even we are in other sides of this flat globe thing, that it could be our last day in this, whether it's a flat or the ball. So keep that in mind.
Agreed.
Well said.
At least it did remind me that I've been arguing lots of this. Is it a flat or globe? But that thing that I might be tomorrow in some other place kept me like kind of grounded. That yeah, that's what I have to say now.
Yeah, well said, Matt. Definitely.
I mean, even we can disagree and get emotional and yell to each other and stuff like that, but it kind of reminds me not to get into the personal, and like I have called people like insane and stupid and whatever the mean words, and thinking those like, and afterwards it doesn't feel like good to me. So at least I'm not a psychopath. One thing about the hump you talked about is that I've seen so many drawings where the, let's say, the observer is like in the left side of the ball. I will Google some picture, and then it's the observer is looking kind of upwards, which is not the case. That I understand the CNG. Just you said that when you are in the top of the ball, you always start going downwards, whatever direction you go. You will go downwards. So those images describing the, let's say, the curvature, they're often wrong because they draw the kind of person in the left side of the ball in a little bit downward. I will Google an image what I'm talking about, so you
I've got
understand
one
what
here.
I mean.
I've got one.
Yeah, I see. I know what you're
It's
saying.
coming up now. Look, check it out. It's the one Walter Bisley modelled for Jesse Kozlowski. Now, we all know that Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops from the horizontal like you did. But when they went to go and see Soundly, Walter Bisley modelled him the hump. And
Yeah,
you'd tell him off for that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I think that is a huge issue in the discussion that we're having. Period. There's no hump. It's by definition there's no hump.
Yeah, DP says you need to show the contradiction, right? You can't be both a hump and a drop, can it? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, I feel like it all comes down to defining what a hump is.
Yeah, okay, and you can go to 20 minutes on defining a hump when in realistic terms of these measurements, real world terms, when a person goes out and tests these things, there's no hump.
Yeah, there you go. See, look, Sean's actually done this, Gummy. I mean, if you've never done any surveying, so are you going to try and redefine the word hump to a surveyor?
I'm trying to understand the definition of the word hump.
I would say the biggest definition I would say would be an elevation change, because there's no hump in curvature. It wouldn't be defined that way.
But then you would say that so what I'm trying to say then is if hump has to do with changing in elevation, then the horizontal line does have a change in elevation. So would you call that a hump then, even though it's a straight line?
Oh, no, but you would have a physical hump in between that would be measurable. There's no measurable hump unless you're talking topography. That's just the only way I can define it.
Of course.
Yeah.
But all I'm trying to say is the level doesn't change elevation, but the horizontal does change elevation. And so if you define hump as having a change in elevation, then a horizontal would be a hump by that definition.
In that sense, yes. In the sense that you're saying.
Does horizontal change elevation?
It can.
On the globe model, yes.
It's all relevant to the perspective of the observer in a test, right? For example. When I create a horizontal line, I can create a horizontal line at 1%.
Okay, I posted a couple of images what I meant earlier, that when I said that the observer is often drawn in the left side of the curve, and it's kind of already gone down to the left side, and then it's drawn kind of inaccurate way, so it looks like there is kind of hump because the observer is lower than the curve of the Earth. So that's what I meant, that the people might think that, okay, or use it as a verbal or the word hump, because this is very common drawing, how they describe the curve. Maybe you understand why it's in our language.
He posted it in Livestream 2, Tag.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, my bad. So I will put those in a live stream 1 as well, so you can get them.
Yeah, and that's because the drawing is using the horizontal line or the tangential line, whatever you want to call it, in the center there as the point of reference instead of the observer itself.
Yeah.
That's what makes that illusion happen, is you're not using the observer's point of reference, you're using the line, the imaginary line's point of reference.
Correct.
Okay,
but I do agree. I see what you're saying though. When and I'm not calling you out, Montreal. But when Montreal sees these pictures, Montreal sees a hump. He wants us to explain that hump. That hump is not there. Even between those 2 points, that's still not a hump.
And that only has to do with because of the reference, the way the picture's drawing in reference to the line.
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
Than the
Your reference is now off Earth. You're not looking. You're not there. You're looking from a different reference point in these pictures. And yes, it is. It does give you the idea that there's a hump. There is no hump. If you want to make the pictures correct, you need to turn your phone until that red one and the second picture is lined up correctly to the top. Because
yeah, exactly. It should
as
be
the
always
observer.
the observer should be always in the top of the curve.
Yes.
So that's my point, that it's drawn incorrectly many cases, and that's giving imagination that there should be kind of hump, or the Earth should be going first upwards, where the reality it's like it should be going always downwards.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, the only time you get a so-called hump is in the abstraction of looking from away from Earth. But that's not how we do in reality, because we're not away from Earth when we use an auto level.
Exactly.
When we use an auto level, we're standing on Earth, so therefore it's kind of irrelevant to talk about a Earth curve. Yeah.
Please, when you say when we use an auto level, have you ever used an auto level?
I have, yes.
Oh, you have? Good.
That's good. Boom, that was on you, Bev. Haha.
Which auto did you use the manual level, the manual auto level, or did you have a full auto level?
It was a full auto level.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't do any surveying with it. It was just part of a class where we got to use it and experience what it did and stuff.
Yeah,
The self-adjusting one.
Yeah, it basically balances, quote unquote, levels itself. It cites everything. And I was gonna say, they are great. I love them. I think they're wonderful. Why? Because I've used these things and had to do 60 points with them, datum points, benchmarks. It's a lot easier when it does it itself.
Sounds interesting.
Well, can I ask though,
leveling auto level? Yeah.
Can I ask when you use that auto level, Sean? They create horizontals, correct?
Say it one more time.
When you use that auto level, those were creating horizontals, correct?
Yes, it creates a horizontal from your point.
Were those 60 points? Were those horizontals all parallel?
No. This is just on sites. It wasn't a straight test or a straight line.
Well, they would still be parallel even if it was 60 different setups, right?
If I was because everything was on elevation and me bringing.
I was more going to ask. How many benchmarks did you have?
I've done in a day. I've done fucking hundreds in a day.
Yeah, Sean, are they parallel with each other?
No, they are different elevations.
No. Are they parallel with each other? Not are they different elevations? If you're at a different elevation, you make a horizontal. It's the same parallel.
No, they're not.
No, they're not horizontal.
No, they're not parallel to each other. doesn't, again, when you're changing, so if I'm taking a shot and I'm doing slopes, my lines in general aren't going to be parallel to each other. My sight's not going to be parallel to each other.
If you've got
They're
a slope,
different
then
elevations.
it probably won't
Yes.
be parallel to something, will
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Well,
We're talking about the horizontal.
when you're doing grade checking, which is what I'm specifically talking about.
Yeah. So when you're not doing grade checking,
everything's not going to be, nothing's flat. Everything
so
has
when you're not
drainage and
grade
slope.
checking, looking for slopes and whatever, it's just setting up horizontals. Yeah.
To establish where I'm at, yeah, everything is horizontals.
Yeah. So there's not really you're not.
And at the same time, there was no way for me to reference all of them to be parallel like that. If I was setting up to show this, then I would then say over a whole site, no, they're not.
And how big is a whole site?
Oh, it varies. It could be 1 acre, it could be 1,000 acres. It depends on the site.
But I do have to ask though, like, because the other day we were talking and you said that you could make a horizontal line over 4 posts and they'd all be on the same horizontal.
Yeah, because it'd be from my point, my reference, my benchmark.
Like the horizontal is always in reference to one benchmark point.
What you're saying though is that horizontals aren't parallel.
If horizontals from different benchmark locations, yes, they're not parallel.
Which is what you generally do when you're leveling. Yeah, you have to take different points. So
But if I'm doing if I'm leveling between 2 points, or if I'm doing sites between 2 points, then in that reference, from the 1 point, no. From every other point, my horizontal would be parallel. If I was if I was setting up at a different point each time and taking that horizontal.
It would be counterproductive to make several benchmarks.
Exactly.
No. Have you ever Oh, sorry, someone's calling. Sorry.
Wait, well, that was the thing though, Sean. Like, 'cause remember the other day we were talking about over a significant distance, and you said you could do multiple setups and still use the same. The lines on the post would still be on the same horizontal.
No, okay. So the test we were talking about was, so for everyone else, set up a 400-meter water level, and every 100 meters put a post in the ground. From my first point where I'm setting up my auto level, if I shoot my 0, my horizontal line, make a mark on each post where that horizontal line is. That's no matter what, those reference points are still from my 1 point.
That wasn't what we were talking about, though.
Yeah, it was. And then you said if I go to the other side and create my horizontal, and I marked those posts again, I told you what you would have on those posts is an X.
No, that's not what we agreed to, though. That's why I was asking about the horizontal.
Matter of fact, I can show you it was. Here, let me see if I can find it. Because I did it in my little memo, see if it saved it.
I'll have to go back and watch, but I'm almost positive it was too far. It was too far to do one shot and make all the marks. You were saying that you could do multiple setups, give me marks on 4 posts that were on the same horizontal over multiple setups.
No. For that test, the way we explained with the 4 posts, I would do it from one spot. I wouldn't need to set up my auto level at different points. I would
I'll back Buster on what he's saying.
Sorry, go on.
I would just say I would back Buster. I think we had you said you could create a horizontal across the 4 posts, and I think we were actually talking about a longer distance than 400 meters. So
no, I don't think we were. But even if we were, we can say 1,000 meters. If I was going to do that,
can you read that grade run?
Say again.
Oh, well, the challenge is on now because George has claimed you can do it at 200 meters. So you were saying 400 meters, weren't you? That your test.
Yeah, because I know George. I know the tools he has are way better than mine, so he can be more accurate. And yes, so you can do it at 100 meters. It depends on how accurate the tools you're using are going to give you the information. So his tools, I believe he can do it.
Have you explained how to do the test yet, or is that what we're sort of doing now, right?
Well, I already kind of did. I actually like the way Buster wanted to set up, and I please go back and listen to it because I made it very clear that horizontal line that we put on those posts would be done from one location. I never said I would reset my auto level up to do it that way. The only time I said I would reset my auto level was to go to the other side of the water level and do the exact same test going back the other way. And that's why I said on those posts, for the lines you've created from the 2 times you did the points, would create an X.
Well, I'll go back and listen to it.
Yes, sir. Because
Sean,
go ahead, my bad.
what if you had that same 400 meters with 4 posts and you went to the middle, and just kind of stepped back, 20, 30 feet and made those marks to the outside and inside. And then you went to one end and shot back. Do you think they would be the same marks?
No.
Why not?
Not because it's another reference point. So if you did that, you'd have a smaller.
But you'd have that would be parallel. That's the thing. The horizontal.
No. I can't do this I can't imagine what it is we're looking at, Sean. I need to have some sort of visual thing. Like I'm sure everybody else here is the same.
I 100% agree with you, and I'm still dealing with the same situation on my computer.
Flat plane, Sean, when you were flat
Is a shitty paint drawing better than nothing?
Why would it be over a flat Earth?
I got so much shit for doing that. That's why I wanted to do it off my computer.
I'm using these tools. I'm using these tools as we're on this Discord right now. Like I'm using these tools right now, and I find it hard to imagine what you're saying without a drawing. So we need to do this when you have your computer, and maybe do a one-on-one with you and Bev like we had planned.
I agree. And again, it's 100% my fault. Bev was here already. Not my fault, or not his fault at all. 100% my fault. I can't make my computer go faster.
Well,
if you guys want, I'll send pictures so you can see. Yeah, well, you can't say you're surprised, but
well, regardless, you said that will you still agree to the 4 posts that you marked when I go to set the water level up behind it? You say it'll drop away gradually from your first mark.
From my it will. No. The water. Okay. I'm sorry, Buster. You're correct in the points, setting up different points. But when we said that, we were talking about using the water level itself. So if you segmented points in between each post, each water level would drop below that line.
Well, what I asked was if you could make the marks first, and then I could come up behind your marks and set the water level up, and then what would happen at each point.
In each point, further and further away, the water level would drop from my horizontal line.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it wasn't me setting up at different points. It was the water level itself being at different points.
Sean, you're in a privileged position because you were a globe earther, then you became a flat earther, and you went back to the globe earth again, which is definitely against the grain. So you'd be able to imagine both scenarios. Hang on, please. This is both scenarios. What would happen over a flat plane? What we'd expect to see? You take all considerations into account, and the same thing with a ball earth, and then you'd be able to develop both opposing ideas and see what conforms the best to reality. So I mean that seriously. If what you say is true, you went from a ball earther, as we all did, to a flat earther and back again, then if you're genuine of nature, you're in the very best position to judge the case.
Yeah, I believe so. Good. If we were on a flat earth and you took the same shot, the water levels would stay on your horizontal. They wouldn't drop below it. And the only aspect of me being a flat earther is the way I word stuff and the way I try to simplify the explanations. That's it. That's the only difference.
If you point your finger out over a flat expanse in this model, right? Do you understand that the further you point out, or the further your aim is directed towards, you'll have to keep dropping your finger, right? Because you understand that 10 feet above the water at your level will not represent 10 feet at 4 miles away in terms of an absolute horizontal, a finger point. It's a flat plane, right?
If it were a flat plane.
Yeah. So it can't be horizontal. Horizontal line is never horizontal. The only way you can sort of pinpoint it is if you have a target in distance. You know, if there's a bus in front of you driving away and you're pointing at the top of it, you're at the same level of it over a flat, what do you call it, a flat expanse, which we can all equate to, right? The salt flats or something. Well, as the bus drives away, you'll constantly, like the second, or not the second, the hour actually is a better example as opposed to the minute, but close enough to both. You'll constantly have to drop your finger down, because the further it goes, the greater panorama your perspective will have to take into consideration, and the greater scale. You already understand that it's a flat expanse, as best as flat can be, so you say that horizontal cannot be horizontal from your starting position. Like east can never remain east from your compass position at your starting position.
It is a little contradictory to say that water that has fallen, say, a foot off the table is not level, but water that's fallen a foot over a hump of earth curve is somehow level as it curves over the globe. Philosophically, that's a nightmare conception that's quite contradictory. I think
keeping it in reality,
intuitively
it's because
level as if it is flat
we're keeping it in reality here.
Hey, so the problem is you guys conflate flat, horizontal, and level. You think those
Why did you interrupt? Let him bird mid-sentence. Let him finish your
level
sentence.
and horizontal are not the
Very
same
great
thing.
to see you, man. Finish your sentence.
Well, the thing is, you're using two contradictory definitions, which is leading to ambiguity and all sorts of contradiction. So most people would think of level and horizontal as being one plane that is unchanging, no change in elevation, straight out and as flat as possible with little to no deviation.
Okay, that in itself is a contradiction. Horizontal is not the same as level. Horizontal, we've already established, is void of elevation. If I create a horizontal 0, that is a straight line. But it is not level.
Hang on. If I have a tool called a level,
yes,
and I use it to create a horizontal, level is horizontal.
You have a tool long enough to do that?
But it depends if it's a full auto level or
That's like
manual.
saying
a water level.
Yeah, well, a water level over a distance is actually 2 points. It's not a full point. So you're not creating a horizontal between those 2 points. You can, but it's not going to be like you think it is. It's not level. It's not the same
The
thing.
problem is you have 3 things there being used for level. 1, the tool, 2, water, and 3, what you see through a theodolite or other optical instrument. Those are 3 different things that give effectively 3 different levels. So we have all sorts of equivocation here.
No,
and the only difference
It's the
difference
same
is
level.
it's not. It's not.
Well, the tools
Visually-
don't give different levels. There's no such thing.
Visually, you can only see your level up to a time before everything converges, merges, and disappears. So you can't establish a level
You
visually.
mean a distance?
You need to
not a
let
time.
water level and flat definition.
Okay. Well, how about just use 400 meters, Lemon? Does everything converge there too?
Depending on how close you are to the surface and the quality of your optic, it can start converging from there too.
How accurate do you think you can see 400 meters away through?
Wait a minute. What tools is Sean going to be using? Because we're talking about Sean's test here.
I'm going to use an auto level.
An auto level. Are you going to use
because he's one big tool himself.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and rent
use a
one.
precision full auto level or a precision manual auto level?
Yeah,
or
precision
just a normal?
manual. Just manual, and I'm going to try to get a theodolite. It depends on how much they are. I'm just going to go rent one.
Have you got one with a micrometer on it?
Is he going to model
No,
both scenarios?
I don't know. I haven't rented it yet.
Okay.
I drew this picture up just now, posted it in chat. This is what I would expect.
Okay, so can I just get this? Like, because I mean, you're going to use an auto level, and you are going to use it to sight. How far are you sighting with this, Sean?
The one I plan to get will be no less than probably 400 meters. I'll probably take 2 shots just in between, just for the shits and giggles of it. But 400 meters.
Okay.
Stuck in the middle with Sean.
And to be very exact,
what sort of
precision
accuracy?
accuracy. All I need is good enough optics to be able to clearly see the other water level. I don't need to be within a millimeter. A millimeter means nothing to it.
What sort of accuracy do you think you'll get?
I'll probably be able to be within 0.3, maybe. And that would mean when I say that, that means
0.3 of a foot.
That means when I'm looking through my sights, I should be able to gauge within a 0.3 up and down of anything.
Of a foot.
That's no of the other end of the water level.
0.3 of what?
0.3 of a water level.
Of any direction. If you're looking, this is the best way to explain it.
0.3 of
if
what?
If I'm looking through my auto
me,
level, I'm trying to answer, you got to shut the fuck up for a second. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Whoa, calm down. I just asked
you. Okay, so if I'm setting up an auto level and I have because I don't like being interrupted for bullshit.
He's under pressure, yeah.
Yeah, but even if interrupted, like as I was trying to DM him, you came with an outburst. So the simple question is 0.3 of what, if you would start there with that answer?
My second point, surface of the water level. And I was going to explain when I'm saying that, what I mean by that. Can I do that now?
Please.
Yeah?
Well, if I can clarify maybe, because this is what I heard. Someone was asking, how accurate do you think you're going to be able to get? And accuracy meaning, to what measurement? And you said 0.3. We're just asking if that's 0.3 of a foot, of an inch, like
of a foot.
0.3 of a foot.
Yeah. Can I now explain what I'm talking about?
Thank you. That's
thank you.
I needed.
So if you have an auto level, if you have an auto level, and you have a story pole measuring rod, I don't know where you are, how you explain it. It has a bunch of numbers on it. Usually about an 8-foot tall one is a good one. And with that, it has 10th. Mine have 10th marks. Every 10th is a notch. When I look down my sight at 400 meters, I want to be able to see within a 0.3 margin of that stick. Meaning, at 400 meters, I do not expect to be able to focus and sight on a 10th mark.
Why did you pick that
But
figure?
if I open that gap up to 0.3, then I'll be able to see within a margin.
What do you expect to see before you've done the test? Just do the test.
Because I know what it looks like when I look down a sight. That's because I know what it looks like when I look down a sight. And I've already made it clear. The results of it, I am not predicting. The results I am not predicting. I am telling you in both cases what would happen.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, you'll have to present a model of what would you expect on a flat stationary plane over an extended
I've already, Pete. I've already said it.
Horizontal,
I've already done it.
The opposing,
the problem is,
because it's in contention, the opposing point of view, which is we're over a ball Earth. Now, you could also take into consideration
what you're doing is not going to happen.
You could also take into consideration Lord Stephen Christ's model, but that's a different matter. Let's stick to the basics. Just do the test first.
Pete, for what you're asking is impossible. I cannot do both tests, one on a globe and one on a flat Earth. I can only give you what would happen in my eyes in the test on a flat Earth. Why? We don't live on a flat Earth, so the test results would not establish that. So I can't do both tests, Pete. Sorry,
He's relying on you to do any test. Honest to God, I wouldn't fucking rely on you to take your shit properly.
It's all right. All right, Pete. It's all right. He's going to do it because he's got the equipment. And it's one of those things that once you start, you want to do it. You actually have to do it.
Yeah, but you know,
to find out what happens.
I agree.
It's not scientific.
It's just a personal thing for Sean to do. It's just it's a bit hard for us to imagine what he's talking about at the minute because, like, we've only seen a really bad picture. Are you going to do reciprocal?
Bev, will you stop doing that? I suck at drawing. I know it.
I know.
Are you licking Sean G's arse, Bev?
Yeah, but if he draws us a reciprocal version, then I think we might get a better idea.
Sean G is like an old prostitute. He's been around the block multiple times.
I want to see a picture of this manual auto level. Do I need a permit to fire a full auto level?
Yeah, that's why they keep going on about shooting things with it, right? Pew, 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 you know.
Let me clarify for you, Rikia.
We're just
Hey,
picking on you,
hey,
Sean. You
hey,
don't need to. I was just joking.
Okay, yeah. Well, it gets frustrating when I got other people in my ear. Not you, Rikia, not Bev. Actually,
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
We were just joking.
Sorry,
pull
Sean.
off. It was illegal.
Just trying to
here in
lighten the mood a bit, get it.
Yeah.
Get it out of the air.
It is Thursday night, right? So, imagine a load of guys around the poker table, right? Rikia, everyone's having a good time. There's great chat.
Yeah.
It should be fun, right? When I did my test, I thought it was going to be loads of fun, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it sucked.
Stress.
We were in water, we were in boats and jet skis and blah 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 with friends and family, and it still sucked because it was a lot of work, man.
Well, that's the best way towards learning. Sometimes, where do you set your sights now to learning all there is to know? I think it's there for us, Dave.
I'd like to repeat somebody else's test that was viable. Now,
Yeah.
shooting one shot optics over 400 meters or longer, I don't think it's going to tell me anything, honestly. But if you can give me a way to create a horizontal plane and then measure down to the water that's curving, I'm all for that. I'll go next week and do that.
Someone asked a brilliant question. How is
Rikia, I was
the
going to
water
ask, do you ever go to Corpus Christi?
Corpus Christi, yeah, Galveston, Corpus Christi, yeah.
We got to meet up. You got to take me fishing. I've never been deep water ocean fishing. Deep water.
Oh, we
fishing.
never go that way with our boat that much because it's really windy. It's amazing. You go from Grand Isle, where I fish out of, you go west, and it stays windy most of the time due to whatever the currents or how the weather patterns are. So most of the Texas people come to us to fish.
I got a question for drink of Kool-Aid if he's there.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Have you ever heard of a ticking stick?
A ticking stick. Is that the thing the British Army uses when they march in formation?
Nope. This has to
that's
do
a pace
with
stick. Okay.
Yeah, this has to do with
that's the speaking tit you're thinking of, Kool-Aid.
this has to do with mariners and boats essentially.
Can't say it rings a bell.
All right. Well, this is a device essentially used to not only repair but to also construct boats, due to the fact that most boats, aren't straight. Like as far as the pieces going into them, they're very like curved and shaped. And this ticking stick is essentially a tool, a mechanism at which one could use to, like I said, repair damages to a boat or build a boat. It's build a boat with a ruler or tape measure. Not that they're not advantageous to you in any way, but this isn't the main requirement, the necessary tool to have. The ticking stick is what's mainly
I think
used.
they use different names for it. You might know it under a different name.
So I'm watching a YouTube video on it right now, and yes, I have seen these used in old style ships. Nowadays, everything's fiberglass.
Yeah, correct. But I was just curious because I know that you had some knowledge upon the boat, and I just wanted to share that.
That's super cool how they use it.
Imagine pushing a cart down the road, right? Imagine building a cart for your little child or encouraging them to build their own cart. Sailing is that simple. And Ricky, I definitely have to talk to you about what we were talking about the last time, upside down. So the pushing force from above. When you try to push, when you try to push a buoyant boat underneath water, there's resistance. You're pushing that force from above, but there is resistance from below. But that's an inversion of, well, everything that Kool-Aid is going to represent anyway, for certain.
So I did watch that video you sent me. Did you have any responses to the points I brought up about the fact that he was comparing the speeds of a displacing monohull with the speeds of a larger foiling monohull, and is attempting to get the same numbers from him?
You're not talking to me, are you?
I was talking to Sin.
What did you say?
Or,
Again?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Silent Zero, who sent me the video.
Well,
Oh, Silent
I mean,
Zero was feeding you
I could
videos.
tell you
That was instantaneous.
I could tell you a hydrofoil is going to have far less resistance and far more exceeding acceleration
Yeah.
than a normal hull of a boat would.
Yeah. Somebody should probably tell Jaronism that. Because let me go ahead and post the video that was sent to me. So I'm not just talking on my ass here. Livestream 1, there we go.
Silent Zero sent you that video, and you were straight on it, man. You were straight on it. Like you have a backup in the
So
corner feeding you ice cubes.
The boats that he's referencing here are, first of all, he says this is a race that is raced yearly. This is a race that hasn't been raced since for the last 4.5 years. It was originally designed to race yearly, but due to financial constraints by the backers, has not been raced yearly. The boat that he questions was a displacing monohull. He got the locations wrong by over 20 degrees latitude. He got the style of boat completely wrong because the record was set in a non-displacing monohull, or was set in a displacing monohull, and the boat speeds that he looked up were from a foiling monohull. He also claims that there was multiple crew on the boat, and if he would have bothered reading what his own screen said at the time, it was obvious that the record he was talking about was a solo crewed race, not a crewed race.
Well, I mean, that's a ton of information to try and digest and to speculate upon, but I mean, I could
But
agree.
you give some response, die slow. A slow response will do.
I'm still going to give a response, and I'm sticking with my same original answer that the less medium or the less of an object resides within a medium, the less the resistance. Furthermore, we know that the geometry of this object is going to either create resistance or create an inverse, actually acceleration against the impeding flow. And this is like similar to, like I told you, with that stick, that what is it, the Sangia Giovanni whatever stick or whatever.
Yeah.
So like all of these factors kind of go into play, and then so I mean, there's a lot. When you got a dynamic thing like this,
Kool-Aid is reading his stuff out.
That-
Are you reading this
That's
out,
that's an old style though.
Go ahead.
Modern ships are not done like that anymore. That's a very old style. Now, especially when we start talking like the Imoca class, we're talking about foiling that 98% of the boat is above the water and flies.
Right, excellent.
The boat can actually cantilever its own mass and slide side to side.
It's amazing
above the water.
I mean, it is amazing. I can't deny that.
What's it taking advantage of? What principles is it taking advantage of? Of course, Kool-Aid knows that we live in a flat and stationary Earth, even though he is a world sailor. You sailed around the world, right, Kool-Aid? But you denied that
Don't
you
talk to me,
only
Pete.
ever experienced a flat and stationary plane. But you have great experience, like Sean G has great experience as well. So no better man to quiz about these things. Genuinely, I'm up for an interesting conversation. Come on.
Yeah.
If you
the Door's world record stands.
Okay, go on.
He not only holds that world record, he also holds the world record for the shortest amount of time to solo row across the Southern Sea. He also holds the shortest record for solo balloon circumnavigation of the world. All of his circumnavigation records were done in the Southern Ocean because as he gets closer and closer to the poles, he has to travel less distance. Less distance traveled means faster time.
That's very interesting, and I mean that. Let me pose a question which brings me back to what
Stop talking to me, Pete. I haven't responded to you yet. I'm not going to yet.
Well, just let me pose
Don't
a
waste your
question
fucking
for the
time.
panel to bear in mind then, because you did speak for a certain amount of time. On land, we can imagine the little, most basic cart that we can design, which will take advantage of the prevailing conditions. When it comes to seafaring, we can do the same ourselves in our own brain, and all that's happening is people have taken advantages of certain thoughts, but the basic principles remain exactly the same and as childish as ever. If Kool-Aid doesn't want to talk to me, that's okay.
Hey, Kool-Aid, I'm curious. Do they have a trying to think of how to word this, an automatic adjustable foil that does the technology exist where somebody could essentially have just a normal hull and then essentially hit a button, automatically have this foil protrude downward once they reach the speeds required to get this thing to lift? Supposed to?
Not really. The closest things that we have are the Amoka, or I'm sorry, the AC-75 series, which was what the America's Cup was raced with last time. And they have two wings, one that sticks out each side, that are hydraulically operated and can be lowered and raised independently. And then
I'm just thinking
the angle on the bottom of it can be adjusted.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. That is neat. That would be good for maybe deflecting radar for submarines potentially. But I'm also thinking maybe if they were to apply something like this foil that could essentially come out of the submarine, right? Hypothetically, they could avoid being hit by a torpedo by lifting themselves completely out of the water and still maneuvering. Does that make sense?
It does. That's an interesting thought. I would worry that them deploying those would create a lot of cavitation and a lot of noise.
I think I saw that on G.I. Joe.
You're already locked on. Once the
Yeah,
torpedo is
okay.
locked onto you, man, you have there's nothing you can do other than get the hell out of there.
Right. Pray.
And the only thing that's going to stop you is coming to the surface too fast. But aren't they already equalized within the capsule? Like, couldn't they like rapidly deploy to the surface without having to equalize? What do they call it? Equilibrate or
Decompress. But yes, and especially if you're doing an emergency surface, you don't care about noise and whatnot. You can get up pretty quick.
I'm just thinking that might be something to consider.
It's a really cool idea.
What is the most accurate auto level? Is there like a tried and true, like this is the best one, like a P900 or something like that?
It'd probably be like a TopCon. TopCon is probably I would say the best. I like TopCon.
How are water levels calibrated? That's a brilliant question. How are water levels calibrated?
TopCon?
TopCon.
Well, any brand with a 32-time scope
or better
that's calibrated correctly. Yeah, the or better is tough. Let me take a picture of where I'm at right now.
Did you get what I meant, Kool-Aid, when I said changing the shape, the geometric shape could deflect radar? When you were talking about the hull changing its shape, kind of like the SR-70, where like they put such a rigid exterior on it, so that radar wouldn't essentially signal back properly.
Mm-hmm. And that's done
virtually indetectable.
That's I know used in the surface fleet. I don't know about underwater though. Kind of what I'm looking into right now.
What kind of answer is that?
So which one do you have, Sean, that you're going to use? Because I'm looking up TopCon, I see 24X, 28, 32. I can even buy one of these for like $800. But the 32 is like $20 or $1,200 or $1,300.
This is supposed to be Fun Day Thursday. It's normally Fun Day Friday, but we fucking decided to shake things up a bit here at Earth Awakenings.
I guess
I
you're
wonder
getting
why
your model number,
nobody's-
Sean.
They're Google. They're fucking.
He might have
demons
gone
on
down
on
to the other
Google
live stream
search.
to talk.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
he's
got
on the
another
other
room.
live stream.
Okay, let's see here. Where the
Okay.
fuck am I?
Bev went down there to continue discussing his test.
Hey, Kool-Aid, do you want to
Yes,
split
sir.
up into another room?
I think they already did that to get away from us, sir.
Hey, did
Well, I'm
Dodo
just
do
saying.
something
I
wrong?
think we can fraction off again and still have some, a few different rooms with great conversation, so
Well,
we're not just stepping on each other.
I was
Yeah, I'll-
gone for 2 minutes. What happened?
Did Dodo do something wrong?
I was gone for 2 minutes, and I was gone for 2 minutes, and now half the channel's gone. What's going on?
Do we have another room? Is there another room in here?
Yeah, you want to go down to 3?
Yeah, is there 3? Where is it though? I see 3, but I don't see the room for it to get into.
All the way down.
I don't know, Dodo. I mean,
3.
I'd say that was the least offensive thing you've ever done here. So I'm not sure what happened. All you did was just cheer on the conversation.
Do we have any other rooms? Maybe we could go to 4, Kami.
Cheers, Riggs. How you doing, bud? You're my friend.
Welcome back. Okay, I need to get this model number from Sean.
I don't see why they all hopped over, because everyone's just gonna hop over now.
Yep, this
Well,
room
let's not follow the sheep. Any serious conversations can be had at any time. So let's see who's serious. Let's see who runs away.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather talk about Sean's test than Tartaria.
Oh, have you some faith in Sean's test? What does he when he talks about 3/10? He's as long as something keeps within a 3/10 proportion, he's happy enough. What do you know what he means by that? I think it's quite confusing, and it's sort of confusing for everybody. But do you know? You might be able to shed light on that.
I don't know what you mean. 310 in reference to what?
Sean, this were Sean's words. Not my words. Sean's explanation.
I wasn't here when he said that, so I don't really know what it's about.
So who did you hear talking about Tartaria?
No, I'm just saying you usually go there. It's a thing you're famous for.
No, I'm not really. You're mistaking me for someone else. But I do point out that Tar is at the very center of Aristarchus. 4 letters either side of Tar, and Tar is your semen, an able-bodied semen as well. But that's a different matter. I think you're definitely confusing me with someone else. But I don't know why everyone is rushing off somewhere else. For an easier conversation? Come on. What the heck? You want to have the same conversation? You want to play the same chess game against somebody that you've already whipped 20 times over and over again? Do what you do, though. Do what you do, though.
Do what you do.
I would think this is the great thing about these forums. We can nip off to another. If you fancy a conversation with someone else, you can go down there. Remember I said earlier on I was going to go down with my guitar to a music forum and play away. If I'm playing away to myself, which I'm going to be doing anyway, great. If someone wants to listen in, fair enough. You don't have to do anything. But at the end of it, a great conversation could ensue. Who knows? Only one now, right?
Do you happen to know anything about epic poetry, Pete?
Say about what?
Epic poetry.
Epic poetry, as in Homer, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you could qualify that as epic poetry as well.
on a vague level, man. Honestly, on a very, very vague, superficial surface level. But I do hold, and this is where I sort of lost interest. 20 years ago, I would have had definitely more interest invested, but none of these characters existed. So when I came to decide that the clues are actually everywhere, there's Homer's existing today in a different form or equivalent, then I sort of try to sieve it all down and think in simple terms, you know what I mean? Because I think ultimately it's the same story forever told. But that's my sort of context. What about yourself? What do you take? What do you make and take from them?
I don't know. I've just been interested in this old English poem called Beowulf. I read it like back in the day. There was a English or a Finnish translation of it made in 1999. So somewhere in the 2000s, I read that and was ever since sort of fascinated by it. And I've actually been fascinated by the Anglo-Saxon period in general.
And that I'm talking to LL in Finland is amazing right now. You wouldn't believe how amazing it is, but I have to give you a different context. But when you entertain all of these different possibilities, what context do you place yourself within? Are you understanding that it's something that's pertinent to life that's going on right now, even though the story stems from thousands upon thousands of years ago? Or do you view it as a sort of an abstract, just vague storytelling of cultures and civilizations that, skilled and equipped as they were in some manners, they're also lacking in massive bodies of information in other ways? Larry, nice to talk to you as well. I always loved you, Larry.
Yeah, and I am like you as well, Pete. No problem that we've had good conversations before. I think stories like this work on several different levels. So I like the sort of the historical. Of course, Beowulf isn't historical; it's sort of a mythical poem. But I like the historical context, and I like the tone. But also, of course, stories like that, they sort of have mythical and symbolic themes.
Right.
I don't know much about how Beowulf works symbolically, but I know that those underlying currents are there.
Well, how about this? The god of the Western world is God, right? God. God of the Norse world, which is Northern world, I guess it's sort of, maybe, I don't mean to assume or anything, but maybe it encompasses your greater culture itself, but it's Odin, O-D-I-N. So G-O-D dash O-D-I-N, same thing, representing. Well, there we have Dodo inside, right, backwards. But, is Odin a primary part of your culture, I guess? Because actually, let me just say, because you know all about the Avengers movies, which has been a sort of worldwide success. So everyone's sort of exposed to it in some form or another. But yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, I don't think Finnish people have. I think we have our own gods, not much related to Odin. Although there may be more links than I have previously presumed, because I just picked up 2 translations of Beowulf, plus a shit ton of books on Kalevala.
Okay.
And there actually is a small link. I think there is a mention of Bel or Beov in Beowulf. Actually, that's as Beowulf in the surviving manuscripts, but the interpretation is that that's actually a mistake by the people who wrote it, and actually it refers to a Beov who has been referred to in other documents, and that is supposedly linked to a Finnish god or something like that of agriculture and fertility and so on. So there are some.
What's the name for the prime Finnish god? What's the sound more particularly? I'm going to call it LL, right? What's the sound particularly associated with the prime god, the prime mover in Finnish? And do you think actually secondary part? Do you think Finnish and Finnish are associated? In English, when you finish something, you end it. That's the sort of end of the process. But what do you think?
I don't know enough about Finnish. And by the way, I just realized that it's late here, so I shouldn't be speaking. But I guess we'll end this conversation somehow, and then I'll shut up.
That's fair enough. So I'd be happy if you answer the primary question. Then, what is the word for the primary God, as we would relate in the Western world, God here?
Yeah, we have Ukko Ylijumala. That's the one that.
Say it
he's
again.
sort of Ukko Ylijumala. He's like. Funnily
Say
enough,
it slowly. I want to pronounce it, man. I want to sort of hear it slowly because I'm hearing it for the first time, and I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not any judgment here, but yeah, please.
Yeah, Ukko Ylijumala. Ylijumala. Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah. I can actually write it in chat.
If you value
sounds like Loki.
Well, whatever
like
it is, if you value Hukaliyama for his attributes or her attributes, I value you, so I value what you value. So very nice to speak to you, LL.
Yeah, I guess we will have to talk. Yeah, I guess we will have to talk again because I just realized I'm living in a cell apartment.
Let this be the finish of it.
I shouldn't be speaking at this hour.
It's very interesting, the different names of God. I know a few connections that I was thinking of listening to you guys. Someone said Don, I think, and Don means boss in Spanish. And Dio is Spanish for God, which is phonetically connected just with replacing the D with its counterpart T in English to Theo. And
in French, it's Dieu, D-I-E-X, as far as I remember. In Irish, it's
like Dio ex machina, Deus ex machina. That's French, right?
Well, in Irish, and you never probably heard this before. I'm an Irish man. It's Dio. Hang on, I have to even remember that. But it's D-I-O, D-I-O in Irish. So the D is prominent here, and well, for some reason, right?
It's what is it?
Dia, D-I-A, sorry, in Irish, in the Irish language. Breakers le dia, yeah, D-I-A, in the Irish language.
Right. And then there's a lot of, I mean, people's names are very important. It's funny how I'm probably right just assuming that the name Diana comes from the word of God in some sort, whether it be Dio or something. I mean, Diana is even the name of a god, right? That's a Greek goddess.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you got Princess
Diana. Princess Diana is actually it's all representative. I was actually talking to Travis about the letter D and why Dodo represented the divided state, because the letter D represents the divided state. The 0 represents the null, which is not nothing as we can relate to, but it's everything in a different sense. And then the 1 represents the material, the atomistic. Adam entered into the atomistic world where the spirit entered into the material world where everything becomes countable. And this is ultimately represented by, well, here we go. This is ultimately represented by what? The symbol for the infinity, which is called the lemniscate, L-E-M-N-I-S.
Are you talking about the number 108? Because I've heard this before.
Well, no, I'm not specifically, but that's very interesting as well. If you twist, think about this, if you twist the 0 one time, like a rubber band, if you twist it one time, you get the 8, the infinity, right? That's the lemniscate. That's the symbol for infinity. But when we break it down, the infinity is just an endless series of 1s. So if you twist that rubber band an infinite number of times, what do you get? You get the 1. So the 1 comes from ultimately the 0, because the 0 divides itself an infinite number of times. So this is where 42 comes into it. Brilliant question. Well, actually, 42 is the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. What is the question? This is the ultimate quest. right? If you know anything about Hitchhiker's Guide, but the significance of 42.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I get the reference.
What is the question? What the question? I'll tell you. Let me tell you beforehand. The question isn't, if you read the books, what do you get when you multiply 9 by 6? So that's for people who've read the books. But if you haven't, the answer is 42. What is the question? Is the question that is on our shoulders to answer? We've been given all. And I have an offering for that. So, and let me just say as well, it relates to everything we've just been talking about, and especially just before I mentioned that. So,
okay.
Rubber band. So let me refresh your mind. So you have a rubber band of 0. Imagine it infinitely thin, like Ed was talking about earlier on. So we twist it once.
Right.
You get the lemniscate, the symbol for infinity. We know that infinity is just an endless series of ones because you can always add 1 to infinity to get a different infinity. But when you twist it an infinite number of times, well then it transforms into ultimately the 1. So this is the infinite within the 1, but the infinite reduces to the 1 and the 0. So the 42 is the question. What's the relationship between 0 and 1? That's the question, but it's not. I give you the ultimate answer, which is the ultimate question to the answer that is 42, in my own terms anyway, in a bit. So I give you a clue there. When I tell you, it'd be so simple as well. And everything has to be simple, of course.
Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me.
Well, 0 and the 1 is a circle and the diameter. What's the relationship to 3 significant figures of the circumference to the diameter?
Pi, right? Or is that what you're asking for? What are you asking?
Figures. Give us the first 3 significant figures.
You mean humans in history? What are the 3 significant figures?
Just list pi to 3 significant figures.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
3.14. 3.14, right?
Yeah, 3.14.
It's a ratio, 3.14 to 1. In mathematics, the dot is a multiplication indicator, right? So when you multiply 3 by 1/4, as you're instructed to do, what do you get?
3 times 1 times 4, or 3 times 14? Is that what? 3 times 14? Okay, yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
So if you take the diameter to the circle, but you just rotate it upwards, you have a division, right? So you have a D. Do you see how you have a D on either side? And this is why D represents this division.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good stuff. I like syncretism. Putting it together for sure. Yeah. Okay.
Well, every time you see that's on paper.
That was all pretty nice.
Ed was talking earlier on about a surface, and it was great. Islo, amazing mind you have, man. Honest to God, it's some great conversations to be had on these platforms. It's good to talk.
Yeah, he's my bud.
Excellent, excellent. As long as you're coming from an honest place, no matter what role we think we are playing or not, we can still share, and let everyone then make up their own mind, But when it comes to the D and the D, if you think about it, it's a dodo.
Double D's.
Can you see the dodo within the basic division here?
Dodo.
Draw a circle in your mind. Draw a diameter from top to bottom. And you transform that into a dodo in any way. You have 2 D's either side, and you can just duplicate the O, right?
I mean, that part seems like a little extra sprinkle on top.
But just me dodo.
Not a stretch.
Do you not know my name?
Seems like odd or Dodd might be more appropriate than dodo.
But remember, you divided the O. You divided the O with the 1. It's the OI. Right? Where does the dot above the I fit in? It fits into the center point. When we go back to mathematics. But when we go back to mathematics, let the point be an instant of 0 dimension. Let the line be a connection between 2 points. All of these things are impossible in 3 dimensionality, but within the mind scope, we can equate the two. And that's ultimately what we are, my friend. Isn't it? It's the mix of the zero dimensionality, which incorporates the thought process, the brain, immaterial aspect to us, and the relationship between that and the material, the earthly, the beastly body, the gross body, the material existence. You know that's the case?
Perhaps. I really wanted to ask you if you've seen the symbol for phi.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Right? That's kind of what you're talking about there. It's a circle with a diameter going through from top to bottom.
And it more relates, if you think about it, to what I just said afterwards. The circle and the diameter is the O and the I. And if we imagine a capital I over O, they're both the same size. One fits within the other. It appears to overtake the other, but we are thinking in two-dimensional terms. Look into the distance. That zero in the circle or that zero in the distance encompasses everything. It's just about perspective. That's all. We have to recognize that here. This is a brilliant connection. Brilliant connection if you're interested in hearing, because some of the things I talk about, I believe there's no one else. It's not that I believe. It's whatever. It's not about anything. No one else is talking about. No one else is talking about. But the O and the I. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to. I'm not sure what's going on with the what do you call it here as well. The platform. I don't mean to take up all the time. So if other people are dying to get in or waiting to talk, I don't mean to talk like this. But when I do talk like this, it's because I'm just expressing thoughts I've already had. And ultimately, the circle and the diameter is the O and the I. When you
well, don't be in a rush, all right? I definitely want you to take your time, emphasizing and like making sure that I'm like really, like check back with me before talking too much, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Sometimes I need people to really like emphasize what the main point is, or else it's really hard for me to like pinpoint the main message that's going on. But no, I've been feeling it so far. So we were talking about the O and the I. Yeah, take it away, man. I don't think anyone minds either. They speak up if speak up now if you want to change subjects. We can split off somewhere else to finish this.
Yeah, nice one, man. That's a good summation there.
Don't be shy.
Be free to speak.
All right, Dodo. Seems like everyone's enjoying what you're saying. Let's hear the rest. Oh, by the way, really brilliant connections there with Hitchhiker's Guide and 3.14 as a mathematical multiplication equation, taking the decimal point as a multiplication symbol. That's that's pretty fun.
Well, it doesn't end there, bud. What's your name, by the way?
Yeah.
I'm Peter. What's your name? I'm Peter, by the way. You don't have to give your name, but what would you? I would continue here.
Well, my name's a play on Dill, put in the word fundamental.
Very good, man. Okay.
No one ever seems to notice the L. They just call me Fundy. I think I'm fundamental. They're mistaken.
I believe I was actually looking at your name. Someone muted you right recently, and I actually considered that, and I noticed the addition, and I was wondering what I would make of it. I could make a lot of it, actually. I think, but it depends on. Well, let me say, all the main characters here, they all have like the Rumpus, they have chosen their name specifically, so the name says so much about somebody. So you could delve a lot into trying to decode the name of anybody, I guess. But I did notice the L included, and wasn't it just talking to LL, who is Lowry from Finland? And we've spoken. He's an antagonist. He's one of the greater antagonists, I should think. The persistent bowlers who comes again and again and challenges you at every level in an intelligent manner. You know what I mean? But we come to know at a certain point that they're playing a part. So where do you go from there? Well, you move on with the clues that you're presented all around. But when it comes to 42, that's the ultimate answer, right? So the ultimate question is, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1. Right? So one is the heart of the material.
Physically,
one is the heart
yeah.
of the material. And that's ultimately the I and the O. And every I and O, but it has to begin with the point. This is the 0 point, right?
The
So
I,
if you
the
think,
O, and the U, huh? IOU. Because
if you think about the 0 point, if you define what's a circle can only be defined in terms of a line, and this is where pi comes into it. But when it comes down to defining what a line is, well, then it's a connection between 2 points, right? Straight in absolute determination. 2 point. There's no curving. A ball earther will tell you, of course, it curves because we're living on a spherical surface. That's to be laughed at, but it's not to be thrown out until we get to the truth, because the lie is built on the truth. But yeah, the 1 representing this infinite number of turns of the 0. So Neo, remember, you know about Neo and not do you know about Neo, but Neo transforming to the 1 via the Eon, E-O-N. I think it's all sort of, it's very simple at its core, but it's just about us coming away from the complexity of, well, what the giants of science, all of our education from the past, and realizing that the truth is within all of us, and we have this great ability to piece these pieces together. That's where the dodo comes in as well. So when you divide the circle by its diameter, and again, this is secondary to coming back to what the point actually is. Everything has to be defined in terms of the point. And that's where you get into immaterialism, which ultimately expresses as the 0. You think about a point of 0 dimension, in the best of your ability, point of 0 dimension, right at the center of the circle.
I get it.
You're bringing it down to nothing. The only way you could express it is in a 0 ultimately. So that's the everything out of nothing, in a sense, or no thing. 3 interesting words to consider are, first of all, is think, T-H-I-N-K, right? Thing, T-H-I-N-G, and king, K-I-N-G. So T-H in K, T-H in G, and K in G. What do these tell us about our own sort of composition? This is key, because it goes back to us. Everything comes from our heart. Everything is incorporated within our heart, and it's just waiting to appreciate that everything external is a reflection of everything internal. So relate it to yourself at every stage. Doesn't matter what any fucker says on the internet. Millions of people can say anything. Be true to yourself. Yeah.
You're doing a really horrible job making this a discussion between me and you. It's fun, but it's not a discussion, There's so many points that, and I really liked your first point, but now we're on to think and king and stuff like that, and then on to something else. Get a little feedback from me, man. Ask me what I think about something. Say it.
Ask you that, man. What do you think about what I said about pi itself and the relationship between the line and the circle?
Well, a line can be an expression of infinity as well, because a line doesn't necessarily have to ever stop, right? When we're just talking in these hypothetical ways. So lines don't need to connect points. It's more the points can be any point along an infinite line. Slicing it and making a division where there wasn't one before. But the circle is obviously an expression of infinity. But it's more of a difference between cyclical and linear, right? There, in a sense, there's 2 different forms of infinity. What do you think about that?
Well, let's break it down into simple terms, right? Imagine you formed a circle out of 4 point-to-point extensions, which we call a line. You could connect each 4 points around a central cross, right, and form a circle. The closer you zoom in, the more you know that you're not in ideal or perfect zone. This is all about the I guess the real meeting the unreal, which is our thought process. But if you increase the number of lines from that central point to 8 to 16 to 20 to whatever 32, 64, 128, etc., 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 and you join
I
the
understand.
extremities of either point, right? The closer you will get, the more accurate you will approach pi in a sense, but pi is unapproachable. But you see how the circle, the most perfect circle that we can imagine, is composed of the most perfect number of infinite equi-length lines. It's the only way we can imagine it. You
Sure.
understand that?
Yeah. That's I don't know if I want to word it in absolute terms, but I can't really think of an alternative off the off. It does seem very fundamental the way you're breaking
This is
it
my
down.
point then.
But
This is my
one
point.
sec though. One sec.
Okay.
You're at the root of it. You're trying to show. You're trying to tell me. I think that the best way to understand a circle is through the concept of lines and and even.
Right.
Okay.
It's the only way it can exist, man. Do you
I get,
understand?
but then we invoke infinity, and then we invoke infinite lines, right? Connected to each other.
No, we invoke pi. We can never invoke infinity because you haven't defined it. We invoke pi. This is the very best representation.
And that's a
to
concept.
This day, hang on, do you know to this day, and I bet you can look it up easily, it's to the billions of calculations beyond the decimal place, the point, the multiplicator, right?
But no one's ever seen the end of it.
But you know how fast, you know how more accurate they can become. Think about this, man. You know how the more accurate they can become, just given more time. They can draw more and more lines, calculate the discrete area. That's all they can do. That's all they can ever do. Approaching what? The ultimate encompassment of the zero, which is defined as one, right? And let me say this, man, please. Let me say this. I say this fucking from my heart because I'm telling you, everything goes back in terms of the arguments we're having here, discussions we're having, the thought process. Everything goes back, and it's all bullshit story, to Aristarchus of Samos, who was the first to take center focus away from the Earth to the Sun and have all of the orbiting spherical bodies rotating around it. Now, the man didn't exist, but he's the father of heliocentrism, which is the basis for material-only existence, i.e. a one-only existence. But once we understand intrinsically, and ultimately culminating in the Big Bang, right, where what? Everything comes from nothing. So the 8 comes from the nothing, the 0, via what? The singularity, the one. They're telling us in their own way. But Aristarchus of Samos is credited historically, the most famous man historically, among anyone else, in terms of everything that's going on now. But no one mentions him except me. The man didn't exist. But Aristarchus exists.
I understand. But be a little bit more specific for me about, he was the first one to bring the main focus to the sun, because I'm sure I could find a religion that's claimed to be like older that also has sun worship in it. So, you know what I mean? Or is he, I mean, he's not older than the Sumerians or anything, and there's plenty of sun worship there. So
No, I'm talking about, listen, I'm talking about the tools that we have been allowed in order to read the greater story. If you go into Wikipedia, Aristarchus of Samos, first of all, S-A-M.
I should really look him up, yeah.
S-A-M-O-S, which is S-O-S, if we read the word properly. So we're in a sort of an emergency state. But yeah, he's the father of heliocentrism. Heliocentrism. Being in hell is being in
as a cosmology
world. Yeah, but don't forget about that. Understand that it's all storytelling. You don't need to delve too deeply into it, because you could spend a month delving into some things and taking you down a specific avenue. Don't go so deeply into it at this late stage of the game. The point is that he's a character written into history to represent the material or descent into the material only, which culminates in the Big Bang. But even in that story, we're told the truth that the Big Bang, which, well, first of all, represents our birth into material existence, where everything comes from nothing, right? But it's the Big Fog. But yeah, Aristarchus is placed front and center, and I'm saying that he is the ultimate representative of materialism, or the one only. And remember, the 8 or the 1 is a branch of the 0. You can't get the 8 without the 0. But Aristarchus, the Samos, and the heliocentrists and the materialists deny the 0. All there is the countable ones, which leads to infinity, which is undefined. And it's all storytelling. This is my whole point. It's all storytelling.
Right. And you understand that it takes a union of opposites, and like it's so simple looking around. A human body would be worthless without a consciousness, and a consciousness would be pretty much worthless without a body. Yet it's the union of these two things that performs the coincidentia positorum, you know, the miracle of coming together. And that is the diameter and the line and the circle, right? It takes both of them. Yet one might, in a sense, if you want to go down this road, one might be more authentic and fundamental than the others. It seems like you consider the 0 to be more authentic as a starting point than the 1, while I kind of view them as eternally contemporary. Just, you know, just the perfect marriage, and that's always been together, always will be together.
Let me ask you a question then. Can you imagine 3 dimensions? Can you imagine object in 3 dimensions?
You know, I think so, right? Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Makes sense.
2 dimensions? Can you do the same thing?
I can imagine. I think, yeah.
1 dimension?
It's a little more confusing at that point, but I suppose not visually, right? Not visually anymore, but I could, you know, because a line isn't even one-dimensional when looked at from the side. You have to, but no, I think I have the ability to contemplate in a sense. And 0 dimension.
You have the all-encompassing ability then by the next. Can you imagine 0 dimension?
Only, yeah, not
the question. Think about the question.
No, I get it. Not in a direct way like the other ones. Only, like we're discussing it, right? Like here we are talking about it. So obviously I can imagine some way of approaching it, but it's the one that won't have a visual of any sort. That is going to be the hardest to, maybe impossible to wrap your mind around.
So
but maybe
the best
that's.
way you could express. So you have a thought, right? You have a thought. What dimension does your thought lie within?
What was the last thing you just said?
What dimension does your thought lie within? And what's the best way of expressing the dimensionality of your thought in relation to tangible things? But we can say that the thought isn't tangible, right?
Right.
So, what dimension is the thought in?
Where do thoughts lie? Where are they? Well, you can't cut my brain open and find them inside of my skull. That's for certain.
Into a 0 point, maybe? Central focus?
Isn't that kind of an oxymoron, a 0 point?
It's not a black hole at its essence. Everything is sucked in. It's like a gramophone. But I'm only asking you questions that apply to all of us.
He's right. Points are 0.
Yeah. Isn't that our best way of expressing it? And therein lies the mystery of the 0. But remember, Aristarchus is the father of those who deny the 0 and say that everything stems, which is the 8, the infinity, the lemniscate. Remember, you know the 8 at the end, lemniscate, break down the word, stems from the 1. But he was a heliocentrist. He was the liar. He was the stark reminder, Aristarchus. All those stars above are named after Aristarchus because we are in a divided state of being. But the point is, as we look back to the story as told, we need to pay attention. And if they're crafted characters, and if there's a greater stage and story being told here, but then the more we need to break down the names given to us to represent these haughty characters or terms or ideas.
Yeah, I understand. I think the whole, everything is impossibly intertwined to the point where, like, there's forces at work or like a poetic nature to the universe that's going to make things rhyme and reason in really like personal ways as well as like large scale impersonal ways. Some people might want to call it like God's will or God's plan or something. I don't necessarily need any sort of figure, just more
God's spirit. Yeah, God's spirit. That's good.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, I think the clues are everywhere, and it's ridiculous. Like I like to just call it syncretism, finding the commonalities in what we were told are different fields of information, and finding out that they're incredibly related, and they're all telling the same story from different perspectives.
Well, but who are you telling that? Who are you telling that to? You see, at the end of the day, are we not just talking to ourselves? We're sharing or coming closer to a greater story that's already written. Yeah, that's the quest of the individual here. And who knows where you're going to get your next clue, right? F-man. Who knows? Who knows who'll provide a different context for your thinking that you knew all along. You knew everything all along, but you just pretended to forget. Only to remember again. Remember. Have you any thoughts on the tree of life?
Yeah, in a biblical sense, I do, and in like the symbol, the symbol that refers to it, I do as well. I don't see much of a connection between like the entity in the Bible, like being a tree of life and a tree of knowledge. Like what? I don't think about that much, but I think a lot about the symbol. Like from Kabbalah or whatever.
Very good.
Well, which one are you talking about? And what do you have to say about it first?
Aristarchus. Aristarchus is the tree of life.
Aristarchus is the tree of life? Now that sounds silly, but I'm sure you have an explanation.
Of course I do. I could write about 5 books on all of this.
Okay, tell me about it. That sounds really fun. I'll tell you when I know anything that relates.
Well, I'll lead you to a certain place, not by force or not by any pressure of any way, but you're a flat earther, right, Fondy? Of course you are. Or you agree that we live on a flat and a stationary Earth surface as much as can be reckoned.
Yeah, as far as I can reckon, that's right.
Right. So, within that context, and appreciating that the lie is built on the truth, there are no great mavericks coming to flat Earth realization. Well, do you appreciate that a greater story might possibly be told or be capable of being decoded via the lie?
Yeah, because it's part of it too. Yeah, of course. Lies, you can learn from the truth. You can learn from someone telling the truth, and you can learn from someone lying to you. Absolutely.
The bigger the lie, the greater the revelation, right?
Sure, yeah. That's why Sin Cleanser has a lot of appreciation for the Santa Claus hoax that's put on us as children. It teaches us a big lesson.
Life lesson. Life has to be about something, doesn't it? If I asked you, because there's no pressure in the conversation, but if I asked you, which I asked earlier on, would you be capable of drawing out your best effort in regards to Earth or home? We know what it isn't. So if you were pushed to replace it with something, your best notion, your best imagination as to what Earth actually is, would you be capable of drawing anything of coherence?
As far as like a diorama, like a like a pencil drawing.
Whatever, man, an expression of your imagination. See, your imagination was hijacked with the spinning ball or the blue earth marble. So when you take that away, you erase the board. We know we still live in a reality. We also appreciate that the truth of our reality is also known. So
yeah, and if you want me to depict that, then yeah, I could depict it, what I think it is.
I'd love to see it, man. I'd love to see it. I'd love you to see it. I think that would be work that you would spend a long time and you'd have a lot of heart in. And of course, heart and earth, anagrammatical,
and
ether. Ether is there as well, right? Ether is in the very center.
I think someone really wanted to say something. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, ether is not an acronym of heart, Pete. Try again. Hey, can I come in and talk about that Santa Claus myth? I don't know who this is.
Who said that?
Name? It's Brad. What's your name?
Is that Tony who said that?
No,
it's Brad. Okay, just before you do, the guy who said ether is not an anagram of heart. Well, if you think about the old way of spelling ether, the A and the E are connected. So you can establish heart and earth.
Is there two?
No, can you not imagine that?
We can drop that. I mean, it looks like he left anyways.
Yeah, but
I mean, people got people need to understand the international phonetic alphabet and just like the differences between vowels and consonants and the different categories they come in, and understand that throughout history, a difference in vowels is the most allowed change to be just like completely ignored. It doesn't mean anything. Like dig and dug, or bleed and blood and bled, or all sorts of words that are definitely related and are in a sense anagram cognates. But there's an extra E in this one. Well, sometimes words start out with one vowel and eventually get spelled using two, or sometimes it starts out as two and ends up as one, like ether and heart, such as how in French they have color with an extra E, and then Americans just removed it. So maybe there even was a time where heart was spelled with an extra letter that he just doesn't know about, wants to dismiss the whole thing just based off of a small difference like that. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, it all stems from your sort of trust in official history in a sense, and the evolution of language. But you know, in French, heart is cœur, C-O-E-U-R,
yeah. And in Spanish, it's corazón.
Right. Well, there you go. There's a connection between all of. It's more significant in the sound as opposed to the letter. The letter is just representative of the sound. But if the truth is written, if the truth is already written, then that makes it a different sort of impact. And I guess your own journey as an individual here, and understanding that is the case, and we have ventured into a different. What are you going to say, man? A different realm. Which of course
I really enjoy the Spanish word for corazón. I just like the way it sounds.
Corazón. Can you give me your Spanish? What is it? What's your best impression?
Corazón.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'd shag that. No, I wouldn't. Oh, corazón. Okay, well, very good.
Hey, sorry, I got a phone call.
Actually, in Irish, it's Macree. So my heart, Macree, C-R-A-O-I.
Oh, well, that sounds related. C-R-E sounds related to the C-O-R in the French spelling, right? I mean, both of these languages, every language that we've mentioned so far does stem back from the same language family root in official etymology. So there's a very good chance any two vaguely similar words that have vaguely similar meanings are coming from the same source.
Well, consider this, bud. Consider this, F-man. So because I thought about it earlier on. I meant to mention it, and I slipped by. But create as the basic attribute towards man, to man and God. God creates out of nothing, everything created. But create, so heart, eight.
Yeah. Let me tell you one of the hypothetical Proto-Indo-European roots, which has wisdom contained in it, even if it is a hypothetical reconstructed language with hypothetical root words that we're just guessing at. There's still reason for these people to believe that they're actually like recreating a forgotten language with no traces. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. They're syncretizing the languages of the world and guessing, how it might have all come from, one single hypothetical proto-language. And an interesting one that I don't think enough about, but I do appreciate just on a basic level, is C, R, and a vowel. It can be like any vowel, but C and R and a vowel in any arrangement. It can be like ROC or COR or replace the vowel with whatever you want. And you get from that, you get Chronos reduces back in official etymology. Chronos reduces down, so does crown, because crowns are circular. And now you can relate the CRO in crown with the CIR in circle or kirkle.
Very good, man. That's very good.
Because a crown is a circle.
What about Christ? When we read the word Christ, CHRIST. Einstein is one stone, right? So one stone is one ST, one, which is first, right, from either direction. But very interesting, man. And the K play. Think about the difference between a KO and an OK. Order counts. So which takes predominance. The K represents division. All divided letters are in relation to the I, the one, right? All unifying letters in potential are in relation to the O. Some letters you have a blend between, but ultimately it comes back to our own being. Don't forget, our heart is at the center, and that's the thing that is the divided aspect of everything, which is the divided earth, the divided ether, and the divided heart. Anyone who scoffs at ether, we would not exist without ether. Base matter has to vibrate, so there's a vibration coming from somewhere.
Yeah, I think I can help you with that stone one. A trick I picked up a few years ago that I've been thinking a lot about is someone's explaining me that there's a word. So, like I said, vowels can have like redundant, like one vowel, two vowel doesn't matter in a word's relationship to another word, like turning bleed into bled. They're related even though they don't have the same amount of vowels in there. And Adam represents first and a unit. He's like the first. He's the first one, and if you get rid of the redundant vowel in there, the unnecessary one, then you just have damn. And now there's a few phonetic interchangeables that the positions of your mouth when you speak certain letters are easily changed over time and to their like most preferred alternative. So the most preferred alternative throughout history, the one that just naturally happens through people being lazy with their mouth, and like how Americans don't say the name of the Taste the Rainbow candy, Skittles. None of us have ever said Skittles. We say Skiddles with a D, even though it's spelled with a T, because we're lazy and it's easier for our mouth to make a D sound than it is a T. So T's in history often change into D's. Certain vowels will be changed for the same reason, and M and N will be switched around back and forth throughout time with words that are related, but people might not notice because there's an N in one word and M in another. So there comes a few different versions of Adam. And when you start thinking about the word atom and what it means, first unit, the first piece, the foundation. I understand that even the arrangement of these three letters, D, vowel, because all vowels are the same, D vowel M can be D vowel N or T vowel M or a few different options. And so look around for yeah, go ahead.
That's brilliant. Let me jump in because I think it's sort of an appropriate time, because if I don't, I'll forget, and it might help you out as well, as you've helped me out, right? So atom, as we come into this material realm, we are counted, we're countable. The zero
first foundational unit. Yeah.
So here, how about this then? So atom is odd am. So you say that the vowels can be interchanged. And Eve is even.
Even.
Even was pulled from odd, which was the one.
Even.
Where
and
did the one come from? The one came from God. I wonder how you can transform the God. And remember, I mentioned the circle and the diameter earlier on. It's almost a capital G. You just take out a few slices. So what's missing from that? And why are these three letters, especially? And the D, I can appreciate what you're saying about the D and the T. Of course, it is. Ultimately, everything comes back to the sound, the beat, B-A-T, right? So it's the frequency and the vibration. So why do you think the letters G-O-D? Oh, fucking hell, man. I could even go back to, well, how did the gods come to predominance? Because the Titans were overthrown. Remember the Titanic? You know, there's no ship at the bottom of the fucking middle of the Atlantic. There's no, it's all, anything you see from James Cameron, it's all...
well, it's from a movie maker, right? It's from a fictional movie. Yeah, I hear you.
Find out where James Cameron was when 9/11 went down. He was at the bottom of the ocean in exploring the Titanic wreck, as the story goes, and the crew were all wondering of the ship what to do when it came back up, how to break the news to him. It's hilarious script-wise, but that there's no ship down at the bottom, and it's all symbolic. So the Titan IC fell, the one divided into two, and then 9/11 is a sort of inversion of that, you know, or the reunification of that what was once divided. And that all applies to us as well, man. We are male and female in one, in a divided state. Don't listen to any fucker what they say. In a real sense,
I get you.
I think you have to take to heart. You know, you're going to say the same, but whatever you have to say, which is very involved and intricate, very worthwhile as well to hear, I must say. But for the individual, don't put anyone. You're capable of anything yourself. The truth lies within us all. We have a shared sort of reality, right? But you shouldn't get me talking about it. You asked me about Aristarchus to expand upon that.
Oh yeah. We should get back to him. You mind if I
We're
finish
already
up?
there, man. We're already there with Adam, you see. Aristarchus, the original materialism, which is the one or the infinite only, which is this endless series of one existence, denying the greater creator, although recognizing it in the form of the story, which ultimately leads to the Big Bang, where everything came from nothing. The 8 came from the 0 via the singularity, which is the 1. So that's the point here. We came into being, our material existence came into being when the sperm, representing the 1, came together with the egg, representing the 0, combined, and sparks flew. That's all. And that spark is the spirit. It's like what lies beyond us. We choose to just enter an egg, like a bird diving for a fish underwater. I'm going to fucking enter that one, nice one, and have an experience for 100 years. What's a year again when you're eternal? Honestly, that's a scary thought, Ella, or F-man. That's a scary thought, bud. To think that we are immortal or eternal. This could all be just a brief experience then. You know, what do you do from there? Where do you go from here?
Chunky, you waiting to say something?
Yeah, for about a half an hour.
Yeah, well, maybe we go on a little too long, but let's hear, man. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what your name is, but you mentioned the Santa Claus myth.
Yeah. Oh wow, that was a long time ago. Yeah. Sorry, man.
That's the one that most of it. Well, I got a phone call, so that's my fault. But sorry, what's your name?
You can call me Fundy. Everyone else does.
Okay. Because you don't want to be called Metal.
Yeah, you can call me Fundy. You can call me my.
I call you F-man. Get that straight.
Okay, so Fundy, we all almost all of us get away from the Santa Claus myth. Why do we get away from the Santa Claus myth so easily? Well, there might be a few tears, but
Yeah, there's a few tears every once in a while. Maybe like 1 year of denial or a painful walk home from school to your parents. Like, Tom told me that he's not real. I don't know. I never had that experience, so I can't relate. I knew from the beginning. Yeah, my parents, they let me just go into the world and like experience it all. But I was like aware enough as a kid that I understood this was like a fun tradition right from the start, and I wasn't like waiting for some guy to come down my chimney. I mean, I didn't even have a chimney. That was a big thing for me as a kid. Like, I don't even have a chimney. You know, I get presents. It didn't take more than a few months after the first time I heard about him. As far as my memory serves me, I don't know. Maybe I fell for it until I like grew enough consciousness in my mind to like process anything. Because who knows? I might have been told about it like when I was like 2 or something. I don't have memories of when I'm 2. So
you didn't believe in it because it didn't make sense.
Oh well, I appreciate that it made sense. Yeah, it does teach you a big lesson on a grand scale.
You know,
It also.
I have twins, so they turned out at the same time.
You sound a little distant. Are you talking to your kids or something? Maybe my connection's.
No, you're gone. I can't hear him at all. But on the same topic, until he whoever was trying to jump in there. Well, have you an internal chimney, F-man? If you don't mind me calling you that. I want to call you
That's
Fundle.
okay, man.
Fundle.
Yeah, F-man's
Fundle.
cool.
No, that sounds too close to Fundle. I don't want to Fundle.
Yeah.
But have you an internal chimney? And the other
Fundle my bowls.
Well, the other question is then, well, Santa Claus, if you're good, right, then you will receive presents, which in a sense are culminations of material pleasures, right? We all like to receive gifts. So this is, of course, not the right motivation for being good. Being good in good is expecting no reward. So Santa is what do you call it, of Satan as well, an anagram of Satan.
Right.
And also,
Saturn,
the
Satan,
dropping of
Santa.
presents down the chimney. We have to remain in the present at the very upper echelons of our being. Understanding that we are in a fallen state, but through understanding, knowledge, I guess, and practice, we can raise back the core consciousness, which ultimately is the semen. It's the spinal fluid, you know, which has been cut off, and it pools in our.
Are you into that? Are you into the Christos spinal gas stuff?
Well, think
going
about
down
it.
the.
Yeah, we're in a fallen state. So you are you're in the male it pulls in the testes, right? In the female it pulls in the breast. We are divided, male from female, and ultimately self from self, in a certain fashion as well. Not just chopped like a cow or a pig chopped in quarters. In a spiraling fashion. It's like you have the whole and you pull apart the half, but the other aspect is circling around. So it's a spiraling fashion. So putting back
Sorry,
the
Pete, I'm going to go back on mute because obviously you haven't talked enough today.
No,
you can say that better, man. I mean, just express yourself.
Okay, listen, don't worry about it, man.
You know, Dodo? Dodo, man, I mean, we can both agree. We've been taking turns going, for long rants. I mean, we may be stealing the room and hogging the mic a little bit overall.
For sure, man. I didn't know. I thought it was just me and him. Honestly, at this stage, I thought everyone fucked off to another channel. So I was just having honestly, from my own point of view, a pretty much private conversation with
I don't blame you.
F-man. But that's okay, man. I apologize for that. I'll go on mute. I don't mind. Listen, I didn't realize that.
It's tough for a person to know sometimes. I mean,
Okay, I didn't mean. Okay.
It seemed the same way to me. Like everyone in here is just like away from their computer, just still logged in for some reason.
Yeah, that's why I think there's so many rooms, but I don't mean.
And that's what it was for a long time. But I let you talk, and then Pete cut me off and kept going and going and going, as Pete does. To his credit, he stopped, so I won't harp on it. But I want to get back to.
Please forgive me, Chuck. What is it? Please
Yeah,
forgive me,
Pete,
man.
you know I love you,
Please
man.
continue on. Okay.
Cool,
Please
cool.
continue
All
on.
right.
I promise I'll go on mute. Please continue on. I
Yeah,
didn't realize.
and if anybody was listening, notice how Pete was actually a super friendly guy. Pete is a good guy.
Thanks,
He's
man.
just a little crazy.
Thanks, Brad.
I don't hold it against you, Pete.
Thank you. I do
Sorry,
apologize.
Fundy.
I'd love to hear what everyone has to
Yeah.
say. I really would. So
What up,
I'll go
bro?
on mute.
So again, I have twins, and they both took it a very different way. But why is it that we all find it easy after, again, a few tears maybe, to get away and start understanding that it's our parents that get us the gifts? Why is it easy for us to swallow that?
I think I guess I have two parts of my answer. One, the consequences are completely emotional consequences, not physical consequences. Your world doesn't necessarily change. You're just being given presents from a different person. All that happened was one person was giving you presents, and that's a lie, and it was actually someone else was giving you presents. So to go from one to the other,
your world
isn't that
you don't get less.
Isn't too turbulent. Exactly. Yeah, it's not a turbulent transition. And I guess the other one is I didn't experience it myself, so I'm sure someone else might have better answers. But I guess I forgot my second one. But that was a pretty good answer. The first one, though. What do you say?
Does it have anything to do with the fact that it makes more sense? Like, is it
that intuitively right off the bat? That sounds like a true statement from you. Like that sounds good. I have to think about that though.
Well, you've watched the movies, right? Where the kids are arguing. They're like, no, Santa Claus gives us presents and he goes all around the world. And the one kid says, how does he do that? Well, it's magic. God did it, basically, answer, right?
Well, it makes more sense, and it also makes less sense for your parents to be it, because it makes no sense that your parents are lying to you. At that age, that's unbelievable. What do you mean? My parents would never lie to me. That's exactly the same as other kids.
Do you have kids, Fundy?
No, I don't yet. No.
I didn't.
I was gonna make a joke, but I would.
No, I was gonna do it either. But none of you know of it.
Consider it, Bud, as
it's a good tool.
Materialism.
It's a good tool to use as a parent. I think Pete brought this up as a not a threat, but it's more of a carrot at the end of a stick, right? If you're good, Santa will do this, as opposed to if you're bad, you'll go to hell, right? It's the opposite.
I think it's a mistake. I think teaching Santa Claus to kids is a mistake. It does eventually teach them something, but I think it does an amount of harm that could be avoided if the same lesson was taught in a different form. I could explain that.
Teaching your kids that the world is spinning ball Earth is a crime in itself. Let me just say that the whole point is to introduce the child into the lie. So even when you find out Santa is real, you carry on the lie. But what the lie goes back to as its basis is, well, this carrot, as you said, which is the material. The material will make you feel, will fulfill you. The gift, right? The present.
There's something you're forgetting, though. There's something you're forgetting.
Go on.
So the transitioning of getting red pilled, the Santa Claus red pill, that teaches a lesson. However, there was already another lesson taught. In fact, there are 3 other lessons taught by Santa, which again could be taught better ways, which are the more harmful ones. Someone is watching you at all times, which
yeah, and it's your parents.
No, they're not watching all the times. They can't see you sometimes.
No. You don't have kids. We know when our kids are drinking. We know when our kids are goofing off and being. My kids are only 13. They're not drinking yet. But you know what I mean. Your parents knew when you were drinking.
Yeah, maybe
it's because they were
the
doing
obvious
it too.
ones. Maybe the obvious ones. Yeah, my parents probably let me get away with stuff without telling me I caught you lots of times. But there are things my parents would disown me for if they knew about. So I know that they don't know about some of the things I got away with.
You know what, though? We love our kids unconditionally. I mean,
all right, don't project. All right, don't project. That's an honest story. All right.
Hang on, consider this. Hang on, consider this because you have twins as well, right? This is where we're born into the lie with the belief in Santa. So when you are rewarded by, I remember we talked earlier on, your goodness comes from the heart ultimately, which is from the 0 point. So we're born into the one, right? The material, and only to come out of it ultimately, which is what we are after doing. Coming to flat Earth, we all realize that there's a greater infinite power in play, right? Which is a combination of the 0, the 8.
But you're making my point for me, Pete. Is that when you're a kid, you go from Santa Claus that doesn't make sense to your parents buy you gifts, which does make sense. But when you're a flat earther, you did the opposite. You went from the globe, which can explain things, to the flat earth that can't. I don't get it.
Your parents still buy you gifts, man. Come on.
I'll book us into a room. You ever heard that quote from a movie? I'll book us into a room.
That I recall.
A child has enough imagination to be working on, to imagine Santa Claus going over a fat plane and incorporating all of his works within one night.
Yeah,
Telling me it's going around.
When you're about 3, Pete, you have kids. What's the question every 3-year-old around asks? Why? How?
I've one child, and I never lied to my child, to the best of my knowledge.
Right. But don't you remember those questions, Pete?
Hang on, please. When it came to Santa Claus, I knew that his mother and their family, I wasn't going to take away his fun, but I always reminded him to thank his parents, or his mom and his grandparents for the gifts that he got. So do you know what I mean? I never ruined the fun, but at the same time, I never lied in a real sense. If I could have told him the whole truth, do I even know the whole truth? I actually think the whole truth lies, consider this, and consider this for your children if you have beautiful children in play. Twins, not twins especially, every child especially, but you are in a remarkable, miraculous position. But consider this, that the present is what we're trying to achieve. We're always trying to achieve the ever-present, so that happy state within the now. And this is where we must rise back up the chimney. That's why I asked F-Man, does he have an internal chimney? We have no external chimney in his house, but there's an internal chimney. This is all representative of what it means to be us, the human being. And for your twins, bud, well, there's no greater guide than you yourself. There's no greater beginning point than telling them that they live not on a spinning ball Earth, or Santa in all of the other impossibilities couldn't.
That'd be a lie, Pete.
But they live on a flat and a stationary Earth surface.
Hey, Brad.
My kids are pretty good at science and math. Yeah, plenty.
I understand your opinion and the point you were making about like you kind of led me there and you built upon Santa, then took it to the Earth globe, and you feel like it's a downgrade instead of an upgrade. Like
absolutely
like graduating from Santa Claus, and that we're like going back to high school after graduation in a sense. And yeah, I understand. Sure, man. I understand your point. As far as I know, and this isn't. I'm not trying to be attack at all or anything, but as far as I know, this isn't necessarily like a flat Earth Discord. I know most people here are from the other flat Earth debate Discords and stuff like that, but Dodo and I were having a conversation that wasn't addressing like the shape of the Earth or anything like that earlier, and you're totally free to come in here and like relate anything to whatever you want to share. Like I have no problem. Just at this moment though, I'm not gonna follow you into a Earth discussion. Not even debate. That's fine. I'm just. What's that?
If you don't want to acknowledge the fact that you're going backwards, you're free to do that. I'm not gonna make you. But it's ridiculous.
I'm just not in the mood to go through all the motions of like supporting my cosmological view and then like competing against yours right now. I'd rather like keep to the subjects we were talking about for the past hour, which were a little unrelated, like the alphabet and symbology and geometry and stuff like that. I just know that if we turn towards the Earth shape discussion right now, it might take a long time to get back to some of the other points we were
So
talking
let's
about.
get back to it immediately, F-Man.
And
What
thanks
does
for the
Aries,
conversation.
what does
I'm gonna
Aries
leave.
mean to you in a
Thanks.
conversation? What Aries? What does that mean to you? Does that mean anything in particular?
Aries,
What
the
do you mean?
constellation?
Well, whatever. Aries, the word itself, sound itself.
Oh, yeah. That is one of my favorite things, actually. There is so much synchronicity in astrology and calendars when it comes to Aries. I think I can mention about 8 words that are related that no one really ever picks up on, that I think I've picked up on.
I'd love to hear it. Before you mention those 8 words, let me tell you, Aries Starkus. Aries is at the beginning of this word as well.
Good one. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my list. That is number 1. Aries Starkus, right? I'm gonna add that to my list because you said he started it, and Aries is the first. Aries starts the constellation.
He started the lie. Io-centric, right?
Right. Yeah, that's funny. That's really funny, actually. So I'll do my little Aries rant then.
I'd love to hear it. Off you go, bud.
So, Aries is almost the same. I think it's just missing an I. To, I'm jumping the gun. I'll get there soon. Let me start with something simpler.
Aries failure. Oh my goodness. Aries failure. Remember that? But continue, please. Continue.
Oh, that's 2. That's an interesting name. He's the only person I've ever heard in history with that name as a notable figure. But
and he proved that the Earth was stationary and the skylights were moving, but we're not privy to this information until we were. It's all inverted. It's all storytelling. But anyway, continue on, please. That's something.
It's really all poetic in a way that doesn't seem to be pulled off by bowel movement having 3 meals a day, sex act having discussion, wife arguing people. It's like something more powerful, as it were, to make all these different harmonies. And I know, man, it blows my mind. So here's one that hopefully blows everyone else's mind. So you have a constellation, Aries, and Aries starts out with AR. Now you have the constellation Aries represents in English the animal, the ram, right? And the ram, because R and L are interchangeable, they're called the liquid letters. They're the pure liquid letters in phonetics. R and L are interchangeable, and that's why we always make fun of Japanese people, because what the sound they make for L when they mispronounce their language has a third option where it's a hybrid between L and R, where they kind of half-ass both of them at the same time, which Americans don't use. We use like hard R's and hard L's, and we don't have any compromise, even though there is a middle option where they mix, and that's where the confusion comes in, and the way they speak with their accent. But
Harry Berry. Hang on, Harry Belly is Haley Berry to China.
Right.
I fucked that up, but anyway. Say it to yourself.
I mean, the famous quote is I rub you wrong time, right? But that's not exactly the way they say it. They say I rub you wrong time. Not I rub you wrong time. They say I rub you wrong time. Like it's a hybrid between R and L, because those are very connected letters when it comes to the muscle movements of your tongue and your jaw in order to pronounce these things. They're called the liquid letters because they're not quite consonants and they're not quite vowels. They're kind of an in between. They have a very unique position that they share together. But L and R are another one of those pairs: T and D, F and V, P and B, G and K, L and R. These are the most interchangeable letters throughout history when you're trying to investigate if a word is cognate of each other or related in any way.
Let me
And the
briefly jump in. Let me briefly jump in because I absolutely agree with you. If you think of the capital letter L and the lowercase r, one is an inversion of the other, but it also equates to what I mentioned, what I wanted to mention earlier on, which was the 7. So the 7 and the L and the R are all equatable in a visual sense anyway, or it's how to represent it, not to mind how to sound. But just briefly, honestly, I won't continue on. When we think of the number 7, how it's written out, S, Eve in the center and N at the end. There we have S even, but we know 7 is an odd number. So this tells us about what the letter S represents. And it's the same with 11 as well, L, Eve, and N. So it tells us about these different letters as well, and ultimately how it relates to us. But very interesting.
Oh,
Man. Please continue.
Yeah. No, you're really onto something because in 11, I'm not going to go down the 11 rabbit hole right now, but yeah, it's totally right up your alley with that kind of discussion.
It's right up my rabbit hole.
Right, it's right up your rabbit hole. Oh my god.
Rabbit hole, man.
Oh my god, that should be on a shirt. Well, anyways, so a baby sheep, but a sheep is only a female ram because those are the same creature, just divided by sex. So a sheep is a ram. They're the same thing. But a baby,
which is a ewe, right?
Right. And a baby sheep, or I mean a baby ram, is like I said, when they're trying to invent new words, they're just going to change things into their closest to other option. It's the easiest change to make. So instead of a ram, you turn the R into the L, like everyone does, and now it's a lamb instead of a ram. So that's just lamb and ram connected. Now, when it comes to ram and Aries, you're going to notice that the AR connects all of these, but so in astrology, there is something called planetary rulerships. Every planet rules 2 zodiac signs, except for the sun and moon. The moon rules over Cancer, according to this system, the popular system of planetary rulerships that seems to be very agreed upon for some reason. And I can explain, I can explain this, and I'm probably the only person you're ever going to meet who does have even a single clue of how this system came into place. But it's going to sound like arbitrary, like it's based on nothing. But the sun rules Leo, the moon rules Cancer, and then the other 5 visible planets rule 2. And so Mars has rulership over Aries. And do you see the similarity between Mars and Aries, or Aries as we pronounce it?
Right,
it's the same. It's the same word. Aries is just missing the M. Mars and Aries. You see that?
And rams. Mars is an anagram of rams, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Now, let's just take this really slow because it's very interesting to really think about where these connections lie. But you already got it. That's definitely one. So, Aries rules. Mars rules over Aries, which is the same word. It's just missing an M. Now, another name for Mars, because Mars is the Latin version or the Roman version, what's the Greek equivalent to Mars, the god of war? It's Ares. Ares. Not Ares, but Ares is the Greek god of war. Ares. Right? Yeah. So Mars rules over Aries, and his other name is Aries. Now, so you have Mars, Aries, who rules over Aries, is the god of wars, which is Mars with the M flipped upside down and turned into a W. Okay. Now you fight wars with arms, which is a rearrangement of Mars or rams.
I'm with you, man. Man.
And then every month in a perfect world, the stars are out of sync, but the 12 months line up with the 12 zodiac signs for the most part. And if you're born in March, you're an Aries. So Mars is the planetary rulership over the month of March with a CH. Mars rules over March. And what do you do in war with your arms as a soldier? You march.
Very good.
So altogether we have Aries, Ram, Mars, arms, war, march, the other kind of march, and I'm not sure if I did this. Maybe I forgot out Ram there. I'm not sure, but that's
Well,
7 with.
That's brilliant, man. Take a pause when you want to, but if I was to jot in, I would say another suggestion for you is the March hare. I recently learned that the March hare, which appears in Alice in Wonderland as well, but it's symbolically representing this frenzy that is within the male to just ride and reproduce everywhere. It's that war within, where the groin, the material sort of comes into with the springtime. You know what I mean? Everything is springing up, so everything is vibrant, everything is full of energy, and Aries.
That's the sunrise.
Right. Well, which is a violent thing. The ether is not It's if we can appreciate it properly, then we can negotiate it. This is what all of the ancient, well, even the present time, 9/11 is
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, this is about, well, this is a very developed conversation as well, but this is what spring is all about. Think about spring and fall. If as a flat earth, I say if we live on a flat, like think of a tree, literally think of a tree that's been felled, and you have a flat stationary surface, right? But there's something at the core moving. If that was connected to, let's say, its counterpart to the other side via a plate, and the tree at the other side kept moving, where there was all manner of miraculous conditions, but it expressed this side via this divided state, well, it might count for a lot of what we see, but to interconnect everything, Earth is the stars above, is the division between this realm above and below here and the waters beyond. It's the best way we can reckon it, I think. But when we bring it back to our own situation, it's our birth into reality. Reality. What do we say is real? The Beatles tell us nothing is real, nothing to get hung about, because, well, everything is real for the lie centrist, the he-lie centrist. Because all there is the things that you can relate to, the countable, the material, which extends all the way from the one to the infinity, negating the zero. But anyway, I don't mean to disturb. I think you were nearly there, but March hare is very interesting. He fucks his arse. Not he fucks his own arse up. He fucks the arse up. Man, I don't know what a collection of female hares are. For 8 months of the year, he's March, mad as a March hare. Beware the Ides of March. His March lasts for 8 months of the year, which is the eternal torment of man as well, right? So, brilliant. That's brilliant information, man. I could follow you for the most part, genuinely. I could probably add a lot of stuff as well, in the sense that everything is a reflection of everything else above us. We know Elon Musk is associated with sending man to Mars. Obviously, that fakery is transparent for a reason. There's greater layers to our reality here. And this is where I was equating it back to the chessboard.
Talk about that. Transparent for a reason. Oh no! Actually, talk about the chessboard first. I want to hear that, but come back around to transparent for a reason.
Right. Well, the chessboard. So I wrap up a puzzle that I presented earlier on.
Yeah, I've been waiting for it.
The chessboard. Okay. Well, most of the time I talk to myself, but the chessboard represents the highest, the pinnacle of sort of the mental realm, which is the immaterial realm to us all. Don't think outside yourselves, or if you do think outside yourselves, realize that we are the greater spirit. So the external reality reflects our internal division. That's why the dodo is so poignant, right? But
it's a fractal.
Within that internal division, we have a material center where the thoughts are based, that zero dimension, which is up at the head. We have the material center, which is down at the groin, the gut. Einstein was always seeking the gut, my friend. He solved the universe from his armchair, just like Stephen Hawking went on to solve it from his wheelchair. But he spent his whole life searching for the grand unifying theory, and he never achieved it. I could go down a different pathway there, find out how Einstein died. It's a hilarious story, which ultimately connects back to the heart. The heart has to be the bridge of everything. So when it comes to all of the thinking, it relates to the repair of the heart within ourselves. If you haven't considered this before, your God, our God, this is what I'm just speaking for myself here, our God is an inversion. Our God is an inversion of our brain. We're missing half a brain. That's the female aspect to us, right? When you plant your female aspect back to back with yourself and meld the two in your own imagination, then a different sort of being, B-in-G, is in play. And we are the divided state of that, but we're divided in a certain way. So we're told, here's where a big clue is as well. We have a brain, right? We have a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere. Well, that adds up to one whole sphere, doesn't it, as far as we know? But hang on, our brain is a hemisphere at best. That's ultimately telling us that, we're missing half of the story. So that
I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I see what you're saying about it.
So that external division transfers further into internal division. We are mirrored skeletally wise down the very center. That's another axis of division. But there's a third axis of division, which is through the heart, right? But it's not divided in the same way that the other two are divided. Everything is mirrored. Everything above that is big is expanded below. Everything that's below that's small is expanded above. That's the eternal, I guess. I didn't make a mistake, I suppose. Eternal division.
Now, why do you think the third one isn't as potent as the first two? Now, I get that, though, because
it's more potent. That's the primary one. That's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost as well, but it's the primary one. Because if we place ourselves, understandably, because it's easy to understand, the male versus female division, how many places could we go for that? Ultimately, evolution would lead us back to a point where one creature had to divide into two creatures. You know what I mean? Only to come back together and produce one. But the Bible literalism will lead you back to Adam, Adam, and Eve, even, right? Where else do we go? Where else do we go? So those sort of divisions are obvious, and they tell you literally as well. There was Adam to begin with, and Eve was pulled from him. The rib represents the side, by the way. So it's.
Well, you got one, right? You got one. It's odd, and then you divide one in half, and